He never believed in the phenomenon called the light at the end of the tunnel. Usually, people who were on the verge of death, but woke up in a cold sweat with this memory, talk about the light at the end of the tunnel. However, the person in question did see it with his own eyes. He was alone in his room, looking down on the city from above as usual. When he lay down on the bed again, his body became impossibly heavy. He understood that these were his last minutes, so he couldn't even find an explanation for how it happened. Most likely it was some kind of poison, because a lot of people wanted him dead. It wasn't strange after all. He had lived his short but hard life as a king. No matter how much he wanted to find out the reason for his death, there was nothing he could do about it, and he could only resign himself to the hope that he wouldn't be met by a choir of winged babies at the end. In general, this is what happened. As it turned out, the light at the end of the tunnel was the light from the new world in which he was reborn. Opening his eyes, he saw his parents and heard them talking. He had no idea where he was, but at least he understood the language of these people. The new mother greeted him with a gentle and bright smile that radiated genuine, motherly love. As an adult man in his past life, the child with the same consciousness could not help but think how charming she was. His father at first glance seemed quite stern and serious due to his strong jaw and pointed eyebrows. However, in his reaction to the child, he was quite caring and kind. While trying to greet his newborn son, Ray got so carried away that he raised his voice, which greatly offended his beloved wife, and she began to stare at him. Having looked around, the guy was still satisfied with the result of the rebirth, because after all, he had good and caring parents, and the environment seemed quite normal. And yet, seeing the warrior's armor on one of the walls, he wondered what time he was in and whether this world was similar to his previous one. The first weeks of his new life in a small but cozy house went slowly. Despite her gentleness and kindness, his mother, Alice, held a firm grip on the reins of her family, and if you ignore the occasional childish antics, his father, Reynolds, turned out to be a very reliable and charismatic man. Although he was grateful to be born into a loving family, his life as an infant was full of hardships that he would not wish on even his enemies. The obvious drawback of this age was the minimal control he had over his limbs and the inability to control certain bodily functions that came with being in this flesh prison. The only things that kept him sane were his well-honed mental fortitude. Seeing the outside world for the first time, he came to the conclusion that he had entered the past into a much more archaic period. He was also surprised that it was so common for people from the past to carry weapons. Various shops sold all sorts of trinkets, and bottles of suspicious liquids that were passed off as medicine were sold legally. The caring mother did not allow him to fully satisfy his interest, and every time she took him with her, she tried to do everything quickly so that the child would not get too tired on the road. It was quite interesting to explore a new world in the body of a child and the mind of an adult with a lot of life experience. Knowledge is power, so having studied his surroundings over the past weeks, he was sure that he knew what to expect from this world. Yet life was unpredictable and constantly gave him unexpected surprises. Mr. Reynolds loved him so much that every time he returned home, he could not stop looking at his baby and played with him as if he were a doll. As expected, when he threw his son high into the air, the strict and responsible mother was not delighted with his behavior because the child's fragile body was not designed for such games. While Ray was laughing happily, enjoying the time spent with his son, the baby was already feeling the effects of the first throw. His body was shaking slightly because he was incapacitated by just one simple throw. Seeing his wife's anxiety, Ray said there was nothing wrong with it, because his father had done the same thing when he was younger. He thought their baby was having fun, but he wasn't. After another shaking, the baby couldn't take it anymore and started crying, and Alice turned into a formidable woman whose hand on Ray's shoulder seemed incredibly heavy. The father was punished with several bumps on his head after his wife's educative moment, and the child found himself in the hands of a gentle and caring lady who began to calm him down. As it turned out, she possessed healing magic, which in just a few seconds was able to restore the boy's body and improve his well-being. After that, he realized that he had jumped to conclusions when he thought that he already knew what to expect from this world. In the king's previous life, he could not even dream of such a family life. Instead of mutual love and caring for children, he led armies. His strength was great, and his military skills and ability to lead people gave him the opportunity to defeat representatives of countries from all over the world time after time. He thought that his power was unlimited and that nothing else brought him pleasure. But despite all the achievements of his past life, he was never as proud of himself as in the first days after his rebirth, when he finally learned to crawl on the ground. The parents, excited and touched by this moment, were delighted. They made sure that he did not hit the corner of the dresser or shelf, but the speed of the baby was so great that it was simply impossible to keep up with him. In fact, this was the first time in his life that he hit his forehead on a mirror, and also the first time he saw his face in the reflection. Seeing how he froze when he saw his own face, his parents began to be touched by it. A few months passed and he was already getting used to his new name. Now he was called Art, short for Arthur. It was too cute a name for a former king, but when he saw himself in the mirror, he still admitted that he looked absolutely charming. No one even doubted that all the ladies of this world should prepare themselves to have their hearts broken. As a child, he got tired very quickly, and noticing his yawning, his mother Alice put him to bed. However, as soon as she closed the door to the room, the baby began his secret mission. Rising to his feet, he threw the blanket out of his childhood bed. The blanket thrown to the ground served as a mattress for him, softening his fall from a height. While Alice thought her beloved son had fallen asleep, he had about an hour before she would return and check if everything was okay. Taking advantage of the moment, he crawled out of his room and headed to the study, while his happy mother was washing the dishes, humming a medieval song. The target was within reach. The baby was hurrying inside the room where her mother was studying. It was quite cozy inside. A candle was already lit on the work desk, and there was a small bookcase next to the door. Ever since he discovered this place, he has been sneaking in every night to learn more about this world. The continent of Dikaten, where he was born, is divided into three main kingdoms. The first is Eleanor, an elven kingdom hidden deep in the forest. The next kingdom is Darv, a huge underground kingdom and also the homeland of the dwarves. Sapin is the kingdom he was born in. It belongs to humans and is by far the most populated area. Like his previous world, it also has a monarchical system of government. Only the throne is passed on by inheritance rather than merit. He learned that this world was much less developed than the one he had lived in before. And as it turned out, the real reason for the lack of technological progress was precisely magic. Every night while his parents were sleeping, he was already trying to learn beginner magic, following the manual. In his old world, there was a life force called Kai, which practitioners could use to strengthen their bodies and weapons after rigorous training. In this world, there is a similar force called mana, but unlike Ki, which exists within a person, mana is present everywhere. The ability to control mana is largely genetic, with only about 1 in 100 children having it. However, mana can be used in a variety of ways, with the two most common being amplification and spellcasting. Amplifiers strengthen their bodies with mana, which helps them gain incredible strength, defense, and maneuverability, but their weakness is their limited attack range. Magic casters, on the other hand, emit mana into the outside world, allowing them to bend the environment to their will. However, they must fill their own mana core with mana from the outside world in order to cast a spell. Mama Alice was unique in this, a so-called deviant, or more precisely, even an emitter. They are a rare type of mage who are able to use unique restorative mana. According to the book he had studied, the first awakening of magi occurs between early and late adolescence, when their mana core manifests itself. The mana core sounds remarkably similar to the Kai center from his past life. In order to form a Ki center, the children of his world were taught to meditate and sense the fragments of Ki scattered within the body, and then gather them together in one place. Trying to use the theory from his past life now, Arthur made a pleasant discovery when he learned that this technique works great with mana. And yet at that very moment, his study of the mana core was interrupted. This time Alice entered his room earlier and became worried when she saw that the baby's bed was empty. Not understanding why he was not sitting in one place, she assumed that he could not go to the toilet to poop. Art was surprised. He couldn't explain to her that it looked strange when the one who was about to begin his journey as the greatest magician in the world was forced to be a constipated baby. Yet he was mistaken, and the sudden smell of childish surprise gave him away. He was so focused that he actually soiled his diaper. It was one of those moments that showed how difficult it is for a baby to control his body. A little more than 2 years have passed since then. Alice, sitting in her office, wrote down her motherhood experiences. She still felt that she was learning more and more about her child every day. She came to the conclusion that Arthur must be the most charming child in the world. She was crazy about his chestnut hair and azure eyes that looked at her almost intelligently. She knew that her child would have troubles in the future if she did not become a strict and reliable mother. It didn't look like she could rely on her confused and sometimes irresponsible husband. From a very young age, Art was already trained in the art of handling weapons under the supervision of his father. Still, Ray had made a grave mistake when he started doing this, because his strict wife was clearly not happy and showed a disapproving look and an aura of death. She could not believe that Ray was trying to teach their child to fight when he could barely crawl. Walks with his mother were completely different, because she always took him with her to the city. One thing she noticed was that Arthur had a strong love for going to the small merchants that stopped in the center of Ashbur, their small trading town. So instead of buying groceries once or twice a week, they visited the city center every other day. In fact, she did not intend to spoil the child, but did it to have fresh food in the house and to educate a charming baby. Watching Arthur grow so quickly, she wondered with interest what he would be when he grew up. She was sure and did not even doubt that Ray, like his father, would be interested in him growing up strong and becoming an adventurer. She couldn't help but worry about it, so she could only hope that he would do better than the naive young teenagers who hoped to become adults as adventurers. Alice could do nothing about the curious child's eternal habit of sneaking into her study, where he left books scattered about. Sometimes she even considered moving his crib inside her study. It had been about 2 years since he had started the difficult path of learning. He had learned a lot since then, but learning something new every day was quite exciting. By watching his father, he learned the uses of magic in addition to his mother's healing spells. Once again, while watching his father train, Art saw him mumbling something for several minutes and concentrating very hard. It seemed as if he was about to demonstrate some extraordinary skill. He waved his arms, creating a strong gust of wind that caused the grass around him to fly away and rocks to rise into the air. Art was amazed by his concentration and wanted to know as soon as possible what his father would conjure up. Raising his arms sharply, Ray caused the rocks around him to fly into the air. After this, he made a dash forward, causing the stones to fall in the place he pointed to. Sighing heavily after such efforts, he turned his head and saw that his son had been watching him all this time. With a gleam in his eyes, Ray said that he could see his son admiring his father's amazing strength. However, in reality, Art was deeply disappointed because Ray had spent 3 whole minutes of extreme concentration in order to throw stones that he could have thrown physically with less effort. He was distracted from his anxious thoughts of not understanding his father's training by his caring mother, who noticed how interested her son was in looking out the window. As it turned out, Ray had once again ruined the yard due to his intense training. Art had recently learned that his father was an amplifier. Since his parents had different types of magic, he wondered what he would be like when his mana core awakened. While pondering such questions, I encountered no less serious problems, such as fear of heights. Being just a baby, he could hardly overcome such obstacles as getting down from a bench to the ground. As he went down, his eyes were half closed. Seeing this, his mother thought that he just wanted to sleep, so she didn't let him fall to the ground and picked him up in her arms and carried him to the side of the room. Art constantly suffered from this care and wanted his mother to take him to the study with books instead of to his crib. Only by causing affection to appear on her face could one somehow influence this situation. Sighing heavily, Alice could not overcome her feeling of affection, and with difficulty made the decision to allow her son to play in the office a little longer. Although it was a great trick, Art did not consider it humiliating, realizing that a great warrior must use all the weapons in his arsenal, regardless of his true age. The interest with which he looked at the book seemed surprising to his mother. She believed that he was imitating her and would become a very diligent and intelligent spellcaster in the future. She thought that the child was learning about the world and was surprised by how diverse the pictures drawn in the book could be. Yet she could not guess that her newborn son was in fact the reincarnation of a king from another world. A rumble from the street distracted her from watching her son. It seemed Ray had cut down another tree during his training and was about to get a good beating. As soon as his mother left the office, Art began training. His greatest achievement, aside from his accumulated knowledge of this world, was his progress in forming a mana core. He had spent the last 2 years moving tens of thousands of tiny fragments of mana to gather them together near his solar plexus. He understood why it had to take so long. Seeing how slowly these fragments gravitated toward the center of his body, he understood why most people couldn't use magic until their teens. The child's body was still difficult to use, so combining the mana fragments was a difficult task for his body and mind, but it could definitely be said that these 2 years had not been wasted. Little did his parents know that leaving him alone in the house had turned out to be a very good idea. The noise caused Alice to go outside and see her husband Ray, trying to hide the fact that he had destroyed another fruit tree during his training. While she was thinking about the punishment, a powerful explosion occurred from the direction of their house. Alice started running towards her husband, and he barely managed to cover her with his back. Looking back at the house that had been blown to pieces, Ray asked Alice if she was okay. However, a moment later he saw horror on her face, after which she said the name of her son, whom they had forgotten inside the house. She started screaming, trying to break free from her husband's arms. Realizing that his son was at the epicenter of the explosion, Ray threw his beloved back and rushed towards the burning house. Moving the debris that blocked the corridor, he began to look around with panic on his face. However, as soon as he saw what had caused the explosion, he fell to his knees and sighed with relief. Scared to death, Alice ran to her husband and saw him looking in surprise towards the office. Even she couldn't believe that this was possible. The explosion that destroyed their home turned out to be the result of their son waking up early. Having gathered the mana core together, the boy decided to walk around the room. He felt just fine, realizing that with mana it was much easier for him to control the baby's body. Opening his eyes, he was surprised that the world had become even brighter, and even the trees seemed greener than before. It took him a moment to realize that he could only see the trees because he had unknowingly blown his parents' entire house to smithereens. Besides rebuilding their home, the next year was no less eventful than the previous ones. Together with his mother, he learned to read and write, demonstrating extraordinary success. This was logical because, in fact, he knew how to do this from birth. While his parents weren't looking, he studied the basics of mana manipulation and increasing mana. At first, since his body was too small to do sparring, he studied basic body training with his father. After some time, Ray finally decided that his son would be okay to practice with the wooden sword Arthur had been given for his 3rd birthday. Bursting into the office, he shouted that the time had come when the boy began his transformation into a real man. The boys went outside and the father suggested that his son remember what he had taught him earlier. Taking the stick in his hand, which would replace his sword, Ray said that the 4-year-old boy should combine the flow of mana with his breathing. He asked him to consider that the mana core should be felt as if it were another organ, like the heart or lungs. Such explanations seemed strange, because although Art, due to his real age, understood what was being discussed, he doubted whether most children his age would understand these abstract instructions. However, he was not going to waste time playing the role of an ordinary child. He decided to play the role of a rare genius, so he used all his knowledge to take the stance of a fighter in infancy. Despite his age, he could achieve good speed with the help of mana. His father parried every blow and did not let him rest until he had hit him at least once. Art knew that he had only a little time to make it to dinner. The small body couldn't skip meals, so the boy took his training seriously. This time he focused on his mana core to strengthen his body. He rushed forward and suddenly struck hard enough to destroy the wand his father was using to block his sword. Surprisingly, the efforts of a 4-year-old child were enough to surprise the experienced adventurer. After training with his father and eating, he would go to his mother's office as usual, where he would continue his studies and meditation, learning about the world of mana. While studying from books, he learned that in this world, strength is measured by the color of the magic user's mana core. The mana core is formed black, due to the mixing of blood and other impurities with the mana particles, forming the mana core. It becomes purer over time as the impurities begin to filter out. Eventually, each stage of refinement has 3 shades: dark, solid, and light. The lighter the mana core, the purer it is and the more energy it can hold. Time for meditation always flew by unnoticed, and the mother's scream interrupted it for the next meal. The boy had no choice but to listen to caring Alice and return to training after eating. Still, he wasn't thrilled about being kept in peace. He constantly sought to be alone so that he could learn the basics of magic as quickly as possible. During another family dinner, the father touched on a very touching topic. He believed that the time had come to give their son a real mentor. Of course, his proposal was rejected from the very beginning, because a caring mother could not allow a 4-year-old child to be busy growing up from the very beginning of his journey, missing out on the joys of children. In his defense, the father said that although he had promised to teach his son himself, he could not have imagined that he would turn out to be such a prodigy in mana manipulation at the age of 4. It was obvious that his attempts were only holding back his son's enormous potential. The conflict continued to escalate, as Alice could not allow her only child to leave home for a city hundreds of miles away. As it turned out, Ray was planning to send him to Zyrus and promised to make sure his friend took care of Art. The desire to support the child haunted them, because they were still not ready for his life as a magic user. Both sides of the conflict took completely different positions and reached a dead end, so the final decision depended on the son. Addressing the 4-year-old, Ray said that Art had to decide for himself whether he wanted to go to the big city to get a real teacher. As expected, King Gray was taken aback when he heard this question. It was truly too much to ask of a 4-year-old. In an attempt to ease their worries, he asked if Mom and Dad could come and meet the teacher with him. It seemed that his words made Ray and Alice think hard, and they froze in surprise, looking into each other's eyes. Little Arthur was tense, thinking that his proposal was too complicated and sounded unusual coming from a 4-year-old. However, a moment later, the tension in the situation eased as the parents began to laugh, and Ray said that they really hadn't even thought about going with their son to meet his friend. Alice liked the idea and said that she would feel better if she were present with her son when he met his new teacher. Slamming his hands on the table so hard that all the plates of food turned over, the head of the family said that in that case, they would all go to the city of Zyrus together. Art was shocked to hear how his parents were already preparing for a 3-week trip. Over the next few days, he continued to improve, gaining knowledge from the books he could find in his mother's office. It was not easy to be diligent at his age, because his caring parents did not allow him to spend too much time reading. After sending the child to bed, Alice said that he should have a good rest, because the next morning they had to go to meet his new teacher. Covering the child with a blanket, she reassured him by telling him that Mom and Dad's old friends from the Twin Horns adventure team would also be heading to Zyrus. After kissing the boy goodnight, the caring mother warned him that if she didn't catch him reading again, then he could take a few books for the trip. Art was looking forward to an interesting journey because he had met those adventurers before when they helped them with the restoration of the house. He heard that this group consisted of 2 mages with 3 amplifiers, which could help with any difficulties. He was glad to leave the small, quiet town. It was finally time to see what this mysterious world had to offer him. Approaching the exit from the city, they met the group of adventurers that had been mentioned earlier. The first mage in the team was a huge man who sent shivers down everyone's spine. Despite how big he was, his kind expression inspired confidence. This was Durden Walker, a mage who specialized in earth magic. It seemed that he resembled a large, but very kind and sympathetic dog. The second member of the Twin Horns team that Arthur met was Jasmine Flamesworth, who is a mage who uses dual daggers. She turned out to be not very talkative, and, as it turned out, she just needed to get used to the new members of their squad. Arthur learned about this from a pretty girl with a bow in her hands. Helen Shard, who is also an enhancer, was the only one on the team to use a magic bow. Having finished getting acquainted with the main part of the team, the kid and his family got into the adventurer's carriage and finally set off on their journey. As it turns out, in this world, instead of horses, they use mana beasts with which you can make a contract. The journey was just beginning, but everything indicated that these 3 weeks would show the world from a different side. Gray, aka Arthur, saw many differences between this world and his past. As it turned out, mana was what gave fighters like these adventurers an edge when fighting various monsters and mana beasts. Having set up camp in the middle of the starry sky, the boys began to cook the meat of the animals they managed to catch. The busy days were more interesting than spending time in his mother's office. And yet Arthur began to feel sad, because traveling through the forest, he stopped learning anything new. Seeing him in a bad mood, the team members assumed he was simply tired. To make things easier for himself, the kid nodded silently in response. Helen comforted the baby, saying that he shouldn't worry, as this was his first trip of this kind. The boy, suffering from melancholy, agreed with her, although he knew that in the past he had often spent time like this. Seeing how bored he was, she decided to sit down next to him and remembered that Ray had been bragging almost the entire way that Art was a genius magician. She wondered if he had really awakened a year ago. They started a heated conversation, and the red-haired boy, who was also suffering from boredom, decided to stretch his legs before going to bed and remembered that Ray had previously offered him to take up his son's training. Hearing this, Art became worried because he was not particularly interested in such games. However, the father had a different opinion than his son. He was not against it, but asked his friend to be careful because in training, Art had only moved slightly from light strength and mana exercises. Grabbing the baby, Adam walked towards the forest without even asking his opinion. Normal children of 4 years old would hardly be able to climb the stairs, but no one present thought that fighting him with a weapon was something unusual. There was no other choice. Art had to satisfy the red-haired adventurer's interest in order to return to rest. With an anticipatory smile, Adam asked if the baby was ready for a real fight. Strengthening his spear, he assumed a fighting stance and asked the boy genius if he knew how to strengthen his wooden sword. As he released his mana, Adam began to look like too formidable an opponent for a 4-year-old boy. Looking at the rest of the Twin Horns team, Arthur wanted to make it clear that he was worth getting out of this mess, because the red-haired madman was thirsty for blood. Despite his mother's worries, his father continued to encourage him, and it became clear that the battle would not end so easily. The attempt to escape proved futile, so Arthur concentrated on the duel and his opponent. Although he was too young to compete with adults, his past experience gave him at least some opportunity to show a high level. In addition to his fencing skills, he now also had mana, which he could use to strengthen his body. Concentrating on the battle, he made a dash towards the enemy. The way Arthur lunged at Adam was very intriguing. He wanted to see what he could do. The blow seemed too obvious, so he blocked it with a calm look. However, a moment later, the baby disappeared from sight. Adam couldn't believe that the blow was a fake and that the 4-year-old was actually going to let his guard down in order to attack him from behind. Unfortunately, although the idea was great, it didn't work, as Arthur was barely able to stand on his feet due to his inability to fully control the child's still weak body. Strengthening his blade with mana, he rushed forward again, and this time tried to hit his opponent with a slash, but Adam, with his large and flexible body, confidently dodged. Trying to strike back at the kid, he swung his spear without investing mana, but Arthur ducked to the ground with surprising speed, avoiding the blow. Pushing off the surface, the kid tried with all his might to knock down his opponent, using the inertia and strength of his body. Being immersed in the battle, Adam became so carried away that he lost his composure and used the enhancement of his spear, with which he was able to break through the baby's defense. At that moment, the baby flew to the side and fell on his back. As expected, the reaction of everyone present was condemning the actions of their comrade. Alice rushed excitedly towards her child, and Darren gave his red-haired friend a slap on the back of the head, saying that he had hit the 4-year-old too hard. Shocked by such an intense fight, Adam turned to Ray and asked him what kind of hellish training he had gone through to create such a small monster. Although Ray would like to take credit for this, he still hesitantly admitted that he had not really made much of a contribution to his son's education. While Alice was treating the child, Arthur, seeing the interest of those who had seen his power, confusedly tried to justify himself by saying that he had learned all this by watching his dad and reading some books. The boys couldn't fall for such an obvious lie, but regardless, they showed interest in having a 4-year-old child teach them the same movement techniques he used in the fight. Several days had passed since they began their journey to the city of Zyrus. The guys enjoyed the road and spending time together. During this time, Arthur's birthday even passed. Previously shy and very quiet, Jasmine even surprised him by giving him a small gift for his birthday in the form of a dagger. Adam, Helen, and Ray had continued their training with decent progress up to this time. Surprisingly, it was Jasmine who showed the most progress, having managed to learn several techniques. Arthur was truly amazed at how she was able to understand his instructions so quickly, especially when learning the feint step. Yet at times, Arthur gave himself a break from studying, wondering why the adults around him were so carefree. Having completed the pass at the waterfall, the guys prepared to continue their journey. Soon they left the forest and continued their journey through mountainous terrain. Adam began trying to get closer to the child and even mentioned the past when Ray got them into all sorts of trouble. Overhearing this conversation, Helen, who was on the roof of the carriage, asked not to miss the fact that Ray was not the only one who caused them unexpected problems. It seems that Adam really was clumsy, but he could not allow his authority to fall in the eyes of the kid, so he decided to joke about it. The further they went, the more agitated Alice's condition seemed. It seemed like she was sick, but with a kind smile, she always replied that she was just tired and everything was fine. Trusting her words, Arthur continued to study the theory of mana manipulation. As it turned out, it wasn't that easy because Jasmine had been watching him all this time. She was very persistent in her desire to learn more techniques. After several hours of peaceful travel, their carriage suddenly began to shake. Turning to the children outside, an excited Alice asked what was going on. In response, Helen shouted that they had fallen into a trap of bandits who were going to attack them. Feeling threatened, the white-haired lady used wind magic to protect them from the enemy's arrows. At that moment, Alice rushed towards her son and covered him with her body. The whole team was ready for battle. The boys began to release their mana and strengthen their bodies to resist the arrows of the enemies. Grabbing his staff, the team's second mage, Durden, stepped outside to assess the situation. As it turned out, their enemies were very carefully prepared. The terrain they had to stop at allowed the enemy to carry out a complete encirclement. All the heights were already occupied by enemy riflemen. Looking around, the adventurers also saw melee enemies who were nearby and trying to hide in the tall grass. As it turned out, they were slave traders. The savage, with a disgusting smile, shouted to his bandits that they had come across interesting guys, but only the women and the child should be left alive, who would become their goods in the future. Hearing that the bandits were treating them like merchandise, Art was consumed with anger and was ready to tear them to pieces at that very moment. Grabbing the knife Jasmine had given him for his birthday, he looked towards his enemies. Seeing his gaze, Alice began to worry, and cold sweat appeared on her face. She was horrified by her son's condition, believing that he was very scared. Hugging Art, she asked him not to worry, because his mother would definitely protect him. Reynold and Durden were in the vanguard. The rest of the team was to guard the cart with Alice and Arthur. Using earth magic, Durden created a huge earth wall that protected them from the enemy's arrows. At the same time, the enemies, who could no longer launch long-range attacks, rushed forward. Those arrows that managed to penetrate the defense were reflected by the Wind Mage. The main forces of the bandits, in the form of his deputies and the leader of the gang, began to approach the battlefield. Deflecting arrows with his armored arm plates, Ray rushed towards them to ease the strain on his team. With great speed, he made his enemies terrified when he defeated several bandits at once. However, at that very moment, he did not notice how one of the enemies came from behind him and was already ready to strike. Luckily, Helen was nearby and covered his back in time. The teamwork in battle continued to grow, even though Ray had not been part of the twins' adventurer team for many years. A fierce battle was also taking place near the cart. Jasmine seemed to be a very skilled fighter, making excellent use of the movement techniques Arthur had taught her. In turn, Adam, using a spear, also demonstrated incredible skills, dealing with several bandits at the same time. The fierce battle continued. The owner of 2 daggers did not spare her enemies, but the variety of their weapons sometimes put her in a dangerous position. One of the bandits close to their leader used a long iron whip that could cut a body with one swing. Pushing herself away from the body of her wounded opponent, Jasmine narrowly avoided serious injury from the whip. That nasty fighter who tried to hit her kept talking nonsense about how he would take good care of her if she stopped resisting. Jasmine was only able to avoid his deadly attacks thanks to her newly learned movement techniques. Watching her fight, Art could see that she was at a disadvantage against her opponent. Yet he didn't know what he could do to help her in this situation, because he wasn't sure if he could stand up to a grown man with that awkward child's body. A moment later, their peace was broken when one of the fighters crashed into their cart with a roar. When the dust settled, it turned out to be the baby's father, Reynolds. He was already seriously wounded, and the battle was not easy for him. Frightened by what had happened, Alice rushed towards her beloved husband. Looking outside, Arthur saw that the one who had dealt such a serious blow to his father was none other than the leader of a gang of human traffickers. Turning to his mother, Art hurriedly asked her to cure his father, but she couldn't even move. Alice trembled, looking at the state of her beloved husband. In a frightened and trembling voice, she said with tears in her eyes that she couldn't do it. Art didn't understand what was happening to his mother, because he knew that she had also been on the adventurer team before and had probably been in similar situations many times. Seeing his wife crying, Ray tried to keep a calm mind and said that he was fine and the wounds were not fatal. After that, he turned to his son, saying that after his mother used the healing spell, the bad people would come after her. Ray could only fight off the leader. He would have no time to worry about protecting his family, so he asked to take his mother back along the path they came from. The confused son, putting his hand on his chest, shouted that he did not agree with this and was not going to abandon his father under any circumstances. He assured that all members of the adventurer team saw that he knew how to fight. However, as he spoke these words, he forgot that he was still a 4-year-old child, so loved by his family. The caring father, placing his hand on his son's head, said that it was because he knew his son could fight that he could trust him to protect the mother and the child inside her. Now everything fell into place, and Art understood why her father had been so careful with her lately, and why she looked like she was sick. The fatigue she used to justify herself was actually due to her pregnancy. Now the father's words took on a new meaning. Because of this situation, he was forced to reveal this secret, although he had previously intended to tell his son about it only in the city they were heading to. Arthur was very serious about this. Taking his father's hand, he said with a serious look that he would protect his mother. The situation was getting more tense. The 4-year-old child was about to join the fight and had his weapon ready. As it turned out, according to Ray's observations, there were 4 more magicians on the enemy side. The enemy commander, seeing a healer in the team of adventurers, shouted that they could not miss such valuable prey. Immediately after his order, Arthur grabbed his mother's hand and pulled her towards the path, while Reynold rose to his feet to continue the fight with the leader of the enemy gang. Watching the team go, Art could only hope that they would cope with this difficult battle. Adam understood what his comrade's plan was, so he helped the baby and his mother break through the enemy encirclement and asked them to hurry to the path leading back. A moment later, he noticed that the bandits were not going to let them go. Another bandit, wielding 2 melee weapons at once, had already made a quick dash towards Arthur and Alice. With incredible speed, Adam rushed next to the boys to protect their backs. Holding off the enemy's attack, he shouted that he would hold off the pursuers, while Art had to make sure that there was no one ahead either. Arthur trusted him and ran on, but at that moment they were already in the enemy's sights. One of the experienced archers had been keeping them in his sights from the very beginning, and only now chose the right moment to shoot. The whistle of a rapidly approaching arrow made Art feel a shudder as he realized that the enemy had struck. There was no one nearby, so he could only rely on his own strength. With excellent reflexes, he used his wooden sword to stop the arrow aimed at his mother's leg. However, without using the sword enhancement that he didn't have time for, he couldn't defend himself in the best way. Although he had knocked the arrow's trajectory out of the way, his weapon was shattered into pieces. The archer, who was confident that the arrow would reach its target, was simply shocked that a small child was able to stop it. However, just as this bandit reached for the next arrow, he was stopped by the forces of an archer from the adventurer team. Helen, although busy with the intense battle, also tried to support Arthur, so she protected him from several bandits and shouted that Alice and her baby should not stop. Moving forward safely, Arthur began to look around warily, sensing that something was wrong. Among the enemies, he definitely saw 4 mages, but now he was not sure if all of them were busy fighting. Looking around, he saw that one of them was definitely busy fighting the wind mage from the adventurer team. The second one was resisted with all his might by Adam, who was an amplifier. The third fought alongside the gang leader against his father, and as it turned out, Ray had already gained a slight advantage. Within a moment, Arthur saw the enraged look of his enemy, who shouted to some subordinate that he should forget about the plan and instead kill those he was pursuing. Arthur didn't see who exactly the order was given to, but he realized that it most likely concerned his pursuers. A moment later, he heard the rustling sound of water that began to gather in one place somewhere nearby. Looking up, he realized that they were in a very awkward position. The last enemy mage, who was a water magic user, was on a hill. He aimed his destructive water magic strike towards them, and they didn't have enough time to avoid it. Seeing the inevitability of the collision, Arthur understood that even if he managed to dodge it using mana, his pregnant mother would hardly be able to withstand it. At that moment, he had no other option but to use a crazy move. Pushing off the surface with the force of his entire body, reinforced by mana, he leapt forward. In this way, he was not going to dodge the blow, but rather stay under it, throwing his mother away, using all the strength of his childish body. Alice could do nothing about it, and with tears in her eyes, she began to scream, looking at her baby, who was going to sacrifice himself for his mother. In fact, Arthur was not going to give up yet. Strengthening his hand with a flow of mana, he was going to destroy the enemy mage. He knew that it might not work, but he had no choice but to try. Tying his small dagger to a thread of mana, he threw it through the enemy's attack. As expected, it wasn't enough to stop the powerful and large water spell that knocked him off his feet right at the edge of the cliff. However, on the other hand, his plan was successful because he was still able to grab the enemy by the leg with the help of a dagger with a mana thread. Having fallen off the edge of the cliff, Art flew down, but holding on to his opponent with a thread of mana, he pulled it towards himself in order to take the magician along with him. The string of mana turned out to be quite strong, and the enemy really couldn't stay on his feet and flew towards the cliff, where Alice was desperately running with the hope that she would be able to catch her son. Having grabbed the thread tighter, Art was not going to let it go. He hung over the edge, unable to grab onto anything. The enemy mage couldn't do anything. Only at the last moment he grabbed the edge of the earth's surface of the rock with the fingertips of his right hand. However, a moment later his hand slipped away. He flew down with a scream after the guy who caught him with a thread of mana. Durden, who possessed earth magic, rushed after them, but it was too late. Having created a huge hand, he did not have time to save the baby, but he managed to hold back the pregnant Alice, who wanted to jump after her crazy 4-year-old son. Seeing that his mother was safe, Art felt much calmer. He couldn't do anything about the fact that he was already flying down. With tears in his eyes, he knew that everyone else would be fine, and they had almost dealt with the bandits' forces, but he couldn't hide his sadness about the fact that he always wanted to be the older brother. As he fell, some memories from his past began to come back to him obsessively. As a king, he lived in a beautiful room, but his health did not allow him to enjoy life as he wanted. By opening the door before the beautiful servant entered the room, he frightened the girl who was bringing him breakfast. Everyone respected him because he, like King Gray, was a wonderful man. That morning he changed his plans slightly, and instead of enjoying his breakfast in peace, he walked past the servants and went to the secretary. The rooms in the huge palace that belonged to him were very spacious and bright. He unexpectedly walked inside without further ado, surprising his subordinate by showing that he was busy with paperwork. The old man was very surprised, because King Gray had never come to him so suddenly before, skipping breakfast. Moreover, he was worried about the ruler's behavior, considering his state of health. King Gray walked inside and didn't even say a word. He just looked at the portraits hanging all over the room. Here were depicted portraits of the members of the council that actually governed the country, its politics, and economy. Among them was his personal portrait from the time when he was in good health. It marked the time when he still had the power to influence events. In a world beset by problems such as declining birth rates and limited resources, wars had been replaced by duels and armies of kings. King Gray was one of those who stood at the forefront when it came to defending the interests of his state. Seeing how closely the ruler looked at the portraits, his advisor said that the king's works were truly worthy of admiration. Walking slowly towards the king, he said that while it was useful to participate in the council, he could not lie and say that he did not envy the glory and fame that kings received after their victories. With a kind smile on his face, he nevertheless asked the ruler what he owed to such an unexpected visit. In response, the reserved gentleman silently reached towards his chest. After this, he took off the gold medallion, which is a symbol of the fact that he is the king of their state. Then he walked up to the table and placed the symbol of the highest position in the state on the surface. This is how he gave up his title of king. Because his life had become a real torture due to his poor health, he began to feel helpless. Having spent his entire life trying to be the strongest, he could not accept what fate had in store for him. As an orphan, King Gray dreamed of fame and glory. But when he achieved it, everyone he held dear disappeared. He was willing to give up everything he had in that life for the chance to return to Ashbur and see his comrades again. After some time, he woke up again in Arthur's body. He didn't understand where he was, because the last thing he remembered was how he fell off the cliff and flew down with no chance of survival. Next to him lay some small backpack with supplies that were scattered on the grass. On the other side, he saw a body into which his knife was stuck. It was the mage he had dragged with him. He couldn't survive the fall from such a height. The smell he smelled made him feel sick. Gathering his determination, he decided that he could not pass up a second chance at life. Next to him, there was still a briefcase with some berries. Arthur decided to try to reach them. His body was wounded, he was covered in bruises and cuts. Reaching for the supplies of the fallen enemy, he ate as many berries as he could, then quenched his thirst with water. Falling back again, he felt weakness not leaving him. Grateful for this treat, he fell asleep again. The next morning, he was awakened by the singing of birds, attracted by the body of his fallen enemy. Despite the strong trembling in his body, he tried to get up from the ground. It was too difficult, and after each attempt, he fell on his back again. Sighing heavily, the wounded Arthur decided to collect his thoughts. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on his body. He was severely weakened due to some of his mana pathways being disrupted by the fall, and it seemed like a miracle that he survived. Gathering all his strength together, he concentrated on his legs, strengthening them with mana. With incredible difficulty, he managed to stay on his feet. Although the trembling throughout his body did not stop, he could now at least move somehow. He didn't know where he should go, because he couldn't return to the team due to the height of the cliff from which he fell. The danger that this forest posed was not yet known to him, so he decided that he would need at least some kind of weapon. The only such option was the knife he plunged into his opponent's body. He had to return Jasmine's gift because it was his only hope for survival alone. Looking up again, he was horrified at how lucky he was. The cliff was so high that he could not believe that it was possible to survive such a fall. Trying to look around, he thought about how much time had passed since he found himself in this place. He didn't know where exactly he was, but it didn't matter because he had to move on. Suddenly, he heard a female voice, which said in surprise that the baby had woken up. As soon as Art heard this voice, he hid behind one of the trees in fear and began to look around. Looking with horror at the body of his dead enemy, he thought that he was the only one who could address him in this empty forest. The unfamiliar voice again asked how the boy's body was doing. The frightened guy, fearing that the corpse lying nearby was rising to its feet, tried to touch it with his stick, but in response, he again heard a female voice that said that this guy could no longer be helped. Sighing with relief, the boy was glad that he wouldn't have to fight in such a terrible condition. A moment later, he caught himself thinking that he could still hear that unknown voice. He did not trust that unknown voice, no matter how silky, smooth, and dignified it sounded. Hearing the cracking of branches, Art turned in all seriousness to a nearby bush and shouted that he demanded that the stranger identify himself. However, it turned out to be a harmless little mana beast that looked like a rabbit. The unfamiliar voice came out of nowhere again, saying that the human child would know the answers to his questions once he arrived at her home. In response, Arthur said that the stranger was speaking quite confidently, thinking that he would try to find her. Everything became clear when the voice said that he was the only one who could bring the frightened child home to his family and friends. He had no idea how the stranger knew about his situation, but getting home remained a priority. The thought that his mother might have suffered haunted him. He hoped that the entire team was unharmed and had reached Zyrus safely. In this situation, it was obvious that there was no other choice but to try to listen to the stranger. Addressing the voice, Arthur asked more politely if he could disturb the stranger so that he could honor him with his presence. In response, he heard a loud laugh, from which even the birds began to circle restlessly in the sky. The voice said with surprise that Arthur Lewis quickly grasped the essence, although he treated the unfamiliar lady a little rudely. Hearing his name, the boy wondered how a stranger with a strange magical abilities knew it. A moment later, the voice said that it was going to show the baby the way. The magical pressure was so strong that Art could barely stand on his feet. Within a moment, his vision began to fade. Instead of his surroundings, he began to see what the mysterious stranger was showing him. She showed him the path he must take to reach her refuge, which was located in one of the caves of a large mountain. Sighing heavily after the stranger canceled her technique, Arthur heard her recommendations to leave immediately before the night fell, which was fraught with danger. As Arthur's body gradually improved, leaving him with only a few injuries, he couldn't stop thinking about who he was dealing with and what magic had been used on him to save him from falling. Moreover, he did not understand how it happened that the stranger knew that they were falling off the cliff, and also why she saved only him. The more he tried to find an explanation, the more questions he had. Moving towards the huge mountain where the shelter of the mysterious lady who saved his life was located, Arthur heard a noise that was familiar to him for a long time. He decided to climb a small rock that separated him from the place where the reservoir was supposedly located. Fortunately, he was right, and there really was water nearby. Having thrown off all his clothes, he happily jumped into the water to finally bathe his body. In addition to quenching his thirst, he finally washed away the congealed blood from his body from the injuries associated with the fall from a height. There was still more than enough time, so he decided to slowly wash his clothes, humming one of the songs his mother sang. Suddenly, he heard the stranger's voice again, who said that the baby's bathing looked very cute and carefree. Hearing her voice, Arthur felt embarrassed and immediately covered his naked body. In response to this, the stranger said that he should not worry because he had nothing to look at. Now he was used to the fact that wherever he was, the stranger, who was able to talk to him from a distance, could always see what he was doing and whether he was in danger. Before setting off again, Arthur collected some water, as climbing the mountains could not have been an easy task for a child. There were also some small bushes with berries nearby, which helped him restore some energy. The mountain was to the east, so he assumed that he must be near the area belonging to the elves. However, looking at the sky, he could not confirm his assumption because he did not see the thick fog that the forest of Elshire, the kingdom of the elves, is known for. His fears of traveling through the animal glades were quelled by the fact that only small animals were present. Although he was surprised that he hadn't seen a single mana beast since he entered the forest, this place was still rich in mana. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay here long enough to replenish his mana reserves, as he had to hurry. He had to go back to his parents. His mother was pregnant, and the stress of his potential death could endanger the baby inside her. Hoping that they were still alive, he walked forward towards the stranger, who wanted to help him return to the adventurers. Closer to night, he managed to approach the mountain that the unknown lady showed him. At that moment, he heard a voice in which the stranger said that she was glad that he was able to reach her shelter safe and sound. The confused guy didn't know what to answer. He thought he was talking to a rock, so he said that he was pleased to meet her in person. In response, the stranger said that, no matter how interesting it was, she was not a sentient cluster of stones, so the boy would find her in a crevice that he could see. Arthur walked forward without hesitation, carefully looking around. He was a little nervous, but he had no choice but to continue on this path. As he walked forward resolutely, he encouraged himself with the thought that this way, he would be able to return to his mother and father. As soon as he entered inside, he heard the voice of a stranger who asked him to watch his step. She was right. The inattentive Arthur stumbled and his foot slipped. After that, he flew down screaming, because the gorge through which he entered the cave was quite high. Fortunately, having strengthened his body, although he fell on his face, he was not injured too badly. A warning that he might fall 2 stories would have been helpful, but Arthur escaped with only minor bruises. Rising to his feet, he shook the dust off his clothes and decided to look around. However, what he saw simply shocked him. Although he was not actually a 4-year-old child, even with the experience from his past life, he could not resist what he saw. A shocked Arthur fell on his butt. There was something in front of him that shook his mind. He looked into the depths of the cave with horror. The female voice he heard earlier led him to a cave, inside of which was a monster that looked like a demon. Taking a step closer, the terrifying monster said in that same female voice that he was glad to meet the child who was lost in this dangerous forest. The huge monster began to slowly walk towards Arthur. It was so tall that its sharp horns rubbed against the ceiling of the cave, causing sparks. The heavy steps of the unfamiliar monster with a female voice struck the boy's imagination. He was terrified, feeling the incredible pressure of the powerful mana of a demon-like creature. Arthur froze in place. He couldn't even move. Approaching the boy, the creature extended its hand towards him, saying in the same gentle feminine voice that if he kept his mouth so wide open, then bugs would get into it. Heeding the advice, the child closed his mouth, but tried to crawl back in fear. On the body of this monster, he suddenly noticed a large wound from which blood was slowly flowing. Suddenly he stopped, holding out his hand to Arthur. As Arthur distrustfully touched the creature's huge finger, a female voice said that it would take him time to open a spatial rift strong enough to get him home. Moreover, at this time, they could not leave the cave, because there were special plants here that could feed them until this mysterious creature restored its energy to create a spatial rift. Rising to his feet, Arthur hesitantly thanked the mysterious lady. Looking around, he was surprised that such unusual plants, which he had not seen outside, could calmly exist in a completely dark cave. Arthur walked closer to one of the plants and, taking a closer look, decided that they looked quite edible. Seeing his reflection in a huge berry, he suddenly became sad. It was connected to his memories of his family. He was still worried and couldn't know for sure if they were okay. After a moment, he tried to stop thinking about it, because such thoughts would only slow down his return to his family. Suddenly, his whole body began to tremble as an unfamiliar but friendly creature, reminiscent of some kind of demon, crouched down towards him. It seems the lady wanted to show him which berries are much tastier. Although Arthur was afraid of her size and the fact that he didn't know who she was, her concern began to inspire confidence in him. Having enjoyed the local fruits to their heart's content, they sat down next to each other. Arthur didn't know where to start the conversation. Remembering that the being next to him was a lady, he asked if there was a better way to address her. In response, the mysterious being said that her name was Sylvia. When Arthur asked if he could ask her a few questions, Sylvia replied that she didn't mind, although she probably wouldn't be able to answer everything he wanted to know. With the fear of Sylvia's appearance slowly fading, he began to ask her all the questions that had been on his mind since he woke up from falling off the cliff where the battle with the bandits had taken place. First of all, he wanted to know where they were, why Sylvia was all alone, where she was from, and how she got so seriously injured. He also wanted to know why she had saved only him. The first question was simple enough. They were in a narrow zone near the Elshira forest. No one knew about this place, which is located near the animal fields because Sylvia protected it from anyone who came near. As it turned out, Arthur was the first to enter this place with her permission. Hearing his name said in such a formal tone, the boy said that the family called him by his shortened name, so Sylvia could also use a more convenient version of the name. Mrs. Sylvia didn't mind. She happily replied that she would then also call him by his name, Art. As for his second question, she replied that she was here alone only because she had no one else to be with. She raised her head and admitted that she had many enemies who desperately wanted what she had. Arthur heard some sadness in her words, so he looked at her with some sympathy. Putting her hand on her wound, Sylvia explained that in the last battle with the enemies, before she was able to escape, she took a serious blow. Rising to her feet, she thought about the question of why she decided to save a human child unknown to her, who in a desperate battle saved his comrades, taking the enemy mage with him. She supposed that one of the reasons could be that she was touched by the boy's courage and self-sacrifice. On the other hand, she did not rule out the possibility that she simply felt lonely. She could not say for sure because she herself did not quite understand why she did it. Climbing up to the throne-like place, Sylvia apologized to her dear guest, saying that it was already night. Her wound had been festering all this time, so he had to be in good condition to begin working on the spatial rift. With a kind smile on his face, Art thanked her for her concern and wished her good night. After these words, he thought about what his first impression of Sylvia was. When the terrifying figure dressed in dark armor appeared before him, he could not even think how lonely she looked. All he could think about then was the fear she inspired with her menacing appearance. Before falling asleep, Sylvia remembered that she should have said that her vision could not reach the place where Arthur's friends were heading. Yet she could say with confidence that his family and friends were safe. Arthur was so immersed in their conversation that he completely forgot about his worries about his family. Hearing that they were safe, he was so touched that he didn't know how to respond. He was so happy that he couldn't hold back his tears. He sincerely thanked Sylvia for telling him such good news. Spending time together turned out to be more interesting than he expected. Arthur and Sylvia would talk for hours about different things when she wasn't preparing to create the portal. Those hours flowed into days, and those days into weeks, as they spent every moment in each other's company. And although Sylvia never spoke about her life, he gradually began to understand what kind of person this mysterious creature was. In his free time, Arthur continued to train. He meditated, concentrating on mana, replenishing his reserves. As it turned out, this cave was also overflowing with mana, which had a great effect on his well-being. By observing Sylvia, he was able to learn a lot about what kind of person she was. Sylvia was the living embodiment of the phrase that says, "You shouldn't judge a book by its cover." Despite her appearance, she was kind, gentle, patient, and warm. When she saw him tired after training, she treated him to fruits that she carefully collected especially for him. She reminded him of his mother and that she, too, was gentle and kind. Like his own mother, Sylvia also scolded him harshly when he made mistakes. Remembering something unpleasant, Arthur put his hand to his forehead, on which he had a noticeable abrasion. While in the cave, he at some point expressed his dislike for the bandits. He was filled with rage towards them and did not hold back his anger, saying that they deserved death and worse if any of them survived. Moreover, he even intended to track down those who managed to survive after the battle with the adventurers. Seeing his heart full of anger, Sylvia could not support him. All she could do for him at that moment was give him a slap on the wrist that would put him in his place. He felt the force of her finger on his forehead, and in an instant, he forgot about the bandits and flew back several meters, hitting the back of his head on a stone. Rising to his feet, he asked emotionally why she had suddenly done this. Sitting down next to him, Sylvia said that she couldn't argue with Art's being right about those bandits deserving death. She decided not to spare the life of the mage he had fallen with for the same reason. However, she sincerely did not want the baby to allow his heart to be darkened by hatred and revenge, because this would only harm him. Her flick had a lesson to teach him. She wanted him to continue to walk through life proudly instead of filling himself with such feelings. She asked him to understand that he would encounter many more troubles, but to overcome all the difficulties, he must control himself, so as not to let grief and anger corrode his mind. A true man must learn from others and look to the future with a smile, because only then can he win. Despite her intimidating appearance, she lay down next to the baby and put her finger on his forehead. then asked him excitedly if she had hit him too hard. She was worried that he was still in pain. A lecture on morality and life by a figure who seemed to be the embodiment of evil strangely struck the boy, who had actually come a long way in life in the past, being the king of an entire kingdom. He was so immersed in thinking about how multifaceted Sylvia was that he momentarily disconnected from reality. The excited question of why he wasn't eating fruit brought him back to consciousness. So as not to offend Sylvia, he replied with a kind smile that everything was fine. After that, he continued to enjoy the rare berries, but suddenly noticed something that excited him. Sylvia's wound looked much worse than before. To put him at ease, she replied that everything was fine and that her wound was thus cleaning itself. With a thoughtful look, she said that she had a question that had been bothering her lately. She knew very well that people usually awaken their abilities at the age of 12 or 13. Seeing the mana flow of the little boy, she did not understand how he had formed a core that was already capable of using effective techniques, which is better than many full-fledged mages. Art didn't know her well yet, and despite her trust, he didn't admit how he achieved this, but only proudly said that this is why his parents call him a genius. In response, Miss Sylvia suggested that if this was indeed the case, then he would be able to learn a technique that would greatly help him with his development. Arthur didn't know what kind of training Sylvia was talking about when she suddenly stood up to her full height. After taking a few steps, Sylvia demonstrated a mana absorption technique that could be used while moving and even during combat if the user was good enough. Seeing her ability with his own eyes, the guy was shocked. He asked in confusion how she managed to do something so out of the ordinary. With a smile on her face, Sylvia explained that humans had a very linear way of thinking about mana, which led to them severely limiting their abilities. She suggested simply starting with small, meaningless movements, from which they could progress further. Looking at his hands, Arthur, who had previously gathered mana through full concentration during meditation, thought that he would not lose anything if he listened to her words and tried to do so. By moving his hand, he was indeed able to gather a small amount of mana from the surroundings, but his absorption was quickly cut off. Maintaining this state was very difficult in practice. In response, Sylvia explained that mana beasts learn to do this naturally, but since humans usually wake up much later, their bodies are not capable of multitasking like this. However, she didn't think that he had no chance of mastering this technique because he was human. Considering that he had obtained the mana core at such a young age, she believed that if he trained hard enough, he would definitely succeed. With a smile on his face, Arthur took her compliment positively. He knew that this ability would be an incredible advantage in the future. So with a determined smile and a glint in his eyes, he said that he would do his best to live up to Sylvia's hopes. Sylvia had no doubt that this guy would succeed. While creating the portal, she watched him gradually improve his progress in mastering the technique that ordinary people cannot even dream of. It was difficult to concentrate on my clumsy, childish body and absorbing mana at the same time. While concentrating on absorbing mana, he often fell to the ground, forgetting that his body was still not independent. However, practicing this skill fully meant being able to fight effectively while maintaining a steady internal flow of mana. This skill could make his future battles much easier. The hard training was not limited to the usual movements. Once he had achieved success in absorbing mana in a stance, he moved on to more practical exercises. Swinging the branch as if it were a sword, he began to perfect his control over mana absorption. Even after he performed a series of attacks that required serious concentration, his mana absorption did not stop. He couldn't believe his incredible success, so he happily turned to Sylvia and told her that he had really done it. However, in response, he heard only the rumble of her heavy body falling onto the stone surface. Sylvia had lost too much strength, and her injuries were only getting worse. Seeing her in such a state, Art, who had been busy with his studies all this time, felt incredible despair. He rushed towards her in a hurry to try to help her somehow. Coming closer, he asked what had happened. Grabbing her hand, he began to pull her towards himself with a tremor running through his entire body. His strength wasn't even close to enough to move her in any way. Strengthening his body with mana, he pulled her towards himself with a cry. With such incredible effort, he managed to turn her with the wound facing up. At that moment, he saw that her wound was quickly getting worse. Looking at the portal that he hadn't noticed before, he realized that it had most likely taken too much power from her. The worried guy understood that this happened because she cared about him too much. All this time, she was so kind and gentle with him, like a mother. She didn't let him see what state she was in all this time, trying to bring him back. The realization of how much she had neglected herself to bring him home brought Arthur to his knees. He was in despair, realizing that although she was getting worse, she continued to support the portal. Sylvia held out her hand to him and said in a weakened voice that everything was fine. Taking hold of her huge hand with his childish palms, he could not contain his emotions. With tears in his eyes, he said that he couldn't think that everything was okay when she was dying because of him. For the first time, he cried longer than he would even admit. King Gray, who was reincarnated in this world, cried for the first time like the child he was outside. He could not calm down, no matter how hard he tried to contain his feelings. Turning to him with a smile, Sylvia said that he should hurry up, because they did not have much time left together, and she wanted him not to blame himself for anything. Trying to hold back his tears, Arthur replied in a pitiful voice that he could not help but blame himself when the lady who saved him from death sacrificed herself so that he could meet his family again. In response, Sylvia said that he was actually doing her a real favor by allowing her to leave this abandoned cave a little faster. Looking at her hand, which was starting to lose its original appearance due to the armor dissipation, she said that her name hardly suited the form in which she appeared before him. Within a moment, the yellow light that accompanied the destruction of her armor spread throughout Sylvia's entire body. After this, large, luxurious white wings appeared on her back. Shielding his eyes from the blinding light, Arthur was unable to utter a word from what he saw. Now Sylvia appeared before him in her true form, being a beautiful white flying dragon with amazing feathers and many golden runes all over her body. Looking at the baby, she asked if she now lived up to the name he had introduced himself with. Arthur was in an indescribable shock from the thought that the lady who was kind to him, who looked like the embodiment of evil, actually turned out to be a beautiful dragon. The powerful magical being replied that she understood that humans probably called her kind dragons. Agreeing with his assumption, she added that unfortunately for them, they had little time for idle chatter due to her having returned to her true form. Turning towards the portal, she said that she must use her original form to complete this portal. When her disguise disappeared, it meant that those Arthur should not meet would soon arrive. The baby was alarmed by the mention of Sylvia being in danger from some strangers. However, the loud ringing and bright light from the portal prevented him from asking a question. Sylvia asked him to listen carefully to what she was about to say. There were a couple more things she needed to tell him before they parted. First, she handed him a strange colored stone with some amazing power. The object was not heavy, but Arthur could not utter a word because he felt that he could barely hold the stone in his hands. After this, Sylvia tore one feather from her wings. She asked the boy to take the feather to wrap around the egg to hide the object's aura. The boy was surprised and could not utter a word, because he knew what incredible value a dragon feather had. Before he could answer her, she suddenly bit him softly on the leg, pushing his entire small body forward with her nose. A moment later, the guy felt a sudden burning sensation on his skin. The clothes on his arms suddenly began to tear as strange golden runes appeared, similar to those on Sylvia's body. Feeling this heat, Arthur began to scream, and his eyes began to glow purple. When the pain ended, the runes disappeared, and Art fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Sylvia, trembling and barely able to stand on her front paws, said in a weakened voice that what she had given him would manifest itself after some time had passed. Looking at Sylvia's eyes, which no longer had a purple tint and seemed to be fading away, a worried Arthur asked if everything was okay with her. In response, Sylvia said that she was going to open a portal. She didn't have time to choose the exact location, but she said that the baby would definitely be somewhere near his family and their friends, so he should hurry. Arthur said that he couldn't just leave her in this place, but at that very moment he heard a loud roar, from which the cave began to collapse and stones from its ceiling fell in his direction. The frightened boy did not have time to move aside and only covered himself with his hand, closing his eyes. Sylvia saved him, wrapping him with her large wing. At that moment, it became clear that this was connected with the appearance of uninvited guests. A terrifying stranger addressed Lady Sylvia and said that he advised her to cease her obstinacy and hand over to them the object for which they were persecuting her. Walking slowly forward, the being in battle armor, similar to the one Sylvia used, said that if she listened to his advice, then he might even heal her wound. Peering between the feathers of Sylvia's wing, Arthur noticed the resemblance of the stranger's appearance to the previous form of the lady who had treated him so carefully. When the enemy said that Sylvia had caused them a lot of trouble after hiding in this cave, time suddenly stopped. The small area they were in seemed to freeze under the effects of Sylvia's technique. Using this power to buy herself some more time, she said that she had something to confess. It was hard for her to say that she had actually deliberately prolonged the creation of the transportation spell so that she could spend more time with him. She did not ask him to forgive her for this, but she hoped that he would listen to another request that she considered selfish. Looking at the baby, she asked with tears on her face if he could call her grandma just once. Trying to hold back his tears, he grabbed her wing with a shudder. In a weak voice, holding back his emotions, Arthur asked her to just go with him. He shouted that he didn't know what she did, but he didn't care because they could just leave this place together. Tears began to well up in Sylvia's eyes again as she barely remained conscious. She said that they both understood perfectly well that this was impossible. After these words, she removed her wing from his hands. With a flap of her wing, she said goodbye to him and threw him into the portal. Arthur couldn't do anything about it, so he just reached out his hand towards her with tears in his eyes. He could not accept her sacrifice until the very end. Sylvia looked down with her head down, so as not to hurt the baby even more. At the last moment, she heard him address her as grandmother. Hearing this, she felt some relief. Introducing him to her children, she thanked him for this wonderful time. Having entered the teleport, the guy was immediately transported closer to the elven forest and found himself on the ground. There was no way back, and he was completely devastated. He could not contain his emotions, realizing his helplessness. Sylvia decided to leave herself and did so in order not to involve him in a dangerous situation. He knew he would never have a chance to see her again. Out of all this hopelessness, Arthur began to scream loudly, frightening all the birds in the area. He did not get up until the morning and only looked at the sky. Memories of the 4 months spent with Sylvia swirled through my head. It was both a long and short time during which Sylvia treated him like her own family, teaching him what he had been missing since he came into this world. It wasn't about techniques at all, but about how he should live his life. Suddenly, the guy felt a familiar voice and jumped up. He suddenly heard Sylvia's voice. The guy was shocked that she kept in touch with him despite what happened. However, after the next words, the guy understood why he could hear her. She said that if he listened to her voice, it meant that she had shown him who she really was. Most likely, Sylvia left him a message in advance, at the moment when she handed him the beautiful colored stone. She then went on to say that no matter how unpleasant it was, the baby was not even close to being ready for the truth about her. She said that his body was that of a boy who was 4 years old, and although his mana core had already reached the crimson stage, he was still not strong enough. As a small parting gift, she imbued him with her unique gift, so his future development as a mage will depend on how well he can use her power. Putting his hand to his chest, a devastated Arthur thought about how he hadn't asked her for any gift, as he would have preferred her to stay alive. At that moment, Sylvia, who had prepared this message in advance, seemed to have predicted that he was feeling sadness, anger, and guilt. She said that she understood his feelings perfectly, but she wanted him to remember that he had a family to take care of and a purpose to fulfill in this life. All she could wish for him was to embrace the joy and innocence of childhood and become a man that she and his parents could be proud of. As for further explanations, she mentioned that he would hear her again once his mana core passed the white stage. Picking up a stone wrapped in a dragon feather from the ground, Arthur heard her last words of farewell. Suddenly, he heard her call him by a name other than the one he had introduced himself by. Sylvia knew that he was actually King Grey, who ended up in this body after being reincarnated. The questions continued to torment him long after Sylvia's voice had disappeared. He wondered how long she had known his true identity and how she had even found out. Despite these thoughts, he understood that none of this mattered because the main thing was to learn the lesson she had taught him. If he had focused only on training for revenge, then this life would hardly be any different from his past. Now he could only move forward, not only for himself, but also for the sake of the people close to him, whom he feared losing the most. Having thrown off his disturbing thoughts and returned to reality, he asked himself a very pressing question regarding where he had ended up. There was no point in wasting time in one place. Strengthening his body with mana, Arthur rushed forward. He moved through the forest at great speed, but everything seemed the same as before. To get a better look at where he was, the guy decided to climb a tall tree. Looking around, he did not find any familiar landscapes. Even with mana, his vision was still limited. However, one thing was clear: he was deep in the Elshire forest. Even though it was the depths of a huge magical forest, there were no scary beasts around it. As he moved through the forest, jumping from tree to tree, he struggled to use the mana rotation that Sylvia had taught him. Despite this, he could still admit that with this technique, he had the ability to use magic for much longer than before. Although the place seemed safe and favorable for further movement, he couldn't help but wonder how he ended up here. Sylvia had said earlier that he would end up with other people. Still, he believed her and decided that it was worth continuing to look around. King Gray, in his 4-year-old body, found some amusement in moving through the trees like a monkey. Suddenly, he heard some scream. A neural connection immediately triggered in his little monkey head because he realized that this cry was similar to the cry of a human. At that moment, he decided to go on reconnaissance, approaching the probable place where there might be people. Without leaving the tree, he noticed people nearby who had a fairly large cart. A smile appeared on his face at the thought that it would not be difficult for them to take along such a lively and useful little boy like him. And yet the scream he heard recently made him wary. He decided not to show himself to strangers until it became clear who he was dealing with. Going down, he looked around to find out who these people with the cart really were. By concentrating magic on his ear, he greatly enhanced his hearing. Suddenly, he heard a weakened child's voice begging for help. The armed men standing next to the cart were preparing to leave, saying that only a few days separated them from this cursed forest. Addressing his boss, one of the 3 strangers said that many people love elven girls, and the one they caught would definitely bring a lot of money. Hearing this, Art began to lose control of himself. He angrily dug his fingers into the bark of the tree on which he stood. He was filled with rage because the people he met were the slave traders he hated so much. In their arms was a little girl belonging to the elven tribe. Arthur had no idea how these pigs had managed to get their hands on the forest hounds that pulled their cart, but he knew that getting one of them out would be his ticket out of the woods. Seeing the 4 slavers after everything that had happened to him lately, he finally felt like he had a chance to let off some steam. Despite his desire to return home, he still needed a plan. Dealing with these slave traders was the best solution to get supplies and transportation. Chasing them all the way, he decided that attacking right away would be too dangerous, as fighting against all 4 adult bandits would be suicide even with his skill level. He decided to wait until nightfall, when he would have a chance to take advantage of the moment when they stopped and set up camp. Everything happened as he wanted. When the enemies stopped, he continued to absorb mana, preparing for battle. Gaining strength, he waited for one of the assassins to come near him. The enemies were located very close, and he decided to create a pretext for them to separate. While on the branch, the boy picked one of the acorns. Arthur, like a genius of stealth combat, used it wisely. He threw it into a tree near the forest hounds, causing them to bark loudly. The slave traders were not happy about the animals making so much noise that they could wake up the harsh forest. The man with the black beard decided to calm the hounds down on his own. He moved away from the rest of his comrades, but was still armed. Without a weapon, Arthur was forced to use a technique from his previous life. When he had no weapon, he used Kai energy to transform his palm into a razor-sharp blade. He wasn't sure if it would work, but the dense concentration of mana was quite deadly. The enemy fighter was trying to calm the hounds when he suddenly heard a crash near the tree behind him. When he looked around, he saw a child approaching him at great speed. He didn't even have a chance to avoid the deadly blow to the neck. Grabbing him by the clothes, he looked with hatred at the pathetic slave trader who no longer threatened this world. The stupid bandit who was going to calm the hounds became food for them. He also helped the little assassin because he brought with him a knife, which became Arthur's new weapon. The other slavers were pleased that the dogs had fallen silent, but one of them wondered why their comrade was taking so long to return to camp. The fat bandit was already drunk, so he decided to go on reconnaissance, thinking that his comrade had simply stayed behind to relieve himself. When he reached the place where the hounds were, he was horrified by what he saw. However, just as he was about to scream for help, Arthur appeared behind him and covered his mouth, holding his knife to his neck. There was no point in playing with him, so he finished off the second slaver without hesitation. As he expected, fighting in the baby's body was harder and more tiring. He knew it would be better if he finished this as soon as possible before the others woke up. However, as soon as he got close to the slaver's cart, he heard the enemies begin to rise to their feet and hurry outside. Arthur didn't even think about fighting 2 bandits at the same time, so he decided to hide for the time being. As it turned out, they had come outside because of the noise that was keeping them awake. Seeing that their comrades were not there, they became alarmed and began to examine the surroundings. For a moment, the forest was plunged into silence, and even the previously noisy hounds suddenly fell silent. The bald bandit, who was standing next to the cart, suddenly heard a gust of wind next to him. A moment later, a child appeared in front of him at great speed, and he barely managed to block a knife strike. Even so, Arthur was incomparably faster than his opponent. A moment later, he made another quick dash, with which he wounded his opponent's legs, cutting his tendons. The bald bandit could no longer move. He screamed in pain, which attracted the attention of their boss, who moved a short distance away from the cart. Addressing the leader, the wounded bald bandit said that this boy was a very dangerous and fast magician. Upon hearing that the child was a magician, the last of the bandits suddenly decided to throw away his sword. Using magic, he strengthened his fists, similar to what Arthur did. He said that since he was dealing with a wizard boy, then he would try not to kill the golden egg that had just landed next to them. As it turned out, such a rare find as Arthur could bring them even more money than the little elf they caught. In just a moment, this disgusting madman was behind the child with great speed, ready to strike. Arthur barely managed to dodge the blow that destroyed the surface beneath their feet. Arthur decided to step back, considering how fast the enemy was. A moment later, he stopped the enemy by throwing a stone at him. The angry bandit, wiping his face, began to wonder where the child got such strength that could injure his body. A moment later, a magic-enhanced knife, controlled by a thread of mana, flew towards him. Having caught the weapon, the enemy mage cut the thread with which Arthur controlled the knife. With a crazy smile, he said that he was surprised that the little magician knew a couple of cute tricks. After that, he threw a knife at Arthur, which he barely managed to block. The enemy turned out to be too fast, and it was too late to dodge his attack. Covering his face, Arthur took a hard kick to the stomach. From such a strong blow from an adult magician, he flew to the side where his knife lay nearby. Arthur was still unable to move after this blow, so the enemy took advantage of this and, calling him a bag of gold, grabbed the baby by the leg. Lifting the trembling boy, the vile bandit offered him to surrender, saying that he could do nothing with his small body. However, at that very moment, the guy reached for the bandit's hand and squeezed it with all his strength. He noticed that the condensation of mana, like a blade, behaved like wind magic. From this, he guessed how mana should behave in order to use fire. Within moments, he had caused a powerful explosion with the palms of his hands, which he had grabbed the slave trader's hand with. A powerful flame rose up around them as Arthur used a rather impressive amount of mana. The madman's hand was completely destroyed, and he began to scream frantically. Taking advantage of his enemy's panic, Arthur regained control of the knife. The bandit shouted that he didn't care about the baby's life anymore, and that he would definitely finish him off. Overcome with rage, he didn't notice how Arthur appeared behind him. Hiding in the dust, he finished off his opponent by throwing a mana-enhanced knife at him. Returning the weapon back to his hands, Arthur, with a cold gaze, enjoyed the revenge he had carried out. As he started walking towards the cart, the last bandit, who could not move, began to beg him for mercy. With a menacing look, Arthur replied that he had no doubt that the little girl they had captured had also begged them for mercy. Having finished with the last of the slavers, he opened the curtain of the cart and saw a crying girl from the elven tribe. He saw how scared she was, so with a kind smile he extended his hand towards her, saying that it was now safe here and she could return home. Seeing the kind young man in front of her, she began to cry with joy. Before he took her out of the carriage, he decided to cover her eyes so that she would not see the battlefield. When he had taken her far enough, he removed the blindfold from her eyes. The girl looked very sad. Her green eyes seemed empty. In front of her, she again saw the kind face of her savior, who miraculously dealt with the attackers despite his young age. A little shyly, she hesitantly thanked him for his help. As soon as Arthur heard the cherished words, he shocked her by immediately turning around and saying goodbye with a smile. It turned out to be not so easy to quickly get away from the little elf. She clung to his clothes with a very pitiful look, which indicated that she was very scared, and only a piece of shit would abandon such a sweet little girl in the forest. Arthur was a little confused, so he explained that he should hurry home. He again said that those bad guys she had encountered would not be after her anymore. As he tried to leave, he said that he had heard that this magical forest was a very safe place for elves. In response to his words, the girl began to shake her head, saying that her abduction was proof that the forest was fraught with danger. With tears streaming down her face, she said sheepishly that mana beasts were only afraid of adult elves. When she said that her parents said that hounds and tree golems ate children, Arthur grabbed his head, realizing that he had stumbled upon an intrusive and problematic girl. Having no other choice, he reluctantly agreed to help her get home, then asked how long it would take to get to where she lived. The situation was made worse by her obvious lie that she didn't know it. Sighing heavily, Arthur decided to come to terms with the situation. After that, he began to walk in the opposite direction, warning her that she should stay where she was. The frightened girl decided that he was going to run away from her, but seeing her reaction, Art awkwardly explained that he just wanted to collect some supplies because he did not know how long their trip would be. With a sweet smile and a blush on her face, the little elf thanked him for his concern. Returning to the camp that the slave traders had set up, Arthur gathered everything he could for the upcoming journey. None of them knew how long the trip would take, so he also had to think about the return. Unfortunately, they couldn't take the whole wagon with them, so he packed the necessary supplies in a large travel backpack. Besides, it would be inhumane to leave the hounds in this place. Art decided to free them, realizing that they were not a threat to him. As he left the camp, he hoped that when he brought the girl back, the elves would help him return to the human kingdom. Returning to the place where he left the elven girl, Art saw her playing with some beautiful butterfly. It was already dark, so he took out of his backpack the cloak he had found in the carriage. He assumed that these clothes belonged to her, so he asked her to put them on, because the nights in the forest were very cold. With a sparkle in her eyes, the elf thanked him for the clothes. After that, he patted her on the head as if he himself was not a child. It seemed that now he was even glad of her company, so he said with a smile that he would definitely bring her home. As they walked in the vague direction she had indicated, he learned more about her. They met and the girl told him that her name was Tessia. She was interested in how Arthur got to the elven forest. The story was too long, so the boy briefly said that he was separated from his family, with whom they traveled to the human city. Along the way, they encountered some animals that, as Tessia had mentioned, were only afraid of adults, but were dangerous to children. Such encounters were not isolated, but Arthur easily overcame the obstacles. When she learned that Arthur was from the human kingdom, Tess asked a strange question, wondering if it was true that all human men were perverts who had multiple wives. Upon hearing this, Arthur was surprised by her strange idea of people. As it turned out, she heard about it from her grandfather. Arthur replied that he had no doubt that there were perverts among the elves too. However, when he asked her if she knew what a pervert was, she said no. To satisfy her interest, he still did not explain to her the meaning of this adult concept, but explained that usually only some nobles have several wives, which is probably common among elves as well. The more adequate questions were Arthur's. When he asked about what life was like in Eleanor, the little elf happily replied that it was fun. She spent a lot of time with her guardians and grandfather, as her mother and father were very busy. She was really looking forward to the moment of her awakening, because then she would get a mentor to train with. Hearing this, Arthur was surprised at how good the education was in Eleanor, since each mage was assigned an individual mentor immediately after awakening. During dinner, the modest elf once again inquired about what had happened to the bandits who had attacked them. Arthur could not tell her the whole truth, so he simply said that they had been in a nasty accident, but promised that she would never see them again. Hearing this, the little elf sincerely thanked him for everything he did for her. When it began to get dark, Arthur set up a small tent. The fire had already died down, but Tessia continued to sit outside. Arthur, realizing that she was in no hurry to go inside, reminded her that she needed to get some sleep. In response, the elf, covered with a warm blanket, asked why he wasn't coming. Arthur, leading her into the tent, said with a good laugh that he would guard her outside. Once he had apparently put her to bed, he decided to use the free time to find out what kind of will Sylvia had left him. However, he was suddenly interrupted by a rustling sound, after which Tessia, with a blush on her face, looked out again. She asked Arthur if he was sure he didn't need rest. She said hesitantly that her grandfather had told her never to share a bed with a boy, but she promised not to tell him. Looking back at the obsessive girl, he reassured her with the words that everything was fine and he didn't need sleep. She agreed with his words, looking slightly upset. A few minutes later, Arthur was interrupted again by a rustling sound from the tent, and this time Tessia said that the animals would most likely attack if they saw him outside because he was a child. With the same embarrassed and uncertain tone, she suggested that for their common safety, he guard the tent from the inside. Arthur couldn't do anything about it. He knew that if he continued to resist, then both of them would not be able to sleep. When he entered the tent, Tessia began to justify herself by saying that she had not dragged him inside because she was scared. In response, Arthur sat down next to her and asked her to rest after a hard day. It seems he became the first person she could trust. Most likely this was due to the fact that they were the same age. Grabbing the smiling and kind human child by his clothes, Tessia made sure that he would definitely not run away from her. After that, she finally fell asleep. Arthur knew that she had been through a tough time, so it would be better if he stayed inside so that she could get a good rest. The next morning, they continued their journey, and the unfamiliar surroundings and the rapidly passing time was their only progress. Spending time together turned out to be quite fun. After the first conversation with Tessia, her fears went away, and it was clear that she had no idea how to interact with boys her age. Despite this, she looked really happy because she always had a smile and a blush on her face. Although he was glad of such company, his anxiety about his family and impatience to return home did not leave him in a better mood. All this time, he tried not to show that something was bothering him. When communicating with Tessia, he continued to behave cheerfully and carefree so that she would also be in a good mood. Towards evening, they stopped again to set up camp. While Tessia was busy keeping the fire going, Arthur was once again setting up the tent for the night. However, at one point, the hammer fell out of his hands. He clutched his stomach and began to writhe in pain. In fact, at times, his journey seemed almost unbearable due to the excruciating pain that emanated from his mana core. They were extremely unpredictable, so no matter how hard he tried, it was very difficult to hide it from Tessia. He had no idea why this was happening. Seeing the elven girl's anxiety, he reassured her, saying that he was fine and that this was only a temporary problem. It was clear from her face that she was very worried because she couldn't help him in any way. Similar pains recurred repeatedly even though he hardly used magic. As he continued his journey, he continued to smile so that Tessia would not worry about his condition. Despite his attempts to reassure her that everything was okay, she was still worried. Although the pain in his core often distracted him, he was still always extremely careful. The mana beasts, similar to a pack of wolves, did not give them any peace, pursuing them, considering them defenseless prey. However, when Arthur suddenly appeared in front of them using mana palm enhancement, they would run away with a frightened look. The further they walked, the more familiar locations Tessia recognized, and could even point out which road to take next. Even though they were already approaching the kingdom of the elves, the anxiety did not subside. From time to time, Arthur was forced to hide, because the attacks of pain in the core occurred more and more often. Tessia did not react to the fact that he hid from her from time to time behind trees and bushes. Art understood that despite his position, he could not admit to her the reason for such behavior, because she would worry even more. Exhausted by constant pain, during another overnight stay, he fell asleep, and Tessia made sure that he did not catch a cold by covering him with a blanket. As the days passed, Tessia began to recognize more and more of the familiar surroundings. She seemed very happy that her native kingdom was already close. However, their pace slowed as she began to tire suspiciously quickly. Arthur didn't realize that she really just wanted to spend as much time with him as possible, so he thought it necessary to take her small backpack to make the journey easier. As for him, despite strengthening his body with mana, the pain continued to increase both in frequency and in strength. It was becoming increasingly difficult to hide these fits from the worried elf. During another attack of pain, he grimaced so much that Tessia was seriously scared. In order not to make her worry even more, Arthur justified himself by saying that his stomach hurt because of the unfamiliar food of this forest. As they approached the kingdom, the forest became more and more secure. So Arthur, given his condition, did not bother to guard their camp and slept all night. They continued to travel, and now Tessia was not shy about talking. She suddenly stopped him because she was very nervous before asking a question. A little embarrassed, she said with a blush that since they had become close friends, she would like to call him by the name his family did. Hearing this, he said in a nonchalant voice that he didn't mind her calling him by his shortened name, just Art. Seeing that she didn't like his reaction, he sighed heavily with a smile. After that, he embarrassed her more emotionally with a response, saying that he would be very flattered if Tessia Aerolith would call this village boy by the name of Art. It seems Tessia even took offense at him and said that he was speaking strangely again, as if he were not a boy, but some old man. In response, Arthur jokingly said that it was better than being a crybaby who couldn't even go to the toilet without him and constantly walked around with her eyes and ears closed. These words embarrassed her so much that she began to try to shut his mouth. While playing as a child with a 40-year-old man in the body of a 4-year-old child, Tessia suddenly saw a magical rune on one of the trees. At that moment, her face lit up and she joyfully shouted that she had seen the place they were looking for. She pointed her finger at a cluster of trees and began to run in that direction. In response, Arthur replied with a sickening expression that he too could see something, but clarified that he was talking about the moss, leaves, fog, and trees that they had seen before. Realizing that they were near the entrance to the kingdom of the elves, Arthur was already thinking that it was time to say goodbye. In fact, he was glad to meet them, because despite the mental difference in age during this journey, they became quite close. Running towards the trees, Tessia began to look for runes and touch them. Touching each of the trees, she triggered the mechanism that activated the portal. It was the first time Arthur had seen such technology using mana, and Tessia, who couldn't contain her emotions of joy at returning home, began to unconsciously move her cute ears. A moment later, a magic spell was cast on the largest of the trees, which was accompanied by a loud rustling sound. The gates opened in front of them, and Tessia immediately went forward. Arthur remained behind, waiting for her to say goodbye. However, instead, Tessia looked in his direction and extended her hand, asking him to hurry. Moving through the teleporter was not the most pleasant experience for Arthur. A joyful Tessia asked him to quickly get to his feet, because they had finally arrived. The gates from the side of the elven kingdom looked completely different. Next to them stood two huge statues of great warriors. Arthur raised his head and opened his mouth wide in surprise. Buildings, houses, and shops, all of this was located in the middle of an ancient, untouched forest. Seeing the portal activated, people began to look in its direction, because usually elves do not leave the borders of their kingdom. Suddenly, a bright green glow of wind magic appeared in front of them. Arthur thought the locals were hostile towards them, so he grabbed his knife, but Tessia stopped him without hesitation and continued to watch. As it turned out, it was a technique of stealth movement using wind magic. An elite squad of 11 mages appeared before them. They knelt down and greeted the princess of the kingdom with one voice. Hearing this, Arthur could not utter a word. He began to look at Tessia and the elite mages in panic, asking what they were talking about. With a sweet, yet still shy smile, she simply nodded her head, agreeing that she was the princess of the elven kingdom. Bowing his head to the princess, the loyal elite elven soldier said that they arrived as soon as they noticed that the royal teleportation gate had been used. As soon as he started talking about how they had already reported this to the king and queen, the royal carriage appeared out of nowhere in the square. Lord Alduin Aerolith and Mariel Aerolith, who are King and Queen Eleanor, excitedly rushed towards their daughter. After them, Tessia's grandfather walked out with a slow but important step. His name is Virian Aerolith, a stern elven man with a name that is featured in every history book in the world. He is the former king of Eleanor, who led the last war against humanity. For an elf like him, seeing a human child next to his granddaughter was very unexpected. Despite this, he smiled sincerely, being glad that the princess of the kingdom had returned safe and sound. Arthur, seeing Tessia's indecision, decided to kick her towards the family so that they could quickly hug after such a difficult and long time. She didn't resist and started running towards her mother. The moment of family reunion was very touching and long awaited. The father and mother lovingly hugged their daughter, and the grandfather, standing nearby, was happy that everything went without tragedy. With a smile on his face, Arthur wondered if his mom and dad would react like this when they saw him. He was so touched by this moment that he couldn't wait for the day when he would see his family again. Rising to his feet, King Eleanor regained his cool and reasonable demeanor, and then thanked the human child, saying that these words belonged to him not only as King Eleanor, but also as the father of this girl. After that, he said that as a small gesture of gratitude for helping Tessia come home, they invited him to come to their house, where he could rest a little and then tell about what happened. Although the elven king's tone was gentle, his eyes showed that this was not a proposal, but an order. Even so, Arthur, using his privileges as the respected savior of the princess, said that he was flattered. However, just as he was about to utter words of polite refusal due to his own family circumstances, the princess of the elven kingdom suddenly grabbed his hand. Tessia's behavior was so unexpected that not only the royal family, but also their guards froze in place in surprise. With a happy expression on her face, she happily grabbed his hand and asked him to follow her quickly, as she wanted to show him a lot of things. The boy couldn't resist her desire. He expected to see an impressive castle after learning that she was a princess, but what he saw was not what he imagined. The castle where the royal family of the elves lived was located on one of the huge trees. It was decorated with gold, and at its entrance there were statues of the first king and queen of their state. It was simply enormous inside, with a beautiful red carpet beneath your feet, servants standing on either side with their heads bowed, and in front was a luxurious staircase leading to the reception hall. Seeing this, Arthur stopped for a moment and grabbed his head, because of the thought that it looked like he was the hero of some saccharine novel. Addressing the servants, the queen said that Arthur was their honored guest. She asked the maids to wash him and take him to the restroom. Hearing this, Arthur apologized to the lady for interrupting her, and then said that he would first like to explain what had happened to them. Hearing these words from the child, the lady was confused, but King Alduin was willing to listen to him. The royal family gathered in the conference room. Along with them was the royal guard, which is usually present at events where the entire highest representative of the state takes part. Lord Virian was also present, being an important member of the royal family. Everyone was waiting to hear what the 5-year-old was going to say. Rising to his feet, Arthur bowed his head respectfully and introduced himself as a man from a humble town in the kingdom of Sapang. He also stated that it was a great honor for him to be in the presence of the royal family. He decided that such a presentation was absolutely necessary because the discussion would not progress if he was treated like a child. Everyone was surprised by his manners, and the king even remarked that despite his supposedly humble origins and being so young, he seemed to be quite a mature and well-educated man. After this, he said that they would like to hear what had happened. Arthur began his story with his personal journey, beginning with a vague retelling of how he was separated from his family before the encounter with the bandits. It was not an outright lie. He was partly telling the truth, but he could not tell everything as it really was. Inevitably, as the story progressed, when he encountered their daughter, the atmosphere in the hall changed dramatically. King Alduin was simply furious. He angrily slammed his fist on the table, shouting in anger that he should have known that slavers were involved in this incident. In response to his emotional words, Arthur allowed himself to answer that slave trading was a profession, not a race. Although he tried to speak respectfully without being rude, it had its consequences. A sharp clang of metal was heard as the guards present inside the hall drew their blades and pointed them at the impudent child. However, the royal family was not happy with the way their subordinates were rushing things, demonstrating such an attitude towards the savior of their princess. Mr. Virian decided not to rush things, although he himself understood that the story told by the impudent boy was hard to believe. He was forced to try to eliminate the risk that he himself was connected with the slave traders. With a piercing gaze, he asked what the boy did when he saw his granddaughter taken by slavers. Speaking of Arthur being just a child, he assumed that he would probably start talking about negotiations or how he begged them for mercy. In response to the elder, Arthur calmly stated that although he was a child, he was also a magician, and therefore was able to destroy the slave traders with his own hands and save his granddaughter. This time, the head of the royal guard could not stand it. He took out his blade, soaked it with manna, and said with hatred in his eyes that he would not tolerate how the insolent man dared to lie in front of the former king of Eleanor. However, Mr. Virian put him in his place with a condemning and stern look. The pressure from the former king made him tremble with fear. Arthur understood that the situation was getting tense, so he decided that there was no point in continuing these negotiations. As he rose from the table, he said that whether they believed him or not, the main thing was that Princess Tessia had returned home safely. He had no intention of getting anything in return, because all he wanted at that moment was to return to his Sappan family. Hearing his words that he was going to leave, the princess jumped up from her seat with an anxious expression on her face. Her parents noticed her distress and realized that she was quite close to the human child. Mr. Virian also couldn't miss the fact that she even called him by his shortened name. Seeing the princess's behavior, Arthur hesitantly replied that, knowing history, he did not think that a person should stay in this kingdom for too long. Besides, he couldn't help but mention that his priority was to make sure his family was safe. He also wanted them to know that their son was okay. After hearing the story, King Alduin made a thoughtful expression on his face. In a calmer tone, he said that despite the past of the two kingdoms, the human child had saved their daughter and had taken on the burden of accompanying her until her return. Understanding how upset his daughter was about the royal family's decision, King Eleanor said that he considered it his duty to provide Arthur with a worthy reward. Unfortunately, the teleportation gates connected to the Sappan Kingdom are only accessible once every 7 years, during a high-level conference between the three races. Despite the desire to send Arthur home as quickly as he wished, there were still 5 whole years left before the gates opened. However, the king was sincere in his desire to reward his daughter's savior. So he said that despite the inability to use the teleporter, they would be happy to send guards to escort him home safe and sound. Rising from the table, He extended his hand forward and with a kind smile said that he would like to extend their hospitality. He admitted that some of them were tolerant enough, but too many still resented the people because of the recent war. Despite the different moods among the elves, he could do nothing more than invite his daughter's savior to make himself at home. The royal family promised to have his escort ready for the following morning. With his hand on his heart, Arthur sincerely thanked him for such a generous and indescribably important award. Having finished his tense conversation with the royal family, the young magician went into the room. Finally being alone, he felt a certain relief. The day turned out to be quite difficult, but at the same time productive. After many months away from civilization, he was finally able to enjoy a shower. However, here at this moment, he again encountered the problem that had been bothering him lately. He ducked again as the piercing pains in his manicore grew worse and worse. After taking a shower and putting on the new clothes that the royal family provided him, Arthur sat down on the sofa. He had the stone he had received from Sylvia in his hand. It was wrapped in her dragon feather, so the strong aura did not spread throughout the castle. Arthur wondered what he should do about this core problem that was only getting worse with time. He was sad that Sylvia could no longer help him. A moment later, he was distracted by a knock on the door. Opening the door, he saw Tessia standing in front of him, trying to contain her emotions, nervously clenching her fists. A moment later, she struck her head straight into the stomach of her savior, who was already suffering from terrible pain without her. In an agitated tone, she called him a fool for first talking coldly to her family and then declaring that he was going to leave. Arthur gently touched her shoulders and replied in a calm tone that he was not really cold. He clarified that he was actually being polite because he was dealing with the king and queen of this kingdom. He asked impatiently why she had not told him anything earlier. In response, the princess, who was hiding her origin, said nothing, but began to tease the boy, sticking out her tongue and laughing slyly. Turning around demonstratively, she said that she simply didn't want him to leave her. A little more quietly, she said that he had become her first friend in her entire life. After these words, a tremor associated with excitement became noticeable in her body. Arthur responded to her sincerity with a kind smile. Hugging her, calling her a whiny princess, he asked her to show him the whole castle and what she had been telling him all the way. Thus, Arthur really managed to relax the situation, and Tessia took him along to show her favorite place in the castle. There was a beautiful garden here, and she, trying to persuade him to stay, said that if he stayed here until spring, then he would see how beautiful their flowers were. What decorated their garden at this time of year were bees that glowed at night. With incredible joy and a look of amazement, she took this beam of light in her hands and asked if he thought these bees were incredibly beautiful. Arthur had never seen anything like it before. Seeing that she was calmly holding them in her hands, he was not afraid to pick up one of the glowing bees to examine it better. However, a moment later, he felt goosebumps on his skin. Something was flying towards them very quickly with a quiet whistle. Acting as quickly as possible, Arthur grabbed the princess by the arm and threw it aside so that she would not fall under the enemy's blow. After that, he managed to grab a sharp object flying towards them. At first glance, it was some kind of knife. Arthur noticed which side the throw was made from, so he immediately dashed in that direction to collide with the enemy. A moment later, he collided with some man, and he was able to stop a blow from a bare fist without any extra effort. He raised his head and stopped, realizing who had attacked them. It was the former King Eleanor, Lord Virian. Realizing this, Arthur began to scream in rage, asking why the hell a crazy old man would try to kill his own granddaughter. He mockingly replied that perhaps the object would have left a small scar on the princess, but even that was doubtful since the knife was not designed for that purpose. Taking another look at the knife he had caught, Arthur was convinced that it was nothing more than some kind of toy, incapable of harming anyone. Although he was cruelly deceived by the elder of the kingdom of Eleanor, Virian praised him for his excellent reaction and instincts in return. He noted that he could not even think that the kid would be able to not only catch his gift, but even try to use it in battle. He couldn't judge Arthur's skills with just compliments, so he added that his use of mana was mediocre at best. But it was obvious that even that was enough to prove that he could indeed kill several slavers. While Arthur stood frozen in surprise at how strange his grandpa was, Tess, trying to stand up for him, worriedly said that he should stop teasing her friend. As it turned out, Virian didn't think he was teasing him at all. When he said that Arthur must have guessed the reason for his visit, he froze tensely, waiting for an answer. Without thinking twice, the elder said with a thoughtful expression on his face that he had not met anyone as interesting as this human child for a long time. After that, he threw him a sword, offering to demonstrate everything he was capable of. Arthur caught the sword with an unwavering gaze, showing his determination. In just a moment, he used mana on his blade and rushed to attack. His lightning strike was aimed at the neck of the kingdom's elder, while Lord Virian himself did not even have time to blink. Horrified by what was happening, Tess, fearing for her grandfather, froze in place with a shocked look. As it turned out, the old man was not weak enough to suffer from such a blow. With a smile on his face, he called Arthur a scared little brat, and then began to slowly walk towards him, releasing a huge amount of mana. In response to this, Arthur waved his sword again, demonstrating that he was ready to continue. As he charged, he filled his blade with mana again. However, when he made the cut, the elder managed to move, leaving behind only a cloak. In a moment, he was behind him, ready to strike. Although Arthur didn't have time to notice him, he felt his energy approaching. He didn't have time to dodge, so he blocked it with his sword, supporting it with both hands. Under such enormous pressure, he admitted that the elder of the elven kingdom was indeed a strong fighter. Virian did not give him a rest and continued to try to break through the young man's defense. However, Arthur managed to jump back from his second blow. But even while in the air, he still remained the old man's target. Lord Virian struck again, and Arthur, unable to maneuver while in the air, was unable to defend himself. From this blow, he flew to the side and with difficulty managed to stop, sliding along the surface. As soon as he stopped, he grabbed his blade again and quickly rushed into the attack. Arthur continued to try to hit the old man, but they were in vain. Even considering his mana usage and the reduction in his range of motion, he still couldn't keep up with this old man's speed. All this time, he tried to strike accurately, but his sword was constantly blocked by the old man's hands. Moreover, a moment later, Mr. Virian was once again behind him. The elder of the elven kingdom believed that he had caught the boy by surprise, so he was going to take advantage of his opponent's mistake in order to deal him an instructive blow. However, in reality, Arthur was in control of the situation, and looking back at his opponent, he thought that he had a chance to change the course of the fight. The moment the old man tried to strike him, Arthur pushed off the ground and found himself in the air. Dodging the sweep that the old man attempted to perform with a kick, Arthur, using only one hand as support, pushed off the surface again. While in the air, he prepared to strike again, accelerating himself by strengthening his body with mana. A moment later, his sword was indeed in front of Lord Virian's face. Only at the last moment did he manage to jump back, avoiding serious injury. Tessia couldn't watch it anymore, so she rushed forward, shouting that they had to stop. She immediately ran to Arthur lying on the ground, seeing that her grandfather was okay. However, as it turned out, Arthur actually managed to hit him, and a small abrasion appeared on his forehead. With a smile on his face, Mr. Virian admitted that he deserved it for his arrogance. He could not even imagine that some human child would be able to hit him. Despite such compliments, Tessia still felt offended by her grandfather. When he suggested starting the second round of their duel, the princess pinched him painfully, saying that he had already mocked her savior enough. She folded her hands in front of her and said in a businesslike tone that he should be gentler with their dear guest. In response, the old man said that if he were gentler with him, then he himself would become a target for mockery. Shaking off the dust, Art said with an awkward laugh that he was honored that the elder said so. Suddenly, Mr. Virian's mood changed, and with a stern and cold look, he asked Arthur if it was true that these words were really a great honor for him. As it turned out, he became so serious only because he wanted to offer the boy to become his student. Hearing this, a confused Tessia couldn't understand why his grandfather would suddenly say something like that. Clasping his hands in front of him, Mr. Virian, seeing the confused expression on the young man's face, again asked if he would agree to his lucrative offer. In response, Arthur said in confusion that he did not understand how this was possible. He was afraid that he was a man, so it was unlikely that he would be able to stay in this kingdom for long. In response, Lord Virian reminded him that no one would dare to expel him while he was under the royal family's tutelage. He knew that Arthur already knew that he was on a level much higher than some adults, but he clarified that there was something that even the best mages from Sparring could not teach him. Arthur waved his hand and tried to refuse, saying that he couldn't do that because now he didn't even know how his parents were doing, and they didn't even know if he was dead or alive. In response, the old man asked if it would be enough if he had a way to find out how they were doing, and also to communicate a little so that they knew that they were okay. Seeing the surprise in the young man's eyes, Lord Virian decided that he could really influence Arthur's decision, so he asked him to stay, after which he gave the servants the order to put the princess to bed. As he put his cape back on, Mr. Virian noted that he realized he seemed overly impatient at the moment. He attributed it to what he had felt earlier during their little sparring match. As it turned out in their battle, he was able to figure out that Arthur had previously been experiencing attacks of burning pain in the area where his mana core was located. He was also incredibly accurate when he said that these attacks were probably happening more and more often. Nodding his head, Arthur asked with a confused look how the elder knew this. Brushing the dust off his cloak, Virian, without losing his status as a former king, said that he was sure that Arthur did not even know the cause of his pain, which was a big problem. He assumed that he did not even know what the will of the beast was. Hearing this term for the first time in his life, the guy immediately remembered how Sylvia had struck him to the depths of his soul. Of course, Arthur had already encountered several mana beasts, such as the magical wolf and the crew lizard. A beast strong enough to be classified as Class A or higher is given the ability to pass on its will or inherent ability once, either to a descendant or a human. Understanding that the human child had some reason for not divulging such information, he said that he would not be curious about how he came across such a powerful beast. Still, he warned that at this stage, the power within him was too dangerous. Now, Arthur knew that the will he had received from Sylvia was doing him more harm than good at the moment. He had never come across this concept before in the books in his mother's office, so he assumed that the old man knew everything because he also possessed the will of the beast. Sitting down in front of him, Lord Virian released a dense aura of mana and said that he was the one called a beast tamer. When it comes to beast tamers, it is a title that can only be earned when the owner of such a person completely defeats the monstrous beast that resides within him. Mr. Virian knew well how important it was for the baby to return to his family, but he warned that doing so immediately would be too risky. Touching his stomach, he said that the power of his animal will was too strong for his immature body. Arthur was simply horrified by the next words. Mr. Virian warned that he didn't have much time. Because if he doesn't start controlling the beast's will soon, then the power he has received will destroy his body from the inside. With the disturbing thoughts imposed on him by the former elven king, Arthur returned to his room. A heavy feeling pressed on his body, and he slept restlessly, with cold sweat on his face. He was having a nightmare, and the monster he saw seemed like a visualization of his burden, as if it represented his anxieties. The expectations placed on him haunted him even in his sleep. The nightmare disappeared as quickly as Tessia was in his room. She jumped on his bed and started screaming that it was time for him to wake up. The pressure of the nightmare responsibility was replaced by the pressure of the entire body weight of the princess of the kingdom of Eleanor. Sleepy Arthur, not understanding what was happening, called her a shadow monster and asked to give him 5 more minutes of rest. The slap from the enraged princess brought Arthur to his senses, and he got out of bed without delay. Tessia was genuinely glad that he was not leaving the kingdom. They began their morning with friendly teasing, laughing at how funny their hairdos were after sleeping. The princess did not forget to ask gently whether Arthur would really be staying at their home for some time. Arthur formally replied that he was not sure yet, but they would definitely know after their trip with the elder. Dissatisfied with his attitude, the princess pinched him painfully on the back. After that, she nervously shouted that she would be angry if he continued to call her princess. Trying to calm her down, Arthur apologized and then asked to let him take a shower and get ready. When he said that if she didn't want to watch it, then she should leave the room, Tess, with a funny look of disgust on her face, said that he was saying perverted things, which proved her grandfather was right. Having driven out the intrusive and shameless princess and finished with the morning preparations, Arthur left the room and went down to the first floor. As he walked outside, he overheard part of the conversation between the king and Elder Virian. Alduin spoke of how it was not fitting for a human to live in this kingdom. The queen agreed with her husband's words and noted that she would always be grateful to the boy for saving Tessia. But even so, allowing a human to remain in their kingdom was against all traditions. With a cold and reasonable look, Mr. Virian replied that he did not want to hear anything, because he liked that boy. He also asked them to notice that their daughter approved of his decision. Realizing her importance, Tessia began to nod her head diligently, demonstrating her support. Although Lord Alduin asked the former head of the kingdom to change his mind, there was no longer any point in doing so. Virian was determined that Arthur would be under his direct command. He asked to make sure that everyone in the kingdom knew about this, to avoid disagreements and conflicts, as well as aggression directed towards the human boy. Having heard every word of this conversation, Arthur himself, slowly descending the stairs, was in a good mood. He realized with a smile on his face that the elder could indeed be trusted. Seeing him approaching the carriage, Virian nervously called him a late brat, after which he hurried the boy to get into the carriage faster. The road was long, and they left the capital. Mr. Virian was dozing peacefully along the way, but the restless children interrupted his rest with a question about how much time this journey would take them. When Arthur called him grandfather, he smiled slyly, realizing that the human child was not very restrained towards the former elven king. The human child was very interested in seeing who the grandfather's mysterious friend was, who was going to help with their affairs somehow. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by Tessia, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on Arthur's shoulder. Looking at his beloved granddaughter, Virian said that she had woken up so early, worried about her only friend. Arthur slept soundly, not knowing that she was really so worried about him. Putting his hand on his granddaughter's face, Mr. Virian told her that, being the only princess of this kingdom, she grew up in complete solitude. She was constantly hurt by adults and even children who pretended to be her friends. Their deceitful games affected her so much that she eventually became cold and distant, constantly building a wall around herself. Virian noticed that in the short time he had seen her with their guest from the human kingdom, she had shown more smiles and laughter than she had in the last few years. Looking at Arthur, the old man sincerely thanked him for becoming such a close person to her. Arthur was very touched by the former king's words, because only after that did he realize how strong his connection with Tess was. An hour later, the carriage stopped and the sleepy princess opened her eyes. They arrived at the place and their footman respectfully opened the door, indicating that they had arrived. The mysterious friend that Virian mentioned lived in a small house in the middle of an ancient, dense forest. Although this man was close to the royal family, he lived quite modestly, so Arthur was surprised by this. He was very curious about who this mysterious friend was, who had forced the former king to come to this distant countryside. A moment later, Mr. Virian ran past them and kicked the door furiously, shouting that the old witch must hurry up and receive her guests. It was so sudden that Arthur was startled, but Tess had seen her grandfather greet her in this way before, so she began to laugh. A few seconds after this rude greeting, the door slowly opened. Behind her stood a disgruntled granny, who, calling the former king an old grumbler, shouted that her ears still worked perfectly. In a calmer and kinder tone, Mr. Virian introduced this lady to Arthur, calling her Renia Darkasan. He said that she was an old friend of his and a very special deviant of magic who could help him. Bowing respectfully, Arthur, observing the manners of formal communication, said that it was a great honor for him to meet the elder. Looking at the interesting young man, Renia said that they couldn't stand at the entrance all day, so she suggested that they go inside her modest house. Looking around at the interior, filled with various household items and magic, Arthur thought that if Lady Renia was a deviant, it meant that she was like his own mother. This meant that her magic did not fall under the categories of the 4 basic elements, but he still had no idea how exactly she could help him. Arthur sat down at the table and began the conversation, apologizing for his impatience. He mentioned that his grandfather had told him that the elder's magic would help him contact his parents. Looking at the usually stern and emotionless former King Eleanor, Lady Renia said in a cheerful tone that since he was called grandfather, it meant that he was not indifferent to the human boy. Turning to Arthur, she explained that she was what was called a seer. Her lineage's magic varied from mage to mage, but even so, she was quite capable. There was little one could hide from her if she chose to poke her nose into something that wasn't her business. Just by looking at the interesting young man, she said as an example that she already knows that he is very special, so much so that there are parts of his life that she cannot even see. Showing the glow in her eyes using her prophetic ability, she said that she saw parts of his past and future. Arthur looked up, a little confused, as he didn't think such magicians existed. With her hands folded in front of her, Renia once again surprised him with her insight, saying that the boy was not here because of his clairvoyant abilities, but had actually come to see his parents and let them know that he was okay. Placing a small basin of water on the table, the elder asked him to lean forward and look at the water. Using her magic on him and the water, she asked him to focus on the image of his parents as clearly and in detail as possible, remembering the feelings they evoked in him. She also mentioned that he would be able to talk to them as soon as he could clearly see their images in the water. It was easy to picture his mother, with her shining chestnut hair and tanned skin that radiated a gentle, caring warmth, her thin eyebrows always furrowed when she was worried about his well-being. Dad, with his distinctive blue eyes and silly smile that brightens up even the dullest days, never left his memories. His silly jokes and simple nature always seemed at odds with his charisma as a leader and fighter adventurer. Hoping that they were okay, he concentrated on how much he wanted to see them. Meanwhile, his parents in their new home were preparing for dinner. This time Alice cooked an incredible beef stew. Looking at the dish with delight, Ray called it amazing and asked what the special occasion was for which she had decided to prepare it. With a sad and tired expression on her face, she said that it had just been a while since she cooked for him after moving to this place. She was already in the last months of pregnancy, so even sitting down at the dinner table was quite difficult. Looking at the table, her eyes became even sadder. This beef stew was actually a favorite dish of her husband and beloved son, Arthur, who disappeared without a trace during an attack on their team of adventurers. Seeing how sad his wife looked, Ray asked what was wrong. In response, she awkwardly began waving her hands with a fake smile, saying that everything was fine. The dish reminded her of her son, and she couldn't feel good, afraid that they would never see each other again. The difficulty of pregnancy and the pain of loss did not give her peace. She could not even sincerely rejoice that she would soon see another child from her beloved husband. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a childish voice in their heads. He greeted his mom and dad and introduced himself as Arthur. Hearing this, the parents, confused from shock, looked around. The food fell from their hands onto the table and they froze, listening to the voice of their son, whom they could not stop thinking about for a minute. A voice they could barely remember said that he was sure mom and dad were surprised to hear it in their heads. Arthur said he didn't have much time to explain, so he just said they needed to know he was alive and safe. Recalling that terrifying day, he said he barely survived the fall from the cliff, when the entire team probably thought he had sacrificed himself for his family. After this, Arthur took care of his parents' worries by telling them about his secret, that he was in Eleanor's kingdom with the elves. Recalling the time after he disappeared, he said he knew it was very difficult for them. He admitted that he too had a hard time and was restless, worrying about whether his family was okay. He hoped that his parents and the team did not blame each other for what happened. The situation was truly horrific because the parents were in terrible despair and Alice wanted to commit suicide. Ray was so devastated that even the blows of his comrades to the face did not help him to collect himself and understand what was happening. Realizing this, Arthur said that even though they had to go through so much hardship because of him, he was still proud of what he had done, and even if he had the opportunity to go back in time, he would do it again. Speaking about how much he wants to get back to his family, he mentioned that, unfortunately, it might be a little difficult at the moment. Understanding the family's worries, he said that he had some kind of illness that could be cured by the best specialists, Eleanor. Arthur reminded more than once that he was not in danger, but not in a position to rush home. Unfortunately for him, the conversation could only be one-sided, so he did not hear how his family got to their destination. When they arrived, they split up with a team of adventurers with whom they had gone through a rather difficult and long journey. Alice and Ray decided to stay in the city to rest before heading back. However, here they met their old acquaintances. The family, which owned one of the most influential trading enterprises in the kingdom, happily accepted them. Here they received very good housing, which could not even be compared with the one in which they lived in a small town. Ray, as an experienced fighter, was given the opportunity to serve the state and even became a commander for a young unit. He took the oath of loyal service, after which he and Alice decided to stay in the capital. Alice worked around the house because she couldn't stress herself out because of her pregnancy. In his conversation with his family, Arthur also mentioned that he had met a deviant mage like his mother and said that it was she who allowed him to hear his voice. Addressing his father, he promised that he would continue to practice magic and fight while he was undergoing treatment. He asked him not to be surprised if he couldn't beat him in the next match in the future. Until their long-awaited meeting, he asked him to be a real man as before and take care of his mother and child. Hearing the last words, Ray raised his head up and his eyes began to water. Looking at the shocked expression on his wife's face, he feared that she had been traumatized by the sudden connection with their missing beloved son. However, a moment later, when Arthur's voice died down, she looked into her beloved's eyes and said in a trembling voice that she had been waiting for this moment for so long. A moment later, she jumped up and started walking towards Ray, who asked her not to hurry since she was still carrying the child with her. With tears in their eyes, they hugged each other, feeling incredibly relieved at the news that their son was okay and safe. This touching moment was the last thing Arthur saw in the water. After the connection ended, he himself stood up on his feet with genuine tears on his face that began to drip right onto the table. Mr. Virian, watching this touching moment, saw that Arthur could still be like a child. Arthur looked up and said decisively that he was ready to become his student. When their carriage returned to the castle, Tessia, tired after the journey, hurriedly pulled Arthur along with her. Upon learning of their arrival, the king and queen decided to meet them personally. Arthur was running after Tessia in a hurry when he suddenly heard the accented cough of Lord Alduin. King Eleanor himself carefully held out his hand in front of him so that he would stop for a minute. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he said that he felt that his years as king had made him a little old-fashioned and stubborn. Seeing how her husband was embarrassed to utter his words, the queen placed her hand on the young man's shoulder. With a kind smile on her face, she said that what her husband was trying to say was that they were sorry for what had happened. She expressed the hope that he would accept their apology and would be able to consider their kingdom his home from now on. Virian, seeing the behavior of the royal family, paused for a moment and looked with a smile at how the heirs to his throne were stepping out of the bounds of hatred for the human race. With a smile on his face, King Alduin extended his hand to Arthur, calling him the savior of his daughter and the first disciple of his father. He asked to be allowed to greet his dear guest properly once more. Arthur accepted his words of regret with a sincere smile. They shook hands and Arthur thanked King Eleanor for his generosity. Tess suddenly intervened in their conversation, shouting with a fighting spirit that if their father really felt sorry for Arthur, then he should give them some peace to play outside. She was really looking forward to the moment when she could show him the city. Looking at each other in surprise, the king and queen could not refuse the young princess her wish. They had never seen her in such a mood before, because it was difficult for her to find people close to her. Arthur quickly got ready for his walk and went outside to sit alone on the stairs. The princess's preparations for the walk were completely different. She put on an incredible outfit and a beautiful pink hat with flowers. Having left the castle, she offered him to go for a walk with a joyful expression on her face. The city was fairly safe, so they didn't need an escort. This walk was filled with wonderful and carefree moments that had not been in Arthur's life for so long. Arthur had never been to a big city before, and besides, the capital of the kingdom of Eleanor was filled with various oddities associated with elven culture. Looking around at the interesting benches around, Arthur didn't notice how he caught hold of some fair-haired guy. Even though he apologized, the child he encountered was arrogant enough to call him a rude person and the one who left human germs on his beautiful body. Seeing such previously unheard of self-confident behavior, Arthur was very surprised, and Tess, knowing who they were dealing with, looked in his direction with disappointment. Adjusting his hair and pointing a finger at the human child, the young elf said that the so-called savior of their princess was deeply mistaken if he thought that he belonged here just because Elder Virian favored him a little. The kids around him started to cheer this ridiculous and self-confident elf, but Arthur was a little furious. Starting his life from scratch, having a lot of experience communicating with different people, he immediately decided that he did not want to get involved with him because he looked like a disgusting guy. Tess tried to pull Arthur along, saying that they shouldn't linger, but they were interrupted by the arrogant boy. With an overly confident look, he turned to the princess, saying that while he applauded her kindness, commoners had no place near her. Tess and Arthur felt awkward when he offered to escort the princess, introducing himself as the heir to a great family, Ferret Ivsar III. Arthur decided that if they were going to have fun, they might as well make it as fun as possible. He decided to play with the feelings of the narcissistic scion of a noble family and said with an astonished look that he couldn't believe he was seeing him with his own eyes. Taking his surprise as a compliment, he felt even better, saying that even the commoners had heard of his genius and his recent awakening. However, a moment later he flared up, realizing that the ignorant boy had mispronounced his glorious name. The provocation worked just fine, and while the offended Ferret was furious, Arthur continued to joke about his so-called ignorance. Watching this, the princess could hardly contain her laughter. Further escalating the situation, he mockingly bowed before the elven boy, saying that he had no idea he was standing next to such an inspiring genius. Calling himself a pathetic bug, he promised that he would not forget to show him due respect. Having humiliated the poor guy, Arthur decided to skillfully avoid further development of the conflict, so he turned around and, apologizing again, began to distance himself from that group of impudent children. However, as soon as they took a few steps, that annoying ferret shouted that they had to stop. With an angry expression on his face, he said viciously that Arthur was naive if he thought his sarcasm had not been detected. Arthur was truly surprised that this ridiculous guy was not as stupid as he had expected. Filled with anger, Ferret raised some paper and shouted that he had to do something that would protect the honor of the Ivsar house. In front of his friends, he asked for this piece of paper on the ground and shouted that he was challenging the commoner to a duel. Hearing this, King Grey, who had reincarnated in this body, felt uneasy, not understanding what honor had to do with it. Taking a step forward and pushing Arthur back, the princess impatiently asked Ferret how he dared to start a duel with the apprentice of Elder Virian. Addressing this offended boy, she reminded him that even though he was of noble blood, he still had to know his place. Showing off in front of his equally ridiculous friends, Ferret politely replied to the princess that his father had taught him to never allow anyone to trample on the honor of their house. Holding out his wand towards the man, he said that he had a free choice to accept this duel or retreat, tucking his pathetic tail between his legs. His move was cunning. He even reminded Arthur that his decision would also affect his mentor. Looking around at the onlookers who had gathered around the scene with interest, the guy was surprised by the seriousness of this ferret's statements. With a haughty and satisfied look, Ferret, believing that he had achieved his goal, said that he would accept his enemy's silence as a sign of consent to the duel. After that, he turned to the princess and politely asked her to judge this duel. Looking at Arthur, who was not against fighting this ridiculous guy, she thought that the only one to worry about here was Ferret. Still, she had no other choice. Ferret was right when he said that the result of the duel in front of many spectators would lead to rumors spreading throughout the city about how good the former king was as a mentor. Moreover, it was also obvious that he was going to assert himself at the expense of a human child, knowing that people awakened much later. Tessia, knowing the truth about how strong Arthur was, decided not to stop the fun and shouted about the beginning of a fair duel. Ferret was the first to rush forward, waving his magic wand in a fighting spirit, saying that the man named Arthur would have a hard time because he would taste the power of a true genius. However, while he was confidently planning how he would defeat the opponent, Arthur appeared in front of him with incredible speed, ready to strike. In the poor guy's eyes, it looked like some kind of flickering of light. He didn't have time to react and missed a rather generous blow to the face. Unable to control the aura of mana, the defenseless ferret, despite the nobility of his origin, did several somersaults and, having lost his shoes, fell to the ground right in front of his friends. Arthur was a little disappointed that their battle ended with just one light blow. Tess looked at the heir of a great family in surprise, thinking about how weak he was. She knew it would happen, but she couldn't even imagine that it would happen so quickly. The public was also shocked, so Tess decided to act immediately. Grabbing Arthur's hand, she laughed cheerfully and suggested that he run on. At such moments, he could not help but appreciate this little princess more and more. This serenity gave him inspiration and peace of mind. Although the rest of the day wasn't as fun as the fight with Ferret, it was refreshing and allowed him to take his mind off the anxious thoughts about responsibility and further training. While visiting various places, Arthur sometimes made the princess bored because his interests were more adult than hers. As expected, not everyone in the city was thrilled to have a human child roaming their streets, one of the very race that had tried to exterminate them entirely. And yet, when Tessia appeared next to him, the address to Arthur changed dramatically, because the locals and merchants began to remember the words of the head of the kingdom. Climbing up one of the trees, they began to enjoy the beautiful view of their city, located in the middle of an ancient and powerful magical forest. With a surprised smile on her face, Tess remembered that her friend's training began the following day. She wondered how he felt about it. Arthur looked quite calm, although Tess assumed he was nervous. In fact, at that moment he remembered the words of the elder, who said that he had no idea how he had been taught until now, but assured that his lessons would not be easy even for him. Ignoring the pain from the manicore, the assimilation process used by animal tamers was often compared to immersing the body in boiling tar. Pointing his finger at him, the old man sternly said that because of all these circumstances, He would be forced to be stuck here in a foreign country without the family comfort he was accustomed to, and his daily life would become difficult. With a kind smile on his face, he nevertheless clarified that he would not regret it, because if he could endure these difficult trainings, which were not intended for children of his age, then he would be able to receive a very huge reward for his efforts. Returning to the dialogue, Arthur nevertheless said that although a difficult test awaits him, he is not afraid, but still excited. Enjoying the beautiful view of the city, he said that he had come a long way to get to where he was now. The training was necessary in order to see his parents again. He could not wait for what the future held for him. These times flew by unnoticed, and 3 years later, they both had changed beyond recognition. True, this was more a matter of appearance than habit. Tess, as usual, woke up earlier than Arthur, so she gave him no peace until he could wake up. Screaming that they were already late, she squeezed his ankle so hard that he instantly woke up and started screaming. As it turned out, she became noticeably stronger and even managed to awaken her core. Arthur became more manly in appearance. Touching his ankle, he accused her of using mana to twist it. Then, with an offended look, he sternly asked if she couldn't find a gentler way to wake him up. In response, she, without admitting her guilt, said that it was his own fault, because he did not wake up when she politely asked him to do so. After these words, she put her hands on her hips and slyly said that in this situation, Arthur was paying attention to something completely different from what he should be paying attention to, because he should first of all be grateful that such a beautiful girl like her woke him up. Trying to hook her with a sharp joke, Arthur said with a carefree expression that there were quite a few attractive maids in the castle. Of course, Tess was not only angry, but also offended by Arthur for his impudent words. As she walked down the stairs to the first floor, she did not give him a break, constantly asking if he was sincere in his words. Arthur began to fear that the maids in the castle would soon be changed. At the bottom of the stairs, Mr. Virian was already meeting them. Grandpa said with a stern look that his ridiculous students had made him wait. One of the most respected elves in all of Eleanor, who had been forced to wait for the two teenagers, was patient with their lateness and suggested that they begin preparing for the next lesson. The lesson dealt directly with the use of magic, so it is worth mentioning that in this world there are 4 basic elements and their higher forms. These higher forms of elements are ice, gravity, lightning, and sound. They can only be controlled by mages who have gone beyond their capabilities. There are also differences in what the abilities of different races are. Dwarves can only manipulate earth or fire, but like elves, they have a much higher affinity for the 2 elements. Their defining characteristic is that all dwarves can mold and bend metal, and talented ones can even cast spells and manipulate magma. Elves are limited to water, wind, and earth, but with a much higher affinity than humans. In rare cases, they can also become a special type of deviant that controls plants. However, elves are not capable of becoming mages, who can manipulate higher forms of the elements. Human mages have the ability to manipulate any of the 4 basic elements. They are also the only race capable of becoming deviant in any of these elements, along with anomalies that cannot be classified in any of the elements. An example would be healers like Alice, Arthur's mother. There is a delicate balance of power between their 3 races, taking into account population, shared innate affinity with the elements, and loyalty in mages. Arthur had this knowledge thanks to access to his mother's study, where he read all the books before the age of 5. He himself explained this theory in order to find out if it was good enough, comparing it with how the elves see it. Looking at his granddaughter, tired after physical training, Virian decided that it was not worth bothering the children with an even more detailed study of all the nuances of using the elements of magic. After catching her breath a little, Tessia raised her hand to ask a question. She understood that this whole assimilation process was meant to prepare Art's body to cope with his beastly will, but she couldn't understand why they were doing this when they could train their body physically using magic. Watching the princess with pride, Arthur thought about their differences before hearing his mentor's answer to her question. He had learned all of this from his lessons beforehand, but the difference in races had really shown him its true essence over the 3 years of training together. While humans were considered talented if they awakened to magic late in life, it was not surprising that elven children experienced an awakening of their skills just after the age of 10. For Tess, it happened even earlier, at the age of 9. Returning to her question about physical training, Virian saw through her intentions right away. She suggested it because she was angry that she was the only one who was beaten during training. Lord Virian really did not spare her during training, even though she was his favorite granddaughter. Since Tessa's awakening, she has been practicing her magic skills with a tutor, learning to fight from her grandfather. Looking at her, Art knew that she would be a real monster in the future, but at the same time, he did not forget that he should not be one of those who think differently. Carefully adjusting his granddaughter's hair, the old man explained that what Arthur had been doing for the past 3 years was basically fusing his bones, muscles, and organs with his mana. He hadn't trained physically like Tess, but the old man could assure that once it was over, his body would be stronger than the veterans. Turning to Arthur, she decided to hurt him with a taunt about why he was so sensitive to her beatings. In response to her words, Grandpa quietly laughed, and Art furiously shouted that no matter what the results of his training were, he still felt pain as before. Still, they had to continue training, and the beast tamer, looking at the boy, confirmed his suspicions that 3 years of fusion was not enough to drain his energy. When he asked if Art was ready to continue, he nodded his head decisively. Bringing his hand closer, he said that after this day, he would become a real beast tamer, unlike those happy adventurers who simply use their beast as a tool. He placed his palm on Arthur's solar plexus and said that he was going to ignite his mana core by pouring in a large amount of his own energy. Virian warned that Art would likely feel a little warm, but he shouldn't feel too sick. However, just a moment later, when the old man began to pour in his energy, Arthur clenched his teeth from the sensation. Instead of feeling a little warmth, he felt an overflow of magic and a burning sensation all over his body, like burns. His mana core was overflowing, and Virian could no longer fill it as it began to push out a large amount of energy. A surge of thick and powerful mana caused an explosion similar to the one during his awakening. Even Mr. Virian couldn't stay on his feet and flew to the side, hitting a tree. Tessia was also blown away by the shockwave, but luckily landed on soft ground. Rising to his feet, the shocked Virian, who had never seen anything like this before, could not understand what was happening. As soon as Tess came to her senses, she ran screaming towards Arthur, who was lying on the ground, his torso exposed by the surge of his own energy. When she took his hand and asked if he was okay, he hesitantly replied that he felt a little weak. The former King Eleanor was hard to take by surprise, but this time he gave in to what he had seen. He said that he knew that Art had his reasons for not telling him everything until now, but still asked again which beast had given him its will. In a weakened voice, Arthur, feeling trust in them, nevertheless admitted that the mana beast that transferred his will to him was a dragon. For the first time since meeting the Elder of the Elven Kingdom, Arthur saw his expression so shocked. He started shaking his head, shouting that he couldn't believe that a real dragon tamer was standing in front of him, that he was his student. What he said emotionally next, Arthur didn't remember, because he lost consciousness. Later, he woke up in his room. Virian was next to him all this time, and seeing how the boy came to his senses, he asked how he felt. Remembering what happened before he lost consciousness, Arthur awkwardly said that the elder was going crazy back then. Lord Virian coughed in response to break the awkward moment, and then calmly said that he had already calmed down. Looking up, Art said that he could trust them, but he wanted to make sure they kept this a secret even after he returned to the Sapien Kingdom. Mr. Virian promptly confirmed that they would keep his secret. He then returned to the subject of his departure and said that information about his departure was not established until 4 months later. Hearing this, Arthur jumped up, because he could not believe what he heard. He shouted that he thought that this would not happen for at least 2 years. The change in plans was due to an interracial tournament between the youth of the 3 kingdoms that had been in the works for some time. It was finally confirmed, and now the portals to Zyrus and Sapien will be open to both kingdoms of Eleanor during this time. Arthur was incredibly happy when he heard that he would be able to return to his family much sooner than expected. At the same moment, he remembered that Tess was not there. In response, the old man placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he didn't have to worry about the princess. Remembering that he was probably worried about his family, he said that although he had been checking on his parents through Rinia for the past few years, he would finally be able to see them in person now. Arthur crossed his legs and even felt a little sad, realizing that he would have to say goodbye to his mentor and Tess in just 4 months, which would fly by for him. Placing his hand on his head, Virian replied that he shouldn't worry about that. He wished for the 4 months to end quickly, because now that he had finished his training, it would be even harder for him, and he should be prepared for that. As he left his room, he asked Arthur to rest a little longer and said that he would carefully convey to Tessia the news that he would have the opportunity to return to his family soon. Left alone, Arthur was still absorbed in thoughts about the fact that in just 4 months his life would change dramatically. Suddenly he was distracted by some dull falling noise. Looking to the side, he saw a stone fall from his things and land on the soft carpet. It was the item that Sylvia had given him, wrapped in her dragon feather. The feather flew off the stone, and the stone itself began to release thick mana, and its surface began to crack. Arthur was scared, because he had already completely forgotten about this stone, and now it suddenly fell out of his things and cracked. He slowly started to get up from the bed and approached the object that started releasing mana. Suddenly he stopped, hearing another crunch. A moment later, part of the stone broke off and a sparkling eye appeared from inside. At that moment, Art, shocked by what was happening, screamed from the realization that all this time Sylvia's stone was actually an egg. The shell of this egg continued to break down, and the body of the beast that was inside was revealed. First, a long black tail appeared. A moment later, the shell split into 2 parts and a small animal appeared, which began to shake its head from side to side. It was a cute little animal that had not yet gotten used to the bright light and immediately began to yawn. A moment later, he fell on his back because he still had difficulty moving. Arthur picked it up and continued to think about what it was. A small cute animal with small black wings looked at him with surprised eyes. Arthur's eyes were no less surprised. They mimicked each other's head movements, and it seemed like this mana beast was learning how to interact with other creatures. Without understanding anything, the amazing animal made a cute sound similar to a cat's meow. Looking at him, Arthur assumed that he was a dragon, to which he meowed happily. Arthur couldn't believe his eyes. The affection for this little creature made him happy. However, a moment later, the little dragon that Sylvia had left for him suddenly broke free from his hands and painfully bit him on the arm. Immediately after the bite, this dragon lost all its strength and began to fall down. And on Arthur's hand, instead of a bite mark, some kind of seal appeared. It was quite painful, so Arthur grabbed his hand and grimaced in pain, while a small smoke came out from the seal. Looking at his hand, he was surprised that the dragon's bite had such a strange mark. The baby continued to squeak something, and at that very moment, Art heard someone call him Mom. He began to look around in surprise, making sure that there was no one else here except them. Looking at the dragon again, he realized that it was he who was calling him Mother. Clutching his head, he again thought about how he could hear such a clear speech from a small dragon that had just hatched from an egg. When the little dragon called him Mother again, he fell to the ground. Sighing heavily, he began to get used to the fact that his new pet could communicate with him telepathically. When Arthur caught his breath, he nevertheless clarified that he was a boy, so it would be better if they called him Dad instead of Mom. Despite the fact that this cute miracle was born only a few minutes ago, it could already talk and understand what was happening around it. However, the dragon was not adapted to such activity. He immediately fell asleep because he was too tired from such sudden activity. Stroking his head, Arthur said with affection that he would name him Sylvie, in honor of his mother. Sylvie seemed to really like the name and squealed happily again. Moreover, as it turned out, thanks to their connection, Arthur was even able to feel that she actually liked it. It seemed that the mark that Sylvie had left on his hand was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. There was a feeling that this thing connected him with the little dragon. Sighing heavily, Arthur began to fall asleep again with the thought that he was only 8 years old, and he already had a tattoo and a child. In his new life, he truly became a real rebel. At night, he was awakened by a strange girlish squeal. Jumping out of bed, sleepy and still tired, Art began to look around, asking who was in his room. As it turned out, this cry belonged to Tess, because she was overwhelmed with emotions when she saw this little dragon. She began to ask with affection what this animal was and why it was so cute, while Sylvie herself began to ask her dad to save her from strangulation. Arthur was too tired to explain everything. Looking out the window, he saw that it was not morning yet. Taking advantage of the moment, he fell back onto the bed and covered himself with the blanket, saying that he could not miss a minute of sleep. Forgetting about Sylvie, he left her alone with Tess, who continued to play with her like a plush toy. The next morning, Tess got up early as usual and woke Arthur up with her usual rude method. When they went to see Grandpa, Arthur told her that this was his new pet, with whom he could communicate telepathically. Tess couldn't get enough of how cute the little dragon was. At the same time, Sylvie was very angry with her, being on her daddy's head. Looking at Sylvie, Tess said that Art was very lucky, and even suggested that if she could communicate with her, then they would get along too. In response, Arthur said that if she stopped looking at Sylvie like a predator, then she would have at least some chance of becoming friends with her. When they arrived at Grandpa's, who as usual tolerated their lateness, Tess first of all suggested that he evaluate Arthur's new pet. Mr. Virian looked closely at the strange and unusual animal that was on Arthur's head. First of all, he was attracted by the interesting and mesmerizing eyes with a yellow tint, which resembled the eyes of a lizard. However, he looked at Sylvie with completely different thoughts when he noticed that she had a distinctive tail and unusual wings behind her back. Realizing that it was a small dragon, he desperately screamed in the cold sweat of his brow that the little brat was giving him no peace. Clutching his heart and leaning against the wall, he said in a weakened voice that he would die sooner if he continued to be so surprised by this human boy. Seeing such an unusual reaction from her reserved grandfather for the second time, Tess began to laugh loudly with affection. After explaining to Virian what had happened and where Sylvie had come from, Arthur learned that creatures like her usually hatched in the presence of their own kind. The elder had never personally encountered a dragon, but he was certain that this trait also applied to them. They tried to figure out why she was able to hatch in front of him, but the only reason they could think of was that yesterday he had fully activated Sylvia's will, which belonged to a dragon. When they had finished their daily training and Tess was too tired to get up off the ground, Arthur asked Virian what he should do when he returned to Sapin. He knew that most people would not know that she was such a powerful being. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the elder said that they would be fine if Arthur simply pretended that it was a rare beast. However, he also let it be known that he had other reasons to be concerned. He mentioned that they had been holding back the strengthening of his core while assimilating the beast's will. However, now that Arthur has fully awakened as a beast tamer, they will need to train his core and his new dragon will. It sounded like a tough call, but Arthur had no other choice, so he simply asked in confusion what he should do. In response to his words, a sly grin appeared on the elder's face in anticipation of something interesting. Throwing aside his wooden training sword, he replied that he had found that the best way to access the first stage of his beast will, aside from strengthening his mana core, was to constantly engage in battles. Stretching his back with a cheerful laugh, Arthur responded positively to this, saying that it made sense to him. Suddenly, Virian elaborated on another unusual detail, saying that it would also make sense to fight other beast tamers when they use these stages of will against him. Such practice would prove very useful in improving his own understanding of his power. Within a moment, Arthur understood why Virian had mentioned this. The former elven king began to unleash his power as a beast tamer, and powerful mana began to spread throughout their training grounds. A strong gust of wind forced the boys to cover their faces because of the dust flying in their direction. They could barely stand on their feet. His appearance changed significantly. His eyes took on a menacing yellow gleam, and his body began to look like a black panther. With an absolutely threatening look and tone, he coldly said that now they would fight more seriously than ever before. Beast tamers are special among mages, as they are able to use unique skills inherited from mana beasts. The first stage, known as the acquisition phase, is when the animal tamer can borrow the beast's inherent power. But it is only in the second stage, the integration phase, that the mage can truly use the unique abilities and characteristics of his beast. And for Virian, who had only just discovered this second stage after decades of studying his bestial will, this was possible. He was now able to use the deadly power of the Shadow Panther. Seeing Arthur's readiness, Virian asked him to be careful when he sneaked up behind him. Arthur didn't understand where the elder got his confidence from, since he had been able to keep up with his speed with ease before. He was surprised that he was saying that he could get behind him after he had warned him of his intentions in advance. However, after a few seconds, it became clear what was going on. The elder's body began to release a thick and ominous mana that Arthur had not felt before. In just a moment, he simply disappeared from sight. It was incredibly fast because, before Art could blink, he felt a touch on his right shoulder. Despite Lade's superiority in speed, which was in the elder's favor, he still tried to strike him. However, as soon as he turned around, there was no one behind him. He only managed to hear the whistle of rapid movement. A moment later, the terrifying energy appeared behind him again, and he saw the sharp claws of a powerful panther form. A cold sweat appeared on the young man's face as he realized how big the difference in their strength was. In order not to prolong the fight, he raised his hands up and said that he surrendered, saying that he couldn't even react to this shocking speed of the panther form. Returning to his usual form, the old man said with a smile on his face that he had no doubt that the result of the fight would be exactly like this. Having returned to his normal form, Mr. Virian admitted that this form also had some drawbacks. Using the fusion stage, despite decades of training, was still difficult and not entirely enjoyable. In response, Arthur noted that the speed of movement in the form of a black panther was one thing, but it was quite another that when it appeared behind him, he was not even able to sense its presence. Picking up the wooden training sword from the ground, Lord Virian thoughtfully replied that it was probably due to the shadow panthers being able to instinctively manipulate wind and sound to achieve this effect of stealth and concealment. Extending the hilt of his sword towards his student, Elder Virian said that he believed he had tormented the boy enough, that he had not yet managed to achieve even the first stage of mastering his beast will. Instead of wasting time, he asked what he thought about them actually starting to train. As Arthur continued his training, he didn't even notice how quickly the days passed for him. Thanks to Virian's guidance and his own knowledge, he was able to access the first stage of his draconic will. The elder also taught him how to hide the presence of his beast will. The days passed very productively. He either strengthened his monocore and studied Sylvia's dragon will, or fought against Virian. Fortunately, the assimilation process allowed his body to constantly train and train. And in his spare time, he spent as much time as he could, enjoying the joys and innocence of childhood, just as Sylvia had wished. These last 4 months, which he spent with great pleasure, flew by completely unnoticed. When the day of departure finally arrived, Tess could not hold back her tears. Every day they had spent together over the past few years had made it increasingly difficult to tell Tess of his impending departure. As expected, she was very sad, so Arthur had no choice but to try to cheer her up about the fact that they would meet again. In preparation for his return to the human kingdom, Art took care to conceal his beast will in the seal of his pet bond. As he thought, his grandmother Sylvia's feather hid the presence of Sylvie's mark well. It was time to say goodbye to everyone who had become so dear to him during his stay in the kingdom of the elves. Lord Virian and Tess, who could hardly hold back her tears, were nearby. The elder, with a kind smile, asked him to hurry, because his crew was already ready to leave. For the journey, he gave him an item, a golden medallion decorated with the coat of arms of the House of Aerolites. It could help him navigate the forest. Arthur was sincerely grateful for such a valuable gift and care from the elder. Trying to tease his granddaughter, he whispered that if Arthur ever got lost in the elven forest again, he would be able to find his way to their royal portal by meeting another princess. Hearing his words, Tess could not stand it and grabbed him by the beard, forcing him to apologize to his beloved granddaughter. As Arthur bid farewell to the sad princess, he assured her that they would see each other again. He also said that he hoped that thanks to her grandfather's training, she would be stronger than him the next time they met. In response, she only nodded, continuing to contain her emotions. Arthur gave vent to her emotions the moment he hugged her. Even Sylvie, though she couldn't befriend her, still paid her respects by touching her hair. By telling her he would miss her and telling her to be careful, Art touched her deeply. At that moment, she could no longer keep her emotions to herself and, clenching her teeth, she began to cry. The touching moment ended with her whining and saying that she would miss him too. Grandfather took her by the arm and began to calm her down, and Arthur said goodbye to everyone else. He looked sadly at the royal family's castle, hoping that one day he would return to this place. When he looked inside the carriage, he saw the boys who had been sent to represent the elven race in the tournament. Ferret, the boy who had once challenged him to a duel, was already sitting there. Seeing Arthur and calling him a human spawn, he mockingly said that he had finally been kicked out. Seeing this ridiculous guy in front of him, Arthur pretended that they didn't know each other. So with a surprised face, he asked who he was. It seemed to work well. Ferret became so enraged that he began to shout about how he was a nobleman who had been unfairly beaten by Arth, defying the dueling customs. He began to justify himself, saying that everyone except the peasants knew that a real duel was a demonstration of magic. Naturally, these words did not cause any emotions in Arthur, while Ferret's friends began to laugh at their naive comrade. Making a stupid expression, Arthur replied with surprise that he remembered that it was Mr. Ivysaur in front of him. He again deliberately mangled his name to further anger the narcissistic youth. Continuing to shout in anger, Ferret declared that he, the noble heir of the Ivsar family, had been defeated when he was a naive child. He tried to convince everyone that if they had repeated the duel, he would have definitely won. Unexpectedly for him, Arthur reacted to his words in a very unusual way, taking his hand. With a kind expression on his face, he said that he was glad to see Mr. Ferret again, after which he said words of apology for bullying him in the past. It seemed that his warm and truly sincere words cooled Ferret's ardor a little, and he lowered his head in embarrassment, sighing heavily, resigned to the situation. The purple-haired girl sitting next to them slyly pointed out that Art could just call him Fairy, just like the other elf children did. Her words made Ferret even more embarrassed, and he started yelling at her not to say such things again. His naive, childish behavior seemed funny, so it caused laughter again. Watching their carefree behavior, Arthur realized that this trip would be quite fun. After some time, he became quite friendly with these guys, talking about various topics and demonstrating that there can be an equal and sincere friendship between a person and an elf. Their carriage continued to creak, but at one point they saw that the landscape outside the window began to change. After another half hour, they finally stopped. At that moment, they heard that their carriage had arrived at its destination. Looking out the window, Arthur saw for the first time what the large city of the Sapping Kingdom looked like. Thanks to the teleport, they found themselves right in the center of this place, where there were many people and trade was well developed. It was in this amazing flying city of Zyrus that Arthur's mom and dad were located, whom he had wanted to see again for so long. Unlike the capital of the Eleanor Kingdom, the capital of the Sapin Kingdom was more populated and noisy due to the large number of carriages and the chatter of people that filled the streets. Arthur's final stop was different from the place his comrades were heading to. He stopped before the others, at the huge mansion where his parents lived. As he walked up to the door, he paused and thought about how long it had been since he had seen his family. Knocking on the door, he turned to Sylvie, telling her that she should get ready because they had finally arrived at the house. The moments before the meeting brought back painful memories of what his last few years away from his parents had been like. During this time, he almost died, lost someone very important, fought assassins, and trained in order to survive in the future. But none of this made him as nervous as it did at this moment. In response to the knock on the door, he heard the sweet voice of a little girl who said that she was already hurrying to the door. When the door creaked open, an elderly lady who served in this huge mansion appeared in front of him. She politely asked Arthur how she could help him, calling him a young man. In response, Arthur bowed respectfully and said his full name, then said that he had been informed that his family currently resided in this estate. Hearing that the young man's name was Arthur Lewin, the surprised maid was simply shocked. As Arthur said this with his head down, he noticed a shy little girl hiding behind the old woman's skirt. After that, he heard the familiar voice of his own mother, who ran to the door, calling the girl's name. Hearing her name, Eleanor Levin looked around, seeing her mother's anxiety. As soon as Alice came closer to the door and saw her son, who had grown up several years, she forgot what she was talking about, and the plate of food fell from her hands. Arthur also couldn't move when he saw his mother. It seemed as if time stood still for the two of them at that moment. Arthur was the first to break the silence, and said with tears in his eyes that Eleanor Levin was his sister. Wiping away tears, he added that he should have started their conversation with different words. With a sincere smile in his words, he told his mother the cherished words that he was finally home. They had been waiting for this moment of meeting for a long time. Alice ran towards her son, and they finally hugged. Through her tears, she said in a trembling voice that she knew that the voice really belonged to her son. She couldn't believe that her child was actually home. Seeing tears on her mother's face, Eleanor grabbed her skirt and began to beg her not to cry. At that moment, they heard the sounds of loud stomping. A man in Zyrus's military uniform was running towards them, who also couldn't wait for this touching moment. There were already tears in his eyes from the joy of his son's return home. The kind old woman who worked in this mansion told him that Arthur was finally home. Finally, the whole family was together, and they shared this touching moment of reunion with tears in their eyes. Looking at this, even the old lady could not hold back her tears, just like me. When they went into the living room, they sat down on the same sofa and began to discuss what he had told them 3 years ago with some kind of information transfer magic. They were concerned about his illness and why he was so thin, but Arthur insisted that he had never felt better than he did now. Ray, seeing how many questions Alice was asking, asked her to take her time, saying that just by looking at their son, they could tell how big and strong he had become. Unlike mom and dad, the little sister didn't look so cheerful. She was sitting on a separate sofa with an offended look. Not understanding her child's behavior, Alice asked Ellie to come up to her older brother and say hello to him. When she heard that the boy who came to them was her older brother, she was genuinely surprised. He really did look like his mother, so she believed these words, and with difficulty got down from the chair in which she was sitting with her funny pet. With a joyful smile, Alice again imagined the embarrassed boy as her brother from the fairy tales that her mother and father told her before bed. Taking a few steps forward, the shy little girl greeted her older brother, speaking hesitantly and rather funny, as she still could not pronounce all the letters correctly. Standing next to her, leaning on his knees, Arthur, touched by this moment, said that he was pleased to finally meet his own sister. Looking at their children, the parents could hardly contain their emotions at how sweet this moment was. After Arthur settled in at home, he spent some time explaining everything from the beginning. Although he trusted his family, he chose to skip the story with Sylvia, explaining his fall from the cliff as a stroke of luck, and his body's unconscious use of magic to protect him from falling from a height. From there, he continued the story of finding Tess and spending time in Eleanor. When he finished his story, the curious Ray pointed his finger at Sylvie, asking what he could tell about this little friend. Arthur replied delightedly that while he was traveling, he came across the lair of the mana beast, Sylvie's mother, dying from a wound. According to him, he could do nothing for her mother, but since then he had been taking care of her offspring. After listening to him to the end, Alice, with the same worried expression on her face, asked if he was sure that he had completely recovered and there was no chance of getting sick with that disease again. With a cheerful smile, the boy replied that they didn't need to worry about it anymore, as it was mostly due to the instability of his mana core from waking up early. And yet at one point, when they were silent, a sadness of regret flashed in his eyes because he was ashamed to keep secrets from his family. However, he understood that until he was stronger, it was too dangerous for his family to know everything that really happened to him. Ray broke the silence, excited by the stories of his amazing son, and asked with anticipation what stage his mana core was in. In response to her husband's sudden emotional outburst, Alice nervously shouted that their son had just returned home, and he was already talking about the mana core stage. Folding his hands in front of him, Ray replied that despite his wife's resentment, he saw nothing wrong with comparing their progress over this time. Pointing to the bandage on his left arm, he proudly said that after they came to Zyrus, he worked as an instructor for the guards of the Helsia auction house. In response, Arthur said that he was surprised that his father had changed in more ways than just growing facial hair. After these bold words, he asked his father what stage his mana core was at. Anticipating a real shock reaction to his words from his son, Ray, scratching his stubble, began to chuckle slyly and quietly. Putting his foot on the table, he pointed his finger at himself and proudly said that the head of their family had reached the dark orange stage 2 years ago. Arthur was pleased with his progress. He could easily notice that his father had become more bulky, but he really couldn't think that he had broken through to the next stage of magic. In response, he assumed that his father must have worked very hard to achieve such an incredible result. However, seeing how shamelessly and carefree he showed off his results, Arthur began to doubt his words regarding how persistent he was in his training. The awkward moment was interrupted by the father, who, having cooled his ardor, asked whether his son's result was as impressive. When Arthur sheepishly replied that he was in the light red stage, Ray froze for a second, trying to comprehend what was said. A moment later, shocked to the depths of his soul by these words, he shouted with a rough, husky voice that he could not believe it. Alice was also surprised by this, but the moment of pride for her son was interrupted by the realization that Ray had used swear words in his speech in Ellie's presence, and she, like a child, began to repeat after him. Realizing his stupidity and feeling threatened by his wife, he began to apologize. Returning to his son's words, he grabbed Arthur by the shoulders and began to shake him, trying to find out when and how he managed to achieve such an incredible result. While Ellie ran around the room lisping the words she had heard from her dad, Ray decisively suggested to his son that they go out into the backyard to have an immediate historical sparring match. In response to his proposal, Arthur began to laugh merrily, recognizing his father's fatherless style of behavior, which constantly gave his mother a headache. As they walked towards the exit to the backyard, a loud stomping sound came from the corridor. After this, the door to the living room opened, and a sweaty, intelligent-looking man with shortness of breath turned to Ray excitedly, saying that he had heard something unheard of about their son being alive. Seeing Ray and his family in front of him, with a boy with red hair like Alice next to him, he froze in place. Adjusting his glasses, he asked in confusion what was really going on in this crazy world. His question seemed quite logical, because he had never heard anything like this from his close friends, whom they had sheltered in their mansion. Next to this gentleman stood his beautiful young wife, as well as a daughter, who apparently was the same age as Arthur. Arthur and Sylvia immediately noticed them. He already knew that these were the people who had been taking care of his family all this time. Ray immediately approached Vincent and Tabitha, after which he introduced them to his son Arthur, who had indeed returned home. He then introduced Vincent Helstia himself, the man who owned the Helstia auction house and was also an old friend of his, for whom he now worked. He asked his son to introduce himself before they began to destroy this nice gentleman's house, respectfully introducing himself to Mr. Vincent. Arthur said that he was sure that his appearance could be a surprise for them, since it was he who asked his parents not to tell anyone about him. He also apologized for these details in a manner unusual for his family. Seeing the boy's amazing upbringing, Vincent even became confused and slapped Ray on the stomach and asked Arthur if he was sure that such a simple guy as Ray was his father. The boy was a little confused, but jokingly replied that although he was often asked this, it was true. Mrs. Tabitha, who is Vincent's husband, also greeted Arthur, after which she introduced him to her daughter, Lilia. She said that since they were the same age, she believed that they could become friends. Arthur greeted her with a pleasant smile, and the squeak from Sylvie was no less friendly. As expected, her heart was captured by the cute little animal that was on Arthur's shoulder. Having fallen in love with the sweet Sylvie, Lilia approached Arthur and began to wonder if she could touch this fascinating pet. Returning to Ray's previous words, Mr. Vincent thoughtfully asked what he meant when he spoke about destroying his house. Remembering what he was talking about, Ray replied that he and Arthur were just about to spar. Hearing that they were going to have some fun, Vincent responded to his words with a smile. However, fully realizing that Ray was going to fight his son, who had only recently returned home, Vincent began to panic a little. He couldn't believe it, but those two madmen were actually going to do it. The boys went out to the backyard of this beautiful Helstia family mansion to see the madness that Ray had planned. It's been a long time since they last did this. Arthur and Ray began to warm up before showing off the fruits of their hard training. Despite the seriousness of the event, Alice was already used to this kind of thing, so she was relaxed and calmly gossiped with her friend Tabitha. Lily and Ellie weren't worried about this sparring either, as their attention was focused on poor Sylvie, who was trying to escape from the annoying children. Sitting down next to his wife, Vincent anxiously asked Alice why her husband was taking his son's words seriously about him being a light red mana core stage mage. In response, Alice said that she was also surprised, but she believed him because he always learned quickly and had no reason to lie. Vincent folded his hands in front of him and asked incredulously if he was supposed to believe that an 8-year-old child had not only awakened, but had also passed the 3 stages. He remembered that even the snobbish genius brats accepted into the Capital's Academy barely reached the Crimson Stage at the age of 12. Arthur looked at them and saw his mother's encouragement and Vincent's slight distrust of his words. He heard his words perfectly and thought that it would be better not to tell them that he was only at the light red stage because he couldn't train due to the assimilation of the beast will. The cheerful father had already begun to jump from side to side. Taking a fighting stance, he warned that his son should be prepared, because his father was no longer the same man he had been. Clenching his fists and assuming a fighting stance, Arthur replied with an anticipatory smile that he, too, could boast that he had changed a lot. Arthur decided to start the fight first, so he used the mana aura. Accelerating his body, he found himself in front of his father in a moment. It was only at the last moment that Ray noticed that Arthur was right underneath him, ready to strike with his left hand. Without even moving, Ray, strengthening himself with mana and relying on his brute strength, stopped the blow with one palm. With a satisfied smile, he said that Arthur would have to try harder than before. However, at that very moment, his son showed that this was not all he was capable of. Breaking free from the grip, he jumped up sharply and struck his father's left hand. Landing on the ground, he turned his leg, preparing for another blow. Using the momentum of his entire body, he attempted to deliver an elbow strike to Ray's torso. However, this time the father managed to control his speed and caught him by the hand at the last moment. Grabbing his son by the arm, he used the momentum of his body to pull him to the side and tried to hit him with his left hand. However, even while in the air, Arthur did not lose his head. Despite his father's advantage in brute strength and size, the boy managed to grab him by the clothes. Pushing off without releasing the grip, he lowered his legs to the surface. Thus, Arthur found a foothold and was able to make a throw that his father was not prepared for. Despite the unexpectedness of this fighting style, Ray still did not fall to the surface, but pushed off from it as soon as he reached it with his hand. After jumping back a few times, Ray returned to a safe distance before continuing the fight. Turning to his father, Arthur asked him with a sly smile what he thought about his level of hand-to-hand combat. Scratching his neck uncertainly, but trying not to lose his status as a trainer of auction house security guards, Ray replied that he thought his son's skills were not bad. He did admit, however, that Arthur had caught him off guard. Then he confidently spread his arms out to the sides and said that in that case the old man would become more serious. After this, he clenched his fists, causing a cracking sound and bright sparks to appear between them. His body, especially his fists, were covered in flames, indicating that he had mastered this element. Looking at his son, he said that he had learned this little trick after breaking through to the dark orange stage. He then asked his son not to complain, saying that he had not been warned. Mages, since their awakening, have always had power in terms of what elements they have an affinity with. Parents seek out a professional to perform expensive testing on their child so they can know what path to take their newborn mage. In this world, wizards have an innate advantage. They can manifest and manipulate elements with which they have an affinity. Enhancers have a much worse affinity for the elements, and in fact, the elements only manifest after they pass a certain threshold. Arthur's father, who trained hard from an early age but had no special training, took time to reach the deep orange core stage to transform his explosive use of mana into true fire. In the world from which King Gray came, the elements were not predetermined from birth and everyone chose their own path of development. However, despite the properties of the Kai energy of different fighters, this was often leveled out by personal skills and experience. Talent played a big role, but hard work was equally important since no one was limited by affinity with their particular element. Despite initially having low energy reserves, King Gray surpassed his opponents with an incredibly high level of skill. As for his life after reincarnation, this time he had an advantage from the very beginning, and everything led to something no one expected. Taking a few steps forward, he demonstrated that he had also learned a few tricks. His body was covered in an electric current that made a loud crackling sound. Smugly turning to his father, he asked him not to be too surprised at the level of his mastery of the elements. Father was truly surprised, as he had never fought anyone with an affinity for such a rare element before. With a trembling voice, Mr. Vincent, who saw this miracle, said that he could not believe that Ray's son was not only an outstanding magician at the age of 8, but also belonged to the deviants. Naturally, the father, who was so proud of his son, responded to this with a smile. He was shocked by the fact that another deviant had appeared in their family. Strengthening himself with dense lightning magic, Arthur assumed an unusual fighting stance, spreading his arms to the sides. After that, he made a lightning-fast dash, and with a sound like thunder, he found himself behind his father. Feeling it behind him, Ray waved his hand in the direction of the sound. But a moment later, Arthur was behind him again, crouched down to the ground. The pressure of his son's incredible speed sent shivers down his father's spine, and he knew it wouldn't be easy. At that moment, he decided to take the initiative and struck Arthur with a flaming fist. But Arthur, having superior speed, managed to push off the surface, jumping up. After that, he jumped back a little. Having found a foothold under his feet, he pushed off again and made a dash forward with great speed. This time he delivered a direct blow that the father could not avoid. Ray blocked his son's blow, amplified by his incredible speed. At that moment, a powerful flash occurred, associated with the collision of these two elements. Father was able to block the first blow using a block enhanced by mana aura and the element of fire. Arthur, in the air without a point of support, used the inertia of his body to strike again with another fist, increasing the power of his lightning element. However, this time, the father had no intention of blocking his blow, and with a serious expression, he prepared his fist in which he had gathered the powerful flames of his element. Their fists competed in strength, and the way they clasped together produced a powerful burst of energy. A loud explosion from the backyard of Mr. Vincent, who had security guards nearby working for him, caused them to suddenly become alarmed. Using his superior speed and incredible strength, Arthur continued to apply incredible pressure and forced his father into the wooded area. Using even more magic, Ray showed that he was not going to give in, even though his fire magic was having a hard time against the deviant lightning. He rushed into the attack again, preparing a powerful punch. Although Arthur could have avoided the collision with his father, he decided to demonstrate the strength of his defense and test his strength by blocking instead of dodging. As soon as he came into contact with his father's fist, he immediately threw it aside and prepared to strike back. The father, without wasting time, delivered a second blow with his fist, but Arthur again managed to push his hand aside, changing the trajectory of his blow. Fighting at close range, Ray could feel his son's electricity trying to break through his mana shield. He decided that defending himself was too tiring, so he took over the initiative in striking again. His speed was truly astounding, and although Arthur was quite experienced, he still had a hard time dodging the barrage of fire fist strikes. Due to such incredible pressure from his father, he took one blow to the face, but managed to soften it with the inertia of his body and the aura of mana enhanced by the element. He took the missed blow with a satisfied smile on his face. He didn't expect anything less from his father. The longer they fought, the more accurate Ray's blows became, and he even began to attack in such a way that Arthur didn't even have a chance to get close to him. And yet, once again strengthening his body with a large amount of mana, Arthur managed to dodge another blow and, crouching, prepared a counterattack on his father. In an instant, he aimed his fist at his father's chin, while Ray aimed his flame-covered knee at the boy's torso. Seeing how incredible this battle was, all the spectators froze for a moment. They were shocked, and Alice, covering her mouth, was afraid that her husband and son would hurt each other with such powerful blows. Vincent, fearing what would happen in a moment, was plunged into despair because he could not interfere in this madness in any way. Among them, only Sylvia was calm, yawning from boredom, realizing that Arthur had not demonstrated even half of what he was capable of. Knowing what her dad was thinking, she understood that the battle was already over. In the moment before the crushing blows were dealt, it seemed as if time stood still. In reality, everything was much simpler. The guys did not intend to deliver these blows and at the last moment stopped using magic. They decided to settle for the fact that their strength in this fight was equal. The father, proud of his son, began to laugh joyfully after this incredible battle. Hugging Arthur, he said with surprise that he did not expect that what he called a trick would turn out to be real lightning magic. Sure, he, a deviant, had a high affinity with lightning, but he still had room to grow. During his training with Virian, his ice was unstable, and he couldn't even master sound or gravity. Although he didn't spend much time training the elements, the experience was still traumatic in places. Like assimilating the will of the beast, it was not easy for him. However, now he was once again convinced that it was worth it. He was very pleased to show off his skills to his parents, who were sincerely proud of him. When his father asked him when and how he learned it, Arthur modestly replied that he had only recently mastered the element of lightning and could barely control it. He still lied about not being able to do anything else. After such an intense battle, which he had watched, Mr. Vincent sighed heavily, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and, putting his hand to his head, said that now he could use a little drink. Tabitha and Lily were also genuinely surprised at what an unusual child Arthur turned out to be. The boys began to return to the mansion, while the workers of this yard rushed to put out the remains of the fire on the lawn after the battle between Ray and Arthur. Having cooled his ardor a little thanks to alcohol, Vincent decided to have a man-to-man talk with Ray. The alcohol hit him hard in the head, and he asked his friend if he even understood what his son's future was. Placing his hand on his son's head, Ray proudly replied that he had known this ever since he had awakened at the age of just 3. Hearing this, Tabitha asked Alice in surprise if it was true. A little embarrassed, the smiling mother of the genius son confirmed these words and noted that at that moment, he blew up most of their house. Ray laughed heartily and said that those were good times. Vincent clutched his head and tried to somehow process such incredible information, because waking up at such an early age and deviant abilities at 8 years old were always unheard of fairy tales. The drunk but violent man suddenly slammed his hands on the table so hard that his glasses flew off his face. After that, he suggested to his friend that Arthur be enrolled in the Zyrus Academy, where they study magic. Listening to these conversations with some boredom, Arthur still did not know what they were talking about. Everything became clearer when Ray answered that Arthur was only 8, while the Zyrus Academy, as the most prestigious magical institution on the continent, accepts children from 12 years old. Seeing her husband's condition, Tabitha approached the genius boy's parents and said that Vincent insisted on the idea that it was profitable for them to sponsor Arthur, given his talent. She said that they should not worry about paying for his education. As usual, modest and shy Alice replied that they could not ask them for such a favor after all they had done for them. She thought that paying for their son's education was too much, and besides, she was sure that they would not consider him due to his age. Vincent folded his hands smugly in front of him and said that he wanted to say that he had connections with the famous director of the Zyrus Academy itself. He was hinting that he could talk to her personally. It seems even Arthur himself was a little interested in this idea. I apologize for interrupting the conversation. He said that seeing how this would affect his future, he felt like he had something to say. How exactly this conversation ended during dinner together will become clear later, but the evening arrived rather quickly. The first day after returning to the family was coming to an end. Arthur was still unaccustomed to this place, different from his previous home in the castle of the royal family of Eleanor. However, the large number of servants and the intelligence of the place were to his liking, considering his past as King Grey. Ellie's sister couldn't sleep for a long time, so Arthur was forced to leave Sylvie with her. Before going to bed, he had another pleasant conversation with his parents. They still couldn't believe that he was with them again, being a handsome and quite grown-up boy. With a smile on his face, Arthur said that he had changed a lot since the last time they saw him. Ray answered for both of them that it didn't matter to them how much he had changed, because he would still always be their beloved son. Even after they learned that he was a deviant who could become one of the most powerful and outstanding mages in history. After these words from her father, Alice carefully placed her hands on her son's shoulders. She said with a kind and sweet smile that her father was right, and that they would always see him as a little carefree boy who was exploring the world. However, she then looked away and said with some sadness in her eyes that now he was probably too old for his old mother to be able to kiss him goodnight. Hearing the sadness in her words, Arthur himself felt a little sad. He understood his mother's worries, so he sighed heavily and decided to fix the situation with his own hands. After that, he kissed her sweetly on the cheek, showing that he was ready to be their favorite little child, just like before. Then he simply fell on the bed, wishing his parents good night and again reminding them that he missed them very much. The parents responded in kind and looked again with affection at their little boy, who had finally returned home. As she was leaving, Alice remembered that she should have said that she and Ellie were going shopping the next day. She said that they both needed new clothes, so they would have a good chance to get closer to each other. Arthur responded positively to this idea because he still saw his sister's mistrust. As he left the room, Ray paused at the door, then asked his son not to hold a grudge against Vincent for what had happened earlier. He said that their wonderful friend had not meant any harm, but had simply been overly emotional about his genius. As it turned out, the situation Ray was talking about had to do with Arthur's reaction to Vincent's interest. In fact, he did not take the side expected at all. Interfering with the adults' conversation, Arthur said that after a long time, he was finally reunited with his family, so he wanted to spend some time with them before deciding whether to leave them again by enrolling in the academy. Vincent agreed with his words, saying that he was getting a little ahead of himself. However, Arthur responded coldly because he got up from the table saying that he was too tired from sparring and therefore wanted to go and rest. After these words, he left, and the joint dinner ended at that moment. Everyone felt a certain sadness and even thought that it was due to Vincent's excessive interest. Arthur's feelings were understandable, although in reality he did not hold a grudge against the owner of this mansion, who generously accepted them as permanent residents. Leaving the room where they had dined, Arthur thought about his life and did not notice how he had become a little lost. At that moment, Lilia caught up with him and took him by surprise with the words that if he went further down that corridor, he would end up in one of their basements. Pointing her finger in the other direction, she boastfully said that if he would come with her, then she would show him a better place. As it turned out, she was talking about the place where the people who worked in their mansion spent their free time. When Lilia entered, she greeted the people present cheerfully, saying that she hoped they did not mind their new guest. Being next to Mr. Vincent's sincerely smiling daughter, Arthur was surprised that she was enjoying spending time with their servants so much. The lady who worked as a nanny and cleaner in this mansion could not help but recognize Arthur, but asked if he was the guy who burned half the lawn she worked so hard on. Arthur began to awkwardly apologize, but a cheerful man with a mustache calmed him down. As it turned out, he was just being teased and the atmosphere was relaxed and very friendly. The butler, who made the most delicious coffee, prepared several cups for their dear little guests, while Lilia introduced Arthur to the others. Watching Lilia's behavior, Arthur was surprised, because before she seemed to be a rather quiet and modest girl. He was sure that she really liked this kind of company and ease, freedom from the formal behavior imposed by her intelligent parents. At that moment, she sat down at the table and grabbed the cutlery, and with incredible appetite asked if they had any duck meat left. The local worker Maria, who loved her like a granddaughter, brought a plate of this deliciousness, but with a kind face warned that Lilia should be careful, because Madame Chelsea began to suspect something, because her baby had recently gained weight. Trying to somehow justify herself, Lilia, starting to eat the delicious duck, reminded that she had already said that this was not worth mentioning, because she was an ordinary, healthy, growing girl. Maria and the butler were very touched by her behavior, realizing that their support was very important to her. Another lady, who was responsible for the order in the mansion, quietly whispered in Arthur's ear that Lady Lily often made her way to the basement where they lived when she was stressed. Arthur did not understand what was being discussed, while the gluttonous Lily, enjoying her food, said that because Maria had reproached her for her inappropriate behavior, she should save the pork belly for her next time. The little girl's impudence was humorous, so it was met with a kind smile. The butler explained to Arthur that her stress was due to the fact that Sir and Madame wanted their daughter to awaken as a mage, despite the fact that each of them was a mage themselves. Their high demands put a lot of pressure on the little girl, while she herself really wants to become a magician. This is how things turned out within this great intelligent family, the owners of one of the most prestigious auction houses. Having been close to such people in his past life, Arthur understood the weight of her burden. Her parents suffered because of these high expectations, which he could not help but understand. Remembering that story with Lilia, Arthur, returning to the moment of the conversation with his father before going to bed, asked him not to worry, saying that he could confidently say that the Holstia family were good people who only wanted the best. In response to his sincerity, the parents smiled, being glad that Arthur did not hold a grudge against their virtues and understood their situation perfectly. Having wished him good night, they themselves went to bed. The next morning, Arthur, as usual, could not wake up on his own. His deep sleep could not be interrupted by Tessia, so this role was taken over by Sylvia, who ran away from Ellie's tight embrace for her dad. Awakened by Sylvia, he picked her up and asked her if she was excited to see him sleeping so soundly. At the same moment, he remembered Tess, who usually woke him up in the morning. He felt a little sad, thinking how she copes alone. His thoughts were interrupted by the pungent smell coming from Sylvia. Holding her at arm's length, he walked toward the door, thinking that this time they would have to take a bath together. Sylvia was very afraid of water, having never taken a bath before, but there was no other choice. It didn't go too badly, and although she looked like a scared cat, she managed to overcome her fear. As soon as Arthur put on his robe and laid Sylvia on a dry towel, there was a knock on the door of his room. Opening the door, he saw a shy Ellie, who hesitantly greeted him, saying that her mother asked him to wake her up. Sitting down next to her, he extended his hand to his little sister and suggested that they go to their mother together. The girl was very happy with his offer and lisped that in that case they would go to breakfast together and then go shopping in the city. This moment once again gave Arthur a pleasant feeling of a quiet family life. They ran carefree toward the kitchen, while Sylvia ran after them with the same joy. After breakfast, as planned, they went to the bustling city center. Looking around, Arthur was very surprised at how different the center of Zyrus was from the capital of the elven kingdom. The shops here turned out to be overflowing with all sorts of magical items, artifacts, and trophies from the dungeons. One of the shops that attracted the boys' attention the most seemed to be a very expensive establishment, since there were even armed guards inside. When Arthur asked what they were selling there, Tabitha replied that the small balls he had been looking at through the window were the beast cannonballs. She explained that these were magical cores extracted from mana beasts, which could be used to increase one's strength, although the effects of each core could vary greatly. According to her, by spending hundreds of gold coins, you can experience the thrill, and if you are lucky, then one of them can contain the will of the beast. Hearing that such huge sums were being discussed, Arthur's mouth dropped open in shock, and Tabitha, seeing his surprise, laughingly explained that sometimes they talked about thousands of gold. At that moment, Arthur realized how lucky he was, having acquired the incredible will of a dragon by pure chance. Mistress Tabitha also clarified that their auction house in Helstia received quite a lot of beast cores and even infant mana beasts, so he would be able to take a closer look at them when he had the chance. With a polite smile, Arthur replied that he would be grateful. Interrupting their conversation, Lilia began to push him in the back, saying that he should hurry to the place she wanted to take him to the moment she first saw him. As it turned out, it was a place of real torture for the man. Arthur fell into the hands of a barber, which clearly did not inspire confidence. With a trembling voice, Arthur, who was not even afraid of dragons, asked fearfully if this was really a necessary measure. Sighing heavily, Alice, calling her son Dear Arthur, said that he really did have terrible hair that needed care. The strange guy who had taken on the job also chimed in. Turning to Alice, he asked her not to worry, assuring her that he would make her son glow with beauty. Showing off all his glamour, he winked and licked his lips, pompously saying that he would take responsibility for the flawless gem that was Arthur. The inner cry of a real man, who was in the body of an 8-year-old child, said that there were battles in which even he was powerless. Having overcome this terrifying ordeal, Arthur stood up from his chair and showed himself to his mother, hesitantly saying that he felt ridiculous. However, despite his words, Alice beamed with joy, saying that he looked simply perfect. As it turned out, before presenting his new appearance, he was even given new clothes which hardly fit his true image. Now he looked more like a pretty boy with a red-haired punk hairstyle. Seeing his transformation, Ellie arrogantly said that he was now good enough to be her brother. When they left this vicious establishment, Alice took her daughter in her arms and said with a happy laugh that Ellie was right, because now Arthur finally looked like a civilized person. As he walked across the bridge, Arthur stopped to look around. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a small group of very noisy teenage boys, all dressed in identical clothes. They clearly lacked manners, and people around them tried to avoid them, because they were behaving extremely provocatively and laughing very loudly. Noticing Arthur's interest, Lilia came closer and said that they were students from the Zyrus Academy. Leaning on her palm, she said that being able to wear this uniform was a kind of symbol that gave status. In response to her sad words, Arthur decided to support her, saying that to him they seemed like idiots. Lilia agreed, saying that many of the academy behaved like that. Having come to terms with this fact, she clarified the main detail that they were almost considered a royal family here due to their belonging to the most advanced magic academy. Seeing the children talking, Alice asked what had them so interested. While Arthur suddenly disappeared, Lily replied that they were talking about the academy. Turning to Arthur, she was surprised that he had suddenly gone somewhere. Looking a little further, she saw that he, like a puppy, had run towards something that interested him greatly. Watching this, Alice said with a good laugh that he was usually so calm and mature that it was very pleasant to see him so excited. In response, Tabitha said that it was a little comforting to her because now he really did look like a child, unlike yesterday's spectacle. Naturally, all these girls, including Sylvie, remembered not how he silently left the room because of an inappropriate conversation, but what a formidable fighter he is even compared to Ray. As it turned out, he was attracted by the weapon shop. There were so many items of interest to him that he flew around the store like a fly, looking at everything that caught his eye. At first, the local merchants asked if they could help him with anything, but seeing that it was actually a young man in front of them, the man in the green shirt said that this was not a place for children, so he should leave while he was being asked politely. After him, a narcissistic and arrogant gray-haired man, who was most likely the owner of the shop, intervened in the conversation. He disgustingly said that the thing the boy was looking at was a dangerous weapon. Calling him a brat, he insolently said that it did not look like his toy swords. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that the boy did not belong here, but that nearby he could find a pastry shop where he would find what suited him. Having knocked the hand of this vile guy off his shoulder, Arthur didn't even look in his direction and went to the exit. As he opened the door, he calmly said that he knew very well what a sword was and then apologized for getting in their way. As it turned out, the arrogant shop owner felt humiliated, so he yelled at the boy to stop. When he came back to him, he grabbed his arm and angrily asked what kind of home had raised such a rude person like him. With an angry expression on his face, he said that the kid doesn't even understand what he's done, since he's dealing with Ignatius. Without finishing his pathetic speech, he suddenly froze with his mouth open, hearing a woman scream that he should take his hands off his son. He looked up to see Arthur's angry mother, her hands folded in front of her in a businesslike manner. Lily, Ellie, and Sylvie were also in a fighting mood. Mistress Tabitha hadn't said anything that Ignatius of House Ravenpour would probably want her to ban their family from participating in the auctions of their house. Seeing Mistress Helstia before him and hearing her words of warning, he fell to his knees before her and began to beg for forgiveness, saying that he had no idea that this child was from their house. He began to offer his most sincere apologies, and even his worker bowed before Tabitha. The conflict was resolved with incredible success, and when they left that shop, Arthur thanked Mrs. Tabitha for getting him out of that mess. With a hearty laugh, Tabitha replied that in truth, she was more afraid of what Arthur himself might do to the man if their quarrel worsened. While they were calmly walking home, their company attracted the attention of some mysterious stranger, who looked very secretive and wore a cloak with a hood. He was most likely attracted by the unusual monobeast, Sylvie. He may have even recognized her as a dragon, even though the people here had not seen one for hundreds of years. In the flying city of Zyrus, evening came rather quickly. All this time the children walked around the city, buying things that interested them and enjoying various sweets. Arriving back at the house, they saw Ray and Vincent sitting on the couch, already tired of waiting for their families. After welcoming them home, Vincent joyfully called Arthur, saying that the one he wanted him to meet had arrived. When he took a few steps forward, he heard a female voice, which suggested that this boy was the one about whom Vincent had told him many incredible things. A woman with gray hair and purple clothing, similar to those worn by mages, introduced herself as Cynthia Goodsky, the founder and headmaster of Zyrus Academy. The Zyrus Academy is an institution that is considered a sanctuary for any potential mage who has the noble birth and talent to enter. It is a breeding ground for renowned scholars, guild members, leaders of the royal guard, and any military power. Anyone who had an impact on this world had connections to the Zyrus Academy. This was the kind of fame this school enjoyed, like an unstoppable titan compared to the countless other academies scattered across the continent. And at the head of everything is a rather famous director, whom Arthur did not expect to see so suddenly. After Ms. Goodsky introduced herself, they fell silent and began to look at each other. Seeing how they just silently looked at each other, Ray and Vincent felt some tension, and Ellie even wanted to hide behind her mother. Suddenly, the director of the academy extended her hand towards him. She went on to say that she was pleased to meet Arthur Levin, who was described as an extraordinary genius. Seeing the hand in front of him, Arthur was a little confused, because he did not know how to behave correctly in such a situation. He did not know whether he should kiss her hand or shake it. He decided to try his luck, realizing that as a child he had nothing to lose. So extending his hand to meet her, he said that he was also pleased to meet her. However, at that very moment, his mother ran up to him and grabbed him by the back of the head, pulling him down to bow before her. She apologized to the director of Goodsky in a confused voice for her son's rude behavior, saying that he had just returned home and did not know the official customs. Arthur was a little confused by this suddenness. He didn't think it was that serious. He had already stopped liking the whole idea, and he began to hope that it wouldn't take long. He hadn't eaten anything for several hours, and all his thoughts were only about food. In response to Alice's words, Principal Goodsky politely raised her hand, indicating that they should stand up. She said that it was all right, because if anything, it was impolite of her to intrude on them at such a late hour. Looking towards the lord of this mansion, she said that she could not refuse Vincent's request after all his huge contributions to the Zyrus Academy. In response, he shyly said that everything was fine, because he was simply helping the academy, in which he would like to see his daughter. As expected, these words only increased the pressure on Lilia. She looked away and bit her lip, thinking that she couldn't live up to her parents' expectations. Taking a step forward towards the amazing boy, Cynthia Goodsky said that it was not often that she went to a potential student's home, but Vincent had piqued her interest when he insisted that he had a child prodigy of the highest caliber living in his home. Turning to Mistress Tabitha, she politely asked if she could take them to an open area so that she could see Arthur in action. Arthur, who was trying to ask for a few minutes for dinner, was suddenly pinched by his mother, making him understand that this meeting was too important to take up so much of Principal Goodsky's time. The sir and madam of this mansion escorted Director Goodsky to their wonderful paved courtyard, where the madman Ray had once fought. Alice followed them, dragging Arthur, who was in a bad mood because he wouldn't be having dinner anytime soon. The silence was interrupted by the sounds of his and Sylvie's stomachs rumbling. Sylvie decided to go on her own and looked at her dad with a pitiful look, to which Arthur replied that she should be patient a little longer. Hearing this squeak, Mrs. Cynthia looked around and saw Sylvie, which surprised her greatly. She paused for a moment, saying that it was the first time she saw such a beautiful manna beast, and then asked if it belonged to Mr. Ray. In response, Arthur said that it was his pet, because a strong bond had been established between them when Sylvia hatched from the egg several months ago. It seemed that even Director Goodsky couldn't say for sure that this beautiful animal resembling a cat was a dragon. She called it an interesting find, saying that many nobles buy mana beasts to form a contract with them. She had never seen one like Sylvie before. With his hands in his pockets, Arthur, to deflect suspicion, said that Sylvie's mother was some kind of scaly wolf with small wings. He also mentioned that she was dying, protecting her egg, when he stumbled upon her nest. He justified all this by citing his great luck. Putting her hand to her mouth, Mrs. Cynthia reflected that she really could not say anything for sure about this amazing young man. Their conversation was interrupted by Vincent, who reached the end of this long, luxurious corridor and announced that they were there. As it turned out, he drew conclusions very quickly, and due to the fact that Ray and Arthur ruined the lawn, he managed to prepare a training and battle area in one day with the help of his subordinates' hands. When they went outside, Principal Goodsky suggested that they see if what Vincent had said was just an exaggeration. She remembered him saying that Arthur was an amplifier, but Vincent refused to tell her anything more than that, saying that it would be a surprise to her. However, looking at the boy after these words, she wondered why he was so calm. He did not look worried or scared. She did not understand what exactly made him so collected, but she assumed it was either confidence or arrogance. Actually both, as well as the incredible experience he had gained from training with Virian. However, at this moment, he was so emotionless only because he was puzzled by the question of what was for dinner. Anticipating an incredible spectacle, Vincent, smugly adjusting his elegant glasses, said that even Cynthia would definitely be shocked when Arthur showed his lightning magic. He was also sure that he was well prepared, because now he would not be able to burn this courtyard down like last time. Looking at the boy who looked like he was ready to start, Cynthia asked if he didn't want to at least arm himself with a weapon. In response, Arthur said that since she wasn't going to use the wand on her belt, then he would have to fight barehanded as well. This answer turned out to be extremely unusual, because it came from the lips of a boy to one of the greatest magicians. Still, she was not offended by his behavior, which could be regarded as arrogance, so with a smile on her face, she suggested that they begin. During his training with Virian, the explosive power of fire and the flexible counterattack of water were the first key arts from his past world to manifest as real elements after rebirth and mastering the magic core. In fact, many of his skills from his past life gave him a good start as a mage. The martial arts techniques of the earth and wind style from his previous life also performed well and reached quite a good height. That's why he decided that this was exactly what he should brag about to Director Goodsky. She was the only one among all those present who could objectively evaluate his skills. Strengthening his body with mana and starting to convert the energy into an element, he increased the pressure on the surface, and the vaunted stone coating cracked in an instant. Due to the use of the earth element, the surface began to deteriorate. From the teachings of his past life, he remembered that to use power, one must prepare one's body and concentrate the energy, and then release it. In the same way, he directed his mana down to the mana core and combined it with the surrounding mana. By controlling the collected internal and external mana, he spread it into the desired form, making the element of earth his own. From his wild energy and mana aura, the surface began to crumble, and stone fragments rose into the air. The 8-year-old boy looked like a real monster. Everyone present was shocked. Vincent began to tremble in surprise because he thought that this time his lawn would survive, while the boy's parents could not utter a word, having learned that fire and lightning magic were not the only elements that Arthur could control. As expected, Tabitha and Lilia, who had some knowledge of magic, were also shocked, and Ellie and Sylvie, who looked at it with completely different eyes, were inspired by his power and began to root for his success. Unlike mages, These are the basic steps that boosters take to manifest an elemental attack. Of course, he had a slight disadvantage with his previous knowledge. However, now he wanted to see how the director of the most prestigious magic academy would react to what he did next. After destroying the stone surface, he used the pressure from the mana boost to throw the huge stones up. After that, he delivered a powerful kick, launching the stone towards the teacher with great speed. This was clearly not what one would expect from an 8-year-old boy. After seeing him in action, Cynthia was convinced that his skills were higher than the average mage who had spent their entire lives diligently improving their skills. Seeing the whistling stone flying towards her, she did not lose her head. For a mage of her level, this was a mere trifle, and in just a moment, the stones were shattered into small pieces by the use of her advanced wind power. She waved her hand again and launched a counterattack aimed at Arthur. This was extremely unexpected, because he could not have imagined that she saw him as a worthy opponent, that he was capable of not only attacking, but also defending himself. The rocks flying towards him were not a big problem for him. Using the boost, Arthur crouched down and prepared for a quick dash, while simultaneously starting to use the second element, wind magic, concentrated in his right hand. He made a dash with great speed, avoiding a collision with the rocks. A vortex of wind formed around Cynthia Goodsky, holding a number of rocks that were making it difficult to move. However, Arthur, using wind magic on his palm, was able to break through her defense and even brought his hand closer to her face to strike. However, at the last moment, he saw that she could simultaneously maintain this hurricane barrier and create new wind magic. It was too late to strike, and Arthur decided to defend himself. In the end, Mrs. Cynthia never gave him a chance to try his luck with the blow and threw him aside. He was flying at such a speed that if he had fallen to the ground, he could have been injured. Arthur didn't intend to end the battle at such a sad moment, so he used the wind to navigate in space and then created support for himself in the air with the help of a stone. Luckily, he was able to stop easily because the stone used on this site was quite strong. He still couldn't use his full potential. Even with all his training with Virian, using earth and wind spells at the same time was not that easy compared to fire and water. Focusing on using 2 elements, Arthur charged again. To do this, he pushed off from the stone and made another incredibly fast dash. One look at Mistress Cynthia surprised him that she was not going to defend herself in any way, despite his approaching at great speed. A moment later, he noticed that at that time she was calmly using wind magic, with which she once again created a wall between them. A powerful hurricane forced him to stop, because it not only became an obstacle, but also raised many stones into the air, which additionally protected the director. The gust of wind was so strong that his family and Mr. Vincent's family had to cover themselves from the dust and could barely stay in place while sitting on the steps. Arthur himself barely managed to stay on the ground so as not to fly into the mansion at such a high speed, destroying the wall. Watching the enemy closely, he only saw the silhouette of Director Cynthia as she was hidden behind the hurricane. Strengthening his senses with mana, he noticed that she would say some words. At that moment, the realization came to him that she was still not finished. While he was trying to withstand her previous spell, she managed to prepare a new one, using concentration while pronouncing the magic words. After that, she waved her hand and 4 powerful whirlwinds appeared around her, destroying everything in their path, and headed towards the boy. Arthur was determined to resist her power, so using both his wind elemental powers, he applied a reverse force to him to withstand and neutralize her spell. Rushing forward, he was actually able to overpower her spell, cutting through those hurricanes with his palms. What he demonstrated was a counter skill that only advanced mages could boast of, something that was unusual for his young age. After seeing him in action, Principal Cynthia smiled and thought that was enough. She praised him for his impressive skills. She stopped her magic the moment Arthur got close and tried to strike the surface to use the earth element in close combat. However, the director noted that the young man was still too confident in his ability to confront opponents face to face. Dispersing the remnants of her prepared wind element hurricanes, she acknowledged that his overall display of magical and combat skills was outstanding. After stopping using the wind element, Principal Cynthia pointed her finger at Arthur, which began to emit an unusual aura. She said that this would be her last test, a kind of extra credit. After that, she asked him to try to stay conscious and with a cold look began the impact, which simply shocked Arthur. In just a moment, covering his ears, he realized that this was sound magic. It became obvious that Director Cynthia not only used the wind element at the highest level, but was also a deviant who perfectly mastered sound magic. Arthur passed this brutal test without any problems, and Principal Cynthia walked past and said with a kind laugh that it was wonderful. When she approached the boy's father, she said that his son had passed the test with flying colors, and because of the aptitude for wind magic he had shown, she wanted to train him personally. In response, a confused Ray, watching his son, asked since when he had learned to use wind and earth magic with the same success. Principal Cynthia didn't understand what he was talking about, so she asked him again what he meant by those words. Vincent, who was lying on the ground and dumbfounded by this sight, said in confusion that Arthur had used fire and lightning magic yesterday. In a trembling voice, he also clarified that this was the reason why he brought them to this paved courtyard, because last time he had burned their beautiful lawn. Principal Cynthia was so shocked by these words that she even asked again if they really meant that this little boy was capable of controlling at least the 3 fundamental elements and 1 element of the highest form. To be clear, Arthur clarified that there were actually 4. Rising to his feet, he demonstrated with one hand that he had elemental affinity for all 4 elements. After seeing this with her own eyes and realizing that the earth and wind that Arthur used were not his strongest abilities, the director, who saw something like this for the first time, could barely stand on her feet. Seeing the director's lady in such a state, Polite Ray asked if she was okay. After these words, she gathered her will into a fist and answered that everything was fine. At the same time, the others still couldn't come to their senses. Only Ellie, who didn't really understand what was happening, seeing her mother's surprise, lisped and asked if her brother was really that strong. With a kind laugh, the director answered the child's question, saying that Arthur was very strong. She even shocked Ray by saying that his son might become the strongest in the future. After everyone calmed down, Arthur apologized to his family for keeping this from them. When his mother finally came to her senses, she asked him with a kind smile not to keep such secrets anymore. His chest tightened at her words, because as much as he wanted to promise her this, he couldn't. Returning to the difficult conversation, Arthur understood that the rather sensitive and emotional Mr. Vincent would not soon recover from what he had learned in 2 days. After that, he turned his gaze to the director's lady, who was watching him with great interest, wondering how she had been lucky enough to find such a rare genius. Then she walked up to him and touched his back with her palm. At that moment, a magical barrier appeared around them, which was quite unexpected for Arthur's parents. As expected, they were scared, but from inside it was impossible to hear what they were saying. Cynthia Goodsky explained that while the spell was in effect, they were shielded so they couldn't hear the people outside and they couldn't hear them. This was only because she wanted to hear the boy's side of the story in private. With a smile on his face, the boy realized that this piercing lady saw right through him. He admitted that the truth was that he had shown her his abilities because she had 2 things that he desperately needed. The things he was talking about were power and influence. Being only an 8-year-old child, he could not command such power, so he asked her to protect his family until he was strong enough to do so himself. He promised that in that case, he would not only attend her academy, but also consider her a benefactor. Surprised by such audacity, the director remarked that even the king and queen of Sapina would not have dared to propose such a one-sided bargain, while he believed she might still agree to form a bond with someone so ordinary. Without losing control of the situation, Arthur replied that he was probably more aware of the potential of the one she called a mere child than the king and queen of Sapina. He also believed that she agreed with his words. Returning to his words, he clarified that in fact his part of the deal should wait until he entered their academy. His words came as a surprise because Director Cynthia could not even guess what this decision was connected with. Seeing her interest, Arthur smiled as he thought back to the past and explained that he had made a promise to someone important that he would live his life to the fullest. That was why he had decided that attending Zyrus Academy at a more normal age would help him do that. Politely covering her mouth, Mrs. Cynthia was emotionally surprised that she would have to wait for him for 3 whole years. She wondered what such an incredible boy was going to do during that time. Arthur finally decided to reveal to her what he had been hiding from his family. He confessed that he was going to become an adventurer. Looking at his parents, he was glad that they had not heard about it in such an inappropriate setting. However, as soon as they said goodbye to Director Goodsky, he decided to add some extreme and told his parents about it. Mom was so against his idea that her screams spread throughout the entire mansion, So Good Sky and Vincent, who were at the entrance, understood that their conversation had already begun. Although Ray was acting reserved as expected, Alice screamed with all her might. She said that she would never allow Arthur to do such madness because he had only returned 2 days ago after they all thought he was dead. Seeing her mother in such a nervous state, Ellie, who for some unknown reason was present during this serious conversation, tearfully grabbed her mother's skirt, begging her not to be angry. Sylvie, who was hiding behind Arthur, had never seen anyone in such a bad mood. Placing his hands gently on his wife's shoulders, Ray said he couldn't say he didn't agree with Arthur becoming an adventurer. He asked her to at least listen to what their son had to say. However, in response to his tenderness, Alice knocked his hands off her shoulders and tearfully screamed that she couldn't believe he could speak so calmly after everything they had been through to get to this place. Losing control of herself, she, feeling despair, tearfully said that he certainly understood her. Alice couldn't talk about it anymore. Her whole body was shaking from anxiety, so Ray hugged her to help her collect her thoughts. Seeing this, their son realized that he had miscalculated in mentioning it so early. To somehow make amends, he took his mother's hand and told her that he had no plans to leave home anytime soon. In fact, he was looking forward to spending a few months at home with everyone. As Alice continued to whine, Arthur said that he knew he had only recently returned home, but after being in the Elf Kingdom for over 3 years, he had begun to feel like he had missed so much of what had happened in Sapan and the rest of the world. Holding her hand, he looked into her eyes and with childish, sweet eyes said that his desire was connected with the fact that he wanted to experience the feelings that his parents experienced when they were adventurers. In response to his words about the Elven Kingdom, his father said with a kind look that he really wanted his wishes to come true, remembering that he himself was eager to experience the adventurous life when he was a teenager. However, he could not take his side because of his mother's concerns. No matter how prepared and strong they thought Arthur was, they knew better than anyone that the life of an adventurer was dangerous and unpredictable. At that very moment, a brilliant idea came into the guy's head. He hopefully asked how they would feel if he had a guard or supervisor with him. Although he said the right things while wiping away his tears, Alice wasn't sure if it was good. However, to her surprise, Ray took the opposite stance and shouted that it was not a bad idea, after which he looked thoughtful, trying to decide who would be a good helper for their son. As expected, he made a serious mistake, because Alice was not going to stand aside while her irresponsible father decided on such dangerous undertakings. She began shaking her husband with unprecedented aggression and screaming that she found it hard to believe that he was even considering this option. She could not allow her husband to send their son somewhere else for 3 more years. When Alice had poured out all her anger on her husband, she sat down on the sofa with a sly smile and folded her hands menacingly in front of her to listen to whether Arthur was going to say anything else. Arthur sat down opposite him, trying to smooth things over by saying that he wasn't going to leave for 3 years, but was planning to come back every few months, or even more often if he had time between missions. Sylvie knew he was finished, but she played along, saying that it wasn't that bad. In response, Alice asked incredulously if it was true. Her sweet smile during this phrase only added incredible pressure. With a shiver running down his spine, Arthur decided to continue to achieve his goal and began to nod his head in fear. At that moment, Ellie ran up to him and grabbed his leg with tears in her eyes. She asked in a pitiful, lisping voice if her brother was really leaving her. Realizing that he had made his little sister worry, he said in confusion that he would stay with Ellie and that she would see him often. Alice, touched by this spectacle, tried to control herself and not give in to them. She said that she did not give her consent yet, but she wanted to know why he wanted to be an adventurer. She thought it would be more reasonable to go to school before setting out on a journey as an adventurer. With a smile on his face, he made a ridiculous excuse that if he went to school at that age, he would be much younger than the other students. Speaking about himself as a baby compared to the others, he spoke plaintively and hurt his mother's heart with his words, saying that he wanted to fit in and make friends, which would be much more difficult with such a big age difference. An excited Alice, who was so easily provoked by her maternal instincts, replied that he did not need to go to school so early because he could wait, instead helping his father or her. As soon as Ray came to his senses, he answered with a smile that their boy would be fine. Feeling his father's support and the fact that his mother had begun to give in to his request, Arthur smiled sincerely. He was so determined because he was not going to stand still. He didn't want to just train. He was eager to fight and test the skills he had learned since coming to this world. Only in a warrior's natural environment could he show his true nature and discover his weaknesses. Yet he did not lie to his mother, for Sylvia told him to enjoy life to the fullest. After this serious conversation, they calmly went to bed. The next morning they gathered together to enjoy dinner as usual and chat about life. Ray seemed to her like he was out of his mind, so Alice asked him to take his time, because no one was going to steal his food. Her husband replied that he was just happy to enjoy his freedom, not rushing to work. Vincent was surprised to hear this, because he thought he was going to the auction to show off some of the new ones. As it turned out, it was just an excuse to hold a welcome party afterwards. Vincent and Ray began to heatedly discuss how much they were spending on food, which was starting to give everyone else present a headache. Arthur, not understanding what they were talking about, decided to ask himself what they were planning to do that day. Tabitha replied that she and his mother had some errands to run around town to prepare for the upcoming event at the Helstia auction house. They were also planning on taking Lilia and Ellie along, so they didn't mind if he came along. In response, he thanked them for the offer, but declined, saying that he planned to stay home. Interrupting their conversation with an accented cough, Vincent asked if it had been decided what to do about the situation surrounding Arthur. Alice replied that they had agreed to let him become an adventurer under certain conditions. Tabitha knew it wouldn't be that easy because, as she walked down the hallway, she heard the parents' violent reaction to their son's words. She wondered what these conditions were that became a compromise in such a difficult situation. Holding up 3 fingers, Ray explained that as a first condition, he would wait until his birthday, which was in 3 months. Secondly, they agreed that he would always have security during missions, and thirdly, he would have to visit them at least once every 2 months. Looking at his son, who was fighting over a piece of meat with his pet, he said in confusion that they thought he was smart enough to handle the rest of the nuances on his own. Vincent thought their terms were well-reasoned, but he was worried about whether they had anyone in mind to guard Arthur. Remembering how he fought with Ray, Vincent asked if there was even a guard capable of guarding him. Everyone agreed with his words because Arthur is truly a real monster, despite his young age. In fact, the parents didn't know yet who would be able to go with their son. Ellie gave them a hint when she put 2 forks on her head and said that she looked like Sylvie. Although the daughter had shown bad table manners, it was still an answer to the troubling question. Ray was pleased with himself when he remembered that the twins' horns would arrive after the expedition from the dungeon soon. He had received a letter from the Adventurers Guild saying that they would return in 2 months. He believed that they could send one of them along with Arthur. Alice was very surprised by his words and admitted that it was really quite a good idea. Her reaction was disrespectful in Ray's eyes, so he asked her worriedly if she could not be so surprised that he had a good idea. Realizing her mistake, she responded with a sweet and awkward laugh. Arthur himself could not think about it. He was delighted by the mere thought of meeting those incredible adventurers again, and one of them would even go into battle with him. The thought of meeting these guys after so long gave him hope that he could really become an adventurer. After dinner, Tabitha and Alice, along with their daughters, went shopping at the auction house, while the men of their house went about their business. Vincent was in his office as usual, dealing with a lot of paperwork. Suddenly his peace was interrupted by a knock on the door. Opening the door, he saw Arthur and said that he had missed his father, who had gone to the auction house. In response, Artu said with a smile that he had actually come to him to discuss one issue with him. When the child politely asked if he could come in, Vincent, surprised by his manners, gave him permission. Meanwhile, Tabitha and Alice were looking for suitable decorations for the anniversary event while at the city's marketplace. As it turned out, Tabitha decided that they would use items made by Alice, since many noble ladies adore them. Alice was confused by his words because she could not understand how they could see them at all. The sly Tabitha replied that she had actually stolen a few from home and used them to decorate the private viewing rooms at their auction house. Alice was simply shocked. She blushed, saying that they were simple and cheap little decorations made in her spare time. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't find a place for herself, and Tabitha laughed at her reaction. Meanwhile, Lily noticed that Ellie couldn't find a place for herself and was sadly kicking stones. Trying to support her, Lilia sat down next to her and asked why she was upset. In response, Ellie sadly said that her brother did not go shopping with them. To calm her down a little, Lilia decided to play on her pity and said that now that her brother was here, she was no longer important to Ellie. However, the little girl turned out to be quite cunning, saying that Lilia is Lilia and a brother is a brother. The drama queen continued to play on Ellie's pity for her own sake. Lilia made her worry and even cry when she reminded her of her words about how she loved her more than anyone, saying that when her brother came back, she decided to just throw her away and abandon her. It seems the tricks Lily used were too dirty, so she got hit on the head by her mother. Tabitha sternly asked why she was tormenting the little girl with her jokes. In her defense, Lilia, pointing her hand at the tearful Ellie, said that she teased her because all this time she was thinking about Arthur. In fact, Tabitha understood this perfectly well, but she decided that she herself could influence Ellie's well-being. So she noted that it seemed to her that Ellie was not the only one thinking about Arthur. After that, she wondered if it was possible that her daughter had found her first love. As expected, Lilia was so embarrassed that she couldn't find a place for herself and started shouting that Arthur was just a weirdo and that her mother was wrong. Biting her lip, she nevertheless made it clear that she really was not indifferent to him. With a trembling voice, she surprised her mother by admitting that she thought children her age couldn't be magicians. Lowering her head down, she tearfully said that she had been patiently waiting for awakening all this time, but when Arthur appeared, everything changed because he was already a magician who was stronger than many adults. In that touching moment, she even called it unfair, saying that she also wanted to be a magician to make her parents happy. Tabitha and Alice couldn't even imagine that Lilia had such a thing in mind. Moreover, the mother felt guilty for having brought her child to such a state, even though it was completely accidental. Kind Aunt Alice came closer to her and, trying to smooth things over, said that although it was difficult, she should not compare herself to Arthur because he was different from children her age. In response, Lilia asked how he became so strong and whether they could help her become like him. Tabitha couldn't believe Alice's words because she told her that, in fact, apart from a little sword training that Mr. Levin had given Arthur, they hadn't done anything else. Mrs. Helstia was amazed. She was surprised by this, saying that although he was a very gifted child, it seemed that they were missing something. After these words, she apologized for sticking her nose into other people's business, but Alice reassured her, saying that everything was fine. When Alice admitted that, in fact, she and Ray both knew that Arthur was hiding something from them, Tabitha brought up the obvious question of why they couldn't ask their son about everything, like how he became so strong while she was gone, and how he got to such a level with a sword. Everyone was indeed dying to know how Arthur had managed to do it. However, Alice gently replied that she and her husband believed that there was a good reason why Arthur was not telling them everything. She decided to give him space and support until he felt comfortable enough to do so. The conversation turned to a very tense topic, but Tabitha simply admired how strong Alice was, despite the situation with her son. Sighing heavily, she decided that they shouldn't dwell on things they didn't have answers to. Continuing the conversation with a good joke, Tabitha amused the company and suggested moving on so as not to waste precious time. As it turned out, even despite the security, they were still being watched. The man who had previously shown interest in Sylvie was quite experienced and secretive, so no one noticed him. Having completed his task, he returned to some dark alley. There was another spy here, whom he ordered to inform Lord Sebastian that the mana beast was not with them this time, and a mage from the Zyrus Academy was assigned to guard them, making too much surveillance impossible. The mysterious spy also said that the boy who was most likely the master of the mana beast would be attending the Helstia Auction House's 10th anniversary event. Based on this, the second spy replied that he would immediately report this possibility. With a snap of his fingers, the man who was tasked with delivering the message created a staircase leading upward in front of him. Meanwhile, in the Helstia family mansion, a meeting was taking place between Arthur and Vincent, which made the master of this house worry. The child sitting before him was enjoying his tea with exquisite grace and seemed to surpass in manners anyone Vincent had ever met before. The situation really seemed unusual. Even the owner of the most successful auction house felt out of place. At one point, he noticed a similarity that was strange to him. He didn't understand what kind of 8-year-old boy this was, who gave off such an aura that he was even more nervous than when he had an audience with King Sapin. Arthur himself broke the silence, thanking the gentleman for the tea. Vincent, awkwardly adjusting his glasses, replied that everything was fine. At that moment, Arthur seemed completely different to him compared to when he was with his family. He even began to think that this was the true face of such a terrifyingly strong little boy. The boy himself started the conversation, and first of all mentioned that the reason for his sudden visit was that he would like to ask the esteemed Mr. Vincent to get some things for him. The gentleman, agitated by the child's overwhelming aura, asked what these objects might be. Without losing his status, Arthur gave a list of items necessary for his career as an adventurer. Among them was a protective cloak with a hood, a decent sword for his size, and a mask that could change his voice. It was a serious matter. Vincent stood up from his chair and said that the cloak shouldn't be a problem, but with the mask, only a craftsman who is a deviant with an affinity for sound could make it right. He promised that he would try to help, but he couldn't promise anything. In response to the concern shown by his question, Arthur sincerely thanked Vincent with a smile. The gentleman himself was at this moment a little alarmed by his behavior. He did not understand why he was trying so hard to please this boy, being up to his ears in work related to the anniversary auction. As it turned out, it didn't end there. Arthur clarified that he couldn't give any financial compensation for his part since he had no money. Still, he came up with some way to repay Mr. Vincent for his help. Vincent responded that everything was fine because Ray had been a great help to him since he had started working for him. He explained that thanks to him and the training he gives to all the guards, thefts and fights at the auction house were at their lowest in history. Despite understanding that it was an honor for Mr. Vincent to repay his father in this way, Arthur still said that one of the things he wanted to do was help his sister speed up her awakening using the method he had discovered. He said that he knew that neither Vincent nor his wife were mages, so he said that he would help Lilia achieve awakening along with his sister. With a confident look, he said that he believed that he could help their daughter awaken as a mage and enroll in Zyrus Academy. Vincent couldn't believe his words, but still agreed to give him the opportunity to at least try to do it, remembering how many miracles this young man had demonstrated over the past 3 days. Returning to his room, Arthur continued his diligent training. He tried his best to develop the will of the beast, but even after all this time since receiving it, he could only use the ability for a few seconds. He sighed heavily, thinking that this was still not enough. He was still far from the level of power that Virian and Cynthia possessed. Even though Sylvia had asked him to enjoy this childhood, knowing the life path he had taken as King Grey, Arthur still couldn't back down. His new life was full of colors and happy moments. However, even so, he understood that, just like in his past life, he still needed strength to protect those dear to him. One rainy day during his past life, he ran away from the orphanage as usual to provide them with provisions. However, this time when he returned home, he saw a police car parked near the orphanage, with a crowd of people gathered around it. As he approached the cordoned-off area, he saw paramedics covering his best friend's body with a blanket. This moment changed his life forever. The helpless boy, who at such a young age experienced a horrific trauma, was eventually able to escape poverty and become a king only through his own perseverance. The tragedy that changed his life was the loss of a loved one. This time, he trained to the point of unconsciousness in order to gain power not for revenge, like last time, but to protect those close to him. Sylvie, seeing her father's concern, distracted him from his anxious thoughts with good news. Stroking her head, Arthur agreed that she was right and the family had returned home. Remembering his promise to Mr. Vincent, he got dressed and left the room. As he walked down the stairs, he saw his mother and Tabitha's concern and how tense they were. He thought something had happened during their walk, but it turned out the problem was something else. Their confusion was due to Vincent telling them about the deal. Alice, worried about her son's promise, approached him first, asking how he was going to help Lilia awaken as a mage. She sternly said that even as a harmless joke, it was too insensitive to her. After a heart-to-heart talk with her daughter, Tabitha also couldn't understand his motives and said that if this was a joke, then he had gone too far. Even though Mom and Mrs. Tabitha didn't take his words seriously, he replied that he would never joke about something like that. Among them, only Vincent was calm, and he said with a satisfied face that Arthur had promised to show them the process as soon as they returned. Taking his 8-year-old daughter in his arms, he suggested that everyone hurry up and go to the living room. Despite Arthur's calmness, Alice and Tabitha were still worried, realizing how worried Lilia was about the fact that she could not awaken her magical abilities for so long. When they entered the living room, the boy asked his parents to sit down on the sofa, and he sat Lilia and Ellie next to him on the carpet. Touching their backs, he said that he now wanted them to breathe the way he asked them to. Mana was best felt during slow, deep breaths that occurred in precise rhythmic patterns. He hoped that this explanation would be enough for them to figure out how to master it. Vincent, as the only positively minded adult, didn't even doubt Arthur, so he supported him with the words that the first step to magic is to breathe in a special way. In response to these words, Ellie, who had Sylvia asleep in her arms, said that she could breathe easily. Arthur explained with a smile that this would not be normal breathing, but promised that if she could do it, then she would become as strong as her older brother. Ellie was very inspired by his words, so she showed her determination by repeating that she would become strong like her brother. Even though she was only a little girl, Arthur had no choice but to hope that she would be able to understand his instructions. Touching their backs, he closed his eyes and repeated the breathing that had him focused enough to feel the mana. He then asked them to take a deep breath through their nose until they could breathe no more, then open their mouths and breathe in again. After this, he asked to exhale this air in small bursts, about 15 times. This explanation turned out to be quite effective, because both Lilia and Ellie were able to repeat after him the first time. He then asked them to do this again with their eyes closed, continuing until they saw beautiful lights floating in the darkness. An excited Tabitha watched this with the hope that this really wasn't some kind of joke, while Vincent was glad that there was a real chance of success. Suddenly, Ellie shouted cheerfully that she saw beautiful lights. However, a moment later, she became sad, saying that they disappeared as suddenly as they appeared. Exhaling demonstratively, Arthur explained that the lights disappeared because she stopped breathing. Lilia, who was trying her best to do everything right, said in a worried voice that she still couldn't see them. She felt inferior even compared to Ellie, so she said that something was wrong with her. Arthur reassured her that everything was fine. Alice, although she trusted her son, in this situation wanted to hear from him personally what he was trying to do. Tabitha was no less skeptical. She said that although she knew what he wanted to do, and that she did not doubt his skills, she called these attempts pointless. In response, Arthur said that he was going to help them do what he did to awaken at the age of 3. The only reason he thought he could do it was because of his affinity with all the elements. He thought about it in his head, but he wanted to make sure. Tabitha called the awakening training unprecedented, since it should happen naturally, but Arthur replied curtly that they should just observe. He decided to test whether it worked as well in practice as in theory. Placing his hands on their backs, he warned that they might feel a slight heat in their bodies, but even there, they should still breathe as he had told them earlier. He then began using his own mana and pouring it into Lilia and Ellie's bodies in small amounts. As soon as he tried to do this, Lily said with a joyful face that she saw the lights that Arthur spoke of. Ellie also saw the mana particles again and even said that it was very beautiful. Continuing to pour a small amount of mana into them, Arthur asked them to try to mentally gather all these white spots together. Ellie did not understand why this should be done, so her brother said that they, like friends, should be together. After 10 minutes of such training, Arthur was completely exhausted, as were his students. Sighing heavily and wiping the sweat from his face, he said that this was all he could do for one evening. As soon as he said that the lesson was over, Alice and Lilia's parents jumped up and joyfully ran up to him. "First of all, mister," Vincent asked with great hope for the best how everything went and whether his daughter would be able to become a mage. Arthur answered that it would take several years, and if he continued to train with them for several months, then Lilia would not have any problems. Before he could finish saying that her awakening would now happen much faster and more effectively, Mistress Tabitha hugged him with tears on her face. She began to sincerely apologize for doubting him, and also thank him for being able to give their child many opportunities that they didn't have because they couldn't become mages. Lily was glad to see her mother so sincere and happy. She herself was pleased that she finally felt what mana was. Looking at her father, she was surprised to see tears appear on his face for the first time in her life. After this, Arthur's life returned to its usual rhythm. Every morning he trained in order to achieve progress in strength. After that, he helped his sister and Lilia get closer to their awakening. Regular training of one's own body was not limited to developing the will of the beast. He continued to develop the elements under his control with considerable success, and even managed to strengthen his control over ice. Even with his impatience to become stronger, he still tried to spend time with everyone. He understood perfectly well that Sylvia wanted his childhood to be exactly like this. After all, with such power, he could be a child until the moment when he had to use it. He did not think that he would have the opportunity to spend his time like this in the future. 2 months at this pace flew by quickly. The day came to meet the guests. Ray was very excited that he would be able to see the twins' horns again. Quite a lot of water had passed under the bridge, but he couldn't wait for this moment. On the other hand, Arthur couldn't find a place for himself. He was constantly circling around the entrance to the mansion, waiting for the moment of meeting. Sensing her dad's anxiety, Sylvie decided to help him. She jumped onto his shoulder with a great running start, almost knocking him to the ground. Barely able to stay on his feet, Arthur told her that he wasn't sure she was still small enough to continue riding on his shoulder. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. Arthur had been waiting for this meeting for a long time, so he opened the door and began to greet the guys. However, at that very moment, Angela pounced on him and crushed him with her chest, tearfully talking about how hard it was for him, even though he was still so young. She was suddenly interrupted by a big guy from the team who noticed that Arthur was having trouble breathing. Having let go of Arthur, who really did not mind dying from such suffocation, Angela apologized for her manners and explained such behavior by the fact that she was a little emotional from their long-awaited meeting. Raising his head, Arthur saw Durden and said with surprise that he had grown taller. Although he was the healthiest and most physically strong guy in their adventurer team, it was only his appearance that was cold, not his heart. With genuine tears of happiness on his face, he sat down next to Arthur and said that he was glad to see him after what had happened. The next guy to appear before them was a cheeky guy who said he thought the game plan was to put a happy face on the kid. Seeing Angela and Durden's tears, Adam couldn't understand why they, experienced adventurers, were greeting Arthur in such a way. As soon as he noticed the black mana beast behind the boy, he wondered in surprise why no one was going to speak up about it. However, at that very moment, Helen came up, and with a kind smile, she began to press Adam with her bow so that he would stop being insolent to the others, after which she told Arthur that he could ignore all sorts of rude people. With a sincere and sweet smile, she added that they were very happy to see him already grown up, and even more handsome. With difficulty freeing himself from the grip, Adam said it was rude to call him a bad boy for not crying. He believed that it was not his fault that he was old enough to control himself. At that moment, the last most shy and modest member of their team ran between Adam and Helen. Jasmine ran past the boys with tears in her eyes and threw herself at Arthur with hugs. Hugging him tightly, she began to apologize in a trembling voice. During this time, she also grew noticeably, because in order to hug Arthur, she had to kneel. At this touching moment, even Adam, who called himself an adult, also began to cry, trying to hide his tears from Helen. Alice and Ray, who were previously part of the team, also could not hide their tears of joy from reuniting with their comrades, as well as their long-awaited meeting with Arthur. It was time for the anniversary event. Mr. Vincent had prepared the most luxurious outfit possible. His captain of security, Ray, was also dressed in rather expensive clothes. Vincent wondered if his friend was sure that the event did not require mages inside. Ray thought that shouldn't be a problem, since they had Angela and another windcrafter rotating the detection barriers around the auction house, as well as Durden guarding the main entrance. Besides, he didn't want people to think they were preparing for war. Satisfied that Ray had thought through the strategy to protect their event well, he said with a cheerful laugh that he was really grateful that their old team had agreed to help with security. Ray himself was glad that the Twin Horns agreed to help, because thanks to them, he was able to place several guards outside around the block next to the auction house. Winking, he confidently said that they could handle any threat from outside so that the guests would be safe and the auction house would not be destroyed. In response to his words, Vincent said a little excitedly that although Ray was joking after his recent experience with the mages on his lawn, he really wanted to make him keep that promise. He hoped that it would not come to the point where Ray and Arthur would use their formidable elements. Reminiscing about the incredible boy, he mentioned that Arthur asked him to find a sword before he registered as an adventurer. However, considering Ray's gauntlet fighting style, he never thought that he would teach him how to fight with swords. It was awkward to say, but Ray admitted that the only thing he had done for Arthur in this matter was buy him a wooden sword, and that he had been teaching himself since he was 4. Vincent was once again shocked to learn when the little boy had begun his fencing training. After these words, Ray still mentioned that although his son says that he is self-taught, however, several times when they sparred, he felt that there were moments when a strange aura emanated from the little boy. Vincent wanted to know what his friend meant by the strange aura. As an example, a father, worried about his son's behavior, mentioned that Arthur had such a calculating confidence as if he had been fighting for decades. Even though Ray said it as if it were the absolute truth, Vincent was too skeptical and replied that he should think about the fact that he was attributing too much to his son because he did not live even 10 years. It was hard to disagree with that logical conclusion, but Ray admitted that when they fought, there were times when Arthur would suddenly stumble or get confused, as if he wasn't used to his own body. Suddenly, Vincent beamed, saying he thought he knew the exact reason. Ray looked at him hopefully, thinking that their son's biggest secret would be revealed. However, Vincent explained all these oddities by early puberty. Being disappointed with such an answer, Ray suggested that they quickly go downstairs, where they were most likely already waiting for them. As they approached the stairs, Tabitha complained that the two of them were taking too long, not understanding how two grown men could be the last ones ready. Looking at the guys, Vincent was pleasantly surprised and said that they all looked simply amazing. Indeed, having prepared for the auction event, they all dressed in excellent suits, as befits those present at such an anniversary event. Back downstairs, Vincent apologized for making them all wear only black and white. He explained that as the hosts of the event, they didn't want to stand out in front of the guests, but he still felt a little bad about making Ray's family conform to the dress code as well. However, the Levins were more than satisfied with such clothes. Alice, with a cheerful expression on her face, said that there was no problem with this, and she herself was usually embarrassed by bright colors. Only Arthur was truly unhappy with this way of dressing. When he dressed like this, he knew that no matter what he wore, he still looked like some cute kid. His manners weren't enough to command respect, so he couldn't wait to grow up. Everyone was ready, so Vincent suggested not to delay. Clapping his hands, he walked up to the front door and said that if everything was okay, then it was time for them to go, as their carriages were already waiting. Near the door, he stopped Arthur, placing his hand on his shoulder. Vincent mentioned that he had already heard that his daughter had made great progress in the past 2 months of Monocore strengthening training. He also pleased the talented guy with the words that if Lilia continues in the same spirit, then she will soon be able to wake up and have time to enter the Zyrus Academy. With an incredibly kind and sincere look, Vincent thanked him again for doing such a great favor for their daughter. Modest and smiling, Arthur replied that he was simply fulfilling his end of the bargain. He also said that he hoped to see some wonderful things in their auction house, to which Vincent replied that he would help him buy what he wanted. After this short conversation with an exchange of compliments, they joined the others. Several carriages, which they used to travel through the city center, were heading towards the auction house. The road was not long, but during this time the guys managed to discuss the latest news. Ray and Alice rode in the same carriage with the Tessia family. Tabitha and her friend discussed their outfits while Vincent reread his prepared welcoming speech. Arthur remained in the carriage with the twin horns, where he told the boys about his journey after falling off the cliff. After hearing this incredible story, Adam remarked that he could not believe that he had to go through all this after falling off the cliff. In turn, Helen noted that, all things considered, at least he had found his own mana beast, which was something that even experienced adventurers and nobles could rarely obtain. Speaking about Sylvie, who attracted Jasmine's gaze, Arthur noted with a smile that this was precisely why she was so special to him. Their conversation was interrupted by the screeching sound of the carriage braking. Looking out the window, Angela said that it looked like they were already there. The door was opened by the employees of this auction house, and they politely greeted their guests. The boys slowly walked out into the street. Looking around, Arthur was amazed by the size of the building. The Tessia auction house was so incredible that it could be compared to the castles of the kingdom's representatives. Indeed, this place was in perfect harmony with the wealth of this family. On this day, the place looked even better, because it was prepared for the anniversary. The 10th anniversary of the Tessia auction house was an event that the nobles and adventurers were very excited about. It was not only a celebration, but also an opportunity to see and possibly purchase priceless artifacts that were locked away and guarded for this special occasion. Walking inside, Arthur could not stop in one place, because he was surrounded by many interesting things. There were many beast cores here that could not be found on the streets of Zyrus, and some of the items that were being brought to auction were completely incomprehensible and raised many questions. The exterior of this building was amazing, but the inside was no less delightful. Addressing his colleagues, Vincent said that everything was fine, and they should not worry knowing that they had to work on such a big day. He encouraged them with a positive attitude to collect their thoughts and make sure that they did not make any mistakes. In turn, Ray, who was in charge of the security guys, gave orders to the teams regarding the protection of entrances and checking routes. Arthur was very happy to see the boys in such a mood, and especially his father. His behavior at work was very different from usual. Helen, standing next to him, noted that, after all, his father was the leader and did everything he could. She also mentioned that he was the one who made them what they are before, and although she has matured since taking his place, she still has a hard time matching his leadership talent. She slapped Arthur on the shoulder and moved on, saying that she was going to join the rest of the security team. As he said goodbye, Arthur wished her good luck and then went to fetch his mother and Mrs. Tabitha. Ellie and Lilia were with them. They decided to go inside while Vincent and Ray were supposed to join them a little later, having finished all their business. As they walked inside, Arthur saw for the first time how huge the auction house hall was. It was simply huge and looked amazing with its expensive decorations and red carpets. Looking up at the stage, Arthur saw the auctioneer who would be conducting the event. He was a very well-known person, a welcome presence at every auction event. No less interesting were the special places, the balconies from which the most important guests of the auction house took part. Arthur was delighted, and even though he was a king and lived side by side with the royal family and Eleanor, it still impressed him. Noticing the glint in the boy's eyes, Tabitha asked him what he thought of their Helstia auction house, which he had visited for the first time. In response, he said that calling it an auction house was a gross understatement of what the place actually was. Tabitha liked his compliment, and his mother Alice, surprised by his ability to say such things, responded with a pleasant laugh. Lilia tapped him on the arm and said with anticipation that he should wait until he saw the private viewing rooms upstairs. As befits the family that owned the house, they had their own space among the private viewing rooms. When they arrived, the polite worker who had escorted them to the place opened the door for them and invited them inside. The place that was their private room was more spacious than most of the rooms in the Helstia family mansion. Seeing how magnificent the auction house was, he was excited to see what kind of items they were going to auction. Tabitha distracted him from his thoughts and suggested that everyone make themselves comfortable and have fun, because after Vincent's return, they would be receiving special guests. It was not yet known who they were talking about, but it was clear that these were people of very high status. Mrs. Tabitha and Alice left the children by the sofas on the observation deck, while they themselves went to their private bar to order something to drink. Lily, who was leading Arthur and Ellie, suggested that they quickly go to the window since the opening ceremony was just beginning. Looking down, Ellie cried out in delight. The viewing platform was simply amazing, offering a view of all the venues, as well as the stage where the auction took place. There were a lot of people here, and they all gradually took their places. Returning to the children with a cocktail in hand, Tabitha asked what they were doing. She thought it was cute how little Ellie was trying to count everyone who had come. Distracting the little girl from her strange activity, Lily suggested that she play a game with clapping her hands. Everyone was busy with their own affairs, waiting for the celebration to begin. As befits women, Mrs. Tabitha and Alice were discussing some gossip, which became even more interesting after a few sips of alcohol. Arthur, who was left almost alone, was glad to watch them, because they were all having fun. Suddenly, one of the auction house's subordinates came to them, and apologizing for the intrusion, announced that VIP guests had arrived at the building and would soon be brought to this private room. Hearing this news, they put aside their business and stood facing the entrance, waiting for those guests. Together with the workers of this house, Vincent himself met them. First, valiant knights in white armor and red cloaks entered, and after them came a mysterious magician with a powerful cane and a crimson hooded cape. Addressing his family and those present in the room, Vincent introduced the guests with joy and solemnity. As it turned out, those guests were His Majesty Blaine Glader, Her Majesty Priscilla Glader, Prince Curtis, and Princess Caitlin. As Arthur and the others knelt, he felt the same as he had in Eleanor when he had been in the presence of royalty. Seeing the strangers before him, King Blaine, turning to his friend Vincent, said that he did not know that they would be sharing this space with other guests. Feeling some pressure in these words, Vincent worriedly apologized for his presumption. He explained his decision by remembering that he wanted to meet his family again when they were here last time. Based on this, he thought that today would be the most appropriate time to do so. Then he reintroduced his wife Tabitha and daughter Lilia. After introducing his family, Vincent introduced the Laven family, saying that they were the wife of his close friend and their children, Arthur and Eleanor. Thus, he managed to change the king's attitude, and he cheerfully replied that Vincent's friends were his friends too. After these words, he asked those present to stand up, saying that they were here to congratulate Helstia on the 10th anniversary of the wonderful place and to enjoy the event. Queen Priscilla echoed her husband's sentiments and said that they did not need to remain so formal on a day when they should be enjoying life. As an example, she said that she was glad that they would at least have some company other than their guards. Meanwhile, Sylvie woke up, as usual, resting in her free time from the excess attention from Ellie. Seeing her in front of them, the royal family, who had nothing like this at their disposal, remarked that the boy's mana beast was very cute. Priscilla was surprised that although it looked like a reptile, it was smarter. Arthur replied that Sylvie had hatched only a few months ago. When he asked her to say hello to the royal family, Sylvie squealed sweetly in a happy tone, which attracted their attention even more. The king was surprised by such an unusual creature, seeing the affection on the part of his wife. When he asked if this mana beast was connected with Arthur, he answered that it was so, and they had a very close connection. Reaching out his hand to the cute and friendly beast, the king remarked that the young man was very lucky because even baby beasts are difficult to tame, while she seemed very obedient. In response, Arthur surprised them by being able to communicate mentally, which was more like mutual agreement. After these words, they were interrupted by an unexpected cry from a shocked magician. Arthur was not thrilled when he realized he had said something out of the ordinary. This mysterious man, who was the king's mage, threw off his hood and shouted in surprise that he was shocked that they had an equal contract with this beast. The boy hesitantly replied that she was the one who initiated it. The king's children also thought about this information because they were very educated and knew very well how low the chances of such a contract were. Inspired by this shocking information, the magician ran closer and suddenly grabbed Arthur's hand, saying that he wanted to take a closer look at their connection. Fortunately, he was interrupted by King Blaine himself, whose touch made the mage tremble. The king asked his ward to abandon this idea, since he had chosen an inappropriate time to study some pet, since he was on duty. After these words, the mage, whom the king called by the name Sebastian, obediently knelt before him and apologized in a trembling voice. Judging by his name, he was one of those who had been pursuing Arthur's family due to their interest in Sylvie. Their pleasant acquaintance and special interest in Sylvia suddenly became a moment of conflict. Tabitha managed to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. She hesitantly said that the event should already begin, so everyone should sit down. Everyone was indeed distracted by the royal mage's inappropriate behavior, but Arthur knew that the man would not back down. They met eyes and it became clear that he was still interested in this mana beast, even without knowing that it was actually a dragon. Meanwhile, the auctioneer began his speech with a ceremonial greeting to the nobles and adventurers, noting that it was a great honor for all those present to be at the anniversary event. Despite the great significance of this day, he did not hide the fact that all the distinguished guests had gathered here for one single most important reason. It was no secret that what attracted everyone most was the opportunity to obtain one of the rare and valuable items that had been in the possession of the House of Helstia all this time in anticipation of the anniversary. Those present were delighted. They were happy in anticipation of the best auction of their lives. While the adventurers responded to the opening words of the auction with thunderous applause, the more reserved members of the nobility began to clap in support of the event. Before the event began, the auctioneer asked everyone present to face the south side of the hall. He asked everyone to join him in greeting several extremely important figures who had blessed them with their presence. Of course, he was pointing to the balcony of the private room from which the king and queen of Sapan could be seen. All those present greeted the guests of such incredible status with a low standing bow. The auctioneer himself, standing opposite the place where the royal family was seated, bowed to the ground. After greeting the heads of the kingdom, he smiled and offered to greet the one who was the man who made this event possible. At this point, everyone present dedicated their applause to Vincent Helstia, a man who was also on the southern balcony and took a few steps towards the railing, greeting those present. Being in the center of events was a familiar thing for Arthur, and he did not show any sign of embarrassment because it reminded him of his past life. Catching himself in this thought, he began to shake his head to the side, thinking that he was no longer a king and should focus on the current situation. He folded his hands in front of him and sighed heavily, because as a child who had not even reached puberty, he was still too limited in his ability to influence this world. Remembering the old days, he smuggled alcohol from the bar when no one was looking. In order not to attract unnecessary attention, he continued to be near Lilia and Ellie, who were entertaining themselves in their own ways, enjoying delicious ice cream. Mama Alice, Mistress Tabitha, and Queen Prinzilla went aside to discuss their feminine affairs. At this moment, the observant Arthur managed to notice that there was a magic wand on the Queen's belt, which indicated that she was a spellcaster. The fact that he couldn't sense her mana meant that she either wore a magical artifact to hide her powers or was at a high enough level. At that moment, when he looked closely at this beauty, their eyes suddenly met and Arthur became a little embarrassed, either from her attention or because she noticed alcohol in his hands. Giving his glass to Sylvie, who was even younger than him, he wondered why he felt no attraction to the Queen. This thought was probably due to the alcohol in his blood. He began to wonder why he was not interested in any older women, even if they were in the same age range as he was before he was reborn. Alternatively, he believed that it was because they were the same age as his mother. On the other hand, he also did not find young girls who were the same age as him attractive. This was most likely due to the fact that his body had not yet reached puberty. Based on this, he decided that it was unimportant at this point, and it would be better to return to this issue a little later. At the moment when Sylvie started to behave inappropriately due to alcohol, Arthur was distracted by Vincent, who said that a nice sword was going to be put up for auction as the next lot. He said that if Arthur wanted it, then he should let them know so that they could bid. Coming a little closer, he winked at him with a sly smile, saying that there was no need to worry about the price because the owner of the auction had privileges. After these words, a tray with the next item was wheeled toward the stage. As Vincent had said, it was a sword, and the auctioneer specified that it had been forged by a master blacksmith, who was also a master of fire. The handle of this weapon was constructed with the core of a mighty thunderhawk. What was even more surprising was that after the wielder infused a small amount of mana into it, it would cause electrical discharges on the edge of its blade, increasing its cutting ability and even inflicting a paralyzing effect. This item was the first thing that could interest Arthur. The fact that it was the right size and had magical properties seemed like a good advantage in a fight. Having explained the advantages of this lot, the auctioneer said that the bidding would start at 50 gold pieces. Despite the high price, there were many interested participants and the price gradually began to increase. In turn, Arthur thought about the fact that a modest house in Zyrus was worth at least 1 gold coin. Thinking about the unfairness of the price of this item, a drunken Arthur began to calculate that the average family in his hometown of Ashbur could easily live on a handful of copper coins a day, while the initial bid for this sword could provide a living for at least 5 families. Vincent, not understanding what was going on in the pensive young man's head, asked him what he thought about this sword. He immediately said that it was too big for the young man, but such a sword with such properties is quite difficult to obtain. In response, Arthur agreed that it was not bad, but refused. The young man justified this by saying that he did not need such an item, since he would rather have something less unique. Winking back at him, Vincent accepted his words as worthy of his talent, saying that there was no point in playing with the spark when you could control the lightning itself. Even though they hadn't managed to find the sword at this point, Vincent said that even if he didn't find anything he liked, all the other items had already been collected. Hearing this, Arthur was surprised that he had even found the voice-changing mask. His words hurt the pride of the auction house owner, and he replied that even the coat he bought him was made of nightmare fox, so it had the ability to hide its presence from prying eyes. He bragged that it was like a boy's wish. Arthur was very grateful, but he cheekily remarked that this was more like what he had hoped for. Vincent was not hurt by his words, for he knew how strong Arthur was in negotiations. He asked him to be careful in his adventurer's way, for he himself would suffer if he suffered. As for the continuation of the auction, Vincent was right in saying that that sword was just the beginning. There were many weapons and even several mana beast cores, ranging from C class to A class. The king himself even bet on several of them, winning an A-class core. However, even after spending 100 gold coins from the kingdom's treasury, only after a person successfully finished the process of absorbing the core would they know whether the core contained the beast's will. Although it was quite fun, Arthur began to get tired of the process and could not wait for a break. Suddenly, he noticed that Sylvie, who had been next to him all this time, had disappeared somewhere. Asking the girls if they had seen Sylvie, He learned that she had been with them just a few minutes ago. Arthur was alarmed by her sudden disappearance and began looking for her everywhere, even under the sofas. Suddenly, he heard her pitiful, frightened voice, with which she addressed him by telepathy. Looking around, he saw that she had been cornered by the magician who had accompanied the king. This man with a terrifying aura and incredible curiosity tried to touch Sylvie, getting closer and closer to her. Sylvie, who had never been in such a situation, was very scared. Feeling her dad approaching, she jumped up and ran towards him. As Sylvie came closer, he asked her to walk beside him and turned around without further words, not meeting the man's gaze. He tried to keep his composure, knowing that he was dealing with the royal family's court magician. In response to his actions, the madman pointedly and roughly hit the floor with his cane. Rising to his feet, he said that a commoner from some backwater would have no place to develop with such a special beast. Hearing these bold words, Arthur stopped and asked again what they were talking about. Having established contact with the young man, the magician began to smile disgustingly. He intended to provoke the boy from the very beginning, because he understood that he would achieve his goal at any cost. Looking at Arthur with a threatening gaze, the court magician arrogantly said that this mana beast would become his property. Hearing these insolent words from the disgusting guy, Arthur clenched his fist furiously. His eyes filled with rage and his mind instantly went cloudy. Showing off his murderous aura despite his young age, he asked the impudent man to repeat those words again with a menacing look and a cold tone of voice. A few minutes earlier, nothing foreshadowed this disaster. Vincent continued to watch the auction proceed, but he felt sorry that Arthur hadn't been able to find anything. He thought the boy simply wanted a good quality sword, nothing unusual or inherently strong that would attract unnecessary attention. He was sure that such an object would not be difficult to obtain, and Arthur would find himself a worthy blade when he visited their storage. He was distracted from his thoughts by a gentle touch on the shoulder. It was Mr. Blaine, and upon seeing him, Vincent said that he hoped he was enjoying the event. In response to his words, the king sincerely said that although he did not know how they managed to obtain the A-class silver-furred bear core, he was very pleased with his purchase. With a smile that was in anticipation of using the item, he said that he could only hope that the beast's will was still within the item. Vincent bowed respectfully and replied that he was glad that this modest event had pleased his majesty. Patting him on the back, the king said, with a friendly laugh, that the only thing modest here was the organizer himself, because this event was simply of incredible proportions. However, just a moment later, their conversation was interrupted. They froze due to the piercing feeling of fear that spread due to the powerful thirst for blood. Grabbing his heart, Vincent, who is not a magician, understood that this almost tangible thirst for blood was not even directed at him, but it did not allow him to stand on his feet. From such incredible pressure, he fell to his knees. The king, worried about his friend's well-being, shouted his name, while his guards drew their swords from their sheaths and began to run in their direction. Vincent, clutching his neck from the feeling of suffocation, could not understand what was happening. He was sure that the auction house's security was top-notch. The royal guards immediately took their places around the royal faces, and Queen Priscilla, taking out her magic wand, asked not to worry about her and to protect the children. Mr. Blaine was ready for this challenge. He had an incredible artifact in the form of a ring, with which he could carry various objects with him. Thanks to this storage, he took out his sword in an instant. Having prepared for battle, he turned to the stranger who dared to attack the royal family and ordered him to show himself. The royal guard and Mistress Priscilla protected Tabitha, Alice, and their children. King Blaine and the rest of the knights stood up to protect Prince Curtis and Princess Caitlin. The only one of the royal retinue who was unable to fight was the court magician, who sat trembling on the floor, holding his magic staff in his hands. He was shaking in fear because of the powerful bloodlust of the one who had created this commotion. Arthur knew that he had done a great wrong for losing control of himself and causing real trouble for the royal family. As soon as he realized his mistake, he stopped using the overwhelming bloodlust, and the silence was interrupted by the cry of a frightened Ellie. A moment later, Vincent felt relieved, but still could not understand what had really happened. Then the front door to their private room opened with a bang, and Ray, Adam, and Jasmine ran inside, anxiously asking if everything was okay. One of the royal knights answered the question. He assured that everything was fine, but specified that it was worth searching the room and checking the surrounding area. Without wasting any time, mister, Ray gave orders to his comrades to check the surrounding area. The oppressive atmosphere returned to this place again. Arthur was very sorry that he had created such problems, but he could not admit that it was his doing. In turn, the court magician, who had disgraced himself in front of the child, could not reveal the true cause of the commotion. Sylvie was okay, but also worried about the situation, realizing that her dad had created a mess. Their silence was broken by one of the guards of this event, who informed His Majesty that Captain Laven had detained an uninvited guest. This report was enough to calm King Blaine, who was worried about the situation. Even Arthur was surprised that such news satisfied him. And yet Arthur was grateful to this unexpected guest, for his sacrifice had not been in vain. The noise that had been foisted on this poor fellow must make him an object of torture. Luckily, Sebastian became the butt of the jokes. The royal knights couldn't understand how the royal court magician could fall on his ass because of a little intimidation from an intruder. When one of them said that he would lose his head, he furiously justified himself by saying that he slipped. While everyone present sighed heavily because the danger turned out to be a false alarm, Sebastian looked anxiously at the child who had actually caused this commotion. A moment later, he looked away from the calm and stern young man out of anger at the fact that he had mocked him with nothing more than a thirst for blood. Meanwhile, the auctioneer thanked the guardsmen for their service and announced the continuation of the show. Next to him was the last lot of this anniversary event, and he said that tradition demands that the best item be saved for last, and he himself is not one to neglect them. Solemnly presenting the last lot, he intriguingly asked who would be the lucky one who would be able to acquire such a wonderful treasure. A moment later, he showed off what had been left for the final auction, and everyone present saw a roaring child of the world lion. After showing this wonder that fascinated all the nobles and special guests, he gave a little information for those who do not know this magnificent monobeast. He said that an adult world lion has the ability to become a powerful assistant and even reach a class. Looking around, Arthur, sternly observing the vile court magician, noticed that the hypocritical guy didn't even pay attention to the other monobeast. Continuing the presentation of the last lot, the auctioneer made it clear that this means that care and gentle treatment of this beautiful animal will allow its owner to one day become a legendary animal tamer. The first bet was 500 gold, so only representatives of noble families, nobles who had especially large sums of money, could participate. Not even a minute passed before the largest bet reached 800 gold coins. Just when it seemed that the last lot had been sold for such an incredible sum, the biggest player joined the auction again. His Majesty proudly raised the sign with the largest amount. He offered a whole 1,000 gold coins for this incredible monobeast. Seeing his interest, the nobles began to laugh awkwardly, realizing that they had no place in this competition. Turning to Mr. Blaine, Vincent remarked that it seemed that no one wanted to bargain with their king. After these words, he congratulated him in advance on winning the auction, saying that 1 plate of white gold would be more than enough. Thanking him for his attention and generosity, the auctioneer asked what the king's plans were for the new royal pet and whether he would tame it himself. In response, Blaine thoughtfully said that no matter how tempting it would be to have a relationship with it, he could not do it. In fact, he was thinking of giving this noble beast to his heir, Prince Curtis. As soon as the king said that everything depended on how much effort his son would make, Curtis rose proudly from the sofa and resolutely said that he would do everything in his power to justify his father's wildest hopes. In response to his words, Mrs. Priscilla suddenly embarrassed her son, asking if his statement meant that she would no longer have to listen to the tutor about how he was skipping his magic classes. Watching this funny scene, Arthur thought with a smile that, looking at them like this, one could safely say that they seemed almost like a normal family. The auction was nearing its end, so Vincent asked the king if he wanted his items collected immediately and sent to their castle. In response, Blaine impatiently replied that he had no patience to wait, so he wanted to go down with him. Lord Helstia was pleased with the king's mood, so he happily offered to follow him. Before they went down to the warehouse, Sebastian distracted the king for a few words. He began to whisper something in the king's ear, but Arthur did not hear what was being said. After that, the king replied that he understood everything, and Sebastian looked at him with a sly, self-confident smile. Seeing this, Arthur noticed a bad feeling about this. Going down to the warehouse, mister. Vincent said that a servant would soon arrive at this place with His Majesty's things. After that, he turned to Arthur and asked him to come closer. At that moment, another worker approached them, bringing some magical items. Vincent said that everything the young man asked for was here, except for the sword. Regarding the sword, he thought it would be better if Arthur looked around himself and tried to find something he liked. At that moment, his mother came up to him and said solicitously that she would hold his things while he looked for a sword. The king was surprised to hear the mention of a sword and assumed that Arthur was taking fencing lessons. He said that his son had just started learning too, and that perhaps one day they could have a friendly sparring match. As soon as the impudent Sebastian told the king that Prince Curtis would learn bad manners if he sparred with some country bumpkin, Arthur demonstrated an incredible level of upbringing when he said that for him, swords were just a hobby and he could never even hope to reach such a level. Meanwhile, Ray appeared passing by the warehouse. He stopped as soon as he saw Vincent. Seeing his good friend, the head of the auction house said that he should hurry because the king wanted to meet him in person. Seeing his majesty before him, Ray bowed low and apologized for intruding on their time. In response, the king asked him to stand up and not to worry, saying that he had heard that he had caught the intruder. Based on this, he decided that Vincent had found himself a reliable assistant. Raising his head, the modest and well-mannered Ray said that he was not worthy of such praise from his majesty because he was simply doing his duty. Pointing his hand at Arthur, King Blaine turned to Reynolds Laban and asked if this was indeed his son. Ray confirmed this and asked if anything had happened to disturb his master. In response, King Blaine explained that his mage Sebastian had been serving in the royal guard for many years, having helped their family countless times. For the excellent service he had given to him and their country, he felt the need to reward him from time to time. After these words, the king said that his ward really liked the mana beast that Arthur possessed. Hearing this, the young man realized what they had been talking about and why that disgusting guy was looking at him with such a smile. Looking at the boy who was shocked by what was happening, the king said that if the Lewin family provided the royal family with their son's mana beast, then they would be doing the kingdom a very great favor. King Sapin's own words about his vile court mage, Sebastian, taking a liking to Arthur's mana beast, put Ray in the most awkward position he could remember. Looking at his son, he wanted to know what he thought about it. It was clear from just one look that Arthur was devastated by the gravity of the situation and was not ready to let go of Sylvie, who also looked extremely confused. Ray, who didn't know how to respond in this situation, tried to answer something but couldn't find the right words. King Blaine, who thought the situation was under control, as he was very much trying to achieve his goal, thought that this was about the difficulties with this matter, so he said that he would be more than happy to compensate them for this mana beast and hire a mage to break the contract with his son at their expense. Bowing again to His Highness, Ray said that he had to apologize to them. He lowered his head and said with great tension and emotion that neither he nor his wife had anything to do with their son's mana beast, since he had received it himself, which is why they could not speak on his behalf on this matter. Alice, watching this difficult situation, felt very excited and could not utter a word. With a thoughtful look, the king turned his attention to Arthur himself. He was not used to having dialogues with children because he understood that one should not expect reasonableness from them, and he understood, especially when it came to a child not from a noble family. What was unusual was how cold and determined Arthur's gaze was, demonstrating with just one look that he denied such a possibility. King Blaine had never seen anyone resist his will so much. Noticing this look from the child, Sebastian became angry and shouted at Arthur why his parents didn't teach him to lower his eyes when he spoke to those who were higher in status than him. Greeting Arthur again and addressing him as a child, the king said that there was no need to repeat himself, for he had certainly heard the conversation with his father. He asked him what he thought of it, and mentioned that he certainly had a sword in his arsenal, worthy of any young knight. Arthur lowered his head and thought that he should calm down and concentrate at such a crucial moment. Sighing heavily, he reminded himself that he was dealing with someone who was still the king of Sapin and had the greatest power among all people. Bowing respectfully, Arthur thanked his majesty for his kind offer, then shocked everyone present with his polite refusal, saying that even the most magnificent sword would never replace Sylvie. Seeing this, Sebastian began to scream, but the king stopped him. Understanding the boy's affection, Blaine asked him what he thought about trading for the world lion cub. At that moment, Curtis said that he thought it belonged to him. Despite his son's words, the king did not back down, saying that reptiles rarely become as strong as true predators. To their surprise, Arthur coldly refused even this offer. He could barely contain himself, politely apologizing for not being able to express clearly the first time that he did not want to give away, sell, or exchange Sylvie, who was so dear to him. At this point, King Blaine, who always got what he wanted, could not stand it any longer. After remaining silent for a few seconds, he said more sternly that he had asked him for a favor twice, but he was not going to repeat it several more times. The king warned that his patience was running out, and then asked one last time if the youth would give up his mana beast. Arthur was already shaking with anger and angrily clenched his fist because the situation seemed hopeless. Suddenly he calmed down and asked to be allowed to ask His Majesty a question as well. Sebastian believed that the mana beast was already in his hands, while the king, surprised by such adult words from the lips of a child, froze in anticipation of that very question. What came out of Arthur's mouth shocked everyone present. He asked a horribly disrespectful question about how much King Blaine was willing to sell his children for. Raising his head, he began to speak calmly, as if he were equal in this dialogue with the king himself. Arthur said that the king had already asked him 3 times and was refused 3 times, which indicates that his pride does not allow him to accept his refusal. That was why, looking at His Majesty, he assumed that King Blaine simply did not realize the seriousness of what he was asking. Speaking of the hope that his question would clarify the situation, he asked again how much money the Glader King himself would demand in exchange for his son or daughter. The royal family, hearing such insolence towards them, was shocked because nothing like this had ever happened before. Even though they were friendly and talked to them as friends, they could hardly come to terms with what had happened. Vincent and the Laven family knew that Arthur had incurred the wrath of the king himself. They could not even imagine what would happen next. While the king stood in a stupor from such words from the mouth of a child, Sebastian looked towards one of the royal knights, who nodded in response. A moment later, the knight drew his sword and made a quick dash towards the youth who was insolent towards the king. Shouting that the boy was an uncouth country bumpkin, he nervously asked how he dared insult the king and his family. Arthur did not turn around, and Sylvie, who looked in the direction of the attacker, who swung his heavy sword high, completely trusted her dad. Looking at the blade that was moving towards him, Arthur was surprised that the royal knight was concentrating all of his mana into his sword, meaning that he was going to cut a normal child in half right in front of the royal family and his parents. Seeing the knight's pathetic attempt, Arthur decided to remain calm and keep the flow of mana calm and steady to easily avoid this blow. Controlling his feelings, he made a small movement back at the last moment, losing only a few hairs. Anticipating his opponent's movement, he took control of the trajectory of his strike. With a loud clang, the knight's sword became stuck in the tile, while Arthur dodged the blow without any problem. Holding his opponent's arm, Arthur brought the knight's balance to an end, then gathered mana in his right fist to strike. With a huge whistle, he sent a blow towards him, aiming to smash the opponent, using both his strength and his own momentum against him. A furious blow, with all the conditions for a successful counterattack met, destroyed the royal knight's helmet and threw it aside. The blow was so strong that even the royal knight could not withstand it and instantly lost consciousness in front of everyone. The royal mage who started this conflict was furious that the knight had missed a great chance. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Sebastian began to use his cane, thinking that even if he was punished, he would take matters into his own hands. He could not leave empty-handed because the king did not understand that a mana beast capable of forming an equal contract at such an age would be beyond Class A. Anticipating success in obtaining such a rare mana beast, the vile court mage aimed one of his powerful spells at the child who had just struck the royal knight. At this point, Arthur had not yet managed to even raise his head, although he felt that magic was directed at him. Ray and Alice, scared that their child was going to be killed by the court magician, rushed towards him, but it was too late. However, in the midst of this chaos, time suddenly stopped for everyone except Sebastian and Arthur. Mr. and Mrs. Helstia, who were afraid for Arthur's life, as well as Alice, did not even notice how time stopped for them. Ray, who wanted to protect his child with all his might, moved towards him, but suddenly froze. The same thing applied to the king and queen, who were shocked by what was happening. The prince and princess were horrified to realize that members of their guard had raised their weapons against the impudent youth of their age. Ellie, frightened by this commotion, threw herself into Lilia's arms. While everyone in the room froze in place, Sebastian and Arthur were able to continue their battle. The court mage who had cast a spell on his opponent was surprised to see his magic suddenly dissipate. Arthur, who had just sent one of the king's knights to sleep, began to rise to his feet. Sebastian, who thought there was something wrong with his staff, did not yet understand what was really going on. The youth sternly replied that his attempts to attack were useless, as spells that required surrounding mana to be cast would not work. For the two of them, time really stood still. The young man's gaze became cold and threatening, so much so that the magician began to tremble with fear. As soon as Arthur raised his head and showed his eyes, in addition to his murderous aura, a marking similar to the one Sylvia had appeared under his eyes. The court magician, who was frightened by the boy's strength, began to wave his trembling hands and panically say that he should not approach, because he was pathetic if he thought that he was a worthy opponent for the royal family's magic caster. In just a moment, Arthur launched an attack with incredible speed, appearing behind his opponent. He coldly replied that even in this state, he was still stronger than some arrogant mage from Sapan. Sebastian was shocked that this young man was able to suddenly appear behind him. Within a moment, he felt a terrible pain coming from his broken right leg. In a split second, Arthur launched an attack that turned his bones into sand. Falling to the ground, Sebastian began to scream hysterically in pain. Looking around, he, not understanding what was happening, began to panic and ask why everyone was just standing there and no one was helping him. However, no one heard him. There were only the two of them here. Putting his hand on the nasty guy's shoulder, Arthur sat down next to him and told him that his screams were useless. He advised the poor guy to listen to him while he still had the strength to do so. Sebastian, snot and tears streaming down his face, said in a frightened, trembling voice that no one could do this to King Sapin's own personal spellcaster. After these words, Arthur let go of his shoulder and stood up. He took a few steps forward, then put his hands in his pockets and said that in a sense, he was right. Taking one last look at the vile guy, he said with the overwhelming aura he inherited from Sylvia that the bastard should know his place. Arthur's blow to the knight was one of the last things those present saw before the strange turn of events. King Blaine and Queen Priscilla were shocked by what happened. Although His Majesty did not want the child to suffer at the hands of his guards, he did not blame the guard for attacking him after such words. Still, he could not understand how this commoner child managed to defeat the knight. It seemed to him that his guard had tripped or something. A moment later, he heard a sharp whistle, followed by the sound of something falling behind him. Looking around, the king was shocked, because it turned out that Arthur had suddenly moved to another place and was unconscious. Lily also did not understand what had happened, because her friend instantly appeared in another place. However, looking in his direction, she was horrified by what she saw next to her. Not far from Arthur, the court magician who had earlier tried to attack the young man with his spell was lying on the ground. For some unknown reason to those present, he ended up on the ground with a broken leg. Seeing this cruel picture, Lilia hugged Ellie even tighter and began to scream in fear. Neither Mr. Vincent nor his wife Tabitha understood what had happened. Ray and Alice were no less frightened. Everyone just froze in place. Even Sylvie couldn't understand what had really happened. Sebastian sat trembling on the floor, trying to hold on to his leg, which was turned the other way. Tears and snot were streaming down his face, and through the unbearable pain, he barely clearly asked for help. King Blaine, who saw something like this for the first time, was so shocked that he could not utter a word. He could not even imagine that his royal guard could suddenly lose their fighting ability like this, including the strongest of them, the court magician, Sebastian, who now looked pitiful. The knights were about to finish their comrade's work, but Queen Priscilla, who was hugging her frightened daughter, shouted for them to stop messing around and quickly examine Sebastian, and also immediately bring a healing mage to this place. At this point, Arthur lay unconscious on the floor and did not know what was happening after his battle. In the end, the conflict ended at this moment, incomprehensible to those present. Sebastian and the knight who had been hit in the face by the child were carried away on a stretcher to the infirmary. While the doctors were busy with the royal guards, Ray and Sylvie rushed to Arthur. Lifting his son from the ground, the father made sure that his heart was beating and his life was not in danger. They didn't understand what had happened, but they were horrified by how dangerous the situation was. Ray and Alice almost lost their own son right before their eyes. Taking Arthur in his arms, Ray walked over to his wife. Alice tried to heal her son with trembling hands, but it was still not easy for her. After a few seconds, her magical radiation stopped and tears appeared on her face. As before, she couldn't use her skills in this situation. Vincent and Tabitha were speechless. and they themselves were horrified by what had happened between Arthur and the royal family. In the dark hours of the day, Arthur woke up in bed. When he woke up, he didn't understand what was happening or where he was. The first thing he realized was that he had a severe headache. Looking around, he recognized his room in the Helstia family mansion, which was already good news. And yet he did not remember how he ended up here. The last thing he remembered from those events in the auction house warehouse was that he had definitely used the static void. Clutching his head, which had been hurting so much since that incident, he realized that he had overdone it. Thanks to Sylvia, he has been able to use a static void since he reached the phase of acquiring her dragon's will. This ability allows him to temporarily separate himself from the flow of time, allowing him to turn the tide of battle in his favor, and is only available to him because he is Sylvia's successor. Arthur began training this power while he was still in Eleanor. After returning home, he continued to increase his control, so his time in the static void gradually increased. But this came at a high price, because despite years of training, he was only able to use this ability for a few seconds without feeling the same strong impact as he did now. Ultimately, Arthur exceeded his time limit when he used static void on another person for the first time in his life. He sighed heavily and fell back onto the bed to continue resting. All things considered, he hopes he's lucky that it only ended with him falling unconscious. At that moment, he heard footsteps outside the door and a gentle female voice addressing Sylvie. Sylvie, who couldn't stand still and wait for the moment when she would go inside, immediately felt that her dad had regained consciousness. She brought Alice with her and immediately rushed towards Arthur. With a surprised look, the mother said that her son had finally woken up. After that, she sat down and hugged him. After which, with tears in her eyes, she repeated the doctor's words that he most likely lost consciousness from shock and would soon wake up. Alice was not pleased with herself for once again overreacting and crying when it turned out that her son was fine. She also remembered to mention that the doctor had called his recovery an emergency, which was inappropriate since it had been almost 8 hours. After listening to her words, Arthur felt quite sad because of the guilt that he had made his mother worry again. At that moment, he was suddenly interrupted by a sharp pain in his head. Noticing her son's wince, Alice fearfully removed her hand from his head and worriedly said that he looked as if he was in pain. Arthur replied that it was nonsense, after which he asked what happened after he lost consciousness. Alice lowered her head and remembered that no one was in their right minds back then, especially the children, so the king and his family apologized and left the Helstia auction house. She then mentioned that his father was in the living room with the king's representative, and they were discussing what had happened. Hearing this, Arthur stood up and said that he wanted to see how they were doing down there. In response, Alice said that she wanted to visit Ellie, and just in case, and spend the night in her room. When she asked again if everything was okay, Arthur replied with a sweet smile that she shouldn't worry and that she could calmly rest a little after these disturbing events. To stop her from worrying so much, Arthur asked Sylvie to go with her mother to Ellie. As Arthur walked down the stairs to the living room, he began to hear his father talking to the king's representative. Ray was trying to defend their interests, saying that this was not something that could be compensated for with money. It was about the situation, and Arthur's father was shocked that his son had almost been killed in the chaos. Even though the conversation was in full swing, Arthur still decided to join in. Seeing him, Reynolds was very glad that he had finally woken up. Scratching the back of his head, Arthur walked inside and said that he felt fine, after which he asked what was going on. Ray, standing next to his son, for whom he was so worried, explained with displeasure that the king's representative had simply thrown in a few coins as a token of apology from His Highness for that so-called little incident. Putting the tea aside, the king's representative stood up and said that he was glad to see Arthur Laven in good health. He introduced himself as Jasper Cogrite and said that he was there on behalf of His Majesty to offer his deepest condolences for what had happened that morning. As he spoke, he pointed to a bag of gold on the table. Despite the attempt at manipulation, Arthur did not act like a child and responded with status, not paying attention to the money. Sitting down opposite the guest, he decided to simply play the scene in the role of a humble victim. Looking at Jasper, he thanked him for having come all this way. Although Jasper had heard that the boy was a commoner, he was surprised to find that he had good manners despite his age. He went on to mention that he had told his father most of what had happened, but he wanted to let him know that both of the men who had attacked him had been removed. Hearing these words again, Ray asked to clarify whether the king had really slapped them and simply waved goodbye for almost killing his son. In response to his words, Jasper sternly replied that it was Arthur who had spoken carelessly and had caused the consequences. After these words, the tension in the room increased, and they both stared at each other, not wanting to give in to this verbal skirmish. This was a good moment to play his cards. Arthur relaxed the situation by saying that everything was fine, and Mr. Copyright was right in a way, since he was out of sorts too. He also pointed out that he wasn't hurt, so they should just get it over with without arguing. Returning to his humble appearance again, Arthur asked what had happened to the magician whose knee had been broken. In response to his interest, Jasper informed him that the court mage Sebastian had been removed from his post and that his injury from the battle was currently still being treated. Still being secretive, Arthur asked if they had been able to determine what exactly had happened to his leg. He was very worried about being a suspect in this case. Jasper responded that when Sebastian woke up, he was adamant that Arthur was the one who caused the injury. In response to this absurd statement, Ray furiously shouted that it was simply impossible. Seeing his shock at these words, Jasper interrupted him with an accented cough and asked to be allowed to finish. He explained that although that was what he had said, they believed, based on the remaining mana in his staff, that the knight's mana had interfered with Sebastian's spell. Arthur's mouth dropped open in surprise that it had all ended so easily. He couldn't believe that they had actually taken such a possibility seriously. After discussing the details, Mr. Jasper left the mansion and walked towards his carriage. As soon as he left, Ray threw into his son's hands the bag of gold that the king himself had given as an apology. Arthur was surprised, so his father explained that he deserved the money because he almost died in a situation in which his parents were powerless. He also noted that he would need money when he began his adventure. He then advised him to go to bed and rest a little, for which Arthur thanked him with a kind smile and said that he really appreciated his concern. As Arthur started to walk to his room, his father stopped him for a few more words. He thrust his fist forward and proudly said that that punch was damn good. This compliment, which he could not hear in his past life, made the boy feel incredibly good. He reciprocated his feelings by thrusting his fist back. Returning to the room, he hid his money for the future. Fortunately, the situation with Sebastian was resolved without any problems or consequences. In addition, he was still able to obtain all the necessary items for an adventurer career, except for the sword. Although the danger had passed, it made him all too aware of the fact that in this world he was still just a child, without any power or equal treatment. Taking the cloak and mask in his hands, Arthur thought that everything would be different once he began his journey as an adventurer. In his hands was an object that could temporarily erase his limitations as a child. With the voice-altering mask, he could relax a little and act as he wished. The promised 3 months flew by quickly, and after the recent events at the auction house, it was time to think about how to become an adventurer. To discuss the matter, Arthur and his father went to a local pub. In this cheerful and noisy establishment, they met with friends from the team of adventurers of the Twin Horns. Ray, as the former captain of this wonderful team, had not previously mentioned his plans to find a guard for his son, who was about to go on an adventure. Having told them what they had planned, he asked who could become a support for the young and promising magician. Adam was the first to respond to his proposal, but he spoke of refusal since he was not yet ready for such an undertaking. He explained this by saying that babysitting children is not his strong point. Moreover, it is not clear whether he was joking or not. He clarified that it will not be easy to work with a character like Arthur's, because if he doesn't like something, he can even kill him in his sleep. Imagining this situation, everyone started playing along with him, saying that this could really happen and that his words made sense. Adam's awkward excuse didn't bother Arthur at all, and in response he just laughed sincerely since he hadn't even counted on his company. Looking at the rest of the group, Ray admitted that he had actually hoped that Durden or Helen would accompany Arthur. Seeing their reaction, he admitted a little sheepishly that they couldn't really offer a decent reward, but that he and Alice were more than willing to compensate them with whatever they could if they did such a favor for them. In response, the kind big guy said that Ray shouldn't behave like that, because everyone sitting at this table was like one family, and he himself would be happy to accompany Arthur and watch him grow right before his eyes. Helen supported Durden's words, saying that he was right, so Ray should know that they wouldn't do this for money. She also pointed out that they had managed to get quite a bit of treasure from their last dungeon raid, so money wasn't an issue. Although it seemed that even the captain of the current team of twins was ready to go with Arthur, one girl, whom Ray had not yet mentioned, firmly proposed her candidacy. This statement was sudden and attracted the attention of everyone sitting at the table. Jasmine, who had always been quiet and reserved, showed a special interest in something for the first time. Angela was surprised by her words, remembering that she hated escort missions even more than Adam did, who had immediately refused the offer. Without further ado, Jasmine replied that this time everything was fine, because the task was to accompany not just anyone, but Arthur. Hearing her words, Helen took it upon herself to say that Jasmine was the most suitable person to protect Arthur. When talking about Durden, she said that he specializes mainly in defensive spells with a huge area of effect, making him a good member of large teams, but not two fighters. After that, she frankly admitted that defense was not really her strong point, despite her excellent range combat skills. Putting her hand on her heart, Alice, surprised by Jasmine's words, asked if she was sure that she could cope with this difficult task. In response, Jasmine showed unprecedented determination and gave a thumbs up, indicating that she was truly serious about this task. Raising his spear and looking at its shiny blade, Adam supported the cute girl's candidacy. He said that she should be trusted since she is the only amplifier among them that has an elemental affinity. Also, he said that she broke through to the light orange stage last year, so with her win attribute, she is probably the best fit for this mission. Durden agreed with his words. With his usual sincere and kind smile, the big man said that he was sorry because he didn't mind traveling in Arthur's company, but there was no point in creating a team of 3 when there was such a reliable person as Jasmine. His sincerity was highly valued among the team. Ray, who knew him as a very good person, approached him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he would still be lucky enough to work with Arthur on the same team. Everything was decided, so Arthur said with a kind smile that he would be glad to be under Jasmine's supervision. In response, the cute girl with red eyes looked at him with a smile, thinking that their adventures would be exciting. Having resolved this issue, the guys continued to celebrate their reunion in the pub until the evening. After a long day, the Levin family finally returned home. When they entered the mansion, the first thing they saw was Lilia, who was distracted from her work by the creaking of the door. Seeing her practicing, Ellie began to be indignant that doing it without her was not fair. The whole family began to laugh at her emotionality and acting, and Arthur was glad that Lilia was already able to meditate on her own, without his help. On the other hand, he thought that Ellie should be able to awaken at the age of 7 or 9 if she really had the patience to meditate. Still, he thought it might be for the best that she didn't awaken too early, since she would be getting a lot of attention. Seeing that everything was fine and Lily and Ellie could now train on their own, he happily asked his dad if they could go to the auction house. He reminded him that he still needed to find the sword, but last time he failed to do so because of that unexpected, unpleasant situation. The father was only too happy to help him and spend some more time together, while the mother, who looked genuinely happy, asked them not to stay too long, as she would soon be preparing dinner. Lilia's father and mother were already waiting for them at the auction house, where they had a lot of work to do after the anniversary event. It was the first time he had seen them both since that incident, so he was faced with a long line of questions from them regarding his well-being. Arthur tried his best to reassure them that he was fine and that he was happy it was over, but they were extremely unhappy with the king's behavior regarding the incident. Vincent and Ray found support in each other, agreeing that firing the 2 jerks was just a temporary measure until things cooled down. They figured it wouldn't be long before they got their positions back and the incident would be forgotten. Fortunately, this incident was not made public, and only 2 parties to the conflict knew about it. Interrupting Vincent and his father's heated discussion, the young man reminded them that they had come to this place because he needed to find a sword before he could go take the test to join the Adventurers Guild. His reminder worked perfectly, and the guys were distracted from the discussion. Vincent led Arthur to their warehouse and told him that it might take him a while to find something he liked. Despite this, he assured him that he could take his time with his choice, since his access to the warehouse was unlimited. When Arthur walked inside, he complimented Mr. Vincent with his reaction to what he saw. In front of him appeared a simply enormous room, in which things for future auctions were arranged quite neatly. There were 2 whole floors here, and it was obvious that these items were carefully looked after. Among the various artifacts, the most worthy swords that immediately caught the eye were those that were located on special shelves. Besides the swords, there were also some incredible bows that had never been shown at auction before. On the 2nd floor, there were even more weapons. There were incredible spears and swords worthy of the best knights. Seeing such a huge number of things, Arthur was inspired by such a possibility. However, his violent reaction did not last long. The task proved impossible when he set about it. There were so many different types of swords, but none of what he was looking for. As expected, it was not easy in a child's body, because the length and balance of the weapon were designed for adults. After looking at the weapons used in this world, he guessed that because most of the warriors in this world were enhancers, there were so many huge swords with one-handed and two-handed grips. Such a weapon was not suitable for him, as it would severely limit his potential as a mage, forcing him to rely only on enhancement and brute force. His search for a reliable sword that he could use with his small frame bore little fruit. In addition to swords, he encountered many other interesting items here, such as unique shurikens that can be used for medium range. He was tempted to give up and perhaps find a more unique weapon in the meantime. Taking the nunchaku in his hands, he felt like a real ninja, but he understood that using such an impractical weapon would be too stupid for him. Suddenly, he was distracted by the squeal of Sylvie, who seemed happy. It seemed that she had found something interesting when she began rustling under the cloth that covered part of the inventory of this warehouse. Throwing the funny nunchucks aside, Arthur came closer and asked if she had found anything useful. After a small rumble, Sylvie pulled out some strange object. It resembled a stick, and there was a joyful expression on her face. Looking at this strange object, Arthur replied that the stick was not quite what he was looking for. Although he didn't know what she wanted with this stick, he decided to take a closer look. As soon as he grabbed the object, he felt that the stick was quite heavy. He was surprised to realize that the balance of this stick was the same as if it were a sword. Seeing the place that most likely separated the hilt from the scabbard, he began to try to get the sword, but he did not succeed. Arthur was surprised by this and assumed that he needed to fill it with his mana to use it. Using the mana aura, he took a stance and put in even more effort, but still didn't achieve any results. Continuing to try to draw the sword from its sheath, he only wasted his strength. Testing his theory using mana, he even tested all the elements at his disposal, but the sword remained in its sheath. Tired of trying in vain, Arthur threw the sword to the ground. Sylvie, who knew there was a sword hidden inside, was a little disappointed that they had no way to get it. Arthur knew that the problem was with the seal, which prevented him from accessing the sword itself. It became obvious that it was not the specific element that allowed the sword to be used, but he did not know what else could affect the scabbard. At that moment, as he stood leaning on his knees, he felt his seal that he had received from Sylvie begin to react to the sword. Even though he was hiding her aura, he could still feel the sword reacting to his hidden power. To test his theory, he concentrated on his beast will. Within a moment, the powers he had inherited from Sylvia awakened within him. Taking the sword in his hands, he immediately heard a click, and the hilt separated from the scabbard without much effort. The blade of this mysterious sword was truly mesmerizing. It glowed turquoise and was translucent. Having taken out the weapon completely, he was surprised, because he had never seen anything like it before. Looking at the translucent turquoise blade of the sword, he couldn't even think about how beautiful this weapon was, even too beautiful to be considered the same sword as the ones he had held in his hands before. Even though he stopped using the dragon's will, he could still hold it in his hands. This weapon seemed more convenient than all previous options. However, even despite this, he still experienced difficulties. As before, he continued to stumble due to the difficulty of using adult swords. The sword and the scabbard itself were too heavy for him to use them with maximum effectiveness at that age. Simply swinging weapons was boring, and there were no suitable training items in this warehouse. Apologizing to Vincent in advance, he lunged towards the barrel and made a chopping blow, but was unable to achieve the desired result. The sword was indeed sharp, but Arthur still could not count on demonstrating his true strength. Raising the blade of the sword up, the guy began to examine it. A moment later, he noticed an interesting detail. On the part of the blade next to the handle was the name of this blade. It was a ballad about the dawn, made by a mysterious master with the initials VK. Within a moment, the sword began to release its own aura, and a cut appeared on Arthur's palm. The sword fell from his hand as Sylvie began to squeal in alarm. Arthur reassured her that he was fine, and the wound was not deep. He didn't understand why this suddenly happened. However, looking at the sword that was lying on the ground, he noticed that the blood that had gotten on the hilt had suddenly evaporated. The sword's behavior seemed strange, but Arthur still decided to take it into his hands again. When he looked at the sword again, he was shocked to see that it had suddenly changed. The weight and balance of the sword seemed completely different. It was now simply perfect to use. After making a few swings, he was convinced of this in practice. He had never held a more comfortable sword than this one before. Moreover, not only the handle, but also the length of the blade itself has changed to better suit the child's body. Since he had already managed to ruin one barrel, he decided that nothing bad would happen if he continued testing the weapon on it. As he made the leap, he knew he now had access to a fine weapon. He had held priceless swords in his hands for decades, but he had never felt as good as he did at that moment. In just an instant, he made an incredibly fast cut, using his full potential. The barrel on which he tested the sword showed results only after a few seconds, and its upper part began to slowly slide down, after which it fell to the ground. Arthur heard the sound, but wanted to make sure that everything happened as he planned. Looking back, he was surprised at how good his attack had been. As a result of this blow, he was able to achieve a clean cut on the first try. He never thought he would find such a treasure by chance. Although extremely rare, there were cases where skilled craftsmen were able to create staffs and wands that had the ability to bind themselves to only one person. Basically, they themselves had the will to adapt to their master, improving the circulation of mana between them. It made sense, but Arthur had never read of any instances of a sword possessing such a power. He was very curious to know who the mysterious master really was, who had created such a masterpiece. He spent quite a lot of time in this place, so after a few hours, Vincent and his father visited him. They had already finished their business, so their father said that it was time for them to return home. Arthur was rushed, so he asked for one more minute. At that moment, he ran to the sword stand and grabbed one nondescript sword that didn't seem like a bad option. As he started to walk towards his father, Sylvie began to scold him for his bad behavior and for hiding the truth again. And yet she knew perfectly well that they had not visited this storage in vain, because they had chosen an incredible object. Arthur winked at her, saying that she was right when she suggested that he take a closer look at the strange stick. As he approached Vincent and his father, he saw their joy that he had found something he liked. Holding the nondescript sword out towards them, he let them examine it, saying that it was not as fancy as some of the other swords, but he knew it was what he needed. Arthur said he knew it was right after he'd swung it a few times. Picking it up, Ray asked Vincent what he knew about it. The auction house owner replied that it had been auctioned off several times at a small stall, but hadn't sold. Taking the blade out of its sheath, Ray decided to check whether it really was not worthy of the buyer's attention. After making a few swings, he checked its balance and weight. After that, Vincent asked him what he thought about his son's choice. Looking at the blade again, Ray replied that he could tell that the weight distribution seemed somehow off, as the creator was trying to make it a light sword for quick attacks. Returning the blade to its sheath, he nevertheless noted that it was not so bad. Moreover, he specified that for Arthur's size, this sword would be better suited than the others. As he returned the sword to its new owner, Ray noticed a stick on his belt. He asked what it was. Noticing the stick on the boy's belt, Vincent became interested in this object. The situation became awkward, because Arthur did not want to draw attention to his real choice. Trying to act carefree and calm, he replied that he tripped over it on the way back. Showing off the incredible sword as an ordinary stick, he said that it was strong and heavy, so it would be a good tool for training, as well as training Sylvia. Vincent couldn't really remember such an item in their inventory, so he asked to take a closer look at it. Taking the strange stick in his hands, he asked his ward if there were any records of such a cane. Jameson, looking at the notes, replied that one of their traders had mentioned a rather strange story about some decrepit old man who had simply thrown it at him, muttering that no one was worthy. Speaking about this mysterious cane, Jameson also said that they had previously asked several inspectors to check it out just in case. They thought that it just seemed like a sturdy cane, but in fact, a more qualified craftsman would be needed to evaluate it. Seeing that the auction house actually saw some potential in it, Arthur decided to intervene in the conversation. He turned to Vincent with a sweet, hopeful look, calling him uncle, and said that it would be nice to have such an item during adventures. His plea worked, even though Ray knew it was a pure provocation. Under pressure from the young man, Vincent gave him the mysterious cane, saying that he had nothing to regret, because it was just gathering dust in their warehouse. The trip to the warehouse ended in success for Arthur, and Vincent was amazed that he was so sweetly called uncle. Arthur had completed all the preparations to become an adventurer. Finally, a very important day of his life came. His 9th birthday. All the people dear to him, the Laven family, the Helstia family, and even all the fighters of the Twin Horns adventurer team gathered for this celebration. He was incredibly happy to have their company and, in response to their congratulations, thanked them for all of them putting up with him for another year. The modesty of the young man touched everyone who had gathered there. Alice said with a sweet smile that she could not believe that their beloved son was already 9 years old. Understanding what she was getting at, Vincent clapped his hands and asked to put off their sweet memories until after their little celebration. After he clapped his hands, the mansion's workers came out onto the lawn where they were celebrating the birthday with carts full of goodies. This holiday was carefully planned because for Helstia, art became part of their family. Even Sylvia was delighted with how many incredible dishes were prepared for this birthday. Laughter and pleasant conversations brightened the day. The many delicious dishes that filled the table could satisfy the taste of any of the guests. Tabitha, who saw some hesitation among the guests, cheerfully urged them to begin eating. The boys had a great time, enjoying the peace of these ordinary moments in life. After drinking enough alcohol, it was time for funny stories. Adam, who was trying to somehow offend his comrades with their ridiculous moments from the lives of adventurers, suggested remembering the time when Durden's pants caught fire and he had to return to the city covering his naked ass. Remembering this awkward moment, the kind, healthy man covered his face and sheepishly asked to stop the story. Noticing this insolence, Jasmine asked Adam not to relax. After these words, she said that since he was telling other people's stories with such a laugh, then he must have forgotten how a horned mole had crept right under him when he was doing his business in the dungeon. The funniest part of this story was that at that moment he got so scared, jumped up, landed on his back, and wet himself like a fountain. Having told this awkward story, Jasmine caused loud laughter from everyone present, and the previously self-confident Adam began to feel embarrassed and, in his defense, shouted that he thought that everyone was asleep then and no one saw it. Arthur was delighted with this kind of pastime. They hadn't had so much fun for a long time. He appreciated every moment of such a life, as Granny Sylvia asked him to. When it became cool outside, they returned inside the mansion, where a warm fireplace was already waiting for them in the living room. When everyone got inside, Ray said that since they had finished dinner and completely humiliated Adam, it was time to move on to gifts. His words caused laughter again, and Helen, who was the current team leader, tried to calm the hot-tempered guy who felt awkward. The first gift Arthur received was from his family. He sat on a separate sofa where Ellie climbed onto because she wanted to open that gift with him. As he removed the lid of the box, he felt the magic emanating from the gift. When he saw what his family had given him, he was simply delighted. In front of him was a magical glove. His mother said it was made from the skin of a spiked aurochs that Ray hunted. She had embedded a small healing spell into each of the 3 stones on it. The spell in each stone could only be used once, but it was a great thing. Looking at the gift that his parents had made with their own hands, Arthur thanked them for their care and said with delight that this glove was beautiful. Hugging his parents, he emotionally said that he liked her and that he was very grateful for what they did for him. When the touching moment came to an end, Vincent coughed pointedly into his fist and announced that he was next. After these words, he knelt down in front of the young man and opened a box with 2 rings. Art played along with him because it looked like his uncle was proposing to him. The moment was funny, but his wife and daughter clearly didn't like it. So Tabitha slapped him on the back of the head and asked him to stop teasing the boy. Vincent, who was saddened by such a reaction to his joke, replied that he didn't think that no one here had a love for such a performance. Returning to this gift, he took out 1 ring and handed it to Arthur himself. He gave the second ring to his mother. Tabitha explained that while Arthur wore his ring, the gem on his mother's ring would sparkle if his mana dropped to a critical level. She said there was little they could do, but even that would give her some peace of mind for her son's future journey. Alice was very grateful for this gift. She threw herself into the arms of her best friend with tears of happiness. Turning to Vincent and Lilia, she thanked them too for making such a wonderful choice. Ray was also glad that Alice would now be much calmer during their son's journey. Only Arthur understood that this ring, despite its usefulness, was more like a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it could free his family from constant worry, but at the same time, it could keep her in a constant state of tension, expecting trouble. Worse, he did not rule out the possibility that he would one day find himself in a battle where he would have to fight to the limit of his capabilities. When the first 2 gifts were presented, Adam looked at his comrades and asked how they could overcome something like this. With a kind smile, he turned to Alice and Arthur, saying that since he was already so damn strong, they thought along the same lines as the Helstia family, and so they decided that the little monster needed something unique. After these words, Durden handed Arthur a mysterious scroll. As it turned out, there was also a second part of the gift, intended for Alice. These were the communication scrolls, and Adam said he wouldn't go into detail about how expensive they were. When he pointed out that they were indeed damn expensive, he got a kick in the ass from Jasmine for ruining such a beautiful moment. Back on topic, he concluded that the Laven family now had a disposable communication source that they felt would fit perfectly with their new rings. When it came to the instructions, he explained that Arthur simply had to pour mana into the scroll to write a message that would reach Alice despite the distance. In turn, once Mom receives the message, she will be able to respond to it only once. After confirming that the message was given to Arthur, both scrolls will turn to ashes. When the detailed story came to an end, Ray emotionally supported Adam, saying that it was very spectacular and amazing. In the end, the gifts he received on his birthday turned out to be very significant for his career as an adventurer. The parents knew he had a big day tomorrow, so they were excited. Hugging her child, Alice asked him to promise that he would be safe. By kissing him on the forehead, she demonstrated her tenderness and motherly care, which her son appreciated so much. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she wished him to remain safe and sound. With a kind smile, he replied that he would return home at every opportunity. This wonderful day has ended, and the time has come to say goodbye. The adventurers from the Twin Horns team wished him luck on his upcoming journey and boarded the carriage. The last to say goodbye was Jasmine, with whom he would have to share the difficult path of an adventurer. This birthday was very significant for Arthur, and he knew that he would remember it for the rest of his life. Moreover, such events made him understand something important. He had felt this way for some time, but after returning home when he fell asleep, he knew it was true. Now he had a real family, people who loved him. It was a feeling he would never give up. Joyful Arthur thought that he would cherish this feeling and also fight for it if necessary. To do this, he needed to become stronger, even stronger than when he was a king. The next morning started off very cheerfully. True, it was fun for Arthur, but not for Sylvie. He wanted to take a shower, but Sylvie was not yet used to it and was very afraid of water. She didn't want to take a bath so much that she tried to hold onto the tiles using mana enhancement. Arthur was hurt by how much she resisted. Shouting that she asked for it, he mercilessly strengthened his body with magic to finally pull her into the bath. The real dragon and the dragon's heir began to fight. Sylvie, tears in her eyes, tore herself away from the surface and began to squeal, evoking pity. But Arthur had prepared her for life to be cruel. When he tore off her surfaces, he threw her straight into the water. Sylvie was very offended by him and looked at him as if he were a traitor. In response, Arthur teased her, letting her know that there was nothing wrong with it. His beast daughter's acting was top-notch. However, this did not save her, because being subject to the forces of gravity, she fell into the water like a stone. Having finished this torment, Arthur quickly got ready and left his room. He was equipped with everything he had prepared for his upcoming career as an adventurer. Even though he was forced to leave his family for a while, he had a smile on his face because he knew he had no other choice. The parents and Ellie were already at the exit. Sitting down next to him, Ray said that his son already looked like a real S-class adventurer. Before saying goodbye, he gave him some advice, saying that although they both knew he was very strong, he should not become overconfident and forget his limits. Speaking of hard times, he asked him to rely on Jasmine. Then Ellie ran up to him and started crying, asking if his brother and Sylvie were really leaving them. There were genuine tears on her face because she loved him very much during the time they spent together. In a trembling voice, she asked if they could stay instead of leaving. Seeing this touching scene, Alice could not contain her emotions. She covered her face so that the children would not see her tears. Ray couldn't say anything at that moment, but he was definitely happy with how wonderful their children were. Sitting down next to her daughter, Alice tried to console her, saying that Sylvie and her brother would be back before she knew it. Despite her words, Ellie continued to rant, saying that she wanted them to stay, to be here, right now. Only her charming little brother could influence this situation. Taking her hand tenderly, he said that since she was already a big girl, he had a very important task for her. With a kind smile, he asked if she could protect Mom and Dad while he and Sylvie traveled. Throwing herself into his arms, Ellie couldn't hold back her tears. She began to speak decisively to justify her brother's hopes. She went on to say that she had trained a lot, and now she had many little lights, thanks to which she would be able to protect her mom and dad. As Arthur hugged her before leaving the house, He thought that he had missed so much of his sister's life that he couldn't help but agree that he would have been better off staying. He knew that his short stay here was not enough, but in order to protect them all in the future, he was forced to take this decisive step forward. When he looked at his mother one last time, she hugged him and said with tears in her eyes that everything would be okay with them. Ray joined his wife's words, saying that he could not worry about them. While the mother said goodbye to her son, Ellie said goodbye to Sylvie, who was already suffocating in her arms. Wiping away her tears, Alice asked him not to forget to put on the ring. With a kind smile, Arthur showed his palm, and it was clear that it was already on. As he approached the door, he heard the last words accompanying him on his way. Father said that they will always root for him. In response, he nodded his head to them, because he knew perfectly well that this was so. When the door closed, his mother, father, and sister continued to watch him go. As soon as he left, Alice started crying, and Ray began to calm her down. Outside, a carriage was already waiting for him, as was Jasmine. First of all, she asked if he was ready for the adventures of an adventurer. Before answering, Arthur reached for the backpack containing the things he had taken with him. Putting a mask on his face, he answered in a changed voice that he was ready. The guys first went to the Adventurers Guild. The building was quite spacious, and inside there were many who had long dedicated their lives to such adventures. Here people not only received licenses and work, but also looked for a team to make work easier. When they got inside, Sylvie was woken up by the noise inside and started yawning. Looking at Sylvie, Jasmine was surprised and noticed that Arthur's mana beast looked a little different. Stroking Sylvie's head, Arthur replied that he had recently discovered that she could change her appearance slightly to look exactly like a black lizard without drawing too much attention to herself. Having waited for their turn, they approached the administration window. A nice lady in a blue shirt welcomed them to the Zyrus Adventurers Guild and asked how she could help them. As Arthur tried to answer, he was suddenly interrupted by Jasmine. She abruptly placed the document on the counter and said that she would like to sponsor this recruit for his rank exam. The lady working in the guild was surprised by her words. Still, she knew what the procedure was in case of sponsorship. Hearing this, she dropped the counter and went outside. After that, she asked Jasmine and Arthur to follow them. As she escorted them, she said that they actually had a lot of people wanting to take the exam. But since there was a sponsor present, they would place them closer to the front of the line so that they wouldn't have to wait so long. Then they went to the side of the room that was guarded by the local guards. Arthur wasn't used to the way adventurers were. As he passed the crowd, he began to hear them gossiping about his short stature. Seeing how distracted he was, Jasmine asked him to hurry up. The lady from the guild reception went to the sender. As they entered, she informed him that A-class adventurer Jasmine Flamesworth had wished to sponsor the recruit standing next to them for the rank exam. The manager, dropping his work, rose from his desk and told his charge that she could wait outside, as he was well acquainted with Miss Flamesworth. Arthur was surprised that Jasmine knew such an important person. When he looked at her, she looked away, because this topic was very painful for her. As soon as the manager asked how she was doing and mentioned his meeting with her father, she nervously clenched her fist, and it became clear that she was not on the best terms with her family. Caspian Bladeheart, the man in charge of this branch of the guild, turned out to be quite the cunning manipulator, who for some reason decided to remind her of her problems. Returning to the topic of the new recruit, he mentioned that there would usually be an application that needed to be filled out along with a mana core test before a series of practical exams. After this, he, emphasizing Jasmine's status, said that since Miss Flamesworth was his sponsor, then he did not mind skipping these formalities. Seeing Jasmine's discomfort, Art wondered if her family was really that special. He felt very sorry that she had to take advantage of her status, which she could not stand. Taking a look at the curious new recruit, Caspian said that the only thing left for him to do was to take part in a training fight with one of their examiners. After assessing his weapon, he assumed that the recruit was either a fighter or an enhancer. Since it wasn't a question, he trusted his feelings and continued to go over the rules, saying that names weren't required to register as an adventurer. Extending his hand towards him, he explained that since he had a close relationship with Miss Flamesworth, he would like to know how to address him. The question was pointed, but the answer was right at hand. Having received this mask which hid his true voice, Arthur noticed an interesting engraving. She reminded him of part of a musical note. Shaking the hand of the arrogant and overly proud Caspian, Arthur asked to be called by his name, Note. As soon as their hands touched, they felt the resonance of their mana. Both of them became interested because they recognized each other's strength. When they left his office, the manager led them into the corridor and said that it was a pleasure to meet such a mysterious man. Turning to Mary, he asked her to show his dear guest to the examination hall. Taking a few steps forward, Arthur looked around. He was not mistaken in thinking that he had interested the leader of the guild, Zyrus. Caspian did indeed follow him with his eyes because he was interested in what kind of power this man with the mask possessed. As they walked down the hallway following Mary, Arthur reflected on the fact that the Flamesworth house had been mentioned with a fair amount of respect. He even wondered, given that, if that was why Jasmine had wanted to accompany him. On the other hand, he noticed that she seemed very upset about the mention of her father. Despite her obviously conflicted relationship with her family, she was still not averse to using such an advantage to achieve her goal. When they reached the end of the corridor, they saw a door in front of them, and Mary said that this path would lead them to the arena where the exam was being held. As she let them go ahead, she asked them to be careful as they climbed the stairs and to find a place and wait until the recruit's name was called. The location where the final stage of the adventure exam took place was in the backyard. Walking out into the street, Arthur heard a loud scream. There was a small arena here where battles between examiners and students took place. The fierce fighter who wanted to immediately obtain a high rank of fighter tried with all his might to at least touch the examiner. He seemed to be quite good with a spear. His movements were fast and his attacks were quite strong, but the examiner dodged them without much difficulty and didn't even see the point in blocking these attacks. Despite the fact that many blows did not bring results, the fighter did not lose his spirit and confidently noted that his opponent was very good at dodging. With a determined look, he lunged for another attack, asking if the examiner could dodge the next blow as well. The bald guy made it clear that he was going to show something truly outstanding, but his opponent's face showed that he was bored. As he walked up the stairs to his seat, Arthur kept an eye on what was happening in the arena. As he charged forward, the bald fighter with a cloak on his back that strengthened his spear with a fire element shouted that this was his hellish strike. Watching this, Arthur felt a little awkward because of the poor guy's behavior, as he did not understand why he was talking about his next move. Just as spellcasters recite spells to better visualize the image in their minds, many boosters have also chosen to vocalize the name of their attacks. However, this bald guy failed to surprise his opponent. Although George really decided not to dodge this blow, he instead simply knocked the weapon out of the adventurer candidate's hands, ending this ridiculous battle. After seeing part of that battle, Arthur wondered where such strange masters came from. It seemed to him that for such a simple move, which the guy was hoping for, it was unnecessary to come up with a name. Once on the ground, the boy who failed the final test asked in confusion how this could have happened. In response, the examiner made a thoughtful appearance, as if it was difficult for him to find the reason for such a sudden failure of the bald man. A moment later, he said with disappointment that there were grandmothers who could swing their canes better than this guy with his six-pack. Continuing the list of reasons why the poor guy failed the final exam, he made it known that he relied too much on physical strength compared to his body's enhancement with mana, thus upsetting the balance of his attacks, which were already laughably predictable. With tears in his eyes, the 35-year-old man, who was only in the deep orange stage, began to whine as he recalled that he had completed his workouts of 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 100 crunches. Hearing the words of the loser who tried to become Saitama, George covered his face with his hand. Returning to the question of assessing his abilities, he said that he usually puts someone of his caliber in the E-class. Since we are talking about fighters and not Mercedes cars, the E-class was a very disappointing result. However, given that he had an affinity with fire, the examiner gave him a small gift. Moving closer, he slapped him across the face, sticking a piece of paper to it. After that, he congratulated the loser on acquiring a D-class. As this world's Saitama left the arena with a sad expression, one of the guild representatives challenged the next fighter named Diana Whitehall to the exam. The pompous girl magician began to descend the stairs, saying that she should not be rushed. When she said there was no need to rush her, she was damn right. A moment later, she stumbled and began to fly down. Like a log, she fell face down onto the surface. When her dress went up, she made everyone laugh with her granny panties. But only those whose turn had not yet come laughed. They could afford such impudence because they had not yet been humiliated by the examiner. While some guys started laughing at the poor guy, there were also those who started getting angry. The arrogant young mage with the rather interesting cane complained that she should have been given an E-class just because of her clumsiness. He was furious that she was wasting his time. Arthur, who was analyzing those present, noticed this impudent young man. Looking at him, he noticed that there was a large amount of mana simply seething inside him. Their eyes met, and Arthur immediately realized that the guy was quite strong. Meanwhile, the clumsy Diana descended into the arena and took her place. After she fell down the stairs, her confidence was a little diminished. However, closing her eyes, she resolutely introduced herself as Diana Whitehall. She was only 18 years old, and her core stage was already at a solid orange level. She noted that she had an affinity for water. The examiner who approached her after these words noted that she did not need to introduce herself, since they already had all the information regarding their skills. She then asked the participant to prepare her weapon, and also let her know that they had medical personnel and an emitter in case any injuries were sustained during the exam. It was the first time Arthur had been around mages like him, so he kept a close eye on everything. Once a caster reaches the orange stage, it becomes clear which element they have a high affinity with. Rather than trying to become adept at all four elements, it would be much more effective to focus solely on the one with which they have a high affinity. He had heard that for cultivators who claimed to have a high level of affinity with two or more elements, the examination would be stricter to ensure that the applicants were truly telling the truth. Knowing this, he still could not reveal all of his elemental affinities. The final stage for the clumsy Diana began. Her examiner suggested to see how a girl with an affinity with water is in action. Releasing magic, the guild representative made it clear that she has an affinity with earth magic. As usually happened in such exams, Diana was the first to show her strength. She started the battle by casting a spell. She waved her wand and released mana and began to use water magic. As befits a mage, she began not with an offensive spell, but with a defensive one, causing a barrier of water to appear around her. Seeing Arthur watching with interest, Jasmine explained that since spellcasters were not as skilled at enhancing their bodies with mana as boosters, they were trained to take defensive measures first during battle. Despite the fact that the subject had only managed to prepare for the battle, the examiner decided not to let her relax and directed a sandstorm at her. This attack easily broke through Diana's barrier without any particular difficulty. It seemed like she was about to be defeated by the Earth's magic. Arthur, watching this, found this move interesting. He decided that the examiner used this spell to limit Diana's vision in her protective sphere of water, because if she wanted to end the fight right away, she would have used a sharper form. Yet Diana managed to complete the task and disperse the earth using the release of water magic. She decided to speed up the pace of the battle by taking the initiative. Using the surrounding mana, she created even more water that concentrated around her. Unlike the examiner, she had no plans to be cunning. Her attack was very obvious, as expected from a mage of her age. Using a spear made of water, she aimed it at the examiner, who didn't even use a defensive spell. Having dodged this attack, the owner of the affinity with the earth continued to watch the girl, but already felt some disappointment. However, at the same moment when the spear from the water appeared next to the examiner, Diana used the second stage of the attack. Her spear suddenly exploded, and the area around the examiner was completely filled with water. It wasn't a second form of attack. Most likely she was using a diversionary technique. The spectators could not see what was happening in the arena because a thick fog appeared in front of them. Having limited the enemy's field of vision, Diana began another attack. The battle was becoming more interesting. When she collected the balls of water above her, she immediately directed them with a strike across the area to the place where the examiner had previously been. The powerful impact was followed by a loud explosion, but nothing could be seen due to the distracting fog that had been used earlier. As soon as the fog and dust cleared, it became clear that the examiner had disappeared and a hole had appeared in her place. At this point, it became obvious that the examiner had taken advantage of the situation to move. When Diana felt her behind her, she realized that her performance was already over. After giving the poor guy a didactic blow on the head, the examiner said in a kind tone that she had to admit that her control level was quite decent, and that the last sequence of spells had been well practiced. She noted that despite this, Diana was a little overconfident. The obvious mistake was that she had not prepared another defensive measure to prevent an outcome similar to the one that ended her trial. However, overall, the examiner acknowledged that her mana control and spell preparation speed were good, which is why Diana received a C class. This girl showed more interesting skills than the poor guy who looked like Saitama. Moreover, Arthur knew that a C class at her age was something she should definitely be proud of. As Diana left the arena, the guild representative began to call out the name of the next test subject, but suddenly stopped to double-check what was written on the paper. It seemed that this was the first time he had encountered such a problem, so he asked the examiner to help him with this question. Arthur noticed that this time the person who was to undergo the test was different from all the previous ones. To sort out this issue, an even more experienced examiner approached them. After looking at the paper, the amplifier who had tested the first candidate turned to the next fighter and said that he had been informed of his situation. Everyone present was simply shocked when they learned that a certain new recruit had been given the title of B-class adventurer from the very beginning. Arthur was also interested in who the mysterious man was, who had achieved such a high rank without even taking the exam. One of those present in the waiting area suddenly stood up. He was opposite where Arthur and Jasmine were. The one who was able to immediately get a B-class without the final test turned out to be an unremarkable, rather young guy in glasses and ordinary clothes. As soon as he raised his head, his green eyes immediately turned to an equally interesting young man. At that moment, Arthur and the mysterious recruit remembered each other. The next candidate for adventurer was Lucas Wykes. As it turned out, it was that same arrogant magician. The boy, who must have belonged to a noble family, was very bold even in conversations with the examiners, because when he went downstairs, he asked the lady why she didn't just let him go ahead, assigning him an A-class. After his bold words, the lady began to read his file. Lucas Wykes, who was only 11 years old, was already in the light orange stage and had an affinity with one element, fire. Arthur was very surprised when he heard that this 11-year-old boy turned out to be such a rare monster. Despite his talent, he was arrogant and insolent, yawning right in front of the examiner. His demonstrative disrespect was probably due to his noble birth, but the strange thing was that his appearance was very similar to that of an elf, despite his mastery of fire. The arrogance of this guy drove the examiner crazy. Moreover, the impudent young man continued to behave in this manner and even showed a cheeky grin while looking into her eyes. Trying to contain her displeasure with his behavior, the examiner, at the limit of her patience, suggested that they begin. After these words, they took their places. The young man's sly grin began to show even some of the malice that was inside him. Swinging his magic cane, Lucas began to use the fire element. From the very beginning, his flow of magic was astonishingly powerful, and he did not use speech to cast spells. Surrounding himself with fire, he demonstratively struck the ground with his cane. After this, he spoke words calling for his protector to rise up. From that moment on, the silhouette of a tall monster made of fire appeared behind him. This was his protective spell. Watching his first steps in the test, the examiner who tested the amplifiers noticed that Lucas had a stable and also decently sized flame guard. Together with another representative of the guild, they came to the conclusion that they had a particularly gifted young man. In a surprising move, Lucas sent his fire guardian to attack. With a wicked look and a threatening tone, he cast the following spell, commanding the created guardian to burn the enemy to ashes. In response to his spell, the examiner, with a calm smile and a superior intonation, said that she was surprised that the young man from the Wykes house did not simply fill this monster with hot air. Even though she acknowledged the power of his magic, she still wasn't going to budge. Trying to put the impudent man in his place, she clarified that his disrespect showed that he needed to learn restraint. After these words, several pillars of earth began to rise directly from the surface, surrounding this monster. All these pillars suddenly united, locking the fire guard in an earthen coffin. Watching the battle, Arthur admitted that it was a very good move on the part of the examiner, because the flame guardian would naturally be extinguished once it used up the oxygen that was inside this coffin. Despite the success of his opponent's defense, Lucas was still arrogant because he had already managed to prepare his next move. Saying that it was too late, he directed dozens of fire spheres at her. Even more impudent was his mention of rumors that there had never been a case of an examiner being injured while assessing new adventurers. Unheard of was his impudence in saying that he would do her the honor of being the first to suffer at the hands of a candidate. The arrogance of this boy really made Mrs. Emily angry. Using earth magic, she began to stop the spheres that were flying towards her from the sky. However, despite her control, Lucas thought of this in advance, and making a dash towards her, he carried out an explosion of the remaining spheres with the help of a spell. The entire arena was filled with explosions, and Ms. Emily, who did not have time to defend herself with an earth spell, was forced to dodge, moving to a safer place. In just a moment, she was behind Lucas, and a new earth magic spell began to grow around him. An earthen hand created by the examiner moved towards the impudent youth. Noticing her only at the last moment, Lucas only managed to fight her off with the help of fire magic concentrated on the end of his cane. However, as soon as he repelled the frontal attack, the examiner grabbed his leg with the help of the ground. As soon as he was captured, his fire spells began to lose their direction, and Lucas himself was left hanging in the air. Suddenly, he was transported to the location where his fireballs were heading. Covering his face with his hands, the previously arrogant young man began to scream in panic to be let go. Opening his eyes, a frightened Lucas saw that everything had already stopped. At the last moment, he was saved by the examiner. Miss Emily used an earthen shield to stop the fireballs that were aimed at their caster. Releasing control of her magic, she let go of Lucas and he fell to the ground. Thanking him for taking the time to watch this performance, Miss Emily, who was about to leave the arena, assessed his mana reserves and ability to cast high-level fire affinity spells, noting his potential. However, as soon as she started talking about his shortcomings and weaknesses, Lucas, who was lying on the ground, began to furiously shout that the exam was not over yet. In just a moment, a fiery whirlwind appeared around Miss Emily and began to close in on her body. Using magic after the battle, like a rat, he was going to inflict terrible injuries on her. Luckily, there was another examiner next to them. Being a worthy amplifier, George, using only his sword, easily dispelled the bastard's magic and freed Lady Emily. Arrogant Lucas was incredibly angry with his behavior and began to accuse him of interfering with his exam. Sheathing his sword, the examiner, not understanding the audacity of this young man from a noble family, replied that he was the one who broke the rules and suddenly used a spell despite the end of the exam. Continuing to spout nonsense, Lucas screamed that the witch he was fighting was the one who got in the range of his next attack, blocking those fire beams. He began to prove that she was the one who considered the exam over, even though he had everything under control. Despite Lucas's slander, the calm examiner replied that he could feel free to complain, even though it was pointless. Emily only sighed heavily, seeing how arrogantly the young man from a large family behaved. When her colleague asked for his result to be announced, she once again said the words regarding how his mana reserves and magic control were excellent, and despite the shortcomings that were revealed due to his lack of experience, she decided that it was more than reasonable to assign him a B class. As expected, the result was incredible, despite his shitty behavior. Everyone in the arena was silent, knowing that they couldn't beat his performance. Despite the fact that he received a very high rank for his age, Lucas was unhappy, and as he climbed to his place, punched the walls. Saitama, who wanted to support him and become friends, said that he was doing well, after which he congratulated him on getting a B class. Turning around nervously, Lucas said angrily that they shouldn't even try to compare themselves to him. Back in his seat, he continued to harbor anger towards the examiners, muttering that they would have a hard time when the time came for his father to hear how meanly his examination had been interrupted. Arthur watched the behavior of this impudent guy, realizing that he would be a very problematic adventurer. Suddenly, Jasmine distracted him, smiling as she extended her fist towards him and wished him luck. The next to speak was none other than Noda. As he descended the stairs, he thought about how he could best approach a warrior of his examiner's ilk. Seeing him in action, he had no doubt that he had years of training and experience with the sword. And he also didn't miss the fact that his movements were fast and precise, although his defense was not without gaps. Snatching the folder of papers from his colleague's hands, the usually disgruntled examiner asked Noda to hurry up, saying that they could not spend the whole day on this event. As Arthur walked into the arena and nodded his head respectfully, George read that he was being tested under special conditions, which is why they had no information about him. Seeing that he had a blade on his belt, this amplifier-type examiner began to take out his blade, deciding that he would be a suitable opponent to find out what this mysterious masked guy was made of. However, a moment later he froze in place, experiencing sudden pressure from the recruit. He couldn't even think that something like this was possible. Looking at Note, he felt the confidence and incredible strength of his movements. This guy's aura was truly overwhelming. Cold sweat began to appear on the examiner's face. For the first time, he felt fear in front of the candidate for adventurer. Their battle was interrupted by the master manager of the Zyrus Guild. The examiner, who was alarmed by the enemy's overwhelming aura, was glad to be distracted from this battle that hadn't even started. Arthur immediately recognized who the voice belonged to and asked them to stop. It seems Emily and the guy who helped them with the final exam were surprised by what their boss was doing. Taking off his jacket, Caspian asked the examiner to leave the arena. Taking a few steps forward, the manager declared that he would be the one to evaluate the examinee named Note. This was the first time something like this had happened since the creation of this team of guild representatives. When the manager himself stated that he would personally evaluate the candidate, George was a little taken aback. Apologizing in advance for the rudeness of his words, he said that there was no need for a Class AA master to stoop to evaluating the exam, especially for a mage of his caliber. Suddenly thinking that it had something to do with his reaction to the pressure from the candidate, George justified himself by saying that if the manager's decision was due to his indecisiveness, then it was worth noting that he was simply considering how much force to use during the attack. Caspian knew perfectly well that neither George nor Emily would be able to adequately assess the mysterious guy who was so confident in his battle with the blade, having a strong core. Putting a hand on his colleague's shoulder, he said that he did not doubt his abilities. He explained his decision by saying that he felt obliged to evaluate Noda personally, seeing the connection between him and his sponsor. After he had made this false excuse, he asked with a calm but at the same time arrogant look if this would be a problem. None of the current examiners could even utter a word against the decision of the guild manager himself, who was an excellent fighter. Based on this, it was obvious that he would be the one to take this exam. Everyone present was even more interested in this battle than the one that took place between Emily and Lucas. Arthur had known from the start that this Caspian was not so simple. When they shook hands, they both appreciated each other's strength, recognizing it as worthy. Now Arthur knew for sure that the person standing in front of him was not only the head of the Adventurers Guild branch in Sapin, but was also an AA-class adventurer himself. When Caspian took out his blade and pointed it towards Arthur, he immediately began to analyze it and was amazed at the difference between him and the previous examiner. This man had no obvious gaps in his defense. In fact, even an experienced fighter like Arthur could not find his weakness. And the pressure caused by his bloodlust was enormous, as if he was not going to conduct the exam as usual. Having felt the enemy's intentions on himself, Arthur smiled in anticipation for the first time at the sight of the enemy. Gripping his not very comfortable sword even tighter, he couldn't stop enjoying his feelings. For the first time, he was filled with the excitement of anticipating a truly worthy battle. As before, the self-confident and slightly arrogant Caspian said that the subject should prepare for battle and not take their special attitude towards his personality to heart. Instead of saying anything extra, Arthur, who also pointed his sword towards the enemy, simply nodded his head in agreement. What was surprising about this exam was that this time the examiner himself started the battle. Within a moment, Caspian demonstrated incredible speed and was next to Arthur, striking him. Arthur blocked his blow with difficulty, and when Caspian pushed him away, he was unable to stay on his feet at all and fell to the ground. Despite the disadvantageous position of the candidate for adventurer, Caspian did not intend to ease up on the pressure and again swung for a strong blow. His blow was precise and fast, without unnecessary movements. But Arthur managed to jump away from the place of his blow and do a somersault. As soon as Arthur tried to strike back, Caspian instantly disappeared from sight and the enemy's mana began to be felt from his back. At that very moment, the guy felt the whistle of the enemy's approaching blade. Caspian was relentless in his strikes, forcing the subject to fight at the peak of his abilities. Feeling the enemy's blow, Arthur, who did not have time to block the blow, decided to use even more mana to grip the surface. Dodging the blow, he made a small dash towards his opponent and found himself directly underneath him, in a position convenient for a chopping blow. Using the momentum of his body, Arthur directed his blow at his opponent with incredible speed. Caspian barely had time to do anything. Only thanks to his incredible speed was he able to push off the surface and jump to a safe distance, avoiding the deadly blow of the amazing candidate. Although he avoided the blow, the tip of his nose began to bleed from the slight contact with his opponent's blade. Caspian felt an incredible rush of excitement as he wiped his face. Taking his fighting stance again, he excitedly said that it was simply excellent. A moment later, they made another dash towards each other. Caspian was about to deliver a straight thrust, while Arthur swung hard, not revealing his true intentions. Using the large radius of his swing, Arthur blocked his opponent's attack instead of striking. After he stopped his opponent, He swung his sword again to throw him back and upset his balance. Now the initiative passed into his hands. He tried to take advantage of his superior stance and made a quick attack with his sword, but the enemy miraculously managed to dodge. Dodging another lightning-fast attack, Caspian decided to counterattack, using a thrusting attack again. At this point, Arthur was in an awkward position and barely managed to dodge the blow that was aimed at his face. A shallow cut was left just below his ear, which evened out the number of injuries inflicted in this fight. The battle continued at even greater speed, and the enemy continued to press Arthur with his superior maneuverability. Constantly appearing in a different place, Caspian carried out sudden attacks, among which were even blows with the hilt, which took into account its closer distance to the subject's body. Having taken a blow to the back, Arthur still did not lose his head and managed to regain a stable position. The pressure from the enemy did not decrease for a second. As they fought, Arthur began to realize what his shortcomings were. It became obvious that his muscles were underdeveloped, and he was more than a foot shorter than he had been accustomed to in his prime. Despite the fact that the initiative had passed to Caspian, he still continued to play, gradually bringing the enemy to a higher level of battle. He was overjoyed when he was convinced that the mysterious candidate named Noda, who was brought by a girl from a noble family, could at least stand up to him in a fair fight. As he launched another attack, he once again began to exert significant pressure with his speed, which Noda had already begun to get used to. As he continued to dodge countless blows from the experienced opponent, Arthur came to the conclusion that even though his body was stronger due to the assimilation of Sylvia's dragon will, it was still not enough against the veteran fighter whose body was strengthened and clad in dense mana. Despite how experienced his opponent was, Arthur continued to resist and even carried out worthy counterattacks. Having parried another blow, Caspian admitted that by using their potential in this way, they could fight endlessly. He then jumped back to a safe distance and, again extending his blade forward, said that he must apologize for underestimating a truly worthy candidate. Showing his affinity with the wind element, which was beginning to show through the behavior of his mana aura, Caspian sweetly said that he would become a little more serious now. However, as soon as he said it, Arthur felt a shiver run through his entire body, realizing that his words sounded like bait. At that moment, his body started screaming at him to run away. Taking a special stance, Caspian took a special step forward and, using wind magic, delivered a stabbing blow without even closing the distance. At that moment, Arthur realized that what he was going to use were long-range attacks. The powerful wind bullet, fired by the thrust of his opponent's blade, had already pierced the wall that fenced off this arena in an instant. As Arthur narrowly dodged the blow, Caspian prepared his next instant spell and said that he was now certain that Miss Flamesworth had chosen someone worthy of the glory of their family. Continuing to move along the unpredictable minibus, Arthur only at the last moment noticed how another deadly attack began to approach his head. Throwing his head back, he managed to save his life in a split second. As Arthur dodged these crazy attacks, he came to the conclusion that although Caspian's wind bullets were fast and nearly invisible, they had one weakness, and that was that their trajectory was predictable. Having mastered the speed of the enemy, while simultaneously observing his movements, Arthur was able to adapt and even block the enemy's attacks. He had no choice but to make the task more difficult by closing the distance with his opponent. Although this would reduce the time he had to react to attacks, in return he could gain at least a small but real chance of success. As soon as Arthur got closer to the enemy, he began to use less powerful but more frequent attacks. Finally, within striking range, Arthur revealed his trump card. When he began to use the fire element on his blade, Emily and George, who had already been watching this battle with admiration, were genuinely surprised. Jasmine expected nothing less from such a brilliant boy, while Sylvie was delighted, realizing that her dad was beginning to demonstrate his true strength. Having parried another attack with the blade, whose aura had acquired the fire element, Arthur even forced his opponent to jump back. Caspian had no doubt that a guy with such a magical core was a magician, but was pleasantly surprised to learn that he had an affinity for fire. Arthur's tactic was to keep the pressure on his opponent with endless close-range attacks, preventing him from making dangerous, long-range attacks. Caspian, who was far more experienced with magic than he, accepted his challenge and crossed swords with him. The moment when the wind and fire magic began to interact, it produced the expected result. The power of their magic began to exert enormous pressure on the arena, creating a powerful vortex. Looking at the boy who came to the Adventurers Guild for the first time, the manager of the guild thought that the outcome of their battle should have been obvious. As an AA-class adventurer who could use long-range spells that would kill most boosters, he had never doubted his obvious superiority before. However, now that the mysterious man named Noda had countered several of his moves with such high-quality countermeasures, he was starting to get nervous. The heat of this battle began to get to him. Caspian, who had previously been calm and cool, showed his fiery temper for the first time, shouting that he shouldn't be so arrogant. At that moment, Arthur felt his opponent begin to use even more wind magic to suppress his fire. He swung his sword furiously and sent a powerful stream of wind spell towards Arthur. Seeing Arthur unable to stay on his feet and flying to the side, Jasmine jumped up, shouting his nickname. Note. Having thrown Arthur to a convenient distance, the enraged Caspian began to cast wind bullets of even greater power again. Arthur barely managed to dodge this attack, because after Caspian threw him back, he did not even have time to regain his balance. At that moment, he realized that the guildmaster he was fighting had begun to regard their fight as a battle of honor, and not a test of a new recruit. Caspian had indeed lost his temper, and the next attack was just as deadly and terrifyingly fast. At the last moment, Arthur, using the aura of mana and the flow of fire magic, managed to push off from the surface. It was only because he was in the air that he managed to avoid being seriously injured by a wind bullet. While in the air, Arthur did not lose his footing because he had managed to master some spells to push away from the sphere of his mana. Realizing the futility and danger of staying at a distance that was convenient for the enemy to carry out his long-range attacks, he again began to reduce the distance in order to take the initiative in the battle. As he landed on the ground, he was a little dissatisfied with the way his exam was going. If he had fought his previous examiner, the battle would have already been over, and he would have received a decent adventurer class. Fighting Caspian, he had to go too far, revealing some of his skills. Despite how dangerous and inadequate Mr. Bladeheart's techniques were, he still managed to speak in the middle of the fight, complimenting that Noda's abilities were truly impressive. After saying these words, he once again launched a wind bullet attack that was aimed at Arthur's face. The speed of his attack increased again, and Arthur did not have time to fight it off. Moreover, he was in an awkward position for maneuvering. The only option that could give him a chance to dodge was to fall on his back, speeding up this process by using mana on the muscles of his legs. Having dodged the attack, Arthur lost his balance again and ceded the initiative to his opponent. Caspian took advantage of the opportunity without hesitation and rushed into the attack, having strengthened his blade with dense wind magic in advance. Despite the incredible pressure, Arthur managed to avoid his attack by jumping to the side. It was obvious that the manager of the Zyrus Adventurers Guild was constantly pushing the test subject to play more of his cards. Concentrating fire elemental magic on his blade and feet, Arthur accepted his challenge, for it was no longer his adventurer class that was at stake, but his life. With a quick dash forward, Arthur once again demonstrated the explosive step with which he had previously been able to maneuver in the air. Caspian had witnessed the use of this unusual spell before, the first time it had been used by a wizard with an affinity for fire. However, this time his speed was so superior that he was able to instantly close the distance with his opponent and grab him by the arm. As it turned out, the spell that Arthur himself had devised was best demonstrated to be powerful only when used continuously, over and over again. Having revealed another card that gave him an incredible advantage, Arthur decided not to waste the opportunity and directed his blow with a fiery blade at the immobilized enemy. Seeing the blade coated in fire magic approaching his body, Caspian began to lose his composure at the thought that he was going to accept defeat while acting as an examiner for a candidate adventurer. Within a moment, he began to scream furiously, losing his composure. At that moment, he released a huge amount of magic in the form of wind. This powerful whirlwind stopped Arthur's attack and threw him to another part of the arena. Everyone around them could barely stand on their feet. The examiners were shocked by the strength of their manager and the fact that he was demonstrating such a large amount of mana during the adventurer candidate test. A powerful stream of windy magic spread to the rows of spectators. This power made ordinary adventurers tremble, while it was of particular interest to the stronger ones. Lucas, covering his face, couldn't believe that the manager would release such a spell in response to the attacks of some masked weirdo. Arthur found himself back on the other side of the arena, managing to stop by using magic to improve his grip on the surface. However, as soon as he regained his stability, he felt another mortal threat. There were many currents of wind in the air, sharp as a blade. Landing on the ground, Caspian, who had earlier flown up from the powerful release of his magic, continued to cast spells for a most dangerous attack. The vortexes created by his power were directed at Arthur, whose fire could hardly withstand such pressure. Although such behavior during the exam was insane, Caspian, who was breathing heavily due to his own rage, continued to look at his target, which made him doubt his superiority. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jasmine, not knowing Arthur's true limits, feared that the fight had gone too far. Shouting the nickname of the young man she was supposed to protect, she jumped to the edge of the spectator area and took out her twin blades to intervene in the duel. However, Arthur, who was in an incredibly dangerous situation, was not going to give up even at this moment. He knew that he had reached the limit of his fire element, so he was forced to once again demonstrate another skill that would help him overcome this test. By training, studying, and using the lightning element, he tested the general theory of the two directions in the lightning school. As is known, there is external and internal magic, and the books say that internal magic is too difficult for magicians to master. Due to the difficulty in mastering internal magic, it was generally accepted among these mana users that it was not worth paying attention to due to the slight increase in strength. But Arthur did not agree with this. With his increased speed and reflexes, enhanced by the internal use of lightning magic that accelerated nerve impulses, Arthur expected that he would be able to dodge all of the attacks from the AA-class adventurer's Mad Wind Vortex. Hoping for this, he found a foothold under his feet and prepared for a quick dash towards the enemy. However, a moment later, he felt his opponent's magic suddenly dissipate. Looking at Caspian in surprise, he saw him put his dagger back in its sheath. With a heavy sigh, the manager of the Zyrus Adventurers Guild asked to accept his apology for getting a little carried away in trying to find out the candidate's limits. Their battle was over, and it was time to give an assessment. Caspian was indeed a very perceptive man. He said that given the fact that Noda had been so persistent in hiding his abilities until the very end, it was logical to assume that he wanted to be given a low rank. Arthur awkwardly scratched his mask, showing surprise that his plan had actually been discovered. Hearing the decision to promote Note B to adventurer level, everyone present was slightly shocked. They still couldn't recover from the battle because there were real magic monsters in the arena. Hearing about this result, the mysterious guy in simple clothes and glasses on his face, who was given a B rank without a test, was even more interested in the man named Noda. But Lucas, who was consumed by his pride, felt furious at being on the same level as them. After these words, Caspian began to slowly walk towards the exit of the arena, where Mary, worried about this battle, continued to wait for him. Pausing for a second, Caspian glanced toward the new adventurer, asking if there was any problem with whether the guild's decision was fair or not. In response, Arthur nodded without hesitation, agreeing with this assessment. As soon as Arthur's test was over, Jasmine and Sylvia rushed towards him. Together they left the arena, following Caspian, who felt some dissatisfaction with this duel. The battle between Noda and the guild manager was the last one, after which George announced the end of the final stage and asked the participants to come to the registration desk to receive an adventurer card. Everyone began to disperse, and Arthur looked after Caspian, who turned out to be his first serious opponent since his training with Virian. It was a test of strength. Although he saw the guild manager in action, he still didn't learn more about him than what kind of person was hiding behind that calm and balanced mask. After a serious battle with the candidate, Caspian returned to his office. Here he had already managed to change into clean clothes and sat down at his desk. At this point, he was unable to return to his work due to obsessive thoughts related to the battle. As an examiner for the mysterious figure brought in by Miss Flamesworth, he never got his questions answered, but he felt a real sense of tension in combat despite his AA rank. For the first time in his life, he met a candidate who made him fight at such a level. He sighed heavily and adjusted his hair, trying to push away the thoughts that were preventing him from working. At that moment, the stunned examiners loudly burst into his office, and George immediately asked in a panic to explain what had happened during this exam. Their behavior noticeably got on the manager's nerves, but he calmly replied that they should close the door behind them when they entered his office. George, realizing his guilt, decided to carefully close the door so as not to expose his colleague, because they both could suffer, falling under the hot hand of their hot-tempered boss. Closing the door behind them, they ran to Caspian's desk and began asking panicked questions about what was going on. They were very concerned about the fact that they had received more B-class candidates in one day than they had in the last 4 months. What was even more disturbing was the fact that all three of them looked like children. Equally shocking to them was the fact that one of them had an unheard-of light orange stage at the age of 11, which was unheard of among humans. Answering all the questions at once, Caspian asked if they remembered what had happened 6 months ago. George, whose mind was in turmoil, showed incredible concentration around the chaos in his head, while his more perceptive colleague noted that it was then that the first tournament between the three races took place. Reaching for his nightstand, Caspian replied that that was the point. He went on to say that most of the guild staff had not yet been informed, that he had been informed a few weeks ago that the ban on elves and dwarves obtaining adventurers' licenses in Sapan had been lifted. Taking out a journal with his notes, he said that there were several distinguished examinees in the group of candidates that day. George slammed his hands on the table in surprise and asked if that meant all three were either dwarves or elves. Still keeping a low profile, Caspian read Lucas Weich's file and confirmed that he was a half-elf living in Sapan. His birth details were classified, but the steward guessed that he was likely born to an elven slave. Based on this logic, he confirmed his assumption with the well-known words that the House of Weichs had always had a bad reputation due to the fact that they used vile methods to breed the best magicians of their kind. Still, Caspian couldn't help but notice that Lucas was an unusual case, as it was hard to believe that he had such a strong affinity with fire, despite his elven ancestry. He awakened at the age of 8, which is young even by elven standards. He was forced to become an adventurer to further improve his ability through actual combat. It seems his family realized that beast cores and elixirs no longer had any effect. As for the second boy, he was the one who got a B class without even taking part in the final exam. Elijah Knight was a real mystery to Caspian himself. According to the dossier, his origins are unknown, but he grew up among dwarves from a young age. He was later sent as one of the first representatives of the Darv Kingdom to settle in the human kingdom. Even with these mysterious details, Miss Emily still couldn't understand why he was automatically assigned a B class without being tested. In answering this question, Caspian clarified the interesting details that Mr. Knight had only awakened a few months ago and was only in the Crimson stage. Despite this, his abilities had been confirmed, and the person sponsoring him was not someone the manager could argue with. Caspian's sharp mind did not give him peace, because he was still curious about what abilities this interesting adventurer had. Next up for discussion was the one Caspian called the Masked Amplifier. George immediately understood who they were talking about. He remembered that terrifying, overwhelming thirst for blood that caused him fear and even suffocation. Caspian glanced at his notes and admitted that he had no idea who this note guy was. No matter how hard he tried to find logical clues, he always came up short. He could barely contain his excitement about this guy. One thing he could say for sure was that Noda was clearly not a member of a noble family of elves or dwarves. He was sure of that. He admitted that he had entered the arena with him because he was simply curious about what kind of person he was, since he was sponsored by Miss Flamesworth. At this point, Emily first heard it mentioned that Note's sponsor was a Miss of the Flamesworth house. She was more surprised by this than by the fact that Lucas was a Weich's scion. According to her, this house was famous for the fact that the most powerful magicians of their kingdom, who had an affinity with fire, were born and raised in it. Hearing this, George, who knew nothing in the world except how to swing a sword, found in this the answer to why he was so skilled in fire magic. Putting his notebook back in his desk, Caspian warned that the information he had given them would soon become public knowledge. Adjusting his glasses, he said with a stern and warning look that he hoped the two of them would refrain from discussing the matter with others until an official statement was made. In response, Emily and George simultaneously nodded their heads obediently. The examiners then returned to the registration desk to assist with entering the data into the register. Caspian, still alone in his office, couldn't stop thinking about the masked amplifier, nicknamed Note. Fighting him, he was convinced that his fire magic was unique and also very effective. Although he remained silent in response to George's words, he believed that George was wrong, knowing that it was the swordsmanship that made this mysterious adventurer a monster. What was strange to him was that Noda's movements were a little erratic at times. It seemed to him that the enemy was not yet accustomed to his own body. He could not imagine how terrifying Note would be when he grew up. However, he was especially interested in the obvious fact that, with the lifting of the ban, elves and dwarves would be able to become more than just adventurers. These guys could also become students of the Sapin Kingdom's institutions. With an anticipatory smile, the guild manager, who was busy with his business while observing the world, understood that this continent was truly entering a new and exciting era. Meanwhile, in Eleanor's kingdom, their princess Tessia was still bored. Sighing heavily, she thought about what happened the other day. Despite the fact that she had been training all this time, thoughts about Arthur did not leave her head, which is why she began to pester her aunt. Arriving at her home, she pressed on her pity and forced her, with the help of a magic ball, to look at what her friend was doing. Watching Arthur's life at home, she saw his happy smile when he was around his family. However, when she saw him next to Lily, she began to feel an unpleasant sensation in her chest. The thought of what she had seen haunted her for the next few days. Standing on one of the balconies of their castle, she nervously kicked the railing while watching the birds. She was haunted by the knowledge that she should be happy that Arthur was back home and having a good time with his family. But on the other hand, her friend's devious behavior around some girl who praised her for the progress in her training was haunting her. Returning to her room, she nervously banged the doors, shouting that she was the first to become Arthur's friend. She did not yet understand that the feeling that was haunting her was a feeling of jealousy. The elven princess was afraid that she might lose Arthur. Thinking back, she began to regret her actions, thinking that she should have treated him better while he was around. On the other hand, like any girl, she accused him of treating her like a child. When her door suddenly opened, she was scared out of her wits, afraid that someone would see her with the magic ball that contained Arthur's image. As it turned out, it was her grandfather Virian, who came in shouting that he had good news. Despite her attempts to hide what she was doing, he said he noticed she was using the orb to spy on Arthur again. As soon as he told her he saw what she was hiding, a pillow flew into his face, and Tess began to nervously scream that she had asked him not to come to her place before. Dodging the subsequent pillows thrown his way, Virian began to mock his granddaughter, saying that although he was all for Arthur becoming his grandson, he thought it was a little early for her to be involved in such things. Tess began to get angry at the thought of being considered a pervert. Understanding her feelings, Grandpa stopped mocking her and sat down next to her and asked her not to be upset at his stupid jokes. Turning away from her grandfather, Tess began to cool down a little, while Virian again said that he had very good news. A moment later, the princess shuddered when her grandfather said that she would have the opportunity to attend the same school as Arthur. Her gaze suddenly began to shine. She frightened her grandfather with her inadequate interest in this proposal. At that moment, the princess's parents also entered the room, and her mother, asking her to calm down, confirmed her grandfather's words, saying that he had close ties with the director of the Zyrus Academy. In response, Virian laughingly shouted that this was so, and the cunning old fox was already bragging about her successes. Naturally, the principal was talking about the amplifier with an affinity for 4 elements, which was Arthur. Returning to the previous topic, Virian clarified that it was a little more complicated than just sending her to school. Speaking of which, Mom asked if she remembered the Continental Tournament. Alduin continued by saying that they were discussing the terms of the joint education of the younger generations of elves and dwarves with humans at Zyrus Academy, while Virian spoke the words of the headmaster that everything would go smoothly, because by the time Arthur began attending the academy, she would already be there. With a kind smile, the father who brought this good news wished her luck and said that for such a goal she would have to train hard together with her grandfather. The fact that elves, dwarves, and humans would be studying at this academy at the same time indicated that they would become the basis of a new generation. Tessia was so excited about the opportunity to study with Arthur that she promised herself to do everything to achieve this goal. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with joy and her ears began to move quickly. After the final round of the adventure exam was over, Arthur, Jasmine, and Sylvie sat down in the main hall of the guild, waiting for their turn. Seeing Arthur's thoughtfulness, Jasmine asked if he was okay. She was still worried about how he was feeling after such an intense battle with Caspian. In response, Arthur said that everything was fine, despite the fact that he had to try hard to survive the exam. Looking at his hands, he admitted that it was actually kind of fun for him. Remembering the mysterious guild manager, Arthur asked Jasmine if she knew Caspian personally. It was a rather awkward question, so she immediately looked away. In a hesitant tone, she said that, in a sense, it was true, And they did indeed know each other. Speaking of this, she said with a sense of awkwardness that her father had close connections with some people from the Adventurers Guild, and Caspian was one of them. Seeing the dejection with which Jasmine spoke about this, Sylvie began to worry and whine pitifully that it was worth interrupting this reconnaissance operation so as not to hurt her heart. Fortunately, this awkward moment was interrupted by Mistress Mary, who called the adventurer nicknamed Nota to the reception desk. As he passed by the onlookers who had failed to achieve a good result in the final stage, he overheard them discussing how Nota seemed like a crazy child or just a strange short man. Seeing him in front of the counter, the worker thanked him for waiting and said that they had already received and processed the message about the results of his training fight. After these words, she held out a small box towards him, in which, on a soft pillow, was his card. With a smile on her face, she congratulated him on behalf of the Sapin Kingdom's Adventurers Guild and welcomed him into their ranks. Arthur now had access to the dungeons and missions that the guild offered. As soon as he picked up his B-class adventurer pass, onlookers suddenly turned to him. Turning towards them, he saw how they began to fawn, demonstrating their sympathy and support. Arthur and Sylvie did not appreciate such behavior, considering them pathetic. Although they did not say anything, they would like to answer that they, the plebeians, should train more. At that moment, Jasmine gently placed her hand on his shoulder. She reminded him that although he was a newcomer, he was already among them. Showing her pass, she said that he was now an adventurer like his parents and the guys from the Horn Twins team. Looking at his pass, Arthur was glad that he had achieved this goal. As an adventurer under the alias of Nota, he was glad to be free from the bonds that held Arthur Laven's life. However, at that very moment, his attitude towards the situation changed. Previously, he believed that he was limited by his body and age, but the duel with Caspian clarified many things for him. Now he realized that he had spent too much time adapting and studying the magic system of this world, as well as Sylvia's beastly will. He didn't deny that his current skills were a must-have for development in this world. Now he reevaluated how he had allocated his time in the past. It became obvious to him that he had been too preoccupied with the abilities he had acquired when he came into this world, so much so that he had given up learning what he had been best at before. In the past, he used most of his meager ki to perfect the simplest techniques. In this world, his limitations did not exist, so he had to figure out how to prioritize. Arthur was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice how he hit someone who was standing in his way. Looking up, he apologized for what happened. As it turned out, the guy he encountered was also a newbie among the adventurers. Arthur immediately realized that he was one of the examinees, the one who had also been awarded a B-class, but without passing the exam. Elijah Knight was calm and composed. He didn't see any problem with it, so he replied that everything was fine. Their short dialogue was noticed by the last of the examinees, who received a B grade. Approaching the guys, the impudent Lucas asked if they knew each other and what was going on with them. With an arrogant look and a cocky grin, Wykes, who had his 2 servants and 2 guards behind him, asked if he had missed the meeting for new B-class adventurers that he had not been informed about. In response, Arthur calmly asked why he needed to know, and then suggested that he was planning to throw another tantrum after learning he had not been invited. The provocation worked perfectly. When Nota hurt the half-elf's pride, he angrily replied that there was no point in being insolent just because they were in the same class. Moving closer to Arthur, Lucas pointed his finger at him and said in a disgusting tone that even within classes there were subclasses, and they, the commoners, would be at the bottom. He asked them not to forget where their place was. After these words, without even saying goodbye, he walked past, brushing against Arthur's shoulder. Looking at this primitive child, Arthur thought with uneasiness that this was the most stereotypical behavior for an annoying side character. After Lucas left, Jasmine approached Arthur and asked what had happened. In response, he wanted to say that he had spoken to a newcomer named Elijah, but when he looked at the place where he had been standing, he discovered that he had quietly left. Asking what they would do next, Arthur suggested that she wanted to take a task from the notice board. Looking at him in surprise, Jasmine replied in a bored tone that with his skills, doing that would be a waste of time, so she had something else in mind. In the end, they headed back to the city, or more precisely, to its borders. When they approached the portal to the animal glades, they were stopped by the guards who said that this passage required an adventurer's license or permission from representatives of the guild or the royal family. In response, the boys showed their IDs, and Jasmine asked if Arthur needed to stock up on anything before they set off. The dwarf adventurer, with a large backpack on his back, replied that he had brought everything he would need for the next week. Looking around the city, she told Arthur that in that case, it was time for them to go. A moment later, they found themselves on the other side of the portal. The animal glades lived up to their name. It was a spacious place away from the cities with beautiful, untouched nature. Looking around, Arthur thoughtfully wondered if this place was not too quiet. As it turned out, the answer to his question was that they had only arrived at an outpost at the foot of the Great Mountains, and most of this area had long been explored. Pointing at some poor guy who hadn't even gotten through Sadama's training, Jasmine said that low-class adventurers also use this area to train and gather ingredients for quests. In just a moment, this poor fellow became a victim of an animal attack, and taking advantage of the moment, Jasmine explained that the liquids that these animals produce in their scent glands are used in many potions and elixirs, so there are always tasks for them. Passing by the fallen loser, Arthur, observing this pitiful scene, asked if they needed to help him. Jasmine, without even turning around to look at the adventurer lying on the ground, calmly answered that it was better to leave him because such a situation was not dangerous but would definitely strengthen his character. This place turned out to be quite interesting, not only for Arthur, but also for Sylvie. While walking through the clearing, Sylvie noticed a small fox that naturally possessed a mana aura. At that moment, she jumped off her dad's shoulder, and Arthur asked in surprise where she was going. In response, Sylvie said that she wanted to eat to become stronger. Seeing Sylvie's reaction to the poor fox, Jasmine assumed she was in awe of all the mana-infused wilderness. She thought Arthur wanted to follow her, but he responded guardedly that Sylvie would be fine, as he could sense her clearly through the bond. Jasmine was glad that everything was fine. She also remembered that the beast glades had a denser mana level, which meant that Arthur and Sylvie's communication range would be much greater than before. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Jasmine suggested that they hurry, saying that their first stop would be late in the day as it was getting quite unsafe at night. Using wind magic, Jasmine sped up and asked Arthur to keep up. Looking back at Sylvie as she disappeared over the horizon, Arthur wondered if this was how parents felt when their child went off to school for the first time. All this time they were constantly close. He did not have to worry about her safety. From the moment he was born, they had a very strong connection, and he felt a kind of parental feeling towards her. Since Sylvie called him father, he himself, considering her his daughter, was worried about whether everything would be okay. Trusting her strength and intelligence, he wished her to be careful and sped up with wind magic to keep up with Jasmine. Despite the great distance they had traveled, they managed to arrive at a good place to set up camp before night fell. While Jasmine was setting up camp alone, Arthur took off his mask. He lay on the grass, exhausted from the sudden run, and couldn't catch his breath for a long time. If it weren't for the mana circulation technique that Sylvia taught him, he would never have been able to keep up with her. Jasmine continued gathering branches for the fire. As she passed Arthur, she noticed that he had finally regained consciousness, so she commented on how impressed she was that he was able to keep up with her, even though she was slower than usual, even though he was in the light red stage. After preparing the wood for the fire, she admitted that she thought they would have to stop and rest several times before they reached the place where she planned to set up camp. After that, she used the fire element to light a fire. Using this element, she again remembered her family, which spoiled her mood. Sitting down next to Arthur, who was reading some book, Jasmine noticed that his mana beast had not yet returned. She was worried about whether Sylvie would be okay, but Arthur reassured her by telling her that she was telling him about the latest events and that she was very happy to be in this place. Looking at the fire, Jasmine said that it wasn't strange because having to be indoors most of the time probably puts quite a lot of pressure on her. After finishing reading and closing the book, Arthur agreed with her words and added that she was definitely enjoying life now. Turning to Jasmine, he asked why she wanted to become an adventurer. Judging by her reaction, it also had something to do with her family. Arthur probably wanted to know more about her family, but once again he hurt her feelings with his question. The silence between them was broken only by the crackling of the fire. Arthur was already feeling awkward, realizing that this question had touched her in a big way. Having collected her thoughts, Jasmine finally decided to answer. As expected, she just wanted to distance herself from her family. The suspicions that this was related to her family were confirmed. Arthur knew that digging further would be too cruel. Seeing his concern, Jasmine said that everything was fine. She admitted that she had seen him notice her reaction to the mention of family back in the Adventurers Guild. Speaking about her family, she recalled that House Flamesworth made a great contribution to the war against the elves. This was due to the fact that their house produced many powerful mages, both spellcasters and enhancers. Their bloodline, having an affinity with fire, is unrivaled, and her parents are very proud of it because fire is considered the strongest of the elements. That's why when Jasmine woke up before all her brothers and sisters, her parents had high hopes for her. But when all the tests she had to undergo showed that she had no affinity with fire, her family began to consider her worthless. Looking at her hand, Jasmine began to use the only element she had a true affinity for. It was the wind element, and she felt a certain sadness as she looked at it, as it had alienated her from her family and made her an outcast. She was suddenly distracted by Arthur making a displeased sound. His expression suddenly changed and he even raised his voice, nervously saying that this whole situation was too stupid. The boy began to prove that it was possible to understand that there was a difference between the levels of the monocore, but it was completely unfounded, even absurd, to create a hierarchy for mages based on affinity with the elements. Jumping up and raising his hands, he shouted that there was no elemental affinity that was inherently better than the others. Calling it obvious, the guy shouted throughout the forest that everything depended only on how well the mage could use his power. After his words, Jasmine could hardly contain her emotions. Arthur noticed that a smile had appeared on her face and that her cheeks were strangely puffed out, while her head was lowered down and part of her face was hidden by her long dark hair. Suddenly, she couldn't stand it and began to laugh loudly but subduedly at the way Arthur defended her honor. A little embarrassed by her behavior, she apologized, saying that it was because he was usually very reserved, so it was surprising to see how angry he got about this story. Awkwardly scratching his cheek, Arthur thought with a kind smile that he was most likely overexcited, because her words made him remember his past life. The biggest weakness he had back then was in his dantian, which is the place where the life force chi resides and is stored. The dantian is like the mana core of this world, and back then, his was weaker than average. In order to use a small amount of energy to the maximum, he had to train a lot, perfecting his techniques. In this world where people limited their potential by elemental affinity, things were different. Having a dark yellow core at the age of only 24, which is really surprising, Jasmine still kept away from her own family. Earlier, Arthur noticed the constant sadness in her eyes and the way she looked at his relationship with his parents and sister. Speaking about his sudden aggression, he explained that he considered the whole situation absurd and unfair. In response to his words, Jasmine only shook her head from side to side with a smile. Whether it was boosters against spellcasters or one element against another, she had long since come to terms with the fact that humans were always looking for ways to feel superior. It was their nature. Besides, she doesn't regret becoming an adventurer, because the Twin Horns have always treated her well. For the first time, the always aloof and cold Jasmine seemed so. When she smiled and laughed, she seemed truly vulnerable. Arthur was distracted from his thoughts about her plight by the fact that the stick she was using to move the coals in the fire suddenly caught fire. At this point, Jasmine found it funny to be able to use the element at Arthur's disposal, so she grabbed his hand. Understanding her intentions, Arthur extinguished her wand with the element of water. It was already late, so they also put out the fire, and taking out their sleeping bags, went to sleep in the open air. Before falling asleep, Jasmine decided to raise the topic that was troubling her. Looking back, she thought she could have made him choose her as his guard. Comparing herself to the rest of the Twin Horns adventure team, she admitted that she is not the friendliest or most outgoing. Not considering herself one of the smartest on their team, she said that perhaps she had made a mistake, as they should have asked his opinion first. Feeling her excitement at this question, Arthur looked in her direction and said with a smile that she turned out to be surprisingly gentle and kind. In response to his compliment, which was not in keeping with his age, Jasmine cooled him down with a gust of wind. A little embarrassed, she replied that it was not nice to tease older girls about him. Although she wasn't really seriously offended, Arthur still said that he was sincerely glad that she had volunteered. He also admitted that he is very happy that she is not afraid to tell him when he is wrong. Winking at her, he said with a smile that he thought it was just what he needed for his adventures, especially considering that he was prone to going a little overboard sometimes. Arthur's words touched Jasmine again, who for the first time found herself so talkative. She saw him from a completely different side than before, and also heard several pleasant words addressed to her. Breaking the awkwardness of his sincerity, Arthur reminded them that they really needed to get some sleep. As he rolled over onto his side to avoid further conversation, Jasmine said that something seemed really strange to her. She continued her speech by saying that when she talks to him, she doesn't feel like she's talking to a child. When she said this, there was only silence in response. She really hadn't spoken to anyone so sincerely for a long time, and she felt better because she had opened her soul to Arthur. Thinking that he had already fallen asleep, she closed her eyes, gradually falling asleep. In fact, Arthur was not yet asleep and heard her words, but he could not answer anything, because he really was not the child he seemed to be. The morning began with the pleasant chirping of birds and the sun's rays falling from the clear sky. Arthur, as usual, could not wake up, and even before he opened his eyes, he sleepily told Sylvie that she was too heavy to sleep on him. However, as soon as he opened one eye, he saw something strange in front of him. Sylvie was a little different from what he was used to. A strange thing was sitting on him, an animal that looked like a cross between a goat and a cat, with drool coming out of its mouth full of disgusting teeth. Taking a closer look at this ridiculous creature, Arthur thought that it was unlikely to be Sylvie. Realizing this, he began to rise with a panicked cry, throwing off this mixture of goat and rabbit. The nightmare he saw as soon as he woke up left him with a sense of terror that made him try to catch his breath. Having calmed down a little, he was distracted by the pleasant smell of food. As it turned out, Jasmine had already managed to wake up, catch some fish, and even start cooking it over the fire. She was standing nearby, wiping her hair after catching a fish in the river. After wishing him a good morning, Jasmine said that she had enjoyed this little comedy show, thanks to which Arthur had finally woken up. Rubbing his eyes, Arthur replied that she should have woken him up to help her with her morning duties. It wasn't strange to hear from her that she had already tried to wake him up, but he hadn't even moved. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Arthur apologized, saying that he had such a bad habit that only Sylvie could overcome. Since Arthur was already awake, Jasmine offered him something to eat and also asked him to ask Sylvie whether she should join them or not. It sounded like a great idea, and Arthur agreed. Turning to Sylvie, Arthur invited her to come to their place for something to eat. As it turned out, she already had food because she had just caught a strange rabbit that looked like a goat. Because of their connection, Arthur sensed what she was doing at that moment. Even though it was disgusting to him, he couldn't stop her from doing such things, so he told Jasmine that Sylvie could manage without them. After a dinner of freshwater fish, the boys began to get ready for the journey. Arthur tightened his belt securely so as not to lose his belly. While dressing for the journey, he asked where they would go next. Jasmine replied that one of the reasons she brought him to this place was to spar with him. Hearing this, Arthur was surprised by her plan. As it turns out, Jasmine also noticed that his fighting style sometimes seemed strange. She explained her observations by saying that sometimes he looks like he knows how to do something in his head, but his body doesn't obey him. And indeed, when he fought a very dangerous opponent like Caspian, some of his moves looked ridiculous, and in fact, such moments could have led to him getting seriously injured in battle. Arthur agreed with her, saying that sparring was indeed a good idea. Still, he was curious to know what kind of sparring she was thinking about. While taking out their daggers, Jasmine said that she needed to know his physical limits before they went into the dungeon or took on missions. So she asked him to limit his mana usage during the sparring and only use it to dull his blade. Arthur agreed with her words and reached for his blade, which he had been using all this time. However, as soon as his hand was near the hilt of the unremarkable weapon, Jasmine asked him to use the second blade, which he had not yet demonstrated in combat. Arthur couldn't believe that she was the first to reveal his secret. When he asked her how she knew that, Jasmine explained her guess by saying that he was too practical to carry around a simple wooden stick for no reason. The secret was revealed, and although Arthur did not want it, he was forced to use this blade. He only drew it from its sheath once, the day Sylvie found it in the warehouse. Taking the sword in his hands, he asked Jasmine if they should spar in this particular place. Jasmine agreed that a more comfortable place could be found, so she offered to follow her. There was a nice lawn next to them, in the middle of which only 2 large stones could interfere with the fight. As they began to prepare for battle, Arthur drew his sword from its sheath and shocked Jasmine with the blade of his weapon. Arthur continued to surprise. His real weapon was no exception. Taking a fighting stance, he suggested that they begin the battle when Jasmine was ready. The weapon, which he had never spoken about before, looked so unusual and mysterious that Jasmine had even more questions about the identity of this unusual child. Despite this, she had no intention of interrupting this moment for conversation and assumed a fighting stance. Her fighting stance was different from her usual one, as she used twin daggers, which were only effective at close range. Arthur began to adapt his breathing to use his real strength without using mana. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he relied on his body's strength alone. He had never used this blade in a fight against humans before, so he wondered if it would be able to do anything against an experienced fighter like Jasmine. In just a moment, he rushed into the attack. His first strike was easily stopped by Jasmine's simultaneous dagger strikes. After knocking his sword away, she took the initiative and struck. Since she was using two daggers, Arthur decided that the best tactic was to dodge as long as possible. As soon as she tried to strike again, it was blocked by the sheath. In this way, Arthur was able to create an opportunity for a direct strike with his sword. But Jasmine read his movements and managed to step aside. A moment later, Jasmine, who had let him land an unsuccessful blow, was plunging a dagger into his exposed back. Arthur continued to notice her movements, but at the same time he was drawing conclusions. Fighting such a skilled, close-range fighter was no less rewarding than fighting Caspian, who combined his magic and sword-fighting skills. While blocking punches, Arthur began to notice mistakes that weren't even related to the fact that he still had poor control over his body. Jasmine turned out to be an incredible fighter who calculated her moves in advance. During another attack, she took advantage of the moment when Arthur blocked her dagger with the sheath to knock it out of his hands. Because of this, he was forced to change his sword stance during the fight. Once Arthur lost his scabbard, the pressure on his defense increased significantly. At that moment, he thought it was a good idea to jump back and return to the fight, imposing his own rules. However, immediately after this, he became convinced that this way, he would not change anything anyway. Jasmine's speed, even without using mana and wind magic, was incredible. Arthur could only defend himself, waiting to find some kind of breach in her impeccable defense. His sparring with Jasmine confirmed the fears he had had after the battle with Caspian. The techniques she used during the fight were more varied and unusual than he could have imagined. Arthur was forced to act according to the situation, as he could not predict Jasmine's next move. Being almost obsessed with learning about the new and wonderful, which was what magic was to him, he began to miss what he came into this world with. He now admitted that he had become overconfident in his sword skills, causing him to stop spending time on these trainings. Only by feeling the superiority of the enemy could he realize this. His skills in magic became a crutch he relied on too heavily. Now he realized that this only hid his limits and shortcomings, preventing him from improving his use of weapons in this body. Realizing such things was an excellent opportunity for him to correct his mistakes. The battle with Jasmine ended. Unable to withstand her pressure, Arthur fell on his butt. His breathing was ragged and his hair was completely soaked with sweat from the intense sparring. He had to admit that Jasmine was much better. Sheathing the daggers, Jasmine assessed his skills, saying that although his physical attributes were still lacking and he sometimes had awkward movements, he made up for it with the precision of his techniques. She also noted that his intuition and reflexes were at the highest level, almost frightening, given his age and little experience. It was clear that Arthur would become a monster after he finished his adventure. In response to her honest analysis of his abilities, Arthur thanked her, but noted that he knew she had given him a head start. In response to these words, Jasmine said that he had once again confirmed his frightening intuition. He had no choice but to laugh at such compliments. When Jasmine said that he would become stronger during missions and dungeon crawls, even using magic, he replied that it was too long. Arthur knew without her that when he became a teenager, his body would become much stronger, but he could not wait that long. Looking at his palms, tired from training, he said that he was several years ahead of his peers in mana manipulation, so it would be more effective to focus solely on sword fighting without relying on mana. Jasmine thought his words were reckless. She couldn't believe that he wanted to go down into the dungeon and not use mana there. Trying to convince him otherwise, she mentioned that even warriors who dared to undertake such a reckless endeavor needed decades to master their sword. In response, Arthur said that in order to master the art of swordsmanship, he would fight without using mana for 2 years. He was very determined in his plans. Looking at Jasmine with sincere eyes that held nothing back, he said that this was all he needed for the time being. Time flew by, and 2 whole years have passed since then. Nothing has changed in the lives of ordinary adventurers. They still enjoyed their freedom, adventures, and time to meet friends in a nice, noisy place. After a few glasses of strong alcohol, arguments and interesting stories began, among which were some that were hard to believe. Rumors spread quickly, but the one that stood out above all others concerned a man who was fairly new to the matter. The veteran adventurer, hearing the mention of the famous masked swordsman, slammed the table in displeasure and shouted that these rumors were nothing more than lies. Despite his beliefs, his friends were of a completely different opinion. A guy with a weird mohawk on his head shared information that his friend was once on the same team with that famous swordsman. According to him, the hero of the rumors travels with Jasmine Flamesworth, and he himself is short, so it is difficult not to notice him. Even with this more detailed information, the veteran adventurer with the scar on his face had a hard time believing his words, but he asked what the so-called acquaintance had said about that guy. With a sly grin, his friend said he thought the rumors were true. Snapping his fingers, he said with fire in his eyes that he believed that the famous swordsman was indeed not a mage. It was hard to believe such a thing, so the skeptical veteran once again responded that it was some kind of nonsense. Outraged that everyone believed these rumors, he didn't even notice how he accidentally spat in his comrade's face. While the guy with the mohawk was wiping his face, the leader of their team said with displeasure that either the swordsman in the mask belonged to the amplifiers, or the rumors about his strength were simply exaggerated. He also found the stories about the man absurd. The one that infuriated him most was the one about him clearing out the dungeon all by himself. The guy who had been hunting monsters all his life didn't think it was possible, and said that B-rank boosters couldn't even handle low-level dungeons on their own. The veteran expressed displeasure at being asked to believe that an ordinary swordsman had done something like that. His friend in the yellow shirt partially agreed with him, so he suggested taking some of these rumors with a grain of salt. His pride was also hurt by such rumors. With a smug smile, he asked not to forget that Jasmine Flamesworth was traveling with that mysterious adventurer, so it was logical to assume that she probably helped him in the dungeon. The veteran agreed with his words without hesitation and said that it was probably true. So he was right when he said that this swordsman was probably not as strong as they said. As he rose from his chair, he also said that he was more than sure that half of these rumors were Flamesworth's fault. His pride turned out to be so great that he even switched to insults, saying that if some crazy warrior called himself a swordsman, then he was ready to defeat him at any time. His more reserved companion felt a bit uneasy. He still couldn't believe that this masked swordsman was such a hot topic. He believed some rumors that could partially justify such success of the mysterious adventurer, namely that they said that he was a student of Jasmine Flamesworth. Even if it was far-fetched, the most absurd thing to him was not only that the masked guy was given a B rank right after the exam, but also that he had recently risen to an A rank. While the guys were having fun, he choked on alcohol because of such thoughts in order to forget about his own situation. The slamming of his beer jug on the table only confirmed that he was not happy with even the thought that such a thing was possible. Given the rumors, it could be said that if this was true, Noda had achieved a rank just 2 years into his career. This is what angered this ordinary boy the most. He hasn't seen any progress for a long time, being a C-rank adventurer who was on the verge of failing the rank-up test for the past 3 years. After rethinking the situation, he finally began to understand why their leader, Thurman, was so angry about the mention of note. After all, it was like a humiliation towards him. After all, he was a veteran among the B-rank enhancers, so the masked swordsman was quite a sore subject for his inflated pride. While everyone was enjoying drinks after completed missions, new customers came to this establishment. Usually at this time, the modest bar no longer saw guests, because usually only regulars drank here. Everyone turned their attention to the front door, the creak of which stopped the noise inside the bar. When the guy in the yellow t-shirt, who was excited by the rumors, looked towards the door, he was horrified to realize who had come to them. Just one look was enough to understand that this guy was a swordsman. However, what was more interesting was that his appearance was completely similar to the description of the swordsman who was the hero of the latest rumors. A swordsman named Noda, who was rumored to not use magic, shocked everyone present with his visit. Seeing him, Thurman began to lose control of himself. Strong alcohol clouded his mind, but he no longer thought about it. Taking his blade out of its sheath, he stood on the road of Noda and said that the guy from the rumors was dead. While the boys were speechless, the captain of their adventurer team disrespectfully called the hero of rumors a tiny swordsman that everyone was talking about. While the fool was raging, everyone was afraid to even move, realizing that in front of them was indeed the man who was the cause of all these crazy rumors. Seeing his confidence and composure in every move, They no longer doubted that this was indeed Note in the flesh. Seeing Thurman walking towards this terrifying guy, his friend asked in confusion what he was trying to do. However, the arrogant commander of their team could no longer be stopped. Leaning on his sword, he stood next to Arthur and, blocking his path, asked where his dear little protector was. Of course he was asking about Jasmine, but Arthur didn't care about such a disrespectful tone. He was above the feeble-minded idiots, so he passed by, saying that she was outside. Although Thurman was the first to exhibit this behavior, he was the only one who eventually went berserk. His pride was greatly hurt by the fact that Arthur, having answered this question, moved on, ignoring his presence. Covering his face as he laughed arrogantly, he gripped the hilt of his sword angrily. It's hard to say whether he was that drunk or stupid, but he decided that starting a fight was a great idea to restore his honor. The people present began to panic as he grabbed his sword with both hands and, using the aura of mana, swung both hands to strike the masked guy. The guys around him tried to stop him, saying that he himself knew that it was impossible to fight here, much less kill someone. However, Thurman thought that the masked man had started to think that he was better than him due to his fame from false rumors. To satisfy his anger, he aimed the slash straight at Note, increasing the speed of his blade with the wind element. A powerful surge of his energy created real chaos inside the room. People began to run away from the epicenter of the battle that the madman had started. When the fervor dissipated, Thurman, who was already anticipating the sweetness of his victory over the guy from the rumors, froze in surprise. Cold sweat appeared on his face. He couldn't understand what happened. His blade simply hit the surface, but he couldn't tell if the masked guy dodged it or if he himself missed. After this, Arthur stopped and stared coldly at the daredevil who dared to raise his sword against him. This cold look really got on the nerves of the arrogant veteran. He couldn't come to terms with the fact that someone was looking down on him. At that moment, he became enraged and raised his sword upward, releasing even more mana. Putting a huge amount of mana into his wind-enhanced blade, he once again rushed at the masked boy who was calmly standing in place and not even afraid of his attack. Thurman's few furious slashes of the blade left not a scratch on Note. Thurman was furious, but mockingly asked if the guy in the mask really only knew how to dodge. Arthur knew that if he didn't put this fool in his place, he wouldn't leave him alone. Placing his palm on the hilt of his sword, he made a cut with such speed that no one noticed. Blood was shed, but no one felt his magic. Those who saw what happened were shocked. Within moments, Thurman began to scream, dropping his sword to the ground. Due to his long tongue and excessive arrogance, he lost 4 fingers, and Noda, who put him in his place, stepped on his blade, demonstrating superiority. The veteran, who could not believe what had happened, angrily asked with tears in his eyes how he dared to do this. However, a moment later he forgot about his pain because he was horrified by the thought that he could die. The bloodlust of the mysterious guy from rumors who hid his face behind a mask literally stopped time in this establishment. Everyone fell silent with fear and began to tremble, feeling a terrifying pressure on themselves. No one could even move, and the culprit of this disorder was afraid to even breathe. Looking at him, Arthur, who had dealt with him in an instant, coldly asked if he had finished his performance. After that, he turned around and walked towards the bar. The guys from the team of the fool who lost his fingers started looking for ice to put them back in place with the help of the healer mage. Everyone present feared Arthur only because of his terrifying strength, although they understood that he was unlikely to attack unless they provoked him. A mysterious guy in a mask approached the bar counter and, putting down a few copper coins, asked the trembling girl working in the establishment to bring him a bag of provisions in the name of Noda. Having taken what he came to this place for, the excellent swordsman, about whom the rumors turned out to be true, silently walked outside. Here Jasmine, with whom he traveled as before, was already waiting for him. When she saw Arthur, she asked why he was late. Walking over to his horse-like beast, he put his things back and said that it took the waitress a while to find his provisions. Jasmine didn't quite trust his excuse because she had heard a scream and noticed that Arthur's mask was stained with blood. He didn't even notice that traces of his battle remained on his mask. Taking off his mask, Arthur breathed in the fresh air, enjoying the pleasant breeze. After fixing his hair, he asked Jasmine not to worry, saying that he had put the impudent man in his place, but had not left him with any permanent damage. Taking provisions with them, the boys again went out into the open. The many mana beasts that were in this place did not interest them. The boys didn't pay any attention to them as they moved towards their next mission. This time they had to prepare thoroughly because Arthur's path as an adventurer was nearing its end. Before going into the dungeon, he decided to write a letter to his parents. He hadn't been home very often in the past couple of weeks, so the first thing he wrote was that he hoped they would forgive him and wait a little longer. Like his parents, he found it hard to believe that almost 2 years had passed since he began his adventure. No less surprising to him was the news of what had happened in Helstia's family. While Arthur was traveling, Lilia finally awakened her magical abilities. He assumed that Uncle Vincent must be terribly worried about this, so he asked his parents not to let him get too carried away with hiring tutors for his daughter. He asked that they let her train at her own pace before she went to Zyrus. It was equally strange to realize that she would be in a higher grade than her teacher. Speaking about his personal affairs, he wrote that he and Jasmine, as before, were doing an excellent job with their tasks. Recalling the competition with his father, he wrote that his strength had increased compared to the time he almost won against his dad in arm wrestling. Arthur was able to please his parents with another unexpected piece of news, as he reported that he had finally broken through to the light orange stage. Speaking about his training, he mentioned that Jasmine still helps him by creating the necessary conditions and teaching him what she knows about wind magic. In turn, Arthur taught her new advanced sword techniques. At the end of this letter, he reminded that, as promised, he was traveling for the last time as an adventurer before his studies at school began in a few weeks. After finishing writing, Arthur hid the letter under his saddle, telling Jasmine that the owner would send the letter as soon as his horses returned to the stall. It seemed that this owner of the stain was an acquaintance of theirs. A man named Roran trained all his horses to return back, so they had nothing to worry about. The boys did not even doubt that it would be much more dangerous for them to remain near the dungeon, waiting for them to return outside. The team they would be going through the dungeon with was already waiting for them at the entrance. Before they got there, Jasmine asked if Sylvie would be coming with them. Arthur shook his head in response. Sylvie contacted him all the time, and now she has become smart enough to send him more detailed messages. She must have grown and changed a lot in these 2 years, but she still refuses to meet them, saying that she is not ready for it yet. Whatever it meant, Arthur trusted her and believed that she could handle it. Jasmine thought that Sylvie definitely wanted to be as strong as she could before he went to school. Supporting him, she suggested that they focus on their mission. The guys decided to hurry a little so as not to make the other participants wait for them. As Jasmine had expected, everyone had already gathered at this place at the entrance to the dungeon. Seeing the last of the participants approaching, the adventurers began to rise to greet them. Jasmine and Noda began to dismount from their horses, taking the necessary supplies when suddenly they heard a disgruntled child's voice. Some cheeky guy said in a sickening voice that he was stuck in this place with a bunch of amplifiers. Looking around, Arthur saw that it was the same annoying guy he first met at the exam 2 years ago. Lucas Wykes was still an arrogant and unpleasant character, but one had to admit that his power as a spellcaster was something to be respected. Even considering the benefits of having him on their team, Arthur still wasn't particularly happy to have such a comrade. Noda and Jasmine were the last to sign up for the dungeon team. No one else knew that they would be the ones, so it was a surprise to them. The adventurer, who was definitely a veteran, said that he was glad that such strong guys would be part of their team. He decided to introduce them to the group and first of all shook the hand of Arthur, who was half the size of this big guy with a heavy axe. Feeling the masked swordsman's strong grip, the veteran praised his strength and said enthusiastically that he now believed that some of the rumors about him were true after all. The man introduced himself as Reginald Bastion, an A-rank Earth Element Enhancer with a solid yellow monocore stage. Reginald said that he immediately knew that the boys were already familiar with him after looking at the half-elf from the famous family. Lucas might not have been introduced to the others due to his notoriety, but not everyone knew that he had reached a rank in 2 years, and his fire affinity core had become even better. Next up was Creole Masser, a water element booster. The man with a belly that couldn't be completely hidden by his armor seemed like a gentle guy. He was the one who would hold back the big monsters. The next participant turned out to be no less interesting than the previous ones. It was a mysterious guy named Elijah Knight, who was another examinee who was given a B rank on par with Arthur and Lucas. After introducing himself, he said that he was an A-rank mage at the dark orange core stage. He only had an affinity with the earth element. The next among them was a man named Oliver Hembeth. It was an A-rank mage who was in the dark yellow stage, just like Lucas. With particular self-confidence and pride, he said that he was a deviant who specialized in healing. Although it sounded a bit presumptuous, having an emitter on their team was actually encouraging. Another member of the team turned out to be an attractive young girl with blonde hair. She introduced herself as Samantha Tempest, an A-rank mage at the dark yellow stage who only had an affinity with the water element. Running up to Arthur and leaning towards him, she opened up a beautiful view for Oliver's eyes, after which she began to compliment the little swordsman, saying that she had heard a lot about his incredible strength. The last to introduce himself was one of the strongest fighters of this newly formed team. It was Brauld Landon, whose equipment looked really expensive. This man with blonde hair looked like either a nobleman or a royal knight, as he used a shield and sword. He recently achieved AA rank and is a light yellow stage enhancer. His affinity element is fire. As it turned out, being the most experienced and high-ranking fighter, he became the leader of their group. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Brauld invited the last two participants to say a few words about themselves. Jasmine introduced herself first, saying that she was an AA rank booster with a light yellow core stage. She said that her specialty was using dual swords in combination with the wind element. With a kind smile, Brauld replied that he was sincerely glad that their group had another AA rank member. The last one to introduce himself was Noda, who said that he was an A-rank enhancer with a fire affinity at the light orange monocore stage. Samantha was surprised to hear this, as she had previously heard that he had no affinity with any element. In response, he explained to the annoying girl that he had not used his magic for a long time for personal reasons. The way Noda had been fighting all this time really raised a lot of questions. In addition, he differed from the others in his preparation for the trip to the dungeon. Noticing the large amount of luggage behind Noda and Jasmine, Brauld asked if they had spatial rings. In response, they both shook their heads at the same time. As soon as Brauld mentioned Lucas, he replied with displeasure that he should ask Oliver, not him, since his storage was full. An arrogant deviant named Oliver replied that he had Miss Samantha's things in his possession. The quietest among them volunteered to help. Elijah raised his hand and said that he had some free space. All the problems were solved in an instant. The huge luggage that Arthur and Jasmine had been carrying on their shoulders moved into Elijah's ring. The way this device worked was simply amazing. Looking at this mysterious guy, Arthur thought that he expected such a bold refusal from Lucas, but he did not even imagine that even Elijah had a spatial ring. As it turned out, this technology was left behind by the same ancient magicians who created the floating city of Zyrus. Even one ring with a small storage cost thousands of gold coins, so Arthur and Jasmine, as ordinary adventurers who do not count on any sponsors, did not have a ring. After taking the entire load into his vault, Elijah seemed to feel a slight increase in the weight of his ring. Arthur was very grateful for his help, so he thanked him sincerely, calling him by name. Elijah, who rarely interacted with other adventurers, actually began to smile reservedly but sincerely upon hearing these words. A moment later, he simply turned around and started walking towards the dungeon without saying a word. Everyone was ready and their team leader was looking forward to productive collaboration. The preparations were complete, and the newly formed team headed inside. The dungeon turned out to be quite deep, but the guys did not feel any danger at the very beginning, so they descended quite relaxed. As they got much deeper, drops of water began to seep out of the cave ceiling. It was an important sign for the team's most experienced fighter. Brauld stopped and signaled the others to stop as well. Addressing the team, the captain said that they had almost reached the first level of the dungeon, so everyone should be on guard. This place really looked like the first floor of a dungeon. The stairs down led to a more spacious cave. As usual, Lucas, dissatisfied, began to look around and was surprised that there was not a single monster nearby. It was indeed quite strange. All the guys were on the alert, monitoring every little detail of this place. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a small stone falling. The boys were distracted by this sound because it seemed that this should not happen. The fallen stone did not surprise anyone, but it was worth continuing to analyze this place. Raising his head, Brauld decided to look up into the caves for dangerous cracks. However, at that very moment, horror appeared on his face because he saw something much worse than these cracks. Above them was a huge number of monsters that had accumulated in one place. It became clear that in fact this cave was inhabited by monsters similar to bats. Upon seeing them, the captain shouted for everyone to prepare to fight the bat runners. At that very moment, the monsters rushed to attack with a frightening squeak. The defenseless healer of their team was confused when he saw a monster moving towards him. Jasmine came to his aid, being the most experienced fighter in terms of teamwork. Using her twin blades, she cut through the monster, protecting their comrade. The whole team started fighting quite chaotically, and even the team's tank was killing monsters with his huge shield. At this point, the captain struck his shield with his sword and called on the boys to line up to work as a team. After getting back on his feet, Oliver, being a deviant, began using his magic to strengthen his allies, making their skin stronger. Increasing resilience and distributing areas of responsibility significantly increased their chances of successful defense. The monsters began to attack again with a disgusting squeak. Reynolds, being a power-up who uses a heavy axe, had no problem taking them down with one blow. In turn, Elijah, defending his zone of their formation, was not inferior to the others. Despite having the least amount of combat experience, he could easily take out multiple bat runners at once using bullets from the ground. Brawled, as an AA rank adventurer, didn't even feel any difficulty in fighting these monsters, so he managed to simultaneously give orders to his team. It wasn't his first time going through this dungeon, so he told the team that there was no point in killing all the monsters, but instead it was better to save mana in his strength. However, at that very moment, the boys heard a powerful stream of magic and the words of a spell being read. The most inadequate of them, Lucas Wykes, did not listen to the captain's advice and began to use a powerful fire magic spell, similar to a storm. The firestorm gust that Wykes had spent a significant amount of his mana on began to destroy a large number of bat runners at once, causing the first floor of the dungeon to fill with the sound of their squeals. Proud of his strength, Lucas expended a great deal of energy demonstrating a powerful spell. Although his prank had cleared the place in a short time, the captain was displeased with his disobedience. Regardless of the status of this impudent youth, Brawl grabbed him by the clothes and began to shout that he had already said that wasting his mana on these monsters was unnecessary. Holding back his anger at the guy, he reminded him that they both knew what kind of dungeon this was. Even though Brawl's words were correct, Lucas's arrogance prevented him from accepting the fact that he had made a mistake. Breaking free from his grip, he began to walk in the other direction, dissatisfied, saying that he killed the monsters quickly, only so that the others could save their mana. In response to his words, the captain began to shake his head discontentedly, thereby saying that this was no good. Pulling his blade out of the destroyed monster, he took a few steps forward and stopped to give the next order to the team. He suggested that everyone quickly get to the next level before these fallen monsters came to their senses again. All this time, Arthur was busy improving his own skills, so he had never been to such team dungeons. Hearing that these monsters were not actually dead, he realized the danger of this dungeon. This dungeon is infamous for its mysterious inhabitants, who escaped the clutches of death and could no longer be completely killed. Since the monsters do not have the mana cores that adventurers usually collect, the battles here are fruitless and endless. The battle in this place brought about an improvement in teamwork, but getting to the place that would reward their efforts was not so easy. The first explorers of this dungeon, who learned its secrets, called this place a dark tomb. Having overcome the first floors, which were not particularly difficult, the guys reached a place that the captain remembered well. As I already mentioned, he had been in this dungeon before, and most likely Lucas was also with him. Stopping in front of some sign of this place, the captain said that last time he noticed a secret passage here. Hearing his words, Jasmine and Arthur looked at each other and nodded their heads because this was the reason why they came to this damn dungeon. The secret passage was high up, close to the ceiling of this cave. Addressing the only earth mage, Brawl asked him to make small ledges so that they could climb up. Using his magic, Elijah actually made some pretty neat protrusions that appeared on the wall with a grinding sound. After that, the guys began to slowly climb up. Oliver continued to court Samantha as usual, offering her his hand. In turn, Reginald helped their heaviest comrade, who was a tank and could barely cope with his enormous weight. Looking at the secret passage, the team captain said that he could only reach the next floor, after which he decided to return with the team. Nowhere before has there been any mention of what awaits adventurers at the bottom of this road. Lighting the way with fire magic, Broadlandon shared his opinion that most likely the artifact responsible for the revival of these bat runners may be there. Looking into the distance, a kind fat man with 3 braids on his beard said that if he gets his share of the gold from the sale of everything that lies below, then everything suits him. With a smile on his face, Brawl replied to Creole that he would definitely receive a worthy reward for this dungeon. After these words, he looked into the distance again. The entire team was determined to surpass the results of previous expeditions. The captain did not even doubt that they would be able to reach the place where the worthy reward was located. This passage was different from those they had walked through before. The ground was damper, and the silence was broken by the sounds of drops of water falling into puddles. Captain Brauld led the boys forward, lighting the way with his fire element. Samantha was either yawning as usual or showing off in front of Oliver. The peace and quiet was interrupted by a sudden clicking sound. Within a moment, Arthur made a quick dash forward, pushing Samantha back. After this sudden movement, the sound of the dagger being knocked away was heard as it was aimed at Samantha. Arthur saved her life without her even realizing she was a target. The whole team stopped and looked around, because no one even had time to notice how Samantha was in danger. Reginald was furious at what happened, so he accused the captain of being illiterate for not warning them that there were traps in this dungeon. Brauld, remaining calm, replied that there had never been any traps here before. Taking advantage of the moment, the doctor approached Samantha and, putting his hand on her shoulder, asked if she needed help. Samantha brushed his hand aside and coldly replied that she was fine before looking at the swordsman who had saved her life. She was surprised that this guy, who had only been an adventurer for 2 years, was able to show such an incredible reaction that it surpassed the reaction of 2 AA rank fighters. In addition, Arthur decided to clarify what kind of weapon was pointed at Samantha. Taking out a sharp object from the stone, which he had knocked away with his sword, he came to the conclusion that it was not a trap. The sharp object that bounced off his blade with a metallic ringing sound turned out to be the needle of some kind of mana beast. The weakest of the squad, Oliver and Samantha, were shocked by this. The rest of the team was wary, realizing that they would soon have to face a rather serious monster. This had never happened before, so everything depended on the squad captain's decision. Brauld took it upon himself to lead the boys further, but asked them to take the danger seriously and be on their guard. Moving on, they did not observe any strange things. The only thing that could cause concern was that it became much hotter in here than before. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Oliver asked in a displeased tone how far it was to go to the place in question. After another 100 meters into this secret passage, Brauld stopped the boys and said that they had arrived. Looking around, he tried to figure out what exactly seemed strange about this place. Lucas told him that it was obvious that they were all sweating terribly because of the high temperature inside this dungeon. However, Brauld believed that this was not the case at all. Arthur understood what was being discussed. He also felt some kind of danger. As they moved forward, the more experienced members of the team realized that it was not the barely perceptible heat that was the issue, but a powerful aura that was somewhere nearby. Moving forward, the guys came to a place where the temperature was so high that craters appeared on the surface, from which hot steam burst out. At the captain's order, the entire crew stopped to look around. Suddenly, Arthur felt a powerful energy approaching. This feeling was followed by a loud roar, causing the dungeon to shake. The strange roar that was accompanied by a phenomenon similar to an earthquake began to frighten even experienced team members. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Even the veteran adventurer didn't know what it was connected with. A moment later, a huge mana beast, a worm of terrifying size, burst out of the ground in front of them. Oliver was so shocked by what was happening that he could barely stay conscious. Feeling responsible for all the guys who came with him into this dangerous dungeon, Brauld immediately gave the order to the tank. Despite the terrifying sight ahead and the powerful aura of the mana beast, Creole fearlessly leapt forward, drawing his enormous shield. Being an experienced adventurer, he immediately assessed the level of danger of the enemy. There was no room to conserve mana here, so Creole immediately used a large amount of energy. Using water element magic, he further strengthened their defense with a water barrier. While holding the monster's enormous pressure, Creole asked if this terrifying thing was in this place last time. When Brauld replied that he didn't, their tank began to complain, as he thought it was impossible for a new breed of mana beast to enter such a dungeon. At that moment, the huge worm began to move again and began to rise above their barrier. Readying his shield, Brauld warned the team that the monster was approaching them. However, a moment later it became clear that everything was not quite so. They all found themselves in the shadow of the worm's huge body as it passed the barrier and crashed back into the ground. Even though the monster didn't strike, the barrier still collapsed. Luckily, the worm that was making passages in the surface did not intend to strike directly. Elijah logically noted that, judging by everything, they were not his target. Arthur didn't want to rush to conclusions, so he stopped to continue observing the situation. The calm and reasonable atmosphere of the team, which found itself in a difficult situation, was suddenly broken by Oliver. Previously, he was the one who was most afraid of the huge worm, but now feeling temporary safety, he decided to show off in front of Samantha, saying that they should not just stand there and watch the worm dig the ground. Instead, he suggested not to be afraid and go get the artifact. Not understanding the situation, he, without listening to the captain, began to walk forward and suggested that Samantha follow him step by step. The naive liar, who did not understand the situation, said that although it was difficult for him to bear everyone else, he would gladly protect the beautiful lady. In response, Samantha, with a trembling voice, showed some reasonableness, saying that this was a bad idea. Oliver began to move away, and Brauld shouted after him that they needed to analyze what had happened before their eyes before moving further into the cave. Realizing the stupidity that their team's ridiculous doctor was doing because of his narcissism, Brauld went after him to stop him and prevent a possible incident. At that moment, Arthur felt that something was wrong. The tunnels that the worm had made suddenly began to boil, and the presence of mana inside the dungeon became unstable. Realizing that danger was approaching, Arthur jumped up. He began to run towards Oliver and Brauld, at the same time asking Lucas to create a fire barrier. The team captain did not yet understand what was happening, because he himself had lost his vigilance due to Oliver's antics. Suddenly, he felt Arthur, who was running towards him, grab him by the clothes. Turning back to Lucas, the masked swordsman shouted at him to use his power immediately. Arrogant Lucas didn't yet understand what was happening. He felt the danger, but it was hard for him to accept the fact that he had to obey the order of some impudent man. Despite his pride, he still began to release fire magic. With his power, he protected the boys from danger using a fire barrier. Oliver was too far away. He was caught right in the stream of fire magic that burst out of the tunnel next to him. Arthur didn't have time to save him, so he shouted for him to use the barrier. However, it was already too late. Oliver disappeared from sight under the noise of a powerful eruption of boiling liquid, similar to magma. The barrier Lucas had created could barely cope with this force. By continuing to put more mana into his spell, he was able to overcome the pressure from the outside. Samantha, looking at all this, began to be afraid to stay away. She decided to support the team's efforts by using her magic. Using her element of fire, she created a water barrier. Due to the temperature difference, a rainbow appeared under the barrier, but even it could not reduce the atmosphere of horror that this incident created. When the barrier spells were canceled, Brauld looked around and fell to his knees. The team captain couldn't believe what had happened. Samantha clutched her head when she saw what was left of Oliver's body, and Lucas barely held back his nausea. Despite their efforts, they were unable to prevent the loss of their foolish comrade. Everyone understood perfectly well that their recklessness and self-confidence were to blame for this. The whole team was worried about this, but only Arthur remained cool. He walked over to where Oliver's remains lay and picked up the magic stone next to him. He threw this stone to Samantha, who was a spellcaster. Seeing her surprise, Nota explained that it would be better if she changed the crystal in her wand to this one, which was more powerful. In a confused tone, she agreed to do as he asked. After this, Nota suggested getting out of this place, and the captain, who had just begun to come to his senses, nodded in response and began to rise to his feet. Taking up his sword, Brauld said that he agreed with Arthur's words. It was unlikely that anyone could argue with his words that they needed to get out of this place before the next eruption of flame. Everyone rushed towards the exit. The passage that led to the exit from this terrible floor was already nearby. However, at the last moment, a worm appeared in front of them with a loud roar, bursting out of the ground right at the exit. Despite the surprise, Brauld did not lose his head and gave the order to Creel to deal with this problem. Their team's tank stepped forward and began using its shield to push forward. By using water magic, he was able to suppress most of the giant worm's power. However, this was still not enough. Despite his strength and experience, he could not handle such a serious mana beast on his own. Realizing the situation, the captain gave the order to Samantha and Elijah to join the attack. Samantha began to use water magic. Her water element spell, called Siren's Wail, was stronger than ever, and she was barely able to stand upright after the backlash. Thanks to the crystal that was left from Oliver's wand, she was able to amplify the spell to the point that it knocked back the massive mana beast. After her, the Earth Mage also rushed into the attack. A boy with an affinity for earth magic, which is related to his origin, used a powerful stone snake capture spell. No matter how much strength he put into this attack, the stone snake was not enough to hold back the huge worm. Moreover, according to the captain's observations, Elijah's spell did not even leave a scratch on the monster they were fighting. At this point, he asked Jasmine and Reginald to rush into the attack with him. Using his body's fire magic enhancement, Brauld showed his seriousness in fighting the monster. They started running towards the monster. The captain and Jasmine were going to distract the huge worm, while the less agile Reginald was supposed to get into the gap between the monster's eyes. In case that wasn't enough, the captain ordered Lucas and Note to find the enemy's weak spot. Using wind magic, Jasmine and the team captain appeared above the worm, preparing a powerful attack. Brauld was the first to attack, using a sword enhanced with the element of fire. His attack was not enough to cut the worm in half, but it left serious wounds on its body. Jasmine launched the next attack, leaving 2 more cuts on the monster's body, which still weren't enough. Reginald was the last to strike, and thus consolidate the result of the combined attacks. He aimed at a place that was above the supposed neck of the huge worm. His heavy axe, enhanced with earth magic, dealt significant damage to the huge monster and caused it to lose its balance. Watching the team fight so harmoniously against a monster that could incinerate them in the blink of an eye, Lucas couldn't even move from his spot. Gritting his teeth, he tried to figure out if he was really so scared that he was even willing to let these weaklings eclipse his glory. While he was sweating standing still, Noda also rushed to attack. As Arthur approached the monster, he realized that regular fire spells would not have enough firepower to harm this worm. Furthermore, even when outside his tunnels, he could continue to resist by attacking with seething magma. Dodging these attacks, cutting through some of the volleys with his sword, Arthur decided that he could deal with this worm's strong defense if his fire spell was even hotter than before. Using fire magic, Arthur increased the concentration of mana to such a temperature that the flames changed their color to blue. With this advanced use of the fire element, he heated the blade of the sword to the point where it became truly dangerous to the monster. Using a fire element-based explosive step, Arthur dashed towards the monster with lightning speed. He then delivered a swift blow with the blade, enhanced by blue flame, cutting off several sharp appendages from the worm's mouth. As expected, it was enough to pierce the monster's thick skin, reinforced by a barrier of mana aura. Jumping to the side, Arthur dodged the counterattack and called on Jasmine to boost the effect with her attack. As soon as Note moved to the side, Jasmine, using the wind element to accelerate, delivered a powerful blow that tore the worm's mouth apart. After a series of successful attacks, the worm was seriously injured. It began to bleed and squeal in pain. However, this was not enough to kill the monster. Their series of attacks were missing one more important blow that could have finished off the enemy. Turning to the frozen Lucas, Brauld nervously urged him to finish off the worm, but Creole suddenly stopped them. As it turned out, instead of going berserk due to its injuries, the worm simply fled, making its way underground again. In just a moment, there was no trace left of the terrifying monster that had taken Oliver's life. The ardor after its disappearance began to gradually dissipate, and the pressure of its mana began to gradually decrease as it decided to escape from this floor. Looking at Creola, the team captain said that they were not in any danger for now, so they could move on. Walking next to Jasmine, who had delivered the finishing blow to the monster, Brauld placed his hand on her shoulder and thanked her for her good work in saving their lives. Jasmine took it for granted, but looked at Arthur, who had done an equally important job, without which her attack would not have been so successful. Addressing those who had not yet collected their thoughts, she asked them to hurry up after the others. Lucas, who wanted to justify his behavior, said poorly that he should have said right away that all they had to do was intimidate this worm, whom he disrespectfully called overgrown. Taking a few steps forward, he almost lost his balance due to the strong shaking of the surface and the subsequent rumble. The boys could barely stand on their feet, realizing that the surface was about to collapse. Feeling the heat that was slowly seeping through the surface, Noda shouted that the worm wasn't trying to kill them. As it turns out, he was just stalling for time until another eruption, massive enough to wipe out their entire team in one go. They didn't have time to prepare a single barrier for the entire team, so those standing nearby began to strengthen their defenses with their own hands. Creole and Elijah were lucky enough to be standing next to each other, so the young man strengthened the surface with earth magic, while the veteran adventurer created a barrier out of water. Reginald was able to create strong fortifications from the earth around himself, but Samantha, frightened by this situation, lost control of her magic and found herself defenseless, which is why the team captain was forced to rush to her aid. Assessing the situation at the last minute, Arthur saw that he could join forces with Jasmine. However, at the last moment, he noticed that another member of the team had not yet prepared to face the explosion. Arthur made a quick dash towards Lucas, who dropped his magic cane, with which he was going to make a fire barrier. At the last moment, finding himself next to this fool, Arthur began to use a barrier technique. His powerful mana flared around them, creating a fiery barrier. Lucas couldn't believe that this guy in the mask actually came to his aid. Although he didn't want to admit that the commoner was more agile in this situation, he had no choice but to accept it. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred that could have wiped everyone into dust. Luckily, the boy survived, and as soon as the flames of the huge worm dissipated, Lucas pushed Arthur aside, nervously telling him to leave him alone. Arthur didn't expect any gratitude from him, so he looked around to make sure everyone else was okay. Within a moment, he was horrified, realizing what had happened during the explosion. Brawl, with a completely calm expression on his face and a kind smile, looked at Samantha, who was frightened and confused at the most dangerous moment. Now there was an expression of horror on her face. Trying to protect her, he lost his right arm. Even though Brawl himself showed no emotion, having done what he had to, Samantha began to scream in horror. Rather, the rest of the team ran to him to help with this serious injury. As Reginald held him, Brawl struggled to stay conscious despite the horrific pain from the cauterization of his wound. Arthur, who was trying to stop the bleeding from his wound with his blade, asked them to hold their captain tighter. Gritting his teeth tightly, Brawl tried to endure this difficult test. Having finished treating his wounds, the guys began to rest, thinking about what to do next. Sighing heavily, Arthur wondered if their team would be able to go further, where it would be even more dangerous than on this level with the huge worm. He was distracted from his thoughts by a plump, kind man who held out an excellent sandwich in his direction. With a kind smile, the caring Creole offered him to try the food he had prepared for this trip. He promised that it would help him perk up. Sitting down next to the boy in the mysterious mask, Creole explained that these were his special hiking sandwiches, which he kept for those moments when he was not feeling well while going through dungeons. Arthur was sincerely grateful for his unexpected gift. Before the young man began to eat, the good man clarified that the best way to eat these sandwiches was to warm them slightly from the inside, just enough to melt the cheese. Hearing this, Arthur moved the top of the bun and heated the sandwich from the inside using a light fire spell. He was pleasantly surprised to smell the aroma of lightly toasted cheese. At this point, Creole laughed kindly and asked to have his sandwich warmed up too. One might have assumed that he was a cunning manipulator who only wanted to take advantage of Arthur's fire elemental power, but that was not the case. While enjoying a nice snack, which relaxed the atmosphere a little, they even had a heart-to-heart talk. Arthur remarked that he had never eaten such delicious beef sandwiches. Creole replied with a happy expression that his fiancée had come up with the recipe, right down to how to dry and season the beef. Adjusting his mask after the snack, the mysterious Noda thanked his friend for the sandwich, saying that he was really lucky that his fiancée was so concerned about his snack. He asked him to thank his fiancée for such an incredible meal. The young man's words caught the experienced adventurer by surprise, because no one had said anything like that before. With a kind smile, he said in an uncertain voice that he would definitely pass on his words. Suddenly, their heartfelt conversation was interrupted by a quarrel between the rest of the team. When it seemed like everything was over, Lucas started a conflict with the team captain who was trying to protect his comrades. The brash kid from the Wykes family shouted that the only reason he agreed to participate in this was because their leader was a veteran AA rank booster. Pointing a disrespectful finger at their captain, he shouted that he was now a cripple and the crew had lost their only emitter. Such a vile slander from Lucas made Brawl angry, and he angrily clenched his teeth before answering. Jumping up, he nervously asked how Lucas could even complain after dropping his own weapon, forcing Noda to save his miserable life. After saying this, he shouted that he had everything under control, unlike the confused brat. Reginald tried to hold them back, but it seemed like they were heading for a fight. Brawl was right after all. He had to cover Samantha, which he might not have had to do if Lucas had been alert and put up a barrier for the team in time. Everyone agreed with the captain's words that if Lucas had made a barrier, they would not have found themselves in this situation. Despite this, Noda decided to calm them down in his own way. He walked towards them and, releasing the enormous pressure of his bloodlust, said that it was time for Lucas to adequately assess the situation and who he was for the entire team. The self-confident Lucas, who did not feel guilty, arrogantly asked what this could be about. Walking towards Arthur, he said boldly that he saw no point in listening to the words of the amplifier, which was only at the orange stage. Continuing to slowly approach this impudent youth, Noda said that he didn't care whether he was in the yellow stage, the silver stage, or whether he was a god himself. Looking into Lucas's eyes, he said with overwhelming bloodlust that the only thing he was to their team was a burden. Lucas Wykes took these words very seriously. His pride as the scion of a great family did not allow him to accept these words calmly. Realizing that he couldn't do anything against a monster like Note, he simply walked past him angrily, brushing his shoulder against him. The childish antics of the idiot on their team had seriously shaken the team's spirit, but Reginald and Brawl tried to support each other. First, they were going to tend to their own wounds and give the others some rest before continuing this raid. It was obvious that if they went any further, they would find themselves in danger again and again due to Lucas's irresponsibility. Arthur asked this question to the captain of their team, who was already convinced that there was a burden among them. Turning to Brawl, Arthur said that before moving on, the captain had to make a decision. Analyzing the situation, he noticed that Reginald had a couple of burns that could be easily treated, while the others should also cope, since their lives were not in danger. On the other hand, he directly pointed out the captain's state of health, reminding him that he needed to decide whether he wanted to continue with such a wound or not. It was a difficult moment, the pressure of responsibility making Brawl clench his teeth nervously. Gathering all his determination, he replied that he would continue on, and that this would definitely be his last raid into the dungeon. With this idea, he made it clear that he was obliged to go to the very end. Samantha, worried about the captain's decision, was scared, because she did not understand how he was going to fight with only one arm. Brawl replied that despite his serious injury, he was still an AA rank booster, so he would not hold up the rest of the team. Yet it was no less a difficult decision that he asked Noda to lead the group. It was a surprise to Arthur, but he couldn't deny the captain's words that he was the most level-headed of them all, even when faced with unforeseen circumstances. Brawl thought that the masked man definitely had the talent to lead the crew. The rest of the team agreed with Brawl's words, nodding their heads. Jasmine supported him as always, and Samantha, who was alive only thanks to Arthur, could not deny what the captain said. Lucas's opinion could be ignored, so Noda, sighing heavily, agreed with Brawl's proposal. After an hour's rest, they continued moving forward. Brawl, who had been in this place before, began to see more and more strange things. Looking ahead, he said that he did not understand anything, because even this part had somehow miraculously changed. According to him, this tunnel had not been blocked before. After these words, Reginald came closer to the blocked passage, and taking his heavy axe in his hands, said that whining would not help matters. Taking a stance, he strengthened his weapon with earth magic. Swinging hard, he dealt a powerful blow to the strange wall that blocked the passage. Despite his efforts, he was unable to destroy the surface of this rubble, but only made a small dent. He was not happy with this unsatisfactory result, so he decided to continue trying to break through the blockage with even more powerful spells. Strengthening his axe with several balls of earth magic, he swung hard before his next strike. With a loud roar, he launched the explosive strike attack again. Although this blow was much stronger, this wall again absorbed most of the force, and instead of a crack, only a dent appeared. Reginald, sighing heavily, said that this was already a real challenge. Before he could continue to waste mana mindlessly, Jasmine stopped him. He looked around, not understanding if she was going to do it for him. As it turned out, Jasmine had no doubts about the effectiveness of his brute force, but she was going to support his attack with double use of wind magic. Reginald Bastion rushed forward first, and Jasmine ran after him. He swung his axe and aimed it at the wall, while Jasmine sped up his weapon, sending a powerful stream of wind energy towards his axe. The combined efforts created even more pressure on the rubble. Upon impact with the surface, Bastion's axe created a powerful explosion. This time they managed to knock down the wall that was blocking the way. As soon as the passage in the tunnel became clear, the boys began to cover their faces because of the blinding blue light. Reginald, who stood in front of the others, could not believe his eyes. In the middle of the dungeon, there was a blooming oasis full of vegetation. Moving forward, the guys began to look around because they had never seen anything like this inside the dungeons before. There was not only surface vegetation such as grass and flowers, but even perennial trees. All this was separated from the previous part of the dungeon by a large wall that resembled ice. This place was more dreadful than delightful. Looking around, Arthur could not understand how this place had not collapsed yet, because there were no pillars that were supposed to hold up the vaults of this cave. Samantha, as the weak link, was touched by the beauty of the local vegetation and did not even think that some danger could be hidden here. Reginald, who had already encountered trouble several times during this expedition, did not relax for a second. In contrast, another veteran of the expedition, Creole, asked the team with a good laugh if the rest of them wanted to rest in such a beautiful place. He noted that he had been feeling a little sleepy lately. Arthur understood that the team really hadn't had the opportunity to rest well. However, being quite reasonable and having a huge reserve of command experience in the past, he could not relax at such a suspicious moment. Addressing the team, he firmly stated that they would not be stopping there, saying that there was something wrong with the place. Arthur asked everyone to be on guard, but Creole began to argue with him, saying that he could not hear or see anything around him except for trees and grass, which did not pose any threat to adventurers of their level. Walking slowly forward, the new team captain continued to search for whatever might be causing his concern. He was convinced that there was something about this place that made him nervous. Looking around, he could not understand what was bothering him and what he might have missed. Looking into the distance, Jasmine suddenly stopped because she saw something strange. It was the silhouette of a man in noble clothes, walking towards her with his arms outstretched. There was a sly, arrogant smile on his face, but it was hard to tell who it really was. The silhouette seemed familiar to her, so Mrs. Flamesworth froze in place. She began to lose her composure, because the appearance of this man shocked her greatly. Being an experienced adventurer, she came to her senses within a moment after realizing that such a meeting was impossible. As soon as she regained control of her consciousness, she saw that another member of their team had succumbed to a strange illusion. One of the most important members of their team, who acted as a tank, fell under her influence. Creole, with his mouth wide open in a dumbfounded look, joyfully asked if he really saw Clara. Reaching out his hand forward, he tried to catch her silhouette, but it seemed to him that it suddenly slipped away and began to run away. Looking at his comrade's strange behavior, Reginald asked with concern what was happening to him. With a trembling voice, Creole said with his hand outstretched that he knew Clara could not die. With tears in his eyes, he began to run into the fog that limited their visibility ahead. The boys tried to stop him, but after a moment he disappeared from sight. Realizing that it was dangerous, Arthur wanted to rush after him to prevent trouble, but he was suddenly stopped by Jasmine. She said it looked like the fog was deliberately making them see these illusions in order to move forward. Although Arthur could not see anything inside this fog, he now had an answer to his question. Although the illusion did not create a visual effect, it became clear that this was the reason why he was so uneasy. He couldn't risk the team, so he asked the guys to stick together and not move anywhere. Now all the boys knew that this fog deceived their senses and could make them do stupid things. Turning to Samantha, the team captain asked her to create a barrier. Nodding her head in response, the water mage began to create a dome. In just a moment, they were surrounded by a fairly powerful water barrier spell. Peering into the distance through the thick fog, Samantha couldn't calm down, knowing that Creole had gone off somewhere alone. With an uncertain tone, she asked the other veterans who this Clara was that their comrade had spoken of before running off into the fog. Reginald and Brauld had been on campaigns with Creole many times before, so they looked at each other and sighed heavily. As it turns out, the Clara Creole spoke of is his fiancée, but she cannot be alive because she was killed in the dungeon. Brauld also saw it with his own eyes. They cremated her and buried the ashes. Remembering that situation, they couldn't stand still. Reginald, clutching his axe in his hands and fearing the loss of his old comrade, said firmly that they must find him. At this point, Lucas interrupted their conversation with a disgruntled, trembling voice, asking why nothing was going according to plan at all. Pointing his finger at Brauld and Reginald, he nervously asked if they were really experienced adventurers. Even though this accusation was made by a stupid, arrogant young man, they could not respond and only lowered their heads. Arthur, watching what was happening, suddenly noticed that Jasmine had withdrawn into herself. By asking her if everything was okay, he distracted her from her disturbing thoughts. In response, she began shaking her head from side to side, apologizing for being a little shocked. Hearing this, Arthur excitedly asked what she saw in that fog. Jasmine clarified in a sad tone that it was not something, but someone. As it turned out, she saw her father, who was stretching out his hands towards her. It was a real dream, because she had never seen a smile on his face when he looked at her. Due to the fact that she, as the heir of the Flamesword family, did not receive an affinity with the element of fire despite previously awakening the magic core, she had to face condemnation and rejection from her family. The family relationships that the fog suddenly reminded her of made her hands tremble. Arthur, taking her hand, tried to calm her feelings. Looking into her eyes, he said caringly that she would be okay. Even though he was a child and she knew it very well, his words helped her a lot, because as she had already said earlier, his judgment was much higher than his age. Returning to the situation, Arthur said that first it was worth dealing with the fog that was causing the illusions and preventing them from moving forward safely. When he asked Jasmine if she had a spell to dispel it, he heard in response that she most likely would not be able to get rid of the fog entirely. Looking ahead, she supposed that this would be enough to clear the way for them to search for Crayola. To do this, she did not need the twin daggers that are her main weapons. Instead, she concentrated her wind magic on the palms of both hands. By increasing the amount of mana, she created small spheres that resembled a Rasengan. Making a dash towards the fog, she uttered the words of the spell. At that moment, Arthur ordered Samantha to dispel her water barrier technique so that it would not interfere with this attack. By clapping her hands together and thus closing both spells, Jasmine was able to create a powerful stream of wind, which is a technique called the Banshee Scream. A powerful stream of energy threw her back, but Arthur managed to catch her in time. The wind whirlwind created by her power began to swirl around the area, which was thickly covered in fog. The true power of the Inouye rank booster amazed the guys who were one level below her abilities. Even the arrogant Lucas showed surprise at Jasmine's effective use of wind magic. However, what they saw later shocked everyone. When the thick fog cleared, a square opened up before them, which Arthur did not dare to thoughtlessly enter. His intuition did not fail him, because as it turned out, the thick fog was hiding a great danger in the form of a large number of vines. Jasmine needed to rest after using so much mana in a technique she was not used to. At this moment, when everyone froze from the shocking discovery, even the team captain could not keep his cool. Arthur could not even imagine that it was possible not to notice so many vines in the fog. No less shocking was the thought that Jasmine's spell did not affect him. Seeing the open vines begin to approach quickly, Arthur suggested that Lucas take advantage of the moment and show his best side. Showing unsurprising displeasure, he shouted back that there was no need to tell him such obvious things. Raising his magic cane upward, he began to release a large amount of fire element magic, creating a large spell. He then directed the smoldering crescent moon strike at the vines, which began to burn from the mere contact of his magic. However, the result he expected was never achieved. Although these vines had caught fire due to his spell, they began to quickly recover, continuing to grow and move towards them. Lucas was truly horrified to realize that one of his most powerful spells had been ineffective. Even the team captain was alarmed, realizing that things couldn't be that simple. Without wasting a single precious second, he ordered Reginald to protect the spellcasters while they prepared their most powerful attacks. Together with Lucas and Samantha, he was ready to remain in the rear, unquestioningly carrying out the orders of their new captain. Preparing for a serious battle, Arthur strengthened his blade with an especially hot blue flame and asked Brauld and Jasmine to follow him. In response to his request, both AA rank boosters silently nodded their heads and began to use the aura of the wind and fire elements. In order to save Crayola, they had to throw all their strength against this fast-growing vine. Making a dash forward, Arthur offered to make every effort to free his comrade. Sensing their aura, the vine also became more active and began to stretch towards them. The boys made a quick dash forward, strengthening their bodies with a mana aura. As expected, Jasmine's blades were quite effective and cut through the vines with ease. Brauld, being an AA rank booster, was no worse than her, even with one arm missing. Arthur moved ahead of everyone, using the blue flame to clear his path. However, it was not so easy, because this strange plant with long and dangerous vines was ready to resist. The boys realized this the moment new vines began to break through from the ground, trying to strike back. Thanks to his reflexes, Arthur managed to track every attempt at attack from the plant, even when he was completely surrounded. With a quick strike to the area around him, he easily got rid of all the vines that were about to harm him. The sword, enhanced by blue flame, did the job perfectly. However, even despite the even cuts, the vines still recovered. Seeing this process once again, Arthur realized how they managed to continue to regenerate after his blows. The vines were cut but did not burn because they retained a fairly large amount of moisture inside. To test his theory, he concentrated even more mana into the blade of his sword. Swinging his blade, he delivered another slashing blow, simultaneously spreading a stream of flame. Looking at these vines, he noticed that the moisture inside them began to evaporate due to the increased exposure to high temperatures. As it turned out, this time his attack worked perfectly, and the vines could no longer recover. Turning to Brawl, he shouted that he should use a draining spell on his sword. As he spoke these words, looking towards the former captain of their team, he saw something that shocked him. The previously calm and reasonable Brawl began to behave extremely strangely. He rushed forward as if he had gone wild, furiously waving his blade and not even thinking about the rapid expenditure of a large amount of mana. Continuing to fight like this, he shouted that the monsters were mistaken if they thought that a few overgrown rootlets would be enough to defeat an AA rank booster. Now Arthur realized that their plan was in jeopardy due to such recklessness. Brawl was unable to control his emotions, thereby endangering his comrades. However, Jasmine, who fought alongside him on the front lines, showed herself to be as cool and professional as before. She tried her best, demonstrating excellent efficiency. Arthur didn't expect anything else from her, so he decided that she didn't need his help. The situation with Brawl was very different, so Arthur decided to rush to his aid. Fighting with his only left hand, Brawl became so into the game that he began to make horrific mistakes. Because of his pride and sense of superiority over the vines, which were not even a full-fledged monster, he only noticed the approaching danger at the last moment. As he attempted to swing his fireblade again, he realized that his arms were bound by vines that had crept up from behind him without his noticing. Within moments, more vines burst through the surface, grabbing his legs and body. Unable to resist, he found himself completely immobilized. His condition became even more terrible when the vines even covered his mouth, preventing him from screaming out a plea for help. Luckily for him, Arthur had a great control of the battlefield even under the enormous pressure from the enemy. He managed to come to his aid in time, clearing the vines around them and freeing his comrade before the unknown monster would have dragged him away after Creel. Looking at his distraught comrade, the new captain of their team reminded him of his own words about this being his last raid into the dungeon. Having said these words, he asked if he really wanted his journey to end in this place. Restoring Brawl's sanity, he asked him not to lose his head, saying that they all needed his strength to survive this terrible ordeal. He nodded his head and rose to his feet again, indicating that he was back in action. Lucas was also gradually returning to the ranks, gaining new strength with the help of miraculous potions. By throwing the empty test tube away in an epic manner, he demonstrated his readiness for the next large-scale spell. Seeing him start releasing a huge amount of mana, the guys started running to the sides to avoid getting hit by his attack. Using the full force of his flames in a powerful spell that was far more massive than the previous ones, he directed this deadly force at the vines. The effect of his attack was beyond praise because the vines could not recover further, as they practically melted from the high temperature, losing all their moisture. According to Arthur's observations, he managed to slightly change the essence of the spell. It became less powerful, but on the other hand, its flame easily spread even after light contact with the target. Luckily for the entire team, Lucas still had a clear head despite his arrogance towards his teammates. Meanwhile, the defense of their rear, which Reginald had diligently maintained, began to gradually fail. Several strands of vines broke through from the side, avoiding Reginald's axe, so he could only shout at Elijah to quickly create a protective barrier. It happened at the most inconvenient moment because Elijah reacted too late, and his mana was already busy preparing an attack spell. In an instant, this dangerous situation was remedied by the precise cutting of the deadly vines. This time, Brawl, who had recently found himself defenseless against these attacks, came to the rescue. The former captain of their team returned to the ranks, and Elijah nodded his head gratefully in response to his help. Thanks to the support, he was able to safely finish preparing a truly effective earth element spell. Using most of his mana reserves, he cast a spell on the surface, causing the entire ground to shake. A loud crack of dry earth broke the silence like thunder on a clear day. The ground in front of them began to move, and its destruction created a huge funnel that began to bring a large number of vines into one place. The collapsed ground and the spread of liquid fire that Lucas created made it even more difficult for the vines to regenerate. Looking at Samantha, who was preparing the last spell in their combination, Arthur assumed that after this, they would have enough time to search for Creola, who had disappeared into this illusory fog. Releasing a massive amount of her mana, Samantha demonstrated a powerful spell called Water Extraction. By directing it at the remaining vines, she intended to immobilize them so that they would lose their properties and dry out completely. The effectiveness of this spell was hard to overestimate. Water extraction is a useful technique that is commonly used to gather water from the environment for larger-scale attacks. However, in this case, it was needed to make the enemy plants wither, losing their properties. Her attack was so good that Arthur turned to Samantha to praise her. However, at that very moment, he saw that she had put so much effort into this technique that she had lost consciousness. Arthur immediately caught her, not letting her fall to the ground. Perhaps she had never used such powerful spells in such a desperate mental state, or perhaps she was not prepared for how much of her mana, her new magic crystal that Oliver gave her, could drain. Seeing that she was still conscious, Arthur praised her for not even imagining that she would use a spell that was primarily created for household purposes in a situation like this. With a kind smile that could only be recognized by his eyes, the masked guy once again praised her for her good work. It seems his words inspired Samantha greatly, and she once again believed that there was a way out of this situation. Suddenly, this victorious silence was interrupted by a quiet rustling sound of moving fog that appeared literally out of nowhere. Arthur, not understanding what was happening, began to look around. At that moment, they all saw how the fog that was around them began to rapidly move towards the withered plants. By absorbing this moisture, they gradually began to regain their original properties. This process happened almost instantly, and the vines once again regained their previous lethality and high rate of regeneration. Lucas, who had put so much effort into his final attack, was horrified to realize that even this combined attack combination was not enough. Analyzing the situation, Arthur once again rethought the danger of this fog, the origin of which was still unknown. In addition, the vines resumed their activity and began to surround them from all sides. He yelled to the crew that because they had gotten the vines to this state, they were forced to absorb the remaining mist. He was about to tell them that they would have to work hard to get the plants down a second time, but he was suddenly frozen by what he saw. All the guys he came with stood in complete shock and couldn't even move, including Jasmine, who was the most experienced among them. These guys had never seen anything like this before. Turning back to the place they were heading towards, Arthur noticed that the fog had cleared. Although this returned the plants to their original state, the most terrifying thing was the discovery of what was hidden behind the fog. Even Arthur was shocked to realize who they had been fighting all this time. A terrifying pressure of powerful bloodlust came from the huge plant monster that controlled these vines. The emotions that were hidden behind his mask were not hard to imagine. In front of such a terrifying monster, he even dropped the sword from his hands, which is not at all befitting of a warrior with such vast battle experience as he has. For the first time in his life, he felt empty due to the realization of the enormous superiority of his opponent, whom he had not even fought at full strength yet. Even though he hadn't used up too much strength during the previous attacks, where he had been as restrained and rational in his use of magic as possible, he still felt like a defenseless insect compared to this monster that he had only heard of in myths that no one believed in. The weakest member of the team couldn't stand on her feet. Samantha was so shocked that she fell to the ground and dropped her wand, saying in a trembling voice that she didn't believe what she was seeing in front of her. One might think that what they saw in front of them was just an illusion of fog, but everyone understood perfectly well that the creature that they had previously seen only in books was in fact real. Pointing her finger at the terrifying creature, she said with horror, in a breaking, trembling voice, that in front of them was none other than the guardian of the ancient forest. A sick, mad smile appeared on Brawl's face. He completely lost his mind, shouting that the gods really did not want them to stay alive. Looking in his direction, Arthur realized that he was definitely not himself. Reginald was also in shock. He shouted that fate had been mocking them from the very beginning of this campaign. They were well prepared for the battle, and their composition this time turned out to be stronger than all previous options, but life did not prepare them for a meeting with an S-rank mana beast. What horrified them even more, however, was that they now knew what had happened to their comrade. The guardian of the forest captured Crayola, placed him in his chest, and began to suck out all of his mana as he continued to rave about Clara, gradually losing touch with life. The tears on his face made it even more terrifying. Everyone present was shocked by this horrific sight. The forest guardian had no intention of simply looking at them. The riotous, deadly vines began to rapidly approach again. Reginald, like his friend, began to lose his composure. He was filled with anger at what was happening. With tears in his eyes, he let out his emotions as he screamed the name of his friend, who was slowly dying because of this powerful mana beast. With a furious cry, he began to release a huge amount of mana, gathering rocks around him. Arthur knew that such a strong release of energy would immediately attract the attention of the monster. Their comrade lost his mind because of what happened to his old friend. Realizing this, the captain rushed towards Reginald, shouting that he must stop because they had no chance in a fight with such a monster. The ground around him began to crumble, and his body acquired an exoskeleton, reinforced by the dense aura of the earth. Another burst of his energy created such a strong flow of wind that Arthur was thrown to the side. He was unable to stay on his feet and hit a wall of earth that had been created earlier to protect him from the vines of the forest keeper. Seeing this, Jasmine screamed their captain's name in horror. The ground around him began to crumble, and his body acquired an exoskeleton, reinforced by the dense aura of the earth. Meanwhile, the huge mana beast took a few steps forward and was about to strike at their Reginald. It was clear that even though he had strengthened his body with truly powerful earth magic, he would not be able to cope with such an attack from a monster that was stronger than their entire squad combined. Fearing the loss of another comrade, Arthur hastily ordered Elijah to protect Reginald. Elijah rushed forward without hesitation, chanting the words of the spell. With a loud crack, a large earthen stone burst out from under the ground, which like a wall protected Reginald from the approaching danger. Although he managed to stop the legendary Forest Guardian's attack, how long he could last was questionable. At the moment of strengthening his body, Reginald was completely defenseless, and Arthur was about to join his defense. But at that moment, he was stopped by Jasmine. She said that they needed to leave immediately. In response, Arthur asked what would happen to the rest of their squad then. Elijah was barely conscious. He was still inexperienced in battle, and his body could barely cope with the force he was using. Moreover, maintaining such a huge wall was a very difficult task, and the pressure of the forest keeper did not decrease for a second. This guy tried his best to save a person he didn't know very well. Seeing this, Arthur said that he promised them that he would do everything to ensure that they returned alive, and also saved Crayola. In response, Jasmine excitedly shouted that she had promised his family that she would take care of him. There was less and less time to make a decision, because Elijah's barrier had already collapsed, and he flew to the side, finding himself in the danger zone. Jasmine held Arthur with both hands, trying to stop him. Feeling deeply guilty towards his parents, she said that she had promised them that she would keep him out of danger this time. Time was running out, and the monster hadn't even begun to attack at full force yet. Luckily for Elijah, he was once again safe. This time, he was saved by Reginald, who had already completed the preparation of his strongest amplifier form. Strengthening his own body with earth magic and increasing the size of his axe several times, he rushed into the attack, shouting that he would destroy this damn plant. Taking her hands, he tried to calm her down with words that they would definitely leave, but not in this way. Removing his hand, he began to slowly walk toward the team, who were already fighting the terrifying monster. After taking a few steps, he stopped, and looking at Jasmine, said that they couldn't just abandon these guys. Jasmine gritted her teeth and tried to control her nerves. Sighing heavily, she calmed down a little, deciding to trust Arthur once again. Meanwhile, the pressure increased, and the battle became more and more intense. In his strongest form, Reginald attempted to single-handedly defeat the monster created by the vines of the Forest Guardian. He was completely controlled by his anger, losing his mind. While fighting the monster, he screamed furiously that he would destroy everyone in his path. The danger of an S-rank mana beast could not be underestimated, but Reginald was not worried about it. He actually dealt with a small part of it. This small copy of the Forest Guardian was damaged after his blows. The team booster's furious strikes had an effect, but in doing so, he did more harm to himself than to the monster. The Forest Keeper's endurance was on a whole other level, and the destruction of his vines once again sent the monster into a rage, and he began to rampage with even greater force. The rest of the team also had no rest. As the tree's activity increased, they had no choice but to dodge and use barriers. The cracking sound of the vines breaking the surface scared everyone, and only Brawl could somehow repel these attacks using his sword, which was enhanced with fire magic. In his strongest form, Reginald was also wary of ranged vine attacks. Due to his significant mana release, he was regarded as a prime target for the Guardian of the Forest. Cutting through the vines and moving forward, he decided to confront the real body of this monster. However, as he approached it, he didn't even notice how he found himself surrounded by powerful vines. Reginald was completely captured by the Forest Keeper. The vines began to choke him. While Lucas ran towards the exit, Arthur, picking up Samantha, asked Elijah to cover Jasmine until she picked up Brawl. After this order was carried out, he asked to immediately run towards the exit. Despite his condition, the exhausted Elijah tried his best to cover his comrades. Looking towards the monster, the team captain saw something terrible. The boys froze in place when they saw that the powerful plant monster had managed to grab Reginald. Even though he had lost his mind and was acting like a real madman, no one could believe that he would lose control of the situation. Jasmine and Brauld, who were already heading for the exit, were horrified to realize that they were too far away to help in time. The worst thing was the state Reginald was in. He couldn't even resist anymore. His armor began to crumble, and the monster easily twisted his limbs. Holding Samantha in his arms, Arthur asked Lucas to immediately set fire to the vines around Reginald. Turning around, Lucas suddenly pointed his magic cane at his captain. Feeling his magic crystal begin to overflow with energy, Samantha was horrified. Arthur, holding her in his arms, didn't even have time to react to what was happening. A moment later, he took a fire bullet into his stomach, not even having time to defend himself with the help of a mana aura. Lucas's disgusting decision was due to his pride. Having missed another blow and found himself on the ground, he did not lose his arrogance. Despite his cowardice, he continued walking towards the exit until the very end. Even though he couldn't do anything and wasn't even able to help others, he still felt that being insignificant wasn't about him. The Forest Guardian had no intention of letting them go, so the exit began to gradually become blocked by vines that were breaking through the surface. Seeing this, Lucas understood that he might not have time to escape if he stayed in this place for even a minute longer. Even looking back at his comrades, he did not feel a drop of guilt in the fact that he was abandoning them to their fate. Brauld, due to severe shock and several serious wounds, was unable to defend himself, so Jasmine was busy with this difficult task. Gritting his teeth nervously, Lucas rejected any opportunity to increase their chances of survival, arrogantly thinking that he, as a member of the Great Wykes family, should seize the moment to save himself. As the heir to one of the major houses that had led Sapin to a conditional victory over Eleanor, he believed that staying alive and continuing his line was his primary duty, no matter the circumstances. With this thought in mind, he dealt that terribly vile blow that took Arthur by surprise. Flying back a few meters, he dropped his sword and did a few somersaults before coming to a stop. Everyone was shocked at how mean Lucas acted in a situation where their captain was doing everything he could for the team. The magic bullet hit Arthur in the stomach. However, the attack also left severe burns on the left side of his body, as well as destroying the lower left quarter of his mask. Jasmine and Brauld froze in indescribable horror, which left them in shock. Arthur's guardian immediately rushed towards him. However, in response to this, Lucas furiously shouted that she should stay away. After that, this disgusting guy attacked her too. Jasmine, not expecting anything like this, and being completely focused on the horror that happened to Arthur, did not have time to protect herself, and only at the last moment created a small stream of wind energy. A powerful explosion threw her aside as well. Her injuries were no less dangerous than those of Arthur, whom she tried to help. Elijah couldn't believe that Lucas would do something like this. The only thing he managed to do was stop Jasmine by creating a barrier of earth along the trajectory of her flight. The explosion caused by Lucas's attack also sent Brauld flying to the side. The pressure on the team was growing because in addition to the betrayal of the Firecaster, the vines that continued to try to attack them were also creating problems. Elijah continued to create barriers for the vines with his earthbending. Turning to Lucas, he asked him in confusion what he was doing. An arrogant Lucas, with a nasty smile and a trembling voice, replied that Elijah had better not try anything if he didn't want to get hurt in the explosion too. Despite his words, he still shouted angrily, asking if he would explain what the hell he was doing. In response, Lucas shouted that he would not risk his life to help them. Commoners, get out of this place. Gathering mana with the crystal of his cane, he said with an arrogant mockery that they should be proud to remain in the memory of the people as valiant heroes who held back this monster to save him. After these words, he destroyed part of the wall that blocked the exit from this floor of the dungeon. As he emerged, he said with a cheeky sneer that he would tell everyone about their brave deeds and sacrifice, like the pitiful commoners. Hearing such disgusting nonsense from the mouth of the arrogant bastard, Elijah was ready to destroy him with his own hands. However, at that very moment, the forest keeper dealt another blow that destroyed the fence of their safe zone, throwing him aside. Elijah, like the rest of the team, ended up on the ground. He was breathing heavily due to his wounds, but continued to resist. The knowledge that he was the last of those who could fight kept him conscious until the very end. Now he was considered the main target for the forest keeper. The terrifying monster sent another bunch of deadly vines towards him. Although he could have used spells a few more times to protect himself, he refused to do so. In the end, Elijah was ready to take this blow, feeling the hopelessness of this situation. Within a moment, flame magic flared up, protecting him from the deadly vines. It was Brauld. He returned to the ranks, realizing that no one but him could continue to protect his comrades. Surrounding himself in flames, Brauld began to laugh madly. Even though he knew he didn't stand a chance against an S-rank monster, he was determined to fight to the end, asking the monster if he really was going to continue picking on kids instead of trying to fight a truly strong opponent. The guardian of the forest responded to his bold appearance with an animal roar. Fueling his mana reserves with the power of Creel and Reginald, he began to spread his deadly vines once more, while Brauld fearlessly charged. To give the others at least a little time to escape, he left them behind, drawing all attention to himself. Brauld went in for a frontal attack, releasing flame magic from his blade. Meeting the vines of the forest keeper with his flame, he did not give them a chance to grab him, like the previous members of the team that failed. Jasmine lay unconscious on the ground while Elijah tried to crawl towards her to help her somehow. At that moment, he heard that Arthur was still alive. The guy still had time to wake up and escape, because Brauld, using his mana to the last drop, dealt the most powerful blows that could somehow delay the S-rank monster. With one of the cuts, he even managed to cut the body of the huge monster into 2 parts. However, this plant misunderstanding still possessed terrifying regeneration. Seeing all his efforts being in vain, Brauld couldn't help but smile in panic. Emitting moisture fed from the earth, the monster extinguished the flames that were trying to spread throughout its body. His restoration complete, the forest keeper looked at Brauld again with a terrifying gaze. That gaze, which was accompanied by the release of a terrible pressure of bloodlust, destroyed the last drops of hope in the soul of the AA-ranked adventurer. Brauld was already at his limit and understood that he could no longer hold back this monster. He was shocked to realize that he didn't have a chance. Lowering his sword, he seemed to have resigned himself to the fact that the raging vines would leave him no chance of survival, and he would follow the example of his comrades who had fallen to the vines of this plant monster. The powerful roar of the plant spreading through the ground began to fill the entire floor of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Arthur tried to get up from the ground. He was leaning on his elbows, no longer worried about his mask falling off his face. Elijah, trying to crawl to his comrade who had survived the vile attack, said his name in a weakened voice. Arthur's internal organs were severely damaged and blood was coming from his mouth. With difficulty, he raised his head and looked around to see what had changed in the short time he had been unconscious. Elijah, who was crawling towards him, was unable to continue fighting. A few meters behind him, Jasmine lay unconscious. Arthur had no idea what had happened to her. There were still no roses around them. He felt that they would be relatively safe for some time yet. However, looking into the distance where the exit from this floor was, he saw that it had long been blocked by the vines of the forest guardian. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to get out of this place with the others, Arthur assessed the situation around the S-rank monster. At that moment, he saw that the protective walls that Elijah had made had already been destroyed, and Brauld, who had tried to resist the monster and give them some time to escape, had already been captured and could barely hold out for another minute. Leaning on his knees, Arthur thought that he really had no other choice. Even though he didn't know if he could survive the recoil in this state, after using the power he inherited from Sylvia, he still activated it. Runes of connection with the dragon's power began to spread throughout his body. Arthur's eyes glowed purple as he was forced to use the second stage of his dragon awakening in battle for the first time in his life. Arthur's training in Eleanor had led to several breakthroughs in his development as a beast tamer, and this had continually baffled Virian. His first breakthrough led to the discovery of the first stage of the dragon's will, called acquisition. By using one of Sylvia's innate skills, he could temporarily be outside of time and space. The use of this stage was largely limited due to the enormous strain it placed on his mana core and physical body. However, the breakthrough to the second stage of the dragon's will was much more unexpected for everyone, including Virian, because what he achieved only after decades took Arthur only 2.5 years. The seriously wounded Arthur, despite his unfortunate condition, managed to take advantage of the dragon's will integration stage. In addition to the runes appearing all over his body, his red hair changed color to white, similar to Granny Sylvia's feathers. While in this form, he began to emit a completely different, terrifyingly powerful, all-overpowering aura. As soon as he entered the second stage of the dragon's will, Sylvie felt it happen. Over these 2 years, she changed a lot and became similar to her mother. In her true form, she looked like a beautiful dragon. Her strength had increased many times over, and she could now easily hunt large prey such as mana tigers. Sensing that her father was in such danger that he had decided to use the dragon's will, she immediately took off and flew towards him. Turning to Arthur, she said that she would soon arrive at his dungeon. Wiping the blood from his face, Arthur told her that everything was fine. He made it clear to her that he wanted her to stay away from him for now. Looking at his comrades, whose mana was dangerously low, he, understanding the gravity of the situation, asked his daughter to return to Helstia's house for him in the event that something happened to him. Sylvie was reluctant to agree to his request, saying that she could help him. She felt that Dad was really in a serious condition, and his pulse had become much slower. Despite the pain in his chest, Arthur asked her to listen again. He didn't have much time to finish it all using this form. Sylvie still trusted her father, so he could finish what he started without any obstacles. In this state, he no longer saw the point in using the mask. Moving towards the terrifying monster, he asked Sylvie to be careful. In this form, he looked like a real threat. Despite his injuries, he still had enough mana to use deviant forms of magic. As for his speed, it had increased significantly, and he could move quickly even without using the fire magic enhanced quickstep. In almost an instant, he climbed up onto the elevated area, which was the previously destroyed stone wall that Elijah had created with earth magic. Arthur had no intention of giving the enemy an easy fight. To end it in the blink of an eye, he resorted to using the most formidable force in his arsenal. Releasing the magic of icing from his hands, he suggested that the Guardian of the Forest try to withstand what he came to him with. The Guardian of the Forest, a terrifying S-class monster, sensed the danger posed by the adventurer for the first time. Arthur charged as the huge monster began using all of its vines to prevent him from reaching his main body. Huge entwined vines were aimed at the captain of the destroyed adventurer team. Arthur used magic with only one hand. Fighting in this form, he thought that he couldn't blame Virian for knocking him out after his first release of the integration stage. His body could barely handle that kind of stress, especially in this state. He hoped to get it over with quickly, not knowing if he would survive the backlash from using that power. With a light wave of his left hand, he cut through the deadly branches that were heading his way without any problems. Feeling the all-consuming ice on itself, the monster began to roar terrifyingly. With just one touch, the vines began to freeze instantly, and the ice continued to spread towards the main body of the Forest Guardian. While fighting this monster, Arthur immediately created a safe zone for himself in the form of ice under his feet, made up of frozen vines of the Mana Beast. Even though he had practiced using this magic before, it was still difficult for him, and his already wounded body could barely withstand the strain. Even though he could use all the surrounding mana in this form, his body still couldn't handle this spell as well as it should have. The only way out of this situation was to end the battle before he fell unconscious, facing the consequences of using the force. Dodging another attack of vines, he stopped them with ice magic and again made a dash towards the Forest Guardian. His main enemy in this form was time, so he dodged the attacks and hurried towards the monster. The limitless supply of mana that he drew from the surroundings at high speed did not allow his spell to weaken for a moment. The Forest Keeper's vines continued to turn to ice as Arthur approached his body. Pushing off the frozen vines again, Arthur finally reached the body of the Forest Keeper. At that moment, he struck him with a blow that began to spread the spell. Even though the Forest Keeper immediately threw it aside, the spell continued to spread. Using all of its power, the Mana Beast created a huge roar, directing all of its free vines in an attack towards the adventurer. The speed of their approach began to compete with the icing. Arthur, being at the limit of his abilities, managed to notice this desperate attack, but could not do anything about it. Luckily for him, the sharp, deadly vines hovered in the air just before they struck. After that, Arthur stopped using the spell, and the ice from his palms began to slowly slide down. The created absolute zero temperature, which he could withstand with his integration stage, completely immobilized the monster, freezing all the moisture in his body. After stopping the terrifying S-class Mana Beast, Arthur began to use the fire element. Along with it, he also added the deviant form, blue flames, and the deviant element of lightning. By combining all these elements together, he achieved a terrifying power in the form of purple lightning that destroys everything in its path. His power, which he used with just his right hand, had such a terrifying pressure that everything around him began to collapse. Making a dash towards the body of the Forest Keeper, he destroyed it with one blow, turning it into small shards of ice. The spread of purple lightning began to pulverize the remaining vines that the S-Rank Mana Beast was controlling. Using the last of his strength, he continued to destroy the frozen vines that could have become a real danger to his team. Having destroyed the remains of the monster, Arthur fell to his knees. He was seriously wounded, and from such a strain on his body, all the wounds began to bleed even more heavily. Breathing heavily, he looked up, feeling relieved that he had managed to defeat the monster and save the rest of the boys. His body could no longer hold up and he fell to the ground. At that moment, Arthur lost consciousness, finding himself in the midst of a zone of absolute zero temperature created by his ice spell. Meanwhile, in Zyrus, his parents had no idea what was going on. The caring father noticed that his daughter had fallen asleep during training. Alice wondered why, at 8 years old, Ellie managed to work on herself so hard that she simply fell asleep on the floor. After putting his daughter to bed, the father said in her defense that after Lilia woke up, Ellie began to train very hard to catch up with her. They hoped that this was her real reason, because in this she was eerily reminiscent of her father in his youth. Ray, who was happy to look at his sleeping daughter, was suddenly distracted by a bright glow. At that moment, their worst fears became reality, because the glow came from Alice's ring, which indicated that Arthur's mana level had dropped to a critical minimum, which foreshadowed the death of her son. Seeing this, the parents were horrified, and Alice, in a trembling, shocked voice, began to say that this could not be true, and the ring must simply be broken and working with an error. After some time, Arthur finally opened his eyes. As soon as he regained consciousness, he clenched his teeth because of the terrible pain throughout his body. He could barely move his own body. It seemed to him that his legs were not obeying him. The excruciating pain from the severe injuries was what he faced as a return for using the power of Dragon Will integration. Due to multiple internal injuries, he began coughing up blood again. Through his heavy breathing, he suddenly heard someone say his adventurer name. He didn't know where they were, but he could barely make out Elijah, who said he was glad he was finally awake. As Elijah crawled closer to him, Arthur, in a weakened voice, uttered syllable by syllable that the stone on his glove needed to be broken. Elijah didn't know what he meant, but he decided not to ask unnecessary questions to the seriously wounded captain of the team, who managed to save the survivors with his incredible self-sacrificing act. As soon as he picked up the stone and broke it with the pressure of his fingers, deviant magic began to emanate from it, accompanied by a quiet whisper. Within a moment, Arthur's entire body was filled with this deviant form of mana, and the healing process began. In addition to numerous burns all over his body, he almost lost the fingers of his left hand. They suffered from severe frostbite, and the ice had not melted since he used this power. Thanks to the spread of his mother's magic, even frost-bitten fingers were able to recover to a milder form of damage. The internal bleeding stopped, and Arthur began to take deeper breaths of air. Having recovered his body a little, he remembered what happened before his battle. Arthur gritted his teeth in hatred at the one who had so vilely set up their entire team. Of course, at that moment he was thinking about the disgusting Lucas, who had directed his magic at him and fled the battlefield, abandoning all his comrades to their fate. The vile offspring of a noble family not only set everyone up, but also stabbed him in the back, which is why he ended up in this state. He felt anger and hatred towards this bastard with his whole body. At that moment, he was filled with a desire for revenge. However, his anger was instantly dispelled by the realization that he was not the only one in such a deplorable state. Trying to find out how the others were, he began to pronounce the phrase in a weakened voice. A sharp pain interrupted his speech, and he fell to the ground again. Through teeth clenched in pain, Arthur asked Elijah where Jasmine was. Pointing his finger to the other side of the shelter, Elijah replied that it was there. She had suffered much more from Lucas's spell, and her body was not enhanced by mana. Elijah had a first aid kit with him, so he was able to treat her burns, but he was worried that she might still have internal injuries. Upon learning that Jasmine had also suffered at the hands of the traitor, Arthur angrily punched the surface, promising himself that he would make sure that Lucas was held accountable for his vile actions. Rising slightly from the ground, he asked Elijah to take the stone from his glove and use it to ease Jasmine's condition. Elijah nodded back at him in agreement. Taking the healing stone in his hands, he directed it at the wounded adventurer. As soon as the stone was destroyed, the mana that filled it began to be released and absorbed into Jasmine's body, causing her to feel increased pain. A moment later, she felt better and stopped grimacing in pain. Observing the effect of the deviant magic, Elijah said that her breathing had become much better. He thought she would be fine after a few hours of rest. Hearing these words, Arthur fell back on the pillow with relief. He was indescribably glad that he had the healing stones that his mother had made for him. In this state, He thought that he had not felt so terrible since he was 4 years old. The past began to make him nostalgic. He was glad that he had managed to escape death again. Sylvie, who continued to patrol the area around this dungeon, suddenly felt the mental connection with her father being restored. She was very happy that he had finally woken up. Turning to Arthur, she asked how he was feeling and if everything was okay with his body. Hearing that he was now feeling quite well, she said that she had listened to his words and stayed away. In fact, she even saw Lucas, who sneakily escaped from the dungeon, framing the captain and the rest of the team. If she had known that he was the culprit of her dad being in danger, she would have certainly destroyed him the moment he appeared in her line of sight. The caring father assured his daughter that they were safe now, saying she could focus on her training. When she replied that it was not that important, Arthur countered by saying that because of their connection, he was confident that she should continue in the same spirit. Even in this state, he did not stop thinking about how much he wanted to meet Sylvia again, whom he had not seen for 2 whole years. Elijah, who had been caring about his condition all this time, asked if he was feeling any better. Raising his fist in the air, Arthur said ironically that he felt so good that he was ready to run a marathon. Just a second after these words, his hand fell to the ground again, and Elijah, nodding his head, began to laugh amiably. He still needed to rest a little before continuing on his way. While in this shelter, they spent more than a day together, but were worried about their problems. When the situation became clear, and it became clear that Arthur and Jasmine's lives were no longer in danger, Elijah decided to try to start a conversation with the captain. The first words he spoke were that he never thought that Noda, the legendary masked swordsman he had taken the exam with, would be the same age as him. After these words, Arthur grabbed his face and realized that all this time he had been next to this comrade without a mask. Seeing his panicked reaction, Elijah humbly apologized, saying that the captain's mask had fallen off during the battle and he was unable to find it. Jumping up from his seat, Arthur excitedly asked where his sword was, and he was even more worried about whether Elijah had seen his black stick, which he had with him. Pointing to the corner of their shelter, he replied that he did not know whether it was valuable or not, but he took it with him just in case. Falling to the ground again with a folded sheet under his head, Arthur sighed with relief. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed, convinced that everything had not ended so badly. After a short silence, he found the strength to thank Elijah for saving him and Jasmine, and for taking his sword with him when he could have simply run away on his own. In fact, Elijah did it because of his sense of justice. He believed that leaving them half dead in this place would put him on par with that asshole Lucas. In response to these words, Arthur said with a kind, painful laugh that this was not at all true. After these words, Elijah wanted to satisfy his curiosity about why he stayed when the guardian of the ancient forest showed up. He remembered that he saw Jasmine trying to make him leave, so he assumed that he stayed for some special reason. Arthur first made a silly joke about his past self, saying that a king would never betray his people. Becoming a little more serious, he admitted that he had promised someone important to him that he would become a better person and value the people around him. Elijah couldn't even imagine that a boy his age could say something like that. With a good-natured, embarrassed laugh, he admitted that it sounded like the words belonged to an old man. Noticing the wisdom of his words, Elijah asked what kind of life he must have lived to promise someone such a thing. Arthur could not reveal the secret of his origin in this world, so he answered cryptically that sometimes he surprised himself. While avoiding this topic, he remembered that before this he had been in a rather long blackout. When Arthur asked how long he had been unconscious, Elijah found it difficult to answer, but was convinced that more than a day had passed. Trying to get to his feet again, Arthur said in a weakened voice that it wasn't that bad. With difficulty, he sat down next to the wall, making his savior worry and asking him to be more careful. Given their situation, Arthur assumed they would have to linger a little longer in this place until Jasmine recovered. To save time, he suggested getting to know each other better. After these words, he extended his hand toward the shy guy, who had previously been uncommunicative, but well-mannered and reserved. Offering friendship to his savior, Arthur reintroduced himself by his real name. Elijah was as embarrassed as ever by this, but shook his hand without hesitation. With a glint in his eye, Arthur said that Elijah could also just call him Art. Addressing Elijah Knight, Arthur showed his interest in his abilities, commenting that their shelter did not appear to be of natural origin. Indeed, when he tapped his hand on the outer wall, he heard a metallic ringing sound. Noticing this metal shell, he assumed that its existence was the work of Elijah. Recalling the moment he used this rare ability, Elijah admitted that he created this shell just as the cave began to collapse. Based on the fact that the cave began to collapse immediately after the floor boss was defeated, he assumed that the body of the guardian of the ancient forest was supporting the entire cave. And yet, even after these words, it remained a mystery to Arthur how he had mastered it. He said that even if Elijah was a deviant, there was no doubt that he should only have the ability to manipulate existing metal, not create or summon it. With a shrewd smile, he added that in that case, it could be assumed, as an exception, that he was a dwarf. Elijah looked down with a smile on his face and said that it was indeed a secret. Supporting his words, Arthur laughed sincerely. He asked his friend with good interest to tell him about it. Elijah thought about it, because despite everything they had been through together, he still wasn't sure whether he should bare his soul to him. It was the first time he had met a man like Arthur, so he found a compromise that would make it easier for him to open up his soul. With a smile on his face, he said that he would tell him everything if he also explained what he was doing at that moment when they were all on the verge of death at the hands of the guardian of the dense forest. He was truly delighted by what he saw, saying that Arthur's hair had turned snow white and that shining symbols had appeared all over his body. No less excitedly, he said that at that moment their captain's eyes were flickering with a purple light. Pushing him aside, Arthur nevertheless made concessions to him and agreed to tell him about the origin of his power. Speaking about his abilities and his origins, Elijah began by saying that Arthur was right in one of his suspicions. Even though he grew up in the kingdom of Darv, he was still not sure where exactly he came from. He said Elder Radius had cared for him for as long as he could remember, but had always avoided talking about his parents. His only memories of the past came in painful and disconcerting flashes. Despite this, he lived quite normally, but everything changed the moment he reached the dark orange stage of the Manhwa. At that moment, a mysterious surge of energy occurred, which even caused him to lose consciousness. When he woke up, for the first time in his life, he saw what had so interested Arthur. He then found himself surrounded by these black metal spikes, which were most likely some kind of deviant form of magic, so rare that according to records, it had never been encountered among the mages of the continent before. After what happened, Elder Radius told him that it was time to leave and begin exploring the rest of the Dicathan continent, without even telling him the reason for such a sudden decision. It all happened so suddenly that Elijah still has a lot of questions, and it only gets harder for him because sometimes he has a strange feeling. Looking at his hand, which was trembling from the memories, he said that the strange feeling was like an itch that he couldn't get rid of. He guessed that it had something to do with his powers and where he really came from. Elijah's words really seemed like a mystery, and Arthur had no idea what the origin of this mysterious guy's power was, and he himself knew nothing about himself. The tense atmosphere of discussion of oddities was interrupted by Jasmine's loud snoring. She created a very awkward atmosphere with her sleep-talking, in which she explained to Arthur what kind of fish was worth catching and which would taste much better after being cooked over a fire. The boys began to feel awkward, and Arthur became even more embarrassed, remembering that he really didn't understand anything about fishing or cooking fish. Despite the fact that he was a boy, observing this funny silence, Elijah began to laugh quietly, making this silence even more friendly. Breaking the silence, he apologized for his emotionality during the story, saying that he had not intended it to be an incomprehensible mystery. When Arthur asked him not to worry about it, Elijah decided to change the subject, asking what his story was and how it came to be that he became such an amazing warlock at the age of 11. As if nothing had happened, Arthur revealed secrets to him that even his family did not know. He reintroduced himself as an amplifier with an affinity for the four elements, who is also a deviant who wields lightning and ice. Shocked by this information, which sounded undeniably true coming from his captain, Elijah jumped up, suddenly hitting the back of his head on their metal shelter, causing a loud metallic ringing sound. Clutching his head, he was not so much worried about the sharp pain as he was afraid of going crazy from the sudden, shocking information. Looking at Arthur, he said that he had previously thought that he was the odd one out, but now he was firm in his assumption that their team captain had won by a large margin. Then he remembered the marks all over Arthur's body and also the changes in the color of his hair and eyes. Continuing to shock his interlocutor, Arthur, with an awkward, shy laugh and scratching his face, said that he was also a beast tamer, and what Elijah had seen before was the release of his beast will. As expected, Elijah was shocked to the depths of his soul by the words that an 11-year-old boy had mastered the will of the beast, which even the current kings of the three kingdoms did not possess. Upon learning Arthur's age, Elijah said that he was older than him, as he would be turning 12 in a few months. Considering how incredible his peer was, Elijah said that it was probably not something he should be proud of. After these words, he could hardly contain his laughter. Looking at Arthur, he realized that he was in the same situation. Elijah couldn't stand it first and spat on his interlocutor, after which he began to laugh loudly. In an instant, Arthur joined him, and the calm atmosphere was interrupted by a sudden youthful laughter that broke the silence. The terrible things that happened inside this dungeon produced an unexpected result. Sincerity was what they valued most in each other. Arthur found a close person with whom he could have a heart-to-heart talk, telling about what he hid even from his family. Even though quite a long time had passed since he had used the integration stage, he was still experiencing the effects of using the power. Seeing him in pain, Elijah worriedly asked if he was okay. Nodding his head, Arthur used another crystal to ease the pain in his internal organs. The bright light from the release of his mother's warm healing magic spread throughout the shelter. At that moment, Jasmine felt this power and woke up. Opening her eyes, she looked towards the flash and saw Arthur. Her reaction to the fact that he was alive was immediate. Without worrying about her own condition, she took off, pleasantly surprising the guys by finally regaining consciousness. When Arthur joyfully said that he was immensely glad that she had woken up, Jasmine threw herself at him with hugs. She couldn't contain her emotions and with a trembling voice said words of apology for what happened. At that emotional moment, she burst into tears, drenching everything around her with her tears. In a trembling voice, she spoke of how much she regretted not being able to save him from that bastard. Arthur didn't fully understand why she felt such deep guilt, knowing that he was capable of taking care of himself. Still, her concern touched him, and he couldn't help but be grateful to her for being so concerned about him. Stroking her head, he said that everything was fine. Hugging Jasmine, he asked her not to worry and to return to her place to rest before they tried to leave this cave. In response to his words, she burst into tears even more, calling it terrible that she could not protect him again. Placing all the blame on himself, Arthur reassured her by saying that it was he who had been stubborn at the moment when she had suggested that he calmly escape from danger. He said he was very ashamed for dragging her along with him into the crazy mess that happened inside the hidden floor. As Arthur hugged her, he noticed something unexpected. Jasmine looked quite small now. Most likely he was still not used to how much he had grown in the last 2 years. Suddenly he winced in pain again. Jasmine, seeing this, excitedly said that they needed to take good care of his injuries. Elijah still had all their things. Jasmine wiped away her tears and said that her bag should have an emergency first aid kit, and that should be enough to patch them both up. Arthur's entire body was covered in burns that were not covered by clothing. That's why it was most logical to bandage his wounds first. Jasmine had excellent medical skills. Surprisingly, Arthur did not even lose any mobility in his limbs after this bandage. Once the three had finished treating the wounds, Arthur thanked Jasmine and Elijah for taking such good care of him. With a smile on his face, he said that he felt much better. Trying to rise to his feeble feet, he made it clear to everyone that he was not yet able to walk alone. Elijah was there, and without hesitation, he threw his arm over his shoulder to help him move. Although they had not fully recovered, they could no longer waste time and were already preparing to return home. Approaching the wall of their shelter, Elijah used this deviant iron magic to create an exit outside. The bright light coming from this cave blinded the boys. The iron shelter began to expand with a crackling sound, revealing the field of their recent battle. The temperature dropped significantly. Everything around was frozen with the ice element that Arthur used. Taking his hand from Elijah's shoulder, Arthur fell to the ground, asking the boys to stop for a moment. He wondered if there was anyone else who might have survived. In response, Elijah sadly said that the guardian of the ancient forest had absorbed Reginald and Brauld even before the captain's fight with him began. No one even doubted that they could no longer be helped. When Jasmine asked about what had happened to Samantha, Elijah hesitantly replied that he had been able to create a metal patsir around her before they were separated by the cave-in. According to him, she was in quite serious condition. Even though no one was sure if Samantha had survived, they still felt it was their duty to try to find her. Turning to Elijah, Arthur asked how they were going to find her in all the rubble. While looking at the fragments of the guardian of the dormant forest, Arthur simultaneously continued to think that the core of this mana beast was lost somewhere. As it turned out, Elijah had already had an idea in his mind about how to find Samantha. He couldn't do it while they were underground, he said, but once outside, he thought it would be worth trying to find her. Placing his hands on the surface, Elijah used earth element magic. He was fully concentrated because this spell was different from all the previous ones, which he uses quite often. As he chanted the words of the spell, he began to scan the soil using the pulse of the earth. Within a moment, a huge area around them and deep into the earth began to collide with the waves that he began to spread. The slight ringing sound of the impact with the mestal indicated where her hiding place was. Sensing this, Elijah suddenly shouted that he had found Samantha, and also learned that her heart was still beating. Then he jumped up and started running to the side, asking the guys to follow him. Arthur was surprised because he had previously thought that this spell was supposed to scan only the surface of the earth. It remained a mystery to him who this guy really was. After looking at Jasmine, they nodded to each other in response, agreeing to follow Elijah. Elijah led them somewhere down, where the entire surface was also covered with ice, through which the destroyed vines of the guardian of the dense forest could be seen. When they came to this place, they saw the protective armor that Elijah had spoken about earlier. Placing his palms on the armor, Elijah once again used his incredible magic of control and metal creation. As soon as he waved his hands upward, the metal armor rose up with a cracking sound. Then Elijah ran closer and began to tear its surface. With a crackling sound, he created a ravine in the metal armor and found Samantha inside. As he had already said, she was seriously injured, and her entire body was covered in burns. Elijah immediately rushed to her side and reached for the vine branch that was stuck in her thigh. However, at that very moment, she was interrupted by Arthur's touch. He suddenly asked him not to touch the vine. He explained this request by saying that this vine serves as a splint for her leg, and if it is removed, the injury could only get worse. Arthur placed 2 fingers on her neck to make sure she had a stable pulse and was breathing normally. The only thing that was a little worrying was her fever, for her forehead was very hot to the touch. But Arthur did not think that her life was in danger. With a sad look for the rest of his comrades, their captain said that since Samantha was unconscious, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Of course, the guys hoped that they would be able to get her to the hospital before she got any worse. Jasmine decided not to delay, so she picked up Samantha in her arms. Addressing the boys, she suggested that they not linger in this place. The guys began to slowly walk towards the exit from this floor, but Arthur continued to look around. Finding the core of the ancient forest guardian in this mess was almost impossible. He did not even feel its presence, and was afraid that the priceless treasure would simply remain buried in this place. Continuing to move forward, the boys thought that now they would not encounter anything dangerous. However, at that very moment, they felt a powerful shock wave that caused the surface of the floor to shake. Jasmine was wary because she didn't expect that something like this could happen from the side from which they began entering the dungeon. Releasing earth element mana, the magic caster, who was prepared for the unexpected, began to worry about the sudden shocks and prepared for battle. At that moment, Arthur interrupted him by touching his hand. He said with a kind look that everything was fine. The next blow was even stronger than the previous ones, and the wall, which was located at the entrance to the floor, began to shake even more strongly. Elijah was very worried, but still decided to trust Arthur again. Within moments, a new hole had been torn through the wall, and shards of rock, ice, and frozen vines began to fly across the entire floor. A thick fog mixed with dust rose around, so the boys covered their eyes. Elijah moved his hand slightly away from his eyes and tried to see what had happened. When the fog cleared, he screamed in surprise. Looking up, Jasmine was also genuinely surprised because she couldn't believe what she saw in front of her. Sylvia, who had changed beyond recognition during this time, broke through to them on this floor. Turning to Arthur, she said that she had finally found him. Arthur, frozen in place, who had not seen Sylvia for over 2 years, did not know what to say, while the trembling Elijah could only guess what kind of beast was in front of him. With a touching look, Arthur noticed that she had changed a lot. Looking at her torso, he said that she had gained a little weight and width. Naturally, he continued with words about her incredible growth, realizing that she was really starting to look like a real dragon. In response to his compliments, Sylvia washed his face, demonstrating how big the difference was in their actual sizes. In these 2 years, everything had changed so much that Arthur was forced to just accept the fact that now he would not be able to drag her into the shower. Distracted by Elijah's trembling tone, he heard the suggestion that his pet was a wyvern. However, even Elijah himself was not sure of his assumption, saying that unlike a wyvern, this creature had 4 limbs. Given this, shocked by what he sees, he makes an even crazier assumption that it is a dragon in front of him. When Elijah denied it, Arthur and Sylvie looked at him with some boredom, and the red-haired boy said that his mana beast was indeed a dragon. In response to this astonishing news, Elijah shouted in shock that Arthur should not look at him like he was the weird one. While fixing his hair after Sylvie's new styling, Arthur decided to introduce Sylvie properly. Placing his hand on her head, he said with a smile that she was his mana beast. Elijah could hardly believe his words because, even though he had seen her in person and had no doubt that he was delirious, he still couldn't stop thinking about the well-known fact that dragons were believed to have become extinct centuries ago. In response to his words, Arthur said that this was the reason why he wanted him to keep her secret. Of course, he wanted to protect Sylvie from the public eye, because it was hard to imagine what would happen if the whole world was shocked by her appearance. As it turned out, Jasmine already knew that Sylvie was indeed a dragon. Meeting her old friend, Sylvie showed her sympathy towards her, washing her with her joyful licking of the girl's entire face. The refreshing feeling of Sylvie's drool all over her face made Jasmine feel touched. Within a moment, she began to shake her head, returning to her usual appearance. Meanwhile, Elijah was barely conscious after so much shocking information. He couldn't stop thinking about it and said out loud that Arthur, at 11 years old, has an affinity with 4 elements, is a deviant in 2 of them, and has a connection with a dragon. While his excited friend was trying to process the crazy information, Arthur had already climbed on top of Sylvie. He then picked up Samantha to make her as comfortable as possible so that her injuries would not get worse. Elijah, who was afraid he was going crazy because of Arthur's shocking secrets, began to shake his head restlessly from side to side to distract himself from his thoughts. Seeing his strange behavior, the guys asked him to take it a little easier. They couldn't waste much time in this place because Noda turned out to be such a mysterious guy. On the way back, there were still quite a lot of mana beasts that could not even think that someone would return from the floor where the guardian of the dense forest was located. A cracking sound coming from deeper levels made them wary. However, seeing before them a terrifying creature in the form of a dragon, on whose back the adventurers were sitting, no one could dare to stand in their way. Every little thing immediately ran out of the way, so it seemed to the children that the corridors were empty. When they decided to stop and walk on foot along the floor where the huge worm was, they noticed that it was also not thrilled about the prospect of fighting them. Despite how dangerous his attacks had been in the past, he now simply hid underground and did not even show any activity. The first floor they encountered when they entered this dungeon was the floor with immortal bat-like creatures. When the boys returned to this place, they were met by these immortal monsters as soon as they sensed the approach of the mana holders. As before, they tried to intimidate the adventurers with their numbers and deafening squeal. However, after just a moment, the expressions on the mana beasts' faces changed noticeably. They lost all their fighting spirit and began to look so stunned by something frightening that they could not move from their place. Naturally, this was connected with the fact that they saw a dragon. Jasmine was a little confused, realizing that everything had gone more smoothly than she might have thought. As expected, Elijah immediately realized that it was about Sylvie, while she, noticing his gaze, seemed to want to ask if he had any claims to her authority among the animals of this forest. In a slightly confused tone, Elijah asked why Arthur hadn't brought Sylvie with him from the start, thinking it would have been much easier that way. Arthur only laughed good-naturedly in response, because in reality they both knew that he couldn't possibly reveal this secret. Suddenly he felt Samantha start to tremble more violently. Her sudden cough indicated that she was beginning to regain consciousness. Elijah understood the captain without words and prepared a comfortable place for her on the ground. When they laid Samantha on the ground, she was clearly in pain and had a fever, but she gradually began to regain consciousness. When she opened her eyes and saw the boys in front of her, tears appeared on her face. In a weakened voice, she said that Arthur looked better without his mask. As Jasmine continued to examine Samantha, Arthur, who had heard the unexpected compliment, said that it was a bad time to talk, after which he asked her to save her strength. However, a moment later, Samantha asked to look at what she had found before she was hidden under the iron armor. Elijah and Jasmine were simply shocked by what they saw, because they had no idea that such luck could happen. As it turned out, she managed to save the mask of note and even find the core of the guardian of the dense forest. It was very surprising. Fate itself presented gifts to the team captain for the way he sacrificed himself for the others. Taking back his mask, Arthur thanked Samantha for a job well done. As for the beast core, He started talking about how they would sell it when things settled down and then split the profits between everyone. In response to his words, Jasmine immediately refused, saying that she did not need it. With a kind smile on her face, she looked into Arthur's eyes and said that he was the only one who deserved this item. When he looked at Elijah, he panicked a little and also said that he was not even laying claim to it. Arthur was shocked that everyone refused to share the cost of this item. It seemed to him that no one simply understood what a huge benefit they were about to miss out on. But at that very moment, Samantha silently handed him the core of the guardian of the dense forest. At the same time, she suddenly said that if it weren't for him, none of them would have survived, especially her. Samantha also shared with him the thought that it was more than fair that the one who single-handedly dealt with this monster deserved such a reward. As much as Arthur didn't want to accept it, he understood that it wouldn't be easy to get away from these guys. Looking at Elijah and Jasmine, he gave them another chance to change their minds. However, their decision was firm. Elijah did his best to restrain himself from letting Arthur misunderstand his emotions. Sighing heavily, he finally stopped resisting. Looking at the incredible mana core of the S-Rank beast, Arthur decided to put off what to do with it for later. The kind smiles of his comrades indicated that he deserved it. Meanwhile, Samantha fell asleep again. Seeing her condition, Arthur understood that she was probably very exhausted, because even her pulse testified to this, which was becoming even rarer and weaker. To avoid any difficulties, he asked Jasmine and Elijah to go to the guild together and call for help. In response, the guys nodded their heads because they could trust Samantha to their captain. Before leaving, Elijah remembered about the equipment. Using his spatial ring, he released the items that belonged to Arthur. While he had no doubt that their captain could manage without them, he decided to be sure that he would have access to his things if he needed anything. After that, the boys quickly ran to the exit of the dungeon. Elijah did indeed give him things, including an item that was desperately needed after what happened. Now that Arthur's mana had recovered a bit, it was time to tell his parents that he was okay. By sending the disappearing magic letter, he reassured himself that at least now they wouldn't worry until he got home. When they were alone with their daughter, Arthur was able to communicate with her in person. Looking at the beautiful Sylvie, he guessed that she had become so big because she had spent 2 years hunting mana beasts and eating their cores. In response, Sylvie said with admiration from the memories that she hunted a huge number of animals. Seeing her enormous size, Arthur knew that it would be impossible to hide her from the eyes of people. Still, he wondered if she could change her appearance as she had done in the past. Sylvie nodded her head in response. With the sound of some magical noise, she began to transform. Her dragon paws transformed into something like cat paws. At the same time, the dragon's tail became less noticeable. Eventually, Sylvie was able to regain her small size, as well as her appearance, which resembled some kind of mix between a cat and a dragon, which looked very cute. Arthur felt nostalgic when he saw her in a form that he could still take her into the bathroom with him. As Sylvie came closer, he stroked her head. They missed each other very much, because for 2 years they were forced to stay away from each other for the common good. A moment later, this beautiful moment was interrupted again by sudden pain. Arthur had already managed to forget that he had many internal wounds due to Lucas's vile blow and the consequences of using the integration stage. He didn't want to worry Sylvie even more, who was already worried about his ill appearance. He only had a couple of hours before they returned, so with this beast core and his body having undergone the assimilation of Sylvia's will, he had no doubt that he would be able to almost fully recover. There was more than enough time for this, so Arthur decided not to overload himself with a large amount of mana in a short time. He continued to breathe calmly as he filled his body. The wounds began to heal gradually due to the spread of mana. Burns and muscle tears have also begun to heal. Even though the danger had passed, Arthur couldn't stop thinking about the one who had gotten them into such a desperate situation. He knew that Lucas Wykes was the son of a noble family that was infamous for its vile methods of training the best mages in their line. Because of what this scum did, Brawl died, although it would not be superfluous to say that if Lucas had fought with them, then Reginald could have survived. Besides, many of them suffered because they were forced to stay inside that deadly dungeon for so long. Arthur could not forgive him for raising his hand to the defenseless Jasmine, who suffered even more than he did. To deal with this properly, the adventurer knew he had to be extremely careful. As he put on his mask, he was fully confident that no matter how long it took, Noda or Arthur, someone would make the bastard answer. The cold bloodlust in his eyes told him that he would not be satisfied with some banal revenge. After some time, they returned to the Adventurers Guild building, and a professional team began investigating the incident inside the dungeon. In a small hospital, Samantha received the treatment she needed, as her condition was worse than everyone else's. She was constantly monitored by doctors, and there was no longer any reason to worry. Brauld, whose body survived, was handed over for investigation. Behind the closed door of the Adventurers Guild manager's office, the surviving participants of that terrible expedition into the dungeon gathered. While Noda sat on the couch, Elijah and Jasmine talked about what happened. As expected, the shocking events were retold in the most detailed manner. The boys were forced to remember that horror again, reliving every moment anew. Interrupting this conversation, Noda asked the manager if the information they had already provided was not enough. Although such cases were rare, he saw no point in keeping the boys for such a long time. Having finished writing down the information, Caspian agreed with him, saying that it was enough and now they could rest until the hearing of the case. Suddenly, the silence in the office was interrupted by the loud and brazen opening of the door. All the guys and even Caspian were very surprised by what happened, because no one allows themselves such impudence in the office of the manager of the Adventurers Guild. As it turned out, it was Lucas and his guards. The disgusting hypocrite began to feign joy that they had managed to get out alive. As expected, no one was happy to see him. Jasmine immediately reached for her blades, and Elijah immediately turned to using earth magic. They couldn't accept that this scum dared to behave like this after what he had done. The guys were simply furious, but the commander stopped them. Without raising his head, Noda asked the boys to restrain their anger. Continuing to play with the boys' wounded feelings, Lucas made an expression of surprise, saying that he couldn't believe the tension between his teammates and the attitude towards him, despite what they had been through together inside that horrible dungeon. Caspian clutched his head, realizing that such provocations would lead to nothing good. He could do nothing about Lucas's behavior because he was taking advantage of his position as the beloved heir of the Wykes family. Looking at Arthur, he hoped that he would keep his cool. Arthur really didn't even raise his head, but only shook the dust off his pants, hoping that Lucas would stop being insolent and just leave. However, he only continued to add fuel to the fire, saying that he was wildly interested in how they managed to escape from that terrible monster. These words did not end it all, because he dared to touch on the most painful topic. With a look of horror on his face, he assumed that they had to sacrifice someone to save themselves. These words went beyond all reasonable bounds. Caspian jumped up from his seat and, slamming the table in a raised voice, said that Mr. Wykes should not touch on this topic. Continuing to act as if he was doing it unintentionally, he allowed himself the audacity to recall that since Samantha was seriously wounded but alive, she could hardly have been the sacrificial lamb thanks to which the three were able to escape. He snapped his fingers and pretended to understand what was going on. Just as he mockingly said that they had probably sacrificed Brauld, the former captain of the team, Arthur's sword whistled past him. Suddenly, real horror appeared on his face because he didn't even have time to notice how he was almost killed. Arthur's blade slammed into the front door right in front of Lucas's face, and his guards were stunned by what had happened, realizing that they had been unable to prevent it. Seeing the blood on the young gentleman's shoulder, one of the guards said in a frightened voice that his ear was injured. Putting his fingers to his ear, he discovered that there was blood on it and that the ear itself was cut. Looking at his hand, he froze in shock. In a frightened voice, he shouted that there was blood in front of him, excitedly talking about his ear. Watching this pitiful sight, Arthur silently rose to his feet. Taking the second blade from his belt, he began to slowly walk towards Lucas, while the frightened guards began to protect their young master with desperate cries that note should not move. However, Arthur did not say a word. He only looked coldly at these bastards whose young master allowed himself the impudence to be so vilely hypocritical in the presence of his comrades. The atmosphere suddenly changed, and cold sweat appeared on the guards' faces from the overwhelming force of Arthur's bloodlust. They felt like their bodies had become heavy, as if they had mercury instead of blood. The tension was rising, the boys were panicking terribly, while Arthur continued to slowly walk towards them. Lucas, clutching his cut ear, began to panic and asked the guards what he was paying them for. Pointing his finger at Arthur, he screamed in fear for them to grab him. A moment later, the guards rushed towards the guy in the mask. Making a quick lunge towards him, the bravest of the guards attempted to strike him with a sword right in the room of the Adventurers Guild manager, not afraid that all this was happening before his eyes. A moment later, he realized his mistake. because Arthur, without taking his blade out of its sheath, shattered the bones of his hand with a precise blow. Having knocked the sword out of the hands of the impudent guard, he followed up this attack with another blow, with which he dislocated the attacker's elbow. All this happened in an instant, without any unnecessary movements. The second attacker, using the mana enhancement of the sword, attempted to deliver a deadly slash. However, a moment later, he realized that he had not been able to reach the goal that was right in front of him. A second later, he received a blow to the face with a blunt object, causing him to spin in the air and somersault onto the floor. The next, no less frightened guard shouted that he would kill the little brat. However, Arthur easily avoided his blow here too, without even looking in his direction. Mr. Note appeared right in front of Lucas. Caspian, alarmed by the situation, shouted a warning that he would be in no better position if he did anything before their hearing took place. It seemed that Arthur could not be stopped, standing at the door trembling. Lucas could not even move, seeing the palm of a cold-blooded killer approaching him. However, when Lucas, scared to death, looked down and grabbed his head, Noda calmly apologized for his behavior and reached out to his blade, which was stuck in the door. Taking out his sword, he said that his sword had simply slipped from his hand and he wanted to put it back in place. Raising his tearful gaze, Lucas continued to tremble in fear, realizing that he had been mocked no worse than he had been. Caspian sighed heavily, realizing that in fact Mr. Note had not intended to make a stupid mistake, but had merely carried out a counter-provocation. Everything was under Arthur's control, no matter how much he wanted to destroy Lucas once and for all. Even while he was in the dungeon, he firmly decided for himself that his revenge would not be as banal as a simple murder on encounter. Breaking the dead silence, Caspian asked a stunned Lily to take Mr. Wykes to the infirmary to be patched up before the hearing began. Mrs. Lydia led the wounded guards and Lucas himself out of the room, while Arthur, turning to his friends, asked them to wait outside the room as well. After looking at each other again, Jasmine and Elijah decided to listen, realizing that Arthur was in control of the situation and was unlikely to do anything stupid while they were not around. Trusting their friend, they silently left the room. Having slammed the door from the inside, Arthur was left alone in the manager's office with Caspian. Wiping the sweat from his forehead after such a nervous and tense situation, Caspian said that as far as he understood the situation, it was in Mr. Noda's interest to refrain from such provocations towards Mr. Wykes. Turning to his interlocutor, Noda coldly asked why he thought so. With a cold look, he said that he had the strength to grind this pathetic bug into dust. As he walked towards the meeting, he also noted that even if he did so, his identity would be unknown to his family. Although all these words were a provocation to see Caspian's reaction, the manager could not fully comprehend it, because what he knew about Note was not enough to know the limit of his madness. Moving closer to the manager, Arthur looked him straight in the eye and said that he couldn't help but think that he had directly tried to threaten him. With a frightening, murderously cold look, he asked the manager if he really thought he was strong enough to protect the pathetic scum from his justice. Caspian was horrified at the sight of that look, realizing that he had never been like that before. He couldn't even imagine how many people and animals Not had killed in the last 2 years to achieve such a piercing look. Caspian knew all the rumors about the mysterious swordsman and understood that they were no longer equals. Sighing heavily, he decided that it was worth avoiding a conflict with a man who was such a danger to the entire guild. Looking at Arthur, he calmly said that there was no threat in his words, after which he noted that regardless of whether Mr. Noda believed him or not, he was acting in his own interests. Adjusting his glasses, he decided to clarify that even if Mr. Noda was capable of killing Lucas, the Wykes family would not remain idle just because his identity was unknown. He was sure that they would come for not only Miss Flamesworth, but everyone she had ever been involved with. Of course, he couldn't help but mention that those madmen would also come for the Twin Horns, who are the closest people to Miss Jasmine. It is unknown whether Caspian guesses Arthur's origin, but he turned out to be damn perceptive. It was not out of place for him to mention that they would not limit themselves to only the current participants, but would also not forget about those with whom they were no longer fighting, but still maintained contact. After these words, he amicably concluded that until Mr. Noda had enough strength and power not only to protect himself, but also the people dear to him, it would be better to refrain from any rash actions against Lucas. An even more interesting detail was the words that even if Mr. Note was strong enough to turn the entire Wykes family into dust, it would be meaningless if he was unable to defeat his half-brother Lucas, who was at the pinnacle of the fire masters of the entire kingdom. Arthur understood without him that in order to carry out such revenge, he needed to get the power that could protect all his loved ones. Stopping the manager's monologue, he thanked him for his concern and said that he understood perfectly well what was being discussed. Turning away from Mr. Caspian again, he suggested returning to the main reason why he had remained to talk to him alone. To continue this conversation, Arthur, demonstrating his importance, sat down at a chair. Crossing his legs, he said that the manager was an intelligent man who had already realized beyond a shadow of a doubt that helping people like him was not only in his own interests, but also in the interests of the guild. Arthur's guess was incredibly accurate and brought a smile to Caspian's face. He was puzzled because he could not tell for sure whether Noda was arrogant or just so confident. Adjusting his glasses, he decided not to play guessing games and just follow the path that the mysterious adventurer, who possessed a piercing mind and truly terrifying power, the potential of which had not yet been revealed, had prepared for him. Placing his hand on his chest, he politely vowed that, so long as it lay in their power, he would be happy to give any support they might ask of him. Sitting in the guild manager's seat, the impudent youth thanked him for his good choice, after which he spoke about what would be required from the guild for his undertaking. After talking with the manager, Arthur went out into the corridor where his friends were waiting for him. At this point, Elijah began to emotionally talk about how he was scared by Arthur's actions, because at that moment he thought that he was really going to kill Lucas. Shaking his head to the sides, Arthur, sighing heavily, replied that despite his desire, now was not the right time for this. When Elijah excitedly asked if he was really going to kill that vile bastard, Arthur just slapped him on the shoulder and changed the subject. He said he was starving, so he should have a snack before the hearing. He also wanted to meet Sylvia, who had been bored waiting outside for them all this time. After that, he silently walked forward, while the boys stared at his back. They didn't know what Arthur was planning, but they could trust him completely, knowing how reasonable and thoughtful he was, despite his age. After a snack, everyone went to the Adventurers Guild courtroom, where the hearing had already begun. The defendants rose to their seats to appear before the court. Arthur and Lucas stood on separate podiums directly in front of the judges, who had already been familiarized with the materials of the case. All representatives of the court began to take their seats. Lucas was the defendant, while Noda represented the victims. 5 judges looked at the participants in the conflict. In the middle stood an older man, a gray-haired, reasonable man who knew such situations like no one else, because he himself had fought for a long time as an experienced adventurer. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild and the judges present in the courtroom, the old man stated that after reviewing the case materials, it was decided to find the spellcaster, Lucas Wykes, guilty. The judges found him guilty of sabotage and endangering the lives of the rest of the group while exploring a particularly dangerous dungeon. They unanimously decided to sentence him to be stripped of his A-rank adventurer title. In response to the judge's words, Lucas responded with a sly grin, believing that his plan had succeeded and he had walked away with virtually no serious punishment. However, the judge continued the accusation, and another measure to prevent such things from happening in the future was a ban on Lucas from returning to the activities of an adventurer until the guild changed its decision. As soon as the chief judge of the Adventurers Guild announced his verdict, his assistant slammed his gavel on the table, thus announcing the end of the trial. Mr. Wykes was called upon to surrender his adventurer's card. The defendant made no objection and went to meet them. Arthur's guesses were correct, as was to be proved. Lucas only got off with a slight fright, although under normal circumstances, he would have definitely ended up in prison. The next words of the chief judge concerned the Noda amplifier. There was a brief silence in the room as the judges took a closer look at the very man who could single-handedly defeat an S-class mana beast. The guy's unheard-of level of strength made the boys look at him with real respect. The Chief Justice could not help but mention that given his obvious hostility towards Lucas Wykes and possibly the entire Wykes family, as well as his aggressive actions against the defendant, they were forced to announce additional security measures. While Lucas nervously bit his fingers in conjecture, Arthur was ready for any decision the judge made. The judges looked back, nodding to each other that their decision was not subject to discussion and was unanimous. In the name of the Adventurers Guild and the Board of Judges, Mr. Note has been sentenced to be banned from the city of Zyrus for the duration of Lucas Wykes' education at the Zyrus Academy. After these words, the judge's gavel struck the table for the second time. It seemed like the trial was already over, and Lucas had really gotten off so lightly that it seemed like there was no point to it all. Despite the unsatisfactory result, Arthur's mask hid a satisfied smile. Before the trial was due to end, Noda shouted out his protest against the decision. Putting his hand on his heart, he shouted that he sincerely did not understand why he should be punished for an act of justice towards Lucas, who betrayed them in the dungeon, creating a situation dangerous for the entire team. However, even though Lucas knew full well that two high-class adventurers had died because of him, he remained just as confident and arrogant, looking at Arthur with a disgusting grin. As expected, the judge responded sharply that it was not up for discussion. The old man, looking at the second defendant, said that they were well aware of the circumstances and therefore decided not to revoke his license. As Lucas smiled smugly, anticipating the downfall of his enemy, who threatened him with death, the judge spoke the last words in this court. He shocked the repulsive youth by telling him that Mr. Note would be allowed to continue his career as an adventurer as long as he did not come near Mr. Wykes or his family. Immediately after these words, the enraged Lucas allowed himself the audacity to shout that this could not yet be the end of the trial, because he had not heard anything regarding the disclosure of the identity of the person threatening his life. Pointing a disrespectful finger at Arthur right in the courtroom, he panicked and shouted that Noda could easily take off his mask, slip into the city, and be able to harm him or his family. Lucas was damn right, but Madam Judge responded that Mr. Noda's identity would be revealed immediately after this sentencing was completed. To keep things quiet, they were not going to notify the Wykes family of Mr. Noda's identity or affiliation. In addition, she said, specially selected guild mages would be monitoring the whereabouts of the second defendant, regardless of whether he was wearing a mask or not. When Lucas continued to shout, trying to object, the head judge shut him up, saying that this was not the place for discussion. After these words, the hearing of their case was declared closed, and all participants began to leave the courtroom. Representatives of the Wykes family, who considered such a decision quite sane, asked the young gentleman not to linger. Lucas was very angry that he did not have leverage over a man who could kill him at any moment. As he left the hall, he nervously shouted to Note that it would be better for him never to come closer to him than 5 cities away. Despite Lucas's tactician-like threat, Arthur reacted to his words quite calmly. Looking at the bastard with a cold gaze, he said in a depressing tone that the fact that he was running away with his tail between his legs and making empty threats only made him look like an insignificant, scared boy, incapable of anything without the help of his disgusting family. Arthur's words greatly frightened the helpless boy because his pride was hurt and he could not answer anything. In response, he could only harbor a helpless grudge and leave. The Wykes family took the vile offspring with them, remembering the masked boy who threatened their family. Arthur was in no hurry to leave, so one of the representatives of the Adventurers Guild approached him. The man respectfully apologized and invited him to follow him out of the building through the service exit. However, his proposal was interrupted by the Chief Justice, who said that it was not worth the trouble. He said that he would personally escort Mr. Noda to the emergency exit. The guard just nodded silently, and Arthur followed the old man to the service door. Following him, he walked through the corridors of the building to the room at the end. This was the place where the records regarding all the guild's legal cases that were conducted between its adventurers were kept. Sighing heavily, the judge closed the door behind him, trying to forget this matter with the Wykes family as a bad dream. Turning to Arthur, he expressed the hope that he was pleased with the performance that they had performed at his request. In response, Mr. Noda calmly said that it was very plausible, so he was flattered by their cleverness. Looking at the judge, he thanked him again for his cooperation. The judge did not want gratitude from him, saying that it was not done only for his sake. He then expressed his sincere hopes that he could trust the words of the respected adventurer and that he would indeed not create problems in the future. As he led Arthur through the service area, he admitted that they could not keep the truth from the powerful Wykes family forever, but promised that as long as Mr. Noda did nothing against his opponents, they would not bother him. With a smile on his face that could only be seen in his eyes, Arthur replied amiably that he was more careful than it might seem at first glance. By moving one of the books on the bookshelf, the judge revealed a secret passage. As he escorted Arthur to the exit, He said that he had no doubt that the time would come when the Zyrus Adventurers Guild would ask him for a favor in return for what they had done for him during their trial. As he watched the young man go, he also admitted that they would all be grateful if Mr. Noda would not forget what they had done for his own good, as well as the safety of his friends. As he left, Arthur paused for a moment to share his observations that the head of the Adventurers Guild was a very resourceful man. He was pleased to note that they were all well aware of whose side it was better to be on. Looking back at the judge, he promised that he would remember this favor. Arthur moved on, but his overwhelming aura continued to demonstrate his incredible strength, which was hard to appreciate even for a veteran adventurer. The judge now had no doubt that the guild manager was right about Note. The old man himself was convinced that Mr. Note was a truly frightening person, possessing a force to be reckoned with. Then Arthur walked alone to the secret exit, which was located at the end of the dark tunnel. The creak of the old door he opened led him back to his ordinary life, where he is known as Arthur Lewin. Opening the door, his eyes, unaccustomed to the light, met the rays of the bright sun. At that very moment, he heard someone addressing him as Dad. Of course, it was a mental connection with his daughter. A moment later, a Silver appeared in front of him and hit him in the stomach with full speed. Sylv kissed him between the legs, which made Elijah genuinely sympathetic. Jasmine, oblivious to his piercing pain, just smiled at how sweet the reunion between Arthur and his mana beast was. The beloved daughter climbed on Arthur's head as usual, not thinking about the fact that her weight was not what it used to be. She asked him carefully whether his adventurer's business was over and whether they could finally return home. In response, Arthur finally said that this was the long-awaited end of their adventures. Looking at Jasmine and Elijah, he suggested that they return home. Returning to the city through the forest, where the secret exit from the Adventurers Guild building was located, the guys talked about visiting Samantha, who was already feeling much better than before. While Sylv was catching all sorts of creatures and eating them right on Arthur's head, in her old habit of killing everything in sight, her dad decided it would be best if he didn't visit Samantha anytime soon. Still, he suggested that they somehow find time to check on her a little later. Jasmine was not against it, realizing that meeting her would be very useful for Samantha's recovery. When the boys approached the forest fence that led to the city, they slowed down a little. Elijah sighed heavily and said with some sadness that their paths would soon diverge, and it was unknown when they would be able to spend so much time together again. It was only when he said this that Arthur remembered that Elijah wasn't actually from Sapin, so he had no place to stay. After looking at Jasmine again, they nodded at each other, remembering their recent conversation. Turning to Elijah, Arthur suddenly said that if he had no plans, he would like to offer him to go together to the School of Magic located in the capital of the Kingdom of Sapin. Elijah was surprised by the mention of a school, so Arthur explained to him that it was an institution where children and teenagers were properly educated. In response to these obvious words, the guy from the Dwarf Kingdom took it as a mockery and even took a little offense at Arthur. After finishing his childish speech, Elijah explained that he had not actually planned on attending school. With a thoughtful look, Arthur remembered that he had indeed mentioned before that the reason he was trying so hard to earn a higher rank was to make a name for himself. Based on this, he said that if his reason for being among the adventurers was truly for this, then considering his age, it really wouldn't hurt for him to receive an education at Zyrus Academy. After these words, Elijah stopped, saying that he still did not understand the essence of the proposal. Throwing his hands out to the side, he said that he had no idea how he could possibly get into the best magic school on the continent. He didn't deny that he had the necessary skills, but he also knew that it would take a huge amount of money and connections to get into that institution. Throwing an arm over his new friend's shoulder, Arthur suggested that he just let his big brother take care of things. Continuing to press his neck with his strong hand, Arthur winked at him, telling him that he just needed to bring himself and he would deal with the rest. Holding Elijah down by force and not letting him speak, Arthur asked Jasmine if she could take him home. He wanted her to help him make sure the boy didn't run away while he took care of some personal matters. When Elijah was finally freed from his brother's tight grip, he replied with displeasure that he had never actually agreed to anything before. And with a sly look, Arthur said the words that Lucas was also going to attend Zyrus Academy. Manipulating the situation, he asked Elijah if he would mind leaving him alone with him, which could lead to an unforeseen and possibly even tragic result. As expected, Elijah instantly broke down after these words. Nervously walking towards the exit of the forest, he began to talk to himself, discussing what classes he would have to attend during his studies at the Academy of Magic. As he left, Elijah addressed Note again, but by his real name. Trying to hide his emotions, he thanked him shyly without turning around for everything he had done for him. Arthur himself was glad to hear this, because this strange but sincere guy became a real friend to him. When the boys left, he felt a presence nearby. Arthur looked around, because the one with whom he had to settle the final details had arrived. In a calm tone, he suggested that they show themselves. It turned out to be the manager of the Adventurers Guild. Caspian emerged from behind a tree, saying that he was glad Arthur had taken the precaution of sending the other two ahead. Looking off into the distance, Arthur thanked him for arranging for the judge to play, according to his devious little plan. He supposed it was unlikely that Lucas would suspect anything was wrong anytime soon. In response, Caspian sighed heavily and said that he was simply glad it had been resolved without deaths. With a cold look, Arthur said that he should not forget that real people had already died, and it happened inside the dungeon. Caspian was a little taken aback by the sudden, harsh remark directed at him, so he apologized, admitting his own mistake in his words. To avoid accentuating the atmosphere on this misunderstanding, he coughed into his fist and clarified that it was not his plan to start a fight anyway. He said he just wanted to see Mr. Noda off and leave him a small parting gift. After these words, he threw the mysterious bag towards Arthur. When Arthur opened the bag, he was dazzled by the huge amount of gold coins. Looking up at Caspian, who was already slowly returning to the Adventurers Guild, Arthur asked why this was done. As he left, Caspian briefly explained that this was so that Mr. Note could take additional precautions. As for precautions, Arthur knew he had to get rid of his old sword. He didn't have to worry about the Ballad of the Dawn. It wouldn't be a problem as long as he didn't show its blade during the campaign. The only potential problem was that Lucas had seen Sylvie's appearance. However, at the same moment that Arthur thought about this, Sylvie suddenly changed her appearance, and now she looked more like a cute white fox. Gently touching Arthur's face, she asked if these changes were enough. Arthur was surprised by her ability, so he asked in surprise how many forms she could take. In response, Sylvie lazily replied that she had no idea, after which, saying that she was very tired, she went to sleep right in her dad's arms. The unique abilities that Sylvie possessed gave them the ability to change their identities without hindrance. Now, Arthur did not even doubt that there were some privileges in having a connection with a dragon. Before returning home, Arthur went to the local market. This place on the outskirts of the city is usually where adventurers shop, so Arthur made sure no one recognized him. Having hidden his mask, he changed his hairstyle slightly and acquired several new items of clothing. With his hair covering his left eye, he looked like some kind of homeless emo boy, so Arthur had no doubt that it would work. Luckily, Sylvie was still fast asleep and did not see the horror that her beloved dad had become. His next stop was an artifact store, where he was greeted at the entrance by a shop assistant who was cleaning the display cases. Seeing an 11-year-old boy in front of him, he was a little upset, thinking that this was not a potential customer, so he assumed that he was lost. In response, Arthur said that his father had sent him on an errand to buy a spatial ring large enough to fit on his thumb. The salesman awkwardly scratched his neck and addressed Arthur, calling him boy, saying that even though the spatial rings were indeed small in size, they were indeed expensive, and his father should have known that this purchase was quite serious. Apologizing for his behavior, Arthur reached into the backpack from which Sylvie's snores were coming. When he showed the shopkeeper the bag of gold, asking if it was enough, the white-haired man's jaw literally dropped in surprise. As they left the shop, they exchanged expressions. The shopkeeper was pleasantly surprised by the little customer's purchasing power, while Arthur was horrified, unable to believe that he had to spend most of his gold to buy a ring that barely contained a sword and a cannonball. Returning to Zyrus, he still decided not to be sad about it, because at least his adventures were over and all worries were left behind. In addition, thanks to his journey as an adventurer, he finished preparations for normal school life, including acquiring a ring. The capital of the kingdom of Sapin, as always, greeted him with a pleasant sunset and noisy streets. Arthur decided not to bother with walking home, so he immediately rented a carriage from the teleportation gate and went straight to Helstia's mansion. Fortunately, he had enough gold left to travel like this for another year. With the creaking of old wheels, he drove home to meet his family. While in the carriage, he looked sadly at the mask of Mr. Note, which was an integral part of his life. It had been almost 2 years since he first put on this mask, which made him a completely different person, not limited by the age of an ordinary young man. A cool evening breeze blew through the window into his carriage. Looking out the window, Arthur felt a little sad that his peaceful time in Jasmine's company had already come to an end. On the other hand, the changes promised to be no less exciting than what had happened over the past 2 years. In the distance, he could see the Zyrus School of Magic. Arthur couldn't wait to find out what it was like to be a normal student. As night approached, Arthur finally arrived at the Helstia family mansion. He began to slowly climb towards the front door. The silence of the cold evening interrupted only by the occasional snores of Sylvie, who was sleeping behind him. As he was climbing the steps, he suddenly heard a disgruntled, accentuated cough. Raising his head, he saw that the door was open and a very displeased look was looking at her. As it turned out, in front of him was his younger sister Ellie, who had grown noticeably over the past 2 years. She folded her hands on her hips and greeted him with a rather rude look. To relax the atmosphere a little, Arthur greeted his little sister with a sincere smile and said that her beloved brother had finally returned home. A moment later, Ellie flew into his stomach like a bullet, knocking him off his feet. Only thanks to the magic of the wind did Arthur miraculously manage to stay on his feet. Hugging her little brother, Ellie greeted him home in her sweet, still lisping voice. Even Sylvie woke up from this greeting. Arthur, who had not heard it the first time, asked her to repeat it. Raising her eyes, which were filled with sincere tears of happiness, Ellie, continuing to appear stern, once again uttered words of greeting for the missing son of the Levin family. Smiling back at her, the homeless emo boy said that coming home was the best thing that had ever happened in his life. Raising his hands, he nevertheless asked if she could let him go. In response, Ellie angrily said that it depended only on him and whether he was going to leave them again. When Arthur falsely justified himself that he would not abandon them again, Ellie, who fell for his cunning trick, ran inside the house and asked him not to lag behind. It was hard not to notice that Eleanor was growing up quickly. As soon as Arthur thought about it, he was horrified to realize that he would not even notice when the worst event in the life of any older brother happened. He was afraid that before he knew it, she would forget about him, declaring her desire to go on a date with some weirdo with a strange name. Arthur couldn't bear the thought that she would one day fall into the arms of some disgusting blonde named Decapriardus IV, or something like that. Horrified by such a future, he grabbed his head with such shock that he had not experienced even when he met the most terrible monsters during his adventurer's travels. He was distracted from this disturbing thought by the joyful greeting of his parents, who ran to meet him the moment they learned from Ellie about his return. Ray acted as usual, picking him up. He, trying to joke, said that his beloved son's hair had only grown in that time. Pulling his father's beard, Arthur replied that he could say the same about his beard, which had become even longer than before. When he suggested that his father was trying to hide his wrinkles with his beard, his father began to laugh, and his mother began to ruffle his son's ridiculous hairstyle and jokingly said with displeasure that she would not tolerate such comments about her long-haired husband. The warm touch of his mother's hands and her always gentle voice evoked pleasant feelings in Arthur. Looking up, he looked again into her kind, caring eyes. At that moment, Alice hugged her son tightly, saying that this time she would skip the part where she would be the worried mother. With tears in her eyes, she decided not to remember the horror they had gone through due to his extreme mana loss, so she simply said in a trembling voice that she was incredibly glad that he had returned home safely. The pleasant words brought a feeling of real happiness to her beloved and irresponsible son. In response, Arthur thanked her for her concern and apologized for always making her worry. The touching moment was interrupted by some impudent person who even dared to say that he didn't particularly want to ruin such an atmosphere. Peeking out from behind the door with Elijah, who seemed to have become like a son to him, Vincent said that they too would like to welcome Arthur back. A moment later, Tabitha suddenly appeared behind him, angrily slapping him on the back of the head with a disgruntled cry about how she had told him to be quiet so that they could spend some time together after the long-awaited moment of reunion. This funny moment did not detract from the atmosphere inside the building. The Levin family, who were finally reunited, began to laugh good-naturedly at what a strict and principled woman Mrs. Tabitha was. The guys decided not to rush Arthur, and he even managed to take a shower and bathe Sylvie. Returning to the hall, he met two families in one place and a shy Elijah, who was not yet accustomed to this noisy atmosphere. When Arthur stopped and began to look around, his mother asked him what he was looking for. In response, he said that he expected to see a couple more faces here. Understanding what he was talking about, Elijah held out a small letter towards him that Jasmine had left before she left on a mission with the guys from the Twin Horns team. In this letter, she thanked him for the fun time they had and promised that they would definitely see each other later. Carefully folding the letter that he intended to keep as a memento, Arthur said with some sadness that he was really sorry that he couldn't see her off. Waving his hand, Ray asked him with a cheerful laugh not to be sad about this, because soon the Twin Horns would return, like warts that were not so easy to get rid of. After these words, Arthur said that he only found out where Jasmine had gone. Looking at Helstia's family, he let them know that he was interested in where his daughter was. Tabitha decided to calmly share the good news about why Lily wasn't with them, but she was suddenly interrupted by her overly emotional husband, who shouted with a gleam in his eyes that their daughter was at the Zyrus Academy, which she had entered last fall. A moment later, Tabitha, who was very angry at her husband for interrupting her solemn story, grabbed her overly emotional husband by the hair and made him scream in pain. Arthur reacted to this news with genuine joy, seeing that the dream of such a close and caring family had finally come true. With a kind look, Tabitha said it was all thanks to him. She promised that the Helstia family would be forever in his debt for what he had done for their daughter. Sitting down on the sofa, Vincent continued to emotionally talk about how his wife's words were pure truth, because they could not even imagine that after several generations, a magician would finally appear in the Helstia family. Arthur was touched by their words, but tried to reassure them by saying that he was not sure whether to say that they owed him anything. And yet, looking at Elijah, he clarified that he had actually been thinking of asking them for a favor or two. Then the pleasant atmosphere was broken by the loud stomping of feet from Ray. He jumped up from his seat in delight and shouted that they all wanted to hear his story about exploring the dungeon. While Alice was trying to calm her unstable husband down a little, Arthur, who despite his difficult experience was still going to share the story, asked to give him a little time to think about where to start. As expected, the story was very emotional, even though Arthur was forced to miss out on the most exciting and terrifying moments. Elijah also did a great job of avoiding topics that could make his parents even more worried. After listening to the story to the end, Vincent, shocked by the guy's story, leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily, saying that he could not believe that they had gone through this. He admitted that he had previously thought that his work with annual tax reports was something exciting. Mistress Tabitha also couldn't contain her surprise at the mention of the guardian of the ancient forest, because she couldn't even think that their team of adventurers would be able to subdue that mana beast that her parents scared her with in her childhood for her bad behavior. When the topic of beasts and mages' mana came up, Arthur asked his dad what stage he was in. Ray, a little sheepishly, replied that he was actually stuck between the dark stage and the solid orange stage ever since his son had gone on a quest, no matter how much he meditated or purified his mana. Although the news was quite sad, Arthur said that it was not a problem. He then threw an item overflowing with powerful mana to his father and asked him to use it. Arthur explained that he had used some of the mana from that beast core to heal his wounds. According to him, there should have been enough left to help him break through to the next stage. Holding such a valuable object in his palm, Ray couldn't help but tremble, knowing that it had been earned by his son with blood and sweat. Moreover, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he held the entire fortune of a small town in his hands. Turning to his son, he sheepishly said that this was something he had risked his life for. Ray really couldn't just take away such incredible power. Vincent, trying to ignore it, being shocked by the stories, stared at the ceiling, and Tabitha found words of encouragement for Alice, saying that their son brought a truly valuable gift. She could not even imagine that the core of an S-class beast could be used like this. Nodding her head, Alice said with some sadness that considering how much trouble the core had caused them, she was still not sure if it was worth it. Rising to his feet, Arthur asked his father again to accept the gift, saying that he would need this power if he was to keep up with his son. Winking at him with a playful smile, he said that he did not believe that the father would allow his son to beat him in a year or two. While protecting the S-rank core from his curious daughter, Ray began to chuckle slyly, assuming that his son had not told him everything that had happened during this time. With a smile on his face, Arthur confirmed his suspicions, saying that he had indeed broken through to the light orange stage of mana core development. Tabitha was shocked once again, and Vincent, who was already tired of this, almost started cursing at how incredible what they had just learned was. At this moment, Ray faced a difficult choice. Looking at the mana core he received from his beloved son, he could not refuse such a valuable gift. Clutching it firmly in his hand, he made the important decision that Arthur had pushed him towards. Stretching his fist towards his son, he said with a kind smile that there was no need to cry the next time the old man beat him. Arthur responded to his words with a kind, satisfied smile. Extending his fist in response, he said that he would take him at his word and would look forward to the moment when they would once again measure their strength in a fair duel. Arthur returned home when it was already night, so the boys could not stay out for long. After a long journey, Elijah was finally able to enjoy a nice shower. It was a long-awaited and pleasant moment when he could finally relax. However, a moment later he was interrupted by the creaking of the door, from which Arthur entered the bathroom and, as if nothing had happened, said that he had brought him pajamas. Elijah was scared and screamed in panic that he was, in fact, taking a shower. Turning away, Arthur, calling Elijah a princess, asked him to relax, saying that he could hardly see anything anyway because of the steam. Shy Elijah, who had already gone out of his way to talk to someone his own age, asked incredulously if he swears that his words are true. As he left the room, Arthur jokingly said that he couldn't be sure of that. As soon as he closed the door from the other side, Elijah began to scream furiously, and Arthur began to gloat right in front of his daughter. Returning to his room, Arthur took out his bag of things with which he had spent 2 whole years hiding under the identity of Mr. Note. Looking at the mask, he summed up that a lot had happened in these long 2 years. Sylv nodded her head in response, saying that she had even become much taller than her dad. In response, Arthur, with a kind fatherly smile, said that this was indeed the case. Then they were distracted by the creaking of the door, after which Elijah entered, discontentedly saying that now it was Arthur's turn to go wash himself. Seeing that Arthur had his second personality's things in his hands, Elijah, putting on his glasses, asked what they had been doing for so long. While taking off his dirty clothes, Arthur said that before returning to the room, he had some questions and needed Uncle Vincent's help to solve them. He also discussed with him the matter of tuition fees at Zyrus Academy. Hearing the mention of tuition fees, Elijah, with an admiring look, asked not to delay in asking whether he had managed to come to an agreement. Entering the bathroom, Arthur said that he had, of course, given the most expected answer. However, after slamming the door, he still did not specify what answer he was talking about. Although Arthur continued to tease Elijah with such phrases, when he came out of the shower, he still pleased his friend with a positive answer regarding the funding of his education. With a happy gleam in his eyes, he said that just a few days ago, he couldn't even imagine that he would soon become a student at the most prestigious academy in all 3 kingdoms. Turning to Arthur, he asked if they would be able to learn much, considering that the Zyrus Academy was truly considered the best school of magic on the entire continent of Dicathin. With a thoughtful look, Arthur reminded him that their skill level was undoubtedly higher than that of the other first years. He supposed that they might even be a little bored at first. Still, Elijah was excited, knowing that many heirs from all the influential families would be studying there. Just the thought of sharing experiences with them and learning how to better control his powers excited the young spellcaster. Looking at his hand extended upward, Arthur commented that it would be useful for him to learn more about the elements of lightning and ice. He once felt the need to improve his skills, and at that moment, he was lucky to survive. Thinking back to when he fought the Guardian of the Ancient Forest, Arthur remembered that he still needed too much mana to use lightning and ice magic, even though he absorbed all the surrounding mana during the Beast Will integration stage. He also still had trouble controlling these for the element, even with his deviant affinity and dragon power. Arthur had already begun to yawn from the desire to finally fall asleep, but Elijah asked him another exciting question regarding whether he had thought about what to do with Lucas. Despite his anger and desire for revenge, Arthur concluded that Lucas had no idea who Mr. Note really was, and he himself could not yet be sure that he could challenge his entire family. Based on this, he decided to leave everything as is, because for now, training was much more important. With a kind smile and admiration, Elijah remembered being very surprised that he had retreated rather than using all his strength against the asshole. In turn, Arthur, carefully changing the topic of conversation, was surprised that the first thing Elijah did before going to bed was build a wall of pillows. When Arthur asked if it was really necessary, a shy Elijah pulled the covers up even higher and screamed in panic that it was absolutely necessary because it was very strange for 2 guys to sleep in the same bed. Looking at Elijah through the wall, Arthur coquettishly asked if Elijah would like his friend to be a girl. The awkward moment was interrupted when Elijah simply couldn't take it anymore and threw one of the pillows that made up the impenetrable wall in his friend's face. Falling on his back, Arthur began to laugh cheerfully and carefree because of his new friend's shyness. At that moment, he was interrupted by Elijah, who shyly peered through the wall of pillows and hesitantly touched on the topic of girls, asking if he would be able to find a girlfriend at Zyrus Academy. Arthur was taken aback by the suddenness of the question, so he replied that for a guy who looked so serious, he was strangely suddenly worried about the most ordinary things. Yawning before a long-awaited sleep, he asked his friend not to worry, saying that he was sure that he would meet a pretty black-haired girl with glasses, and then they would get married and have children with the same black hair and glasses. Elijah was surprised because he thought Arthur thought children were born with glasses or something. With some childish envy, he said that he had no doubt that Arthur would have no end of girls with his disgustingly royal appearance. Feeling a hint of envy, Arthur asked his four-eyed friend not to worry, saying that to him, girls their age seemed almost like babies. After these words, he wished his friend good night. Their pleasant conversation was over, and Elijah fell asleep easily in the pleasant bed of his new home, where Arthur's family had so sincerely welcomed him. Sylvia, in her new form, has long enjoyed the sleep she calls training. The next morning, Arthur slept through everything as usual. As he walked out of the room, stretching upwards, he was met by Vincent. Putting his hand on the shoulder, he remembered that since he was curious to talk to the inventor, he said that he already had an appointment with one of them. With a smile on his face, he added that the name of that interesting scientist was Gideon. He introduced him not only as a famous researcher, but also as the most skilled inventor and craftsman in the entire kingdom of Sparring. The Gideon in question would be returning to Zyrus in 3 days, and the two of them would make a detour to visit him. After that, they planned to join everyone else in the center of the capital. It sounded like a good idea, but Arthur was surprised to hear that the center of the city would be interesting. As it turned out, he hadn't heard before that the royal families from all over the world would gather in Escorting to make an important announcement, and it would be broadcast in the central square of Zyrus. This news was unexpected, but Arthur did not pay due attention to it, and instead thanked Vincent for arranging such an important meeting with the inventor for him. Taking advantage of the moment, Vincent admitted that he was curious about why Arthur wanted to meet with Gideon. In response, Gideon said that he wasn't sure that he specifically needed anything. As it turned out, he just wanted to discuss an idea. He could not admit that through this meeting he wanted to use his knowledge from his past life. The boy's words seemed like a mystery. Vincent couldn't even guess what the talented young magician and brilliant inventor might be talking about. At this point, they were interrupted by Ray's cheerful greeting. He squinted and looked at Vincent with some prejudice. After that, he pointed at him and caught him off guard, asking why he was still in such casual clothes. He thought Vincent was going to meet someone that morning. Vincent had actually forgotten his plans, so he hurried into the room, saying goodbye to the boys. With a cheerful laugh, Ray asked him not to look back, so as not to trip and break his lovely glasses. The son and father were left alone, and Arthur, giving Ray a friendly punch in the stomach, asked how his training was going. With a cheerful laugh, he proudly replied that he had officially made it to the solid orange stage. When the conversation turned to training, he remembered an interesting detail. Holding the core out towards Arthur, he said that for some reason, even after he had absorbed everything from the core, it did not crumble and retained its original shape. After handing the core over to his son, he asked him to have a good rest and enjoy himself while he went away to complete his preparations before leaving. He couldn't stop admiring his son, whom he hadn't seen for 2 whole years. Before leaving to finish his business, Ray clapped his son on the shoulder. After this gesture, he thanked him with a sincere smile for giving him a chance to break through to a new level. They said goodbye until they met for dinner. On the way outside, Arthur wondered why the core had managed to survive even after it had exhausted all of its mana. This made him think, so he went outside to avoid being distracted. In fact, it was the first time he had held such an object in his hands, so he couldn't even imagine why it continued to retain its original shape. Arthur clutched the mana core in his hands and concentrated on his own feelings. The surface of this object had not changed at all, but he was completely certain that there was not a single drop of mana left in the core. He then placed the core on his chest and began to use the mana aura, connecting himself with the object. At that very moment, he felt the presence of a truly powerful being inside. The realization of why the core had not yet collapsed simply shocked Arthur. As it turned out, the will of an S-rank mana beast was preserved inside. Obtaining such an item turned out to be a great success, because the will of the beast is a power desired by many, which grants its owner access to powerful and unique magic. Only those to whom a powerful mana beast willingly passed it on can possess it, as in the case of Virian. On the other hand, it is still possible to obtain such power in another, more difficult way, when the will is preserved within the core of the slain beast. With an anticipatory smile, Arthur wondered what would happen if he had two whole wills of the beast inside him. He didn't know if this was possible, so he decided to use the only available method to clarify the situation. Pouring a small amount of his mana into the core, he came into contact with the mana beast again. Within a moment, he felt the presence of the terrifying guardian of the ancient forest. As expected, this monster was hostile towards Arthur. While in contact with this creature, Arthur felt the approach of its power, which was going to harm him. Just as the flow of restored mana from this beast began to approach Arthur, a barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't create this barrier, but it appeared exactly at the moment when the will of the beast from the core tried to make contact. Feeling the power that Arthur possessed, the keeper of the ancient forest was horrified. The will of the dragon, the most powerful of magical creatures, protected Arthur from the S-rank mana beast. With a loud growl, Sylvie's silhouette demonstrated that this was her territory. In just a moment, the dragon's will rushed to attack the keeper of the ancient forest, who froze in horror. At the last moment before losing the will of the beast inside the core, Arthur managed to stop. Luckily, he managed to throw the cannonball to the ground, keeping the power inside. It was close. Goosebumps ran all over Arthur's body. If he had hesitated even for a second longer, the will of the guardian of the ancient forest would have been destroyed by the will of the dragon. While picking up the core of the slain mana beast from the ground, he asked himself another question. He couldn't absorb the second will, but he couldn't understand why his father, who wasn't a beast tamer, couldn't sense the guardian of the ancient forest inside this core. A moment later, he remembered Virian's words that the elements that the beast and the mage possessed must be compatible. With a smile on his face, he decided that if this was the real reason for his father's failure, then there was no doubt who would benefit from this will. Of course, he started thinking about the princess of the elven kingdom again. Arthur even felt a little sad, wanting to know what she was doing at this moment. The next few days flew by quickly and productively. Even with his training, Arthur tried to spend more time with his family every day and live like a normal teenager. Like any ordinary teenager, he beat up his friend from the dwarf kingdom right in front of his father. Family dinners were as fun and carefree as ever. However, this could not last long, because the time had come for his meeting with Gideon, as well as for one of the most significant events in several centuries. Like every morning, Arthur could not wake up for a long time. Opening the door to this sleepyhead's room, his caring younger sister conveyed to him the words that it was time to go downstairs and have breakfast. Expecting Arthur to simply be lying in bed, Ellie suddenly heard his sleepy ramblings. Looking at the bed, she was surprised to see the following picture, where Arthur had thrown his legs over the sleeping Elijah, and Sylvie was sleeping right on his head. Walking slowly towards the bed, Ellie spoke in a menacingly calm tone as she told her mother that they should all prepare for this announcement in the main square of the city. Her words didn't reach Arthur again, so Ellie had no choice but to solve the problem in her own way. With a smile on her face, she resigned herself to the fact that words would not help here. She felt sorry to wrinkle her beautiful dress, but there was simply no other choice. With a joyful cry, she jumped onto the bed where Elijah and Arthur were sleeping peacefully and carefree with Sylvie on their faces. Arthur woke up with a yelp from the sudden pain, while Sylvie was thrown into the air by the momentum of the impact. Waking up in such an unexpected way, he said that Ellie was already too big to wake him up like that. In response, she pretended to be offended by his words, with which he called her fat. Turning his back to her, Arthur said in an offended voice that they were teaching her some strange things in this so-called school for real ladies. Patting the poor guy on the back, Ellie, without losing her status, asked him to make sure he was really ready for the trip before going down for breakfast. Together with his mother and Aunt Tabitha, they were going to go first. Waking up in a less traumatic manner, Elijah said he wouldn't be surprised if his friend's sister turned out to be as cruel as he was in the future. An old, beautiful carriage with a mana beast harnessed to it took them to the center of the city. It was noisy here as always, with many people gathered here to spend time with their families and see the announcement that was making so much noise. This time, Arthur and Elijah went to the city with Vincent. After getting out of the carriage, the red-haired guy immediately began to complain about being hungry. This was not strange because despite the usual excellent breakfast, he was not full because Sylvie stole quite a lot of food from his plate. Elijah said that if he didn't mind, they could go to some establishment, but first he planned to go to the nearby shops. Hearing his plans, Arthur was surprised where he even had money for any sudden or even planned purchases. Adjusting his glasses, Elijah boasted that, unlike some, he had kept what they had earned in the dungeon. He was right, and it even hurt Arthur, but he had been forced to spend most of the fee since he had not had a dimensional ring before he began traveling. Turning to Sylvie, Arthur asked her to accompany Elijah while he was visiting the inventor, Gideon. Together with Vincent, they said goodbye, and Sylvie, in her usual manner, jumped on her new companion's neck. Arriving at the workshop, Vincent knocked gently on the door. A moment later, the old front door creaked open, and a gloomy man looked out, who said in a frightening voice that Master Gideon was not there. However, a moment later, he saw that his guest was the esteemed Mr. Vincent. After greeting him, the butler Himes invited them to come inside. The place seemed very gloomy, with strange barrels and huge bookcases everywhere. Despite Gideon being the great mind of the Sapien kingdom, it was a mess. When Arthur entered the next room, the first thing he encountered was a terrible stench. When Arthur asked what was stinking, Himes said it would be easier to answer the question of what exactly wasn't stinking. Indeed, the entire room was filled with all sorts of garbage, and among it, one could even find all sorts of strange liquids on the floor. A moment later, they witnessed a madman in a terribly dirty robe, and with large bags under his eyes, break through the mountain of garbage and shout at Himes that he asked him not to allow anyone to enter inside. Seeing Vincent in front of him, the mad scientist immediately calmed down and said tediously that he had come to bother him again. In response, Vincent said with some kind of condemnation that the scientist was behaving as if he had not been warned in advance. Continuing to throw trash around the room, Gideon justified himself with dissatisfaction, saying that lately he was simply tired of people, because over the past year, about a dozen messengers from royal families had come to him. It seemed like a dozen people weren't a big problem, but as it turned out, they were chasing him and trying to force him to invent a way to travel across the ocean. Hearing this, the curious Arthur's ear twitched with interest, and he slyly asked why they needed to travel across the ocean. When Gideon brazenly replied that it was none of his business, Vincent asked him not to take his words to heart. After this question, the mad scientist finally noticed the small bug standing next to Vincent, so he couldn't help but ask what he was doing there. After these words, Arthur bowed respectfully and said that it was an honor to meet the great mind of the kingdom of Sapien. He explained that Uncle Vincent had told him a lot about his amazing works and inventions. Even though Arthur had introduced himself quite pleasantly, Gideon continued his disrespectful remarks by saying that Vincent was mistaken if he thought he was going to take some incompetent person as his apprentice. Looking at the young man, Vincent answered uncertainly that in fact he himself would like to know for what purpose Arthur wanted to meet him so much. Taking advantage of the moment of peak interest on both sides, Arthur said that he had actually come to make an offer to the one with the sharpest mind in his head. Remembering that Gideon was looking for a suitable way to travel across the ocean, Arthur decided to demonstrate his usefulness in practice and notice the sheets for the drawing. Gideon, who was extremely arrogant due to his status and the lack of any competition, mockingly asked to repeat these ridiculous words about help. Understanding the scientist's displeasure, Arthur grabbed the drawing sheet, saying that it would be much easier to show in practice than to explain. After these words, Vincent and Gideon saw a strange sight, because the 11-year-old boy standing in front of them began to draw something on a piece of paper with great intensity, as if he immediately realized that he could help them travel across the ocean. A disgruntled Gideon, who began to walk towards Arthur, said that he did not know what kind of scribbles the child decided to draw, but he did not have time for such nonsense. Looking at the drawing that the young man had prepared with a sly smile on his face, Gideon, who had not yet had time to comprehend what he had seen, said that this was not a problem that a young man who had not even grown hair yet, you know where, could handle. In just a moment, his permanently half-closed eyes opened to their full potential, despite the terribly dark bags under his eyes. Realizing the genius of the drawing made in an instant, Gideon was so shocked that he could not hold back his cry of surprise. He even began to lose his breath from the realization of what had fallen into his hands. Not noticing Arthur on his way to the drawing, he began to rush towards this sheet of brilliant paper. He grabbed the blueprint and shocked Vincent with his reaction. He shouted that he had known all along that he needed an engine powered not by mana, but by steam, which was produced by burning certain materials. After shouting that he should have thought of this much earlier, his joy was suddenly interrupted when he noticed that something was missing from the drawing. Interrupting the scientist's euphoria, Arthur snatched the drawing from his hands, saying that he had left out some key details that he would be happy to provide much later. With a sly smile on his face, he said that these materials would be provided in full after the end of their negotiations. Hearing these words from the little youth, he was so shocked that a noticeable nervous tic appeared on his face. Pointing his finger at the harmless boy, he came to the very obvious conclusion that Arthur was not just a little bug. Waving his hand in front of Arthur's face, he said that none of this mattered anymore. He snapped his fingers and summoned his butler. A moment later, the door creaked open, and Hames appeared with a box in his hands. With admiration in his tone, the scientist said that he was sure that even the things lying on his floor would surprise the curious young man. Opening the box of jewels, Gideon shouted that he was one of the few who could admire it with their own eyes. Vincent even cried out in surprise, realizing that in front of him was an iron diamond. Arthur, as expected, could not lose his status and only demonstrated his surprise. With his hands folded in front of him, the businesslike Gideon, anticipating victory in the negotiations, recalled Vincent's words that he was facing a young but promising mage. He introduced this diamond as one of the rarest gems on the entire continent, which contains a lot of mana. Vincent even put in a few words about how promising wasn't quite the right word to use. Shaking his head from side to side, Arthur politely declined with a sly, unwavering smile, saying that he wasn't interested in that sort of thing. Despite refusing such a rare jewel that even kings would bow to him for, Gideon signaled to Hames that they should move on to displaying all the items from the middle shelf of row C. In just a moment, a whole mountain of jewelry appeared in front of them, the glitter of which from the very beginning captivated the owner of the auction house, who wanted to make good money from selling these items. As he sorted through all these things, Gideon shouted that he had never shown anyone one very interesting thing before. Making the situation exclusive, he specified that he would make an exception for the young genius. With full confidence that this would be enough, Gideon presented a mirror that could deflect up to 5 magical spells at once. Unexpectedly for the scientist and everyone present, the young man once again shocked them with his steadfastness, responding to this crazy proposal with another polite refusal. The scientist was already at his limit when he let go of the mirror, which Hames fortunately managed to catch before it smashed to the ground. After that, a wild auction began, the likes of which Vincent had never seen before. He was amazed that Arthur was able to speak his mind right to the great Gideon's face, throwing objects at Arthur that could have been the property of the royal treasury, and enraged Gideon began to beg him to take it all in exchange for that damn drawing. What was happening before Vincent's face was a real devilry that neither he nor Hames could believe. With his hands on Arthur's shoulders, Gideon found himself in a position where he admitted he had no choice.